Chapter 1. Wei Dong, do you think my writing is acceptable? Why have you fallen asleep again? Darling, wake up. I finished writing your self-recommendation letter for Stern. In the library of Yinjing University, Li Jejia gently shook Wei Dong, who had dozed off with his head resting on the table. Ugh. Wei Dong instinctively wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, lifting his head to meet the sight of Li Jejia's bright eyes and radiant smile. He waved his hand, saying, "Wife, stop teasing me, let me sleep a little longer." Wife. Li Jejia's cheeks flushed slightly, and in a playful tone, she chided, "Have you lost your mind? Who are you calling wife, you shameless one?" Huh? This remark took Wei Dong by surprise. Was Li Jejia not his wife? How had he become the shameless one? With a sense of confusion stirring within him, Wei Dong fully awakened. What is this? He surveyed the familiar library and the beloved figure before him, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him. Have I truly crossed over? Crossed over? Upon hearing this term, Li Jejia instinctively touched Wei Dong's forehead. Are you burning up with a fever? No. Wei Dong shook his head and said to Li Jejia, "Wife, wait for me here, I'll go wash my face." Once again, wife? Li Jejia's face turned crimson. She was convinced that Wei Dong must have a fever that was clouding his judgment. The icy cold water splashed against Wei Dong's face, and the tangible sensation reassured him that he had indeed crossed over. Thus, it was time for the instigator to make an appearance. Wei Dong recalled that it was on his way home from work when he spotted a basketball court and asked the driver to stop for a moment. As he stealthily approached the court, a phrase suddenly echoed in his mind. "Do you remember your original dream?" It was such a peculiar statement. Wei Dong glanced around, but there was not a soul in sight. If given another chance, would you step onto the NBA court once more? The voice continued to resonate within his mind, prompting Wei Dong to inquire, "Who are you?" "Ultimate Superstar System. You deserve to possess it." This response astonished Wei Dong, yet he hesitated. To return to the past? To re-enter the NBA? He glanced down at his custom-made high-end leather shoes and suit, then at the Rolls-Royce parked behind him. Wei Dong felt that he was living quite well in truth. Whether or not he pursued his original dream seemed inconsequential. "Uncle, watch out for the ball." Just as Wei Dong turned around, a basketball flew towards him, knocking him unconscious. When he awoke again, he found himself in the present, having crossed over back to the year of his university graduation. "System, are you there?" Wei Dong tentatively asked within his mind. Ding! The Ultimate Superstar System is delighted to serve its host. Delight at my foot. Send me back immediately. Wei Dong was acutely aware that he had never consented to this ridiculous system. Was it merely a straight basketball that had knocked him unconscious, leading to this bewildering crossing over? Ding! The system has been bound. The host is required to complete the Ultimate Superstar tasks. Send me back at once. The Ultimate Superstar System will assist you in entering the NBA and becoming the world's #1 star. Thank you, but I do not require your assistance. You need it. I do not require it. You need it. I do not require it. You need it. I do not require it. Like a broken record, Wei Dong and the system argued for what felt like an eternity, both feeling exhausted. After a moment of silence, the system's voice rang out once more, claiming to be omnipotent, having aided many in realizing their dreams. I do not require it. Wei Dong snorted. I have worked hard for 7 years to become a billionaire. What dream is beyond my grasp? Then do you possess a championship ring? Wei Dong paused. System, is that how you speak politely? The system fell silent, automatically displaying a row of data in Wei Dong's mind. Player, Wei Dong height, 198 cm, weight, 92 kilograms. Speed, 67. Strength, 41. Jumping, 65. Shooting, 66. Ball handling, 72. Defense, 46. The plethora of data resembled the attributes of a character at the beginning of a game. These statistics were based on the standards of the world's top players. While impressive enough to qualify as a starter in the CBA, they were far from sufficient for the NBA. Task. The host can earn talent points through matches. Winning a game yields 1 talent point. Talent points can be used to enhance the host's attributes or purchase superstar skill packs from the item shop. Wei Dong also noticed the item shop, filled with an array of enticing options. Clay's 3-point pack, Carter's dunk pack, Irving's dribbling pack, Iverson's crossover pack, Cope's fadeaway jump shot pack, Duncan's windmill dunk pack. Stars like Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron possessed multiple skill packs, with the shop encompassing the skills of both past and future NBA stars. Each skill pack required 5 talent points. Wei Dong grasped the system's usage. Perhaps it could indeed help him become a top star, yet he still maintained a stern demeanor, stating, "Please send me back." Why? You are a useless system, incapable of helping me become a top star. I'm not useless. You're not useless first. Fill my attribute points. Fill them? Consider it done. The system retorted with annoyance, and then Wei Dong squinted, feeling as though his body might explode. The sensation was excruciating, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. After a long while, the pain gradually subsided. He felt rejuvenated, clearly sensing a transformation within his body, a sensation brimming with power. His attribute panel had also undergone a change. Player, Wei Dong height, 198 cm, weight, 92 kilograms. Speed, 100. Strength, 100. Jumping, 100. Shooting, 100. Ball handling, 100. Defense, 100. Superstars possess unique skills, such as Kawhi's three-pointer, Nash's passing, and Kobe's fadeaway jump shot. While Wei Dong lacked a signature move, these attributes alone were sufficient to make him a star in the NBA. Moreover, he had access to the item shop. He could purchase those unique skills with talent points, making the prospect of dominating the NBA seem increasingly promising. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. "I told you I am not a useless system." Wei Dong chuckled. "Though not useless, you are rather stingy. Winning a single game only grants 1 talent point. With only 82 games in the NBA season, it's hardly enough for a few skill packs." Task. The host can earn talent points through matches. Winning a game yields 5 talent points. Now it's more like it. Wei Dong smiled. "System, you have become rather insignificant. You may take your leave." "I am insignificant?" The system sulked and vanished from Wei Dong's mind, finding this host particularly difficult to please. When Wei Dong returned to the reading room, an hour had already passed. Li Jiejia was quite worried, but since Wei Dong had left his phone behind, she could only wait for him in the reading room. Upon seeing Wei Dong return, Li Jiejia inquired, "Where have you been? Why did it take so long?" "I ran into a classmate and chatted for a bit," Wei Dong casually explained, leaning over to Li Jiejia's laptop. "Have you finished writing the self-recommendation letter for Stern?" "I have finished." Li Jiejia pushed the laptop forward, asking, "Would you like to take a look?" Wei Dong waved his hand dismissively. "I trust your writing. Just send it directly to Stern." Having experienced this before, he knew the self-recommendation letter was accompanied by his physical test data and some practical information. If history remained unchanged, upon receiving the letter, Stern would soon offer Wei Dong a 10-year contract with the NBA. This event would irrevocably alter the trajectory of Wei Dong's life. As a basketball prodigy, Wei Dong had entered Yinjing University, where the tall and handsome young man led the university to 4 consecutive Cuba championships, earning him a reputation as a campus hero. Approaching graduation, Wei Dong had received several invitations for tryouts from CBA teams. However, with his lofty aspirations, he chose to recommend himself to NBA Commissioner Stern, yearning to step onto the NBA stage. Only a handful of Chinese players have made it to the NBA, with the most renowned being Yao Ming, a source of pride for the nation. When Wei Dong obtained the 10-year contract with the NBA, it stirred considerable excitement back home. Yet, during that brief stint in the NBA, despite holding a 10-year contract, Wei Dong only had 3 opportunities to play, and it was those 3 appearances that revealed the stark gap between himself and the NBA players. The once indomitable confidence of Wei Dong had been shattered, and coupled with the vitriolic remarks from online trolls, he found himself in a state of despondency. Upon returning to his homeland, Wei Dong spent another year floundering in the CBA before being ousted from the team. The subsequent 2 years marked the nadir of Wei Dong's life. Each day was spent in a stupor, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Yet, during this tumultuous period, Li Jiejia remained steadfastly by his side, tirelessly offering her support and encouragement. "Jiejia, I love you." As he observed Li Jiejia diligently attending to her emails, Wei Dong could not resist planting a gentle kiss on her lovely face. Li Jiejia scrunched her petite nose in response. After sending out her emails, it was noon, and Li Jia tidied her computer before clasping hands with Wei Dong as they exited the library together. Following their lunch, Wei Dong and Li Jia made their way to the gymnasium. On the brink of graduation, Wei Dong had already stepped away from the basketball team at Yenjing University. Yet he had brought home 4 Cuba championship trophies for the institution. Boss, sister-in-law, a few junior team members were still training, all of whom were Wei Dong's brothers. Upon seeing him enter, they paused to greet him. Train hard, Wei Dong advised. The 5th Cuba championship trophy for Yenjing University rests on your shoulders. The young players felt invigorated by his words, yet their promises lacked conviction. Deep down, they understood that the previous 4 trophies had been secured solely through Wei Dong's extraordinary prowess. With Wei Dong's graduation, they were now faced with fierce competition in Cuba. The task of clinching the 5th championship trophy would be an arduous endeavor. Li Pei, the second in command of the Yenjing University basketball team and a year junior to Wei Dong, who possessed considerable skill, inquired, Boss, I've heard that many CBA teams are extending olive branches to you. Which one do you plan to join? I've sent a self-recommendation letter to Stern. I aim to join the NBA, Wei Dong replied. Without the system, he would have made a different choice after his rebirth. Yet now, equipped with the system and fully maxed out talent points, his singular ambition was to dominate the NBA. At that moment, a basketball rolled to Wei Dong's feet. With a single hand, he seized the ball and, standing 2 steps away from the three-point line, executed a flawless three-point shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, untouched. Wow! Wei Dong's impeccable form elicited gasps of astonishment from his teammates. Wei Dong gazed at his palm. For a moment, was this the sensation of having maxed out shooting talent? The feeling he experienced was unprecedented, as if the very act of shooting the ball into the hoop was now second nature to him. With his shooting talent fully realized, he had become a top-tier shooter in the NBA. Boss, I feel like you've changed, Li Pei suddenly remarked. Your three-point shot just now was extraordinary. I could almost see the spirit of Ray Allen. Indeed, Wei Dong replied, his satisfaction palpable. With such shooting prowess, he was more than capable of establishing himself in the NBA. Cool me. Wei Dong beckoned to Li Pei. Let's have a onion showdown. All right. Li Pei responded eagerly. Wei Dong was not only his older brother, but also the person he aspired to surpass. Even though he knew he was no match for Wei Dong, Li Pei approached with determination, adopting a defensive stance. I won't let you score easily. Really? Wei Dong chuckled lightly, assuming a triple threat posture. As the basketball touched the ground, he swiftly transferred it from his left hand to his right, lightly pushing off the ground with his toes. Wei Dong retreated a step beyond the three-point line and launched a jump shot. Swish! The ball swooshed through the net once more. Too cool. The players on the sidelines erupted in cheers. Li Jia whispered, I feel like he's grown stronger. Boss, you've changed, Li Pei remarked suddenly. I know I'm not your opponent, but it shouldn't be this easy for you to score. You seem to have become even stronger. Of course, he had become stronger. Wei Dong felt a surge of joy with his talent points fully allocated. His transformation was nothing short of remarkable. It was not an exaggeration to say he was a different person entirely. As the talent points increased by 1, a sudden voice echoed in Wei Dong's mind, and the number 1 appeared next to the talent points in the item panel. Is this truly permissible? Wei Dong was taken aback. Realizing that the system's definition of a competition extended beyond the NBA, even the game of bullfighting could enhance one's talent points, it seemed he had misjudged the system, if given the chance. He certainly wouldn't apologize to it. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Wei Dong immediately suggested to Li Pei, shall we have another round? Another one? Li Pei hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, agreeing to continue. Subsequently, Wei Dong and Li Pei played another 10 rounds, with the score predictably ending at 10-0. However, the talent points did not increase. It appeared that in bullfighting, each individual could only earn 1 talent point. You are simply too weak, Wei Dong chuckled as he shook his finger at Li Pei and addressed the other team members. I'll give you all a chance. Each of you can challenge me to a game of bullfighting. Each of us against you. The other players frowned, thinking, Boss, are you trying to challenge us or merely entertain yourself? If you want to show off in front of your sister-in-law, please don't use your brothers as fodder. Li Pei nearly cried out, Exactly. Can't we just concede? This is your attitude towards basketball? Wei Dong's voice deepened. How can you progress without challenging the strong? His words rendered the area silent. Indeed, how could one advance without confronting the formidable? One player stepped forward. Boss, I'll be the first to challenge you. That's more like it. Wei Dong replied cheerfully. Don't all rush off. Let each of you take your turn against me. Understood, boss. Everyone nodded. The ensuing matches were exceedingly simple, with the voice in Wei Dong's mind repeatedly affirming his victories that in just 20 minutes, every player, including newcomers who hadn't even made the roster yet, had faced Wei Dong once. This endeavor yielded Wei Dong an impressive 13 talent points. Quite satisfactory, Wei Dong mused, pleased with the outcome. The team members mistakenly believed he was praising them, each feeling a touch of pride, with just 2 more talent points needed to exchange for 3 skill packages. Wei Dong's mischievous gaze settled on Li Jiejia. Jiejia, would you like to challenge me to a game of bullfighting? No way, boss. The entire team collapsed in disbelief. You flaunt in front of us, and now you aim for our sister-in-law. Sure, Li Jiejia responded with a beaming smile. Stepping forward to face Wei Dong, he passed the basketball to her, and she returned it, performing a move known as washing the ball, a rule in bullfighting. Facing Li Jiejia, Wei Dong dribbled the ball leisurely, circling around her. I don't want to witness this. Li Pei covered his eyes, having just been thoroughly defeated by Wei Dong, now subjected to a display of affection right before him, a double blow to his psyche. Wei Dong dribbled the ball to the basket and suddenly lifted Li Jiejia off the ground, springing off his feet. What the heck? The players by the court were left speechless. Did Wei Dong intend to? They contemplated a possibility that seemed utterly impossible. Such a feat was beyond human capability. Impressive. However, what they deemed impossible unfolded before their eyes as Wei Dong leapt with Li Jiejia in his arms and executed a dunk. Was this a scene from a movie? Li Pei rubbed his eyes vigorously. Dunking while holding someone, a feat even NBA players struggled to achieve, required unimaginable strength and explosive power. Li Jiejia, the campus beauty of Yen University, stood at 1.7 meters tall but weighed only 96 kg. Though not heavy, could one truly leap and dunk while holding her? It was beyond belief. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing dunk I've ever witnessed. Li Pei exclaimed, while Li Jiejia blushed deeply. Wei Dong's impulsive idea had originally been to lay up with Jiejia in his arms, but in that moment he felt his explosive power was sufficient for a dunk. And without a second thought, he executed it. Astonishingly, it went in. Talent points increased by 1. Indeed, even winning against Li Jiejia could augment talent points. Wow. After setting Li Jiejia down, the players rushed onto the court, embracing Wei Dong. The dunk was both sweet and spectacular. Dunking with a girlfriend. Who would have thought it possible? Calm down, everyone. Wei Dong joked with his brothers before glancing at the janitor, sweeping the floor. Li Jiejia seemed to grasp Wei Dong's intention, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Wei Dong, you wouldn't? Wei Dong quickly confirmed her suspicion, grinning as he addressed the janitor. Sir, would you like to join me for a game of bullfighting? One player muttered, Boss, he's just a janitor. Isn't a janitor a person? Wei Dong playfully slapped the back of the player's head and continued to gaze expectantly at the janitor. Sir, would you like to challenge me to a game of bullfighting? To everyone's astonishment, the janitor, having swept the floors of the Yanqing Sports Hall for many years, indeed set down his broom and approached. I haven't had a chance to stretch in a while. Li Pei cautioned, Sir, don't overestimate yourself. He is Wei Dong, a 4-time MVP of the Cuba Finals. That janitor's hook shot is quite impressive. The janitor picked up a basketball and stood opposite Wei Dong. Let's play 3 shots. Being older, I'll take the first shot. All right. Wei Dong nodded, unconcerned as he was on the verge of acquiring enough talent points for 3 skill packages. The janitor took the ball, stepping just outside the 3-point line and executing a sweeping hook shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net effortlessly. Wow! The players erupted in astonishment. The hook shot from the old janitor. Up until this moment, he was the first to score against Wei Dong. Impressive, sir, Wei Dong remarked seriously. Thankful it was only 3 shots, or he might have already lost. The ball returned to the janitor, who, with another hook shot, sent it soaring. However, Wei Dong reacted swiftly, intercepting the ball just as it left the janitor's hands. The janitor grumbled, Youngsters these days lack chivalry, bullying a man over 60. Now, it's my turn to attack. Wei Dong chuckled, taking the ball and launching a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball went straight through the net. For the second shot, Wei Dong again executed a three-pointer. Given his height, the janitor could hardly contest his shot, resulting in another smooth swish. For the third shot, he replicated his previous success, ultimately defeating the hook-shooting janitor with a score of 3-1. "Thank you, sir," Wei Dong expressed his gratitude, then turned to his teammates. "You should learn from the janitor, maintaining a competitive spirit." The players were taken aback. Members of the Yin University basketball team, even those with athletic scholarships, are considered the elite. Yet we are told to learn from a janitor? Never underestimate the janitors, Wei Dong advised with a smile. Many skilled players started as janitors, with 15 talent points in hand. In truth, Wei Dong could have continued playing at the school basketball court to earn more talent points, but that felt somewhat shameless. Being a person of integrity, Wei Dong would never engage in such dishonorable actions. Besides, 15 talent points were sufficient. Furthermore, once he entered the NBA, winning a game would unlock a skill package. How to redeem these 15 points? Wei Dong pondered briefly before opting to exchange for 3 skill packages. Thompson's shooting package, Rodman's rebounding package, Kobe's fadeaway jump shot package. He recalled his brief 10-day contract, during which he had participated in 4 games. These 3 skill packages would be more than enough, especially in the first game. He was determined to avenge a past humiliation. Wei Dong was confident that in these 4 matches, he would prove himself, and after the games, he would be able to secure a short contract with the NBA. As for signing a long-term contract, Wei Dong currently has no such intentions, that he is confident in raising his market value and believes that signing a long-term deal upon entering the NBA would be a disadvantage for him. 5 days later, Wei Dong received a call from the NBA Commissioner's office. Simultaneously, the Suns offered him a 10-day contract, requiring him to report to Phoenix. Following this development, a flurry of news reports emerged. After Yao Ming's retirement from the NBA 11 years ago, and now 12 years later, the league is in dire need of the Chinese market. This might explain why Stern was willing to give Wei Dong an opportunity. However, fans had mixed reactions, with some offering their blessings while others mocked Wei Dong for his audacity. It is safe to say that Wei Dong was entering the NBA under immense pressure. Years ago, it was this very pressure that made him acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and NBA players upon his debut. In garbage time, he was immediately outmaneuvered by a towering opponent. When the ball finally reached his hands, nervousness compelled him to shoot hastily, resulting in a ludicrous air ball, which turned his 10-day contract into a considerable joke. This experience nearly led Wei Dong to lose faith in basketball. Yet, the situation is different now. With maximum talent points and a supportive system, he feels confident enough to take on top stars like Kobe and LeBron. The offer of a 10-day contract from the NBA may seem trivial, but when it comes to a Chinese player, it becomes significant, especially considering Wei Dong is merely a collegiate athlete, making this achievement all the more glorious. Back home, media coverage was overwhelming, with some outlets even claiming Wei Dong could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yao Ming as a new hope for Chinese basketball. Only Wei Dong's alma mater, Yenjing University, refrained from publicizing the event. Perhaps they understood that the higher one is lifted, the harder the fall, and they wished to spare their student excessive pressure. Bearing the hopes of the media, Wei Dong boarded the flight to Phoenix. At the airport, as he embraced Li Jiajia, he whispered in her ear, "This year, you will witness my performance live in the finals. I believe in you." Li Jiajia replied with a sweet smile, planting a kiss on his forehead before they parted ways. As Wei Dong stepped out of the airport in Phoenix, he felt utterly alone. This was his first visit to the United States, and no team would concern themselves with a player on a mere 10-day contract. Not a single media outlet awaited him at the airport, and he had to hail a taxi to the West Coast Arena. The air in America felt vastly inferior to that of China. Taking a deep breath, Wei Dong set his sights on a goal: to seize every honor here and bring it back to China. At that moment, he was ready to dominate the NBA. Upon entering the West Coast Arena, Wei Dong found the players engaged in rigorous training. With only 10 regular season games remaining, the Suns were ranked 10th in the West, needing to win every remaining game to secure a playoff berth. "Hey, are you Wei Dong?" The first to greet him was Coach Gentry, who was studying the tactical board while players were divided into 2 teams for a scrimmage. Wei Dong courteously responded, Hello, coach. Gentry nodded and instructed. Start warming up. You'll be on the court shortly. All right, Wei Dong replied, beginning to jog around the sidelines. After a while, Gentry waved him over, called for a timeout, and said, Dudley, come off. Wei Dong, you're in. Dudley, as swingman, was deemed somewhat similar to Wei Dong based on his profile, prompting Gentry to give him a chance to showcase his skills that in this intra-squad scrimmage. The starters faced off against the reserves. The starting lineup featured Nash, Hill, Lopez, Reed, and Brown, while the reserves included Dudley, Fry, Gortat, Chalmers, and Morris. As the game entered the second half, the reserves were trailing by 11 points when Wei Dong replaced Dudley. Hey, brother, welcome to the NBA. His teammates were exceptionally welcoming, embracing him as he took to the court. The Suns had once been pioneers of the small ball era, playing at a rapid pace. Gortat passed the ball to Wei Dong, who swiftly brought it up the court. Brother, welcome to the NBA, Hill said defensively. Clapping his hands, I'll show you that the NBA is not comparable to college leagues. Ha! Wei Dong chuckled. Just as Gortat set a screen in a flash, Wei Dong blew past Hill. So fast, Hill exclaimed, astonished that he, once touted as Jordan's successor, had been outpaced by Wei Dong. After the screen, Gortat rolled to the basket. Wei Dong delivered a bounce pass, and Gortat, poised for a layup, noticed Wei Dong slipping to the corner with his peripheral vision. With a slight smile, Gortat returned the ball to Wei Dong, eager to see his skill level. When the ball returned to Wei Dong's hands, he found himself unguarded. Swish, without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer, and the ball swished through the net. Well done. Quick, get back on defense. His teammates encouraged him while hastily retreating to their own half. Gentry's eyes sparkled as he jotted down the first line on his tactical board. Decisive shooter. Possesses a three-point shot. Nash quickly pushed the ball up the court, where Reed found himself open. Nash tossed the ball to Reed, who took a shooting motion, while Gortat and Lopez positioned themselves for a rebound beneath the basket. Clang! The shot missed, and the ball soared into the air. Get the rebound, Nash shouted, and both Gortat and Lopez leaped simultaneously. However, someone was quicker. Before they could even touch the ball, Wei Dong soared above them to snag the rebound. What a leap! His teammates gasped in awe. Wei Dong and Gortat had nearly jumped simultaneously. Yet despite being at a disadvantage in height and wingspan, Wei Dong's ability to claim the rebound first indicated that his vertical leap and bounce surpassed those of the two centers. Great leaping ability translates to effective rebounding. Gentry noted the second line on his tactical board. Get back. The starters began their retreat. This time, Wei Dong passed the ball to Chalmers and sprinted toward the front court. Good job, brother. Hill gave Wei Dong a thumbs up. Although it was merely a scrimmage, his three-pointer and rebound performance was impressive. Chalmers passed the ball to Fry beyond the three-point line, but Fry's shot missed. Gortat secured the rebound and, seeing Wei Dong had shaken off Hill's defense, quickly passed the ball back to him. Wei Dong caught it and launched another three. Swish! Another one. The score climbed to 67. 59. Wei Dong's consecutive three-pointers narrowed the gap to just 8 points. The starters began to take the situation more seriously. Losing to the reserves would be quite embarrassing. After dribbling across half-court, Nash executed a pick-and-roll with Lopez, who slammed down a dunk for 2 points. A few possessions later, the score widened again to 75. 61. Passed the ball to Wei Dong. At that moment, Gentry shouted from the sidelines, I want to see how many threes this kid can sink today. Upon hearing this, all the players wore exasperated expressions that in a scrimmage. This was the norm. Had it been a formal game, Gentry might have called a timeout. However, he felt that it would not be appropriate to shout it out loud, as it would expose their tactics. The coach had arranged for the substitutes to deliberately seek out Wei Dong. Wei Dong, unyielding, recognized this as a test from the coach. His performance today was crucial for whether he would take the court tomorrow. After all, it was an intra-team scrimmage, and Hill did not unleash his full defensive prowess against Wei Dong, allowing him to score 3 consecutive three-pointers. The score stood at 77-70, still trailing by 7 points. Wei Dong stole a glance at his palm. His shooting talent was rated at 100, complemented by Thompson's shooting package. This was essentially a fortified version of Thompson's shooting style. His earlier insistence on maxing out his talent points had proven to be highly beneficial. The skill packages Wei Dong was now acquiring were all enhanced versions, stronger than the originals. 5 three-pointers, 5 shots made. If making one was luck, and 2 was also luck, then hitting 5 in a row was a testament to both skill and rhythm. Although Hill did not deploy his full defensive capabilities, the intensity of his defense had risen. Wei Dong nearly shot his final 2 three-pointers while being closely guarded by Hill. The third quarter concluded. Players took a 2-minute break, and Nash approached Wei Dong. Extending his hand, Wei Dong, "Welcome to the Suns." "Thank you." After shaking hands with Nash, Wei Dong suddenly proclaimed, "I will bring a championship trophy to the Suns." Wow! The teammates, who had been sitting on the sidelines drinking water, jumped up immediately upon hearing Wei Dong's words. This was typical of Americans. They idolize heroes, and the more audacious one has character, the more they admire them. Here was a young Chinese player, having only signed a 10-day contract and yet to play a single official NBA game, boldly declaring he would deliver a championship trophy to the Suns. Such audacity! The entire Western Conference arena was captivated by Wei Dong's bold statement. Only Wei Dong understood that before his arrival, this city had yet to celebrate a championship trophy. The closest they had come was in the year he traversed back, nearly clinching the championship only to fall short against the Bucks. Furthermore, after this season, Nash would depart from the Suns to join the Lakers. Regrettably, until his retirement, this legendary NBA point guard would never hold a championship trophy of his own, a void that Wei Dong was determined to fill. "Brother, keep pushing." Nash clapped Wei Dong on the shoulder. "Together, let us bring a championship trophy to this city." As the fourth quarter commenced, the players were electrified. Lopez missed a shot, and Wei Dong secured the rebound. Morris raced down the court, and Wei Dong launched a long pass. Morris caught it and executed a thunderous dunk. 77-72. The ensuing moment saw the starters and substitutes alternating scores. With 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 89-88, just 1 point away from a lead for the substitutes. Winning against the starters in an intra-squad training match would be an honor, and the bench players were now brimming with enthusiasm. Wei Dong dribbled the ball up the court once more, but Hill intensified his defense, preventing Wei Dong from comfortably attempting a three-pointer. Thus, after a few dribbles, he passed the ball to Morris to tee the moment of passing. Wei Dong exchanged a knowing glance with Morris. Morris understood. Upon receiving the ball, he lobbed it toward the basket. A pass. Everyone was puzzled by Morris's intention. Gortat had not positioned himself under the basket, so to whom was Morris passing? However, Hill soon realized that the Wei Dong he was defending had vanished. After passing the ball to Morris, Wei Dong cut toward the basket. As Morris threw the ball into the air, Wei Dong had already leaped high. Bang! Wei Dong delivered a powerful dunk over Lopez. The entire basketball hoop seemed to tremble. 89-90. The substitutes had taken a lead for the first time, leaving his teammates momentarily stunned that if such a dunk were to occur in an official game, it would surely secure a spot in the year's top plays. Get back on defense. Wei Dong did not dwell on his dunk. He was the first to sprint back to defend. Witnessing Wei Dong's performance, Gentry scribbled down a third note on the tactical board. Mature mindset, common competition, that a dunk can significantly boost morale in a game. Wei Dong's dunk had indeed invigorated the bench squad. Following this, after the starters' offensive play, Hill missed a shot, and Wei Dong grabbed the rebound. After maneuvering around Hill, he passed the ball to Fry, who was waiting beyond the three-point line. Swish! Uncontested, Fry raised his hand for a three-pointer, and the ball swished through the net. 89-93. The substitutes began to extend their lead. The starters missed another shot, and Gortat secured the rebound, handing the ball back to Wei Dong. Wei Dong dribbled to the front court and took a three-pointer. Swish! The ball found the net once more. 89-96. With just 1 minute remaining, the gap widened to 7 points. The starters conceded. After all, it was an intra-team training match, and without any timeouts left, trying to close a 7-point gap in a minute was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, intensifying defense could risk player injuries, with only 10 games left in the regular season. Sustaining an injury at this point would be a costly misstep. Beep! As the final whistle blew, the substitutes triumphed over the starters with a score of 96. 89. Gortat and several others were elated, rushing over to embrace Wei Dong, lifting him high and tossing him into the air as an expression of their excitement. Nash and Hill observed this scene with smiles, applauding the bench team. Gentry glanced at the statistics. Wei Dong played for 17 minutes, scoring 23 points, with 3 assists, 9 rebounds, 2 steals, and no blocks, including shooting 7 three-pointers out of 9 attempts. Although it was merely an intra-squad scrimmage, it still held the intensity of the NBA. Not to mention, he had performed against the starters, and these statistics surpassed those of an average NBA starter. Gentry slapped his thigh, feeling as if he had struck gold. Nash approached Gentry, whispering, "I've seen Wei Dong's stats. He's quite strong, but not this strong. That's due to the limitations of the collegiate league in China." Gentry confidently replied, "This is a player who rises to the occasion. We need him. Tomorrow, I want him on the court. That's exactly what I was thinking," Nash responded. After the scrimmage concluded, Wei Dong sat on the sidelines, sipping a drink handed to him by a teammate. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Talent points increased by 5. It turned out that participating in this intra-squad training match could grant him 5 talent points. Wei Dong realized that he had greatly misunderstood the system. It had been quite generous to him today as for what skill package to purchase with these 5 points. He decided to wait until tomorrow's game. Should he have the opportunity to play, he would assess the situation before making a purchase. Gentry approached Wei Dong, inquiring, "What number would you like for your jersey?" "A number, Wei Dong pondered. During his time in Cuba, his jersey number had been 13. However, in the Suns, he could not possibly wear number 13. As it belonged to the team's leader, Nash, Wei Dong wouldn't be so audacious as to claim the number from the star player, and Nash would certainly not approve AS for number 1. It was also out of the question. Although Stoudemire had transferred, he had previously worn that number 7. Ultimately, Wei Dong settled on the number 7, as he had a fondness for it. One day, in the NBA, the number 7 would surpass the number 23. "I'll arrange for someone to make your jersey." After Gentry spoke, he clapped his hands and addressed the team. "Everyone, head home early to rest. We must secure a victory in tomorrow's game." After exchanging encouraging words, the players all departed. Wei Dong retrieved his belongings from his locker, where his number 7 jersey would hang the following day. After showering, he prepared to rest in the arena dormitory. Without a place to stay in Phoenix, and with his 10-day contract yielding only $9,000, staying at a hotel was too expensive and inconvenient. The best option was to reside within the arena itself. Just as he had done in his previous life, as Wei Dong walked toward the dormitory, Dudley appeared, smiling as he asked, "Wei Dong, have you experienced the nightlife in Phoenix?" No. Wei Dong shook his head with a chuckle. Phoenix, also known as the Valley of the Sun, is considered a major city in the United States, boasting a population that surpasses that of Washington, D.C. In his previous life, Wei Dong spent only a mere 10 days in Phoenix before returning home in disgrace. And since then, he had never revisited the city. "Let us go." Dudley jangled his car keys, eager to introduce Wei Dong to the nightlife of Phoenix. Wei Dong politely declined, stating, "Thank you, but I just disembarked from my flight and feel rather fatigued. I would prefer to return to my dormitory for some rest." Dudley inquired, "Did you fly in from China?" "Indeed," Wei Dong replied. "I had a layover during my flight, but it wasn't for long. I came straight to the arena upon landing." "Incredible," Dudley exclaimed. "You've flown for over 10 hours, arrived here exhausted, skipped rest, and yet led the bench players to victory against the starters. Unbelievable." "Oh, it was merely a friendly scrimmage. Everyone was not taking it too seriously, and I happened to be on point today," Wei Dong humbly responded. Dudley complimented him, saying, "I've heard that the Chinese are known for their humility and courtesy, and it appears to be true. However, once you step onto the NBA stage, you must abandon modesty. You need to flaunt a bit more, for as a rookie, the more humble you are, the more others will take advantage of you." "Haha, understood," Wei Dong acknowledged. He was acutely aware that Dudley's words held merit. In his former life, the moment he stepped onto the court, he was bullied due to his humility, compounded by his lack of skill at that time. In this life, he was determined to ensure that everyone recognized his audacity. After a few more casual exchanges, Wei Dong ultimately did not return to his dormitory to rest, as Dudley insisted on taking him to his home. Believing that the accommodations at the arena were subpar, Dudley's vehicle was a flamboyant Ferrari convertible. Although he was merely a role player in the NBA, he certainly had the means to own a sports car. As they cruised through the streets of Phoenix, whenever they encountered attractive women, Dudley would whistle at them and instruct Wei Dong, "Bro, don't be so stiff. Look at that girl. She is stunning. I have a penchant for curvy figures, haha." Wei Dong merely chuckled in agreement. Dudley's tastes were reminiscent of Harden's, yet at present, Harden remained the best sixth man for the Thunder, yet to showcase his full prowess in the NBA. A blonde beauty sped past them, and Dudley immediately pressed the accelerator to pursue her, whistling as he did so. "Hey bro, take notes from me." After playfully flirting with the beauty, Dudley turned to Wei Dong with a smug expression. "Now that's the best way to greet a lovely lady." Huh. Wei Dong raised an eyebrow. "I've heard that gun ownership is legal in America." "Of course." Dudley nodded proudly. "We live in a free country." Wei Dong chuckled. "So you're not worried that this beauty might suddenly pull out a gun and shoot you?" "No way." Dudley shrugged. "While gun ownership is legal here, murder is still a crime." Wei Dong was simply jesting with Dudley. However, what transpired next genuinely startled Wei Dong. The very beauty whom Dudley had flirted with had now caught up to them, and from the passenger seat, she brandished a gun, pointing it at Dudley, commanding, "Pull over." "What the hell?" Dudley exclaimed, trembling in fear. Wei Dong couldn't believe his ears. Such a stunning girl had truly drawn a gun on him. The beauty's expression was icy, and Dudley feared that if he didn't comply, she might indeed shoot him. "What the hell?" Wei Dong was equally taken aback. Having just arrived in America, he certainly did not wish to meet his end before even stepping onto the court, especially since he had just reincarnated with unparalleled talent to break into the NBA. Dudley had already pulled the car to the side of the road, and Wei Dong, somewhat disgruntled, said, "Dudley, you'd better apologize to the girl." "Uh-huh." Dudley had already resigned himself, fully prepared to apologize. Fortunately, after Dudley parked the car, the girl holstered her gun and stepped out, approaching the front of the Ferrari, inquiring, "Were you the one whistling at me?" Relieved, Dudley winked at Wei Dong, signaling him to quickly apologize. However, Wei Dong merely pointed at Dudley beside him, calmly replying, "It was him who whistled." "What the hell?" Dudley was taken aback by Wei Dong's lack of loyalty. Yet Wei Dong thought it was Dudley who had instigated this situation. Why should he take the blame? Upon realizing that it was Dudley who had whistled, the girl's face twisted in disgust as she turned to Wei Dong, suddenly transforming her demeanor. "Hey handsome, can I treat you to dinner?" Dudley was astonished. No one could have predicted that the girl would stop them with a gun merely to invite Wei Dong out for a meal. In this open society, a girl inviting a boy to dinner was not just a simple meal. It often implied something more intimate. It seemed that Wei Dong was indeed a fortunate man, and Dudley found himself envious of Wei Dong. "I've already eaten," Wei Dong replied nonchalantly. "What my friend did was wrong, and if you wish for him to apologize, he can do so now. However, if no apology is required, I kindly ask you to step aside. We must be on our way." Wei Dong's response left both the girl and Dudley in disbelief. The girl was astonished that someone would dare reject her, while Dudley was surprised that anyone would turn down an invitation from such a beauty. And no need for an apology. The girl dismissed Dudley entirely, continuing to address Wei Dong. "I'm Daisy. What's your name?" "Handsome." "What a tedious woman." Wei Dong felt increasingly impatient and turned to Dudley, saying, "Let's go to—" "Oh," Dudley replied, ready to leave. Daisy grew anxious, pressing her hands against the hood of the Ferrari, asserting, "You can't leave." "Bro," Dudley shrugged. "Looks like this girl named Daisy has set her sights on you to—" It must be said, Daisy was indeed stunning, rivaling international superstars, with a figure that was exceptionally alluring. Yet in Wei Dong's heart, only Li Jia held significance. He would reject the allure of any woman for her. In his previous life, during his most destitute moments, Li Jia remained steadfast by his side, and that alone was sufficient. "In my previous life, you did not forsake me. In this life, I shall not betray you." Wei Dong ignored Dudley's teasing and addressed Daisy. "Daisy, please move aside. If you continue to block our path, I will have no choice but to call the police." Such a trivial matter escalated to the point of involving law enforcement. Both Daisy and Dudley were bewildered. At that moment, Daisy felt an overwhelming desire to conquer. For no boy had ever rejected her, not even someone as handsome as Wei Dong. However, Dudley lacked loyalty as well. Before departing, he whistled at Daisy again and loudly informed her of Wei Dong's name. "Daisy, this is Wei Dong, a player for the Suns. That if you wish to meet him, you can come to the Western Conference Arena tomorrow." "What the hell?" Wei Dong shot Dudley a glare. That guy was utterly disloyal. Dudley's promised exploration of Phoenix's nightlife never came to fruition, as there were only 10 games remaining before the playoffs, and the Suns' ranking was precarious, I could tease such a time. No player had the heart for leisure. His invitation to Wei Dong stemmed from his belief that the accommodations at the arena were inadequate, and he wished for Wei Dong to rest at his home, seeing as he was a lone bachelor living alone. Dudley's home was modest, a 3-bedroom apartment. Upon returning home, he tossed his bag on the floor, offering Wei Dong the choice of a bedroom or a couch. He could sleep wherever he liked. If you can't sleep, you can join me for some video games. Go ahead and play. Wei Dong asked Dad Eli to help him connect his notebook to the internet before going to bed. Wei Dong wanted a video chat with Li Jiejia. He certainly had no time to indulge Dad Eli in games. The living room echoed with Dad Eli's boisterous sounds, prompting Wei Dong to simply shut the door. At this moment, it was morning in China, and Li Jiejia, now a senior, was busy with her graduation thesis defense. After receiving Wei Dong's message, she made him wait for a bit before answering the video call. Li Jiejia was in her tidy dormitory. The reason she asked Wei Dong to wait was to remind her roommate to dress appropriately for the video call, as her roommate was wearing rather flimsy pajamas in the April weather. Li Jiejia's charming face appeared on the screen. Although they had only been apart for a day, Wei Dong already missed her dearly. Have you been to the gym? Yes, I met the head coach and my teammates. Are they treating you well? They're very nice to me. I'm currently staying at Dad Eli's house. Is he the one with the round face? Due to Wei Dong's influence, Li Jiejia was quite familiar with NBA players. Especially since Wei Dong joined the Suns, she recognized several players, and upon hearing Dad Eli's name, she immediately thought of that round-faced. That's him. Wei Dong replied with a cheerful nod, then added, there's a game tomorrow night, and I might get a chance to play. Go for it. Li Jiejia encouraged him, making a fist for support. I could see that moment. Li Jiejia's 2 roommates joined the frame, exclaiming, wow, a big star. Will we see you on TV tomorrow? Zhuang Fei and Zhou Xian, Li Jiejia's roommates, were familiar to Wei Dong, who smiled back. Haven't you seen me on TV before? Every year, the Cuba games were broadcast live on CCTV, so they had indeed seen Wei Dong on screen. That's different. Zhuang Fei made a funny face. You're now an NBA player. The viewership for NBA games is so high. The playful banter continued as Zhou Xian and Zhuang Fei teased Li Jiejia. Eventually, Li Jiejia told Wei Dong, I should go now. Get some rest and prepare well for tomorrow's game. School hunk? Zhuang Fei chimed in, America is quite open. You mustn't get entangled with any romantic interest there. I won't. Wei Dong shook his head vigorously. We trust you. Zhuang Fei reassured him. You can rest easy. We will make sure Jiejia is safe from any distractions. Before they started dating, both Wei Dong and Li Jiejia were popular figures at Yen University. Receiving countless love letters, you're talking nonsense. Li Jiejia pushed Zhuang Fei away, then turned to Wei Dong. Really, it's time for you to rest. Media reports, including those about Wei Dong's current situation, mentioned he had secured a 10-day short contract with the NBA and that he had only previously played in college leagues. Many were skeptical about his chances of playing. Yet a few individuals, including Li Jiejia and her roommates, firmly believed he could rise to stardom. The following afternoon, Dad Eli and Wei Dong arrived at the Western Conference Arena. Tonight, the Suns were set to face the Lakers, led by Kobe Bryant. Before the game, players engaged in some light training at the arena. Wei Dong focused on shooting practice while Dad Eli chatted with teammates nearby. Before long, teammates approached, their faces displaying peculiar expressions. There's something on my face? Wei Dong inquired, puzzled. Bro, you're amazing. We're so impressed. Gortat and Warwick grinned mischievously, complimenting Wei Dong. What's going on with you guys? Just say it straight. Wei Dong responded, confused that don't mind them. Hill interjected, explaining, Dad Eli just told us you turned down a date with a stunning girl yesterday. Isn't that normal? Wei Dong scoffed, maintaining a serious demeanor. I already have a girlfriend. Ignore them. Nash approached and added, focus on preparing. You might get a chance to play tonight. The Lakers vs. Suns matchup drew significant attention in China, especially since it was being broadcast live by CCTV with commentators Zhang Zhidao and Yu Jia. At 9:30 p.m. Beijing time, they settled in at the commentary booth. Yu Jia. This game is drawing a lot of attention, Zhang Zhidao remarked. Indeed, Wei Dong is the 6th Chinese player to enter the NBA. Although it's just a 10-day contract, we all hope to see him play, Yu Jia replied. What do you think about the game's outcome? The Lakers are 3rd in the West while the Suns are 10th. With only 10 games left in the season, the Suns will fight tooth and nail for a playoff spot. The outcome is truly uncertain, Zhang Zhidao elaborated. Why don't we predict whether Wei Dong will get a chance to play today? I certainly hope to see him on the court, Zhang Zhidao affirmed. Both teams are starting their warm-ups now. I see Wei Dong practicing his shots, Yu Jian noted. From his movements, it appears that despite stepping onto an NBA court for the first time, he isn't nervous, Zhang Zhidao observed. That's a valid point, but warm-ups may not truly reflect one's nerves, Yu Jia countered. This was Wei Dong's first game since securing the 10-day contract, and the Lakers vs. Suns matchup was as highly anticipated in China as the NBA Finals. It was a Saturday, and the Yin University cafeteria was already buzzing with students. Ijia chose not to go to the cafeteria due to the crowd and the fact that everyone knew Wei Dong was her boyfriend, which would only cause a stir. Thus, she and her roommates watched the live broadcast from their dormitory. As the game was about to commence and players began to enter the arena, Nash walked over to Wei Dong, patting him on the shoulder with concern. "You're not nervous, are you?" "Not at all," Wei Dong replied with a smile, feeling a bit excited. Nash chuckled. "That's the spirit. Keep that excitement. You'll be the last to enter." Typically, the last player to enter is the star of the team, and today, Nash was passing that honor to Wei Dong. The live commentary began introducing the players. First, the Lakers entered, with Kobe being the last. When the crowd shouted Kobe, even in Phoenix, the applause was thunderous. "Wow, Kobe's popularity is incredible," Yu Jia exclaimed. "That's Kobe," Zhang Zhidao affirmed. Following the Lakers, it was time for the Suns to make their entrance. Let's welcome Gortat, Fry, Warwick. As the announcer called out the names of the Suns players, viewers at home grew increasingly tense since they had yet to hear Wei Dong's name. If his name was not called, it would mean he wouldn't play at all. Nash. When Nash's name was announced, the arena erupted into deafening cheers. "Where's Wei Dong?" Fans watching the live broadcast were oblivious to how many players had already entered. However, traditionally, Nash was the last player to enter for the Suns, and since he had already entered without Wei Dong's name being called, it implied that Wei Dong was not on the roster for the day. Li Jejia and Zhuang Fei were not worried. Their ignorance of NBA substitution rules kept their faith alive that Wei Dong would indeed play. Suddenly, the announcer paused and exclaimed, "Next to enter is number 7. From China, Wei Dong." Wow. Upon hearing the name Wei Dong, a wave of cheers erupted from the cafeteria of Yenjing University. This group of exceptional individuals could hardly contain their excitement, for they were witnessing their fellow alumnus grace the grand stage of the NBA. With the entrance music and the resounding applause, Wei Dong ran onto the court, arms raised high. The starting lineup for the Suns included Nash, Lopez, Hill, Reed, and Dudley, with Gentry opting to elevate Dudley to the starting position. For the Lakers, the starters were Kobe, Bynum, Gasol, Fisher, and Blake. After taking the court, Kobe cast a few glances at Wei Dong. Aside from the great Yao, no Chinese player had yet proven themselves on this stage, and he pondered why the Suns had granted this relatively obscure player a 10-day contract. Despite Wei Dong not being among the starters, the atmosphere remained hopeful that it would indeed be peculiar for a college player, holding a mere 10-day contract and newly entering the NBA, to find himself in a starting role. As the game commenced, Gasol and Lopez faced off for the tip-off, with the Lakers gaining possession. Fisher brought the ball up, passing it to Kobe, who took 2 dribbles before executing a smooth jump shot that swished through the net. 0-2. The Lakers took an early lead. The Suns retaliated with a play between Nash and Lopez, resulting in a 2-point basket. Wei Dong remained calm, diligently observing the unfolding dynamics on the court. His gaze flickered upon noticing Bynum. Recalling how, in his previous life, he had been outmaneuvered by the notoriously unskilled ball handler. The score fluctuated, yet Gentry showed no intention of bringing Wei Dong into the game. This puzzled Wei Dong, as he vividly remembered that in his past life, the Lakers had dominated the first half, leading by a substantial margin, which had ultimately allowed him a chance to play as the first half concluded. The score stood at 52-49, with the Suns leading by a slender 3-point margin. In his previous life, at this juncture, the Suns had been trailing by 21 points. Was it a result of his rebirth, or were the two worlds inherently different? Wei Dong pondered this, realizing that if the score remained so close, Gentry might refrain from sending him in. The second half began with the Lakers mounting a comeback, launching a quick 11 o'clock scoring run to take the lead at 52-60. Gentry promptly called a timeout to strategize. Yet he still showed no inclination to put Wei Dong in the game. When play resumed, the Suns attempted to counter, though with limited success. By the end of the third quarter, the score had shifted to 63-79, leaving the Suns trailing by 16 points. The players began to exhibit signs of frustration, while Gentry encouraged them. Weidong knew he could no longer wait. He had to seize his opportunity. "Coach, I want to play." He boldly approached Gentry. Gentry glanced at Weidong, taken aback. His teammates were equally astonished. In the NBA, aside from superstars, players were expected to abide by the coach's decisions, and ordinary players lacked the privilege to request playing time. Gentry hesitated. Trailing by 16 points was not insurmountable. Although Weidong had performed exceptionally well in the previous day's scrimmage, bringing an inexperienced player into such a critical moment was a gamble. Yet Nash's eyes lit up with conviction as he declared, "Let Weidong play. I believe in him." All right, with Nash's endorsement, Gentry decided to grant Weidong his chance. Weidong shot a grateful glance at Nash, finally able to step onto the court and avenge his past grievances. With 5 skill points remaining, he promptly exchanged them for a skill package. The Allen Iverson crossover. As the fourth quarter began and Weidong stepped onto the court, the commentators expressed their astonishment. Who do we see? The Chinese player wearing number 7. Gentry is actually fielding a college player in the crucial fourth quarter. On CCTV, Yu Jia and director Zhang were equally taken aback that he's on the court. "Weidong is on the court," Yu Jia exclaimed twice, eager to express his excitement. Director Zhang remarked, trailing by 16 points, there's still hope for a comeback. Implicitly, he suggested that Gentry's decision to put Weidong in the game was rather questionable. Meanwhile, the domestic fans erupted with enthusiasm. They were unconcerned with whether it was a poor decision. Witnessing a Chinese player on the NBA stage was enough to evoke national pride. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams substituted their bench players. The Lakers fielded Bynum, Sessions, Barnes, Walton, and Hill, while the Suns had Gortat, Dudley, Fry, Weidong, and Hill. Note that the Hill on the Lakers was Jordan Hill, while the Suns' Hill was Grant Hill. They were not the same person. Before entering the game, Nash encouraged Weidong, "Go for it. Bring the same level of play as in yesterday's scrimmage." Taking a deep breath, Weidong closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, then opened his eyes wide. "NBA, I am back." Upon seeing Weidong take the court, Kobe turned to Gasol and said, "Every Chinese player deserves attention. Gentry's decision to put Weidong and shows his faith in him. And Chinese player has surpassed Yao." Gasol replied with a smile. With possession of the ball, the Suns lacked a proficient point guard, so Weidong took the responsibility of bringing the ball up. Sessions approached to defend Weidong, taunting him, "Go back to your college league. This court isn't for kids." Trash talk has always been an integral part of the NBA. Many of its superstars are adept at it, but when it comes to dishing it back, Weidong had yet to yield to anyone. As Sessions continued his taunts, Weidong seized the opportunity, executing a swift crossover that left Sessions behind. He then took a jump shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. 65-79. The crowd erupted in cheers. But the fervor in the Yenjing University cafeteria surpassed it. One student was so excited he was pounding the table with his fist. Their alumnus, Weidong, in less than 10 seconds on the court. He had scored with a clean jump shot. "What a shot!" Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly on CCTV. Indeed, it was a remarkable play. Director Zhang couldn't help but add that crossover was exceptionally clean, reminiscent of Kobe style. After 2 long years, a Chinese player had finally scored on this stage. Even if it was just a 10-day contract, what did it matter? The players on the court felt the significance even more acutely. Kobe squinted, noting that Weidong's first step was incredibly quick, quicker than his own. In fact, "Good job, Weidong." The teammates on the bench were already leaping in excitement, with Lopez enthusiastically waving a towel. Upon scoring, the Suns quickly transitioned to defense. And as they did, Hill exchanged high fives with Weidong. Sessions brought the ball up again, and still taunting Weidong, he said, "Your luck will only take you so far. You won't score again. You're too slow." Weidong responded with a smile, "Slower than my grandmother." "What?" Sessions was taken aback that a rookie dared to talk back. He attempted to take Weidong one-on-one, hoping to teach the newcomer a lesson. However, Sessions lacked the skills for such an endeavor. Despite not having acquired a defensive skill package, Weidong's innate talent made defending against Sessions quite effortless. Sessions forced a shot, but Weidong swatted the ball away with a resounding block. What a rejection! Yu Jia shouted with excitement once again. The players on the court were particularly moved by Wei Dong's recent leap. Although Sessions attempted a forceful shot, blocking it one-on-one proved to be quite a challenge. Wei Dong's block appeared exceptionally graceful, primarily due to the remarkable height he attained during his jump. The basketball was secured by Hill, who swiftly advanced to the frontcourt. The Lakers players had not yet settled into position when Hill noticed Wei Dong approaching and promptly passed the ball to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Dong caught the ball and took a three-point shot. Thompson's shooting was flawless. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. 68-79. Wei Dong had scored 5 points with 2 attempts, including a block. Brown immediately called a timeout. As Wei Dong approached the bench, Nash was the first to rush over and embrace him, followed by jubilant teammates. Wei Dong, bring us back from this deficit. After Gentry spoke, he pulled out the tactical board, contemplated for a moment, and then withdrew it again, instructing his strategy to pass the ball to Wei Dong. Not this damned strategy again. The Suns players nearly stumbled over themselves. The strategy Gentry had assigned to the bench players during yesterday's scrimmage was precisely this. Upon returning from the timeout, the home fans began chanting Wei Dong's name. Narrowing the score was what the fans longed to witness. After the break, the Lakers made substitutions, with Sessions taking a seat on the bench alongside Hill, while Fisher and Gasol entered the game. Upon resuming, Gasol scored a basket down low, extending the lead to 13 points. The Lakers' defense had noticeably intensified, yet they remained dismissive of Wei Dong's presence. After all, he was merely a college player. Despite his speed and leaping ability, they believed it was just a fleeting moment of brilliance. On the Suns' side, Wei Dong slipped to the corner, and upon seeing this, Hill executed a long pass to him. Wei Dong caught the ball and, without a hint of hesitation, launched another three-pointer. .3. The commentator's voice echoed through the arena. Another three-pointer. Within just 2 minutes on the court, Wei Dong had netted 8 points, narrowing the gap to 10 points. The Lakers managed to score 2 points in a half-court set. The deficit remained unchanged. Yet, Gortat found Wei Dong beyond the three-point line and passed the basketball into his hands. .3. With 11 consecutive points, the cafeteria at Yen University erupted. No one could maintain their composure. This was undoubtedly a display befitting a superstar. Yu Jia exclaimed, "The hope of Chinese basketball has been rekindled. I believe Wei Dong will undoubtedly become an NBA superstar." Everyone was swept up in excitement, but Wei Dong's performance had merely begun. Brown had already discerned the Suns' strategy. Whenever Wei Dong found himself open, the ball must be passed to him. The unfortunate truth was that Wei Dong's shooting touch was simply too scorching. He consistently managed to sink the basketball into the hoop. With 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, Wei Dong hit yet another three-pointer, bringing the score to 88-87. The Suns had taken a lead by 1 point, with Wei Dong accounting for 21 of the Suns' 23 points in the fourth quarter. Kobe could no longer remain seated. Brown called for substitutions, and Kobe returned. The Lakers' main lineup was back on the floor. The Suns also adjusted their personnel, bringing Nash back into the game. With the Lakers now focusing their defensive efforts on Wei Dong, someone had to return to alleviate the offensive pressure on him. Scoring 21 points in a single quarter had already set a record for points scored by a player in their first appearance. Yet there remained 6 minutes to play. Chinese fans began to anticipate whether Wei Dong could break the NBA's single-quarter scoring record. Currently, the record stood at 33 points, a benchmark that had endured for decades, only matched by Anthony in 2008, but never surpassed. Wei Dong had only missed one shot thus far, and with such a fiery shooting touch, it was highly likely he could break the NBA's single-quarter scoring record. Miracles happen in the realm of basketball. Every fan held a desire to witness a miracle, especially if it were to occur with a Chinese player. Yet, it seemed as if this miracle was truly on the verge of happening. With 6 minutes left in the game, Wei Dong needed to sink just 4 more three-pointers to equal the NBA's single-quarter scoring record. Upon Kobe's return to the court, he demanded to guard Wei Dong one-on-one. For a rookie, matching up against a superstar was an honor, especially when that superstar was Kobe, one of the NBA's elite. Nash was a player who required double teaming. Even though Wei Dong was on fire this game, no one dared to leave Nash unguarded. Nash dribbled the ball while Gortat set a screen. After breaking through the defense, the Lakers' attention immediately shifted to Gortat, a common tactic employed by the Suns. However, This time Nash did not choose to pass the ball to Gortat. Instead, he directly tossed it to Wei Dong outside the paint. As Wei Dong caught the ball, Kobe lunged toward him. "Welcome to the NBA, rookie." Wei Dong chuckled, opting not to pass, but instead backing down against Kobe. Yu Jia shouted, "Is Wei Dong planning to go one-on-one with Kobe?" It is well known that Kobe's ascent to the ranks of elite superstars was not solely due to his offensive prowess. His defense was also among the best in the NBA, having consistently been a first-team all-defense player. Until this point, apart from his first basket, every shot Wei Dong had taken had been a quick release after receiving the ball, with no attempts at isolation plays. Backing against Kobe, Wei Dong took a step forward, seeking contact before executing a shoulder shimmy and a fadeaway jump shot. Swish! Although Kobe had lunged to block him, the basketball still grazed Kobe's fingertips before finding its way into the net. Great shot. In the cafeteria at Yin University, Li Pei exclaimed in exhilaration. To go one-on-one with Kobe was a dream for countless players. Kobe was momentarily stunned. The move was all too familiar. Wasn't that his signature move? The fadeaway jumper. When Wei Dong executed the move, the rhythm and form were nearly identical to his OWNI. In other words, Wei Dong had just scored using Kobe's own technique. This was a move Kobe had practiced countless times, and he alone knew just how difficult it was to defend against. "This shot is for you, idol," Wei Dong said to Kobe, turning to begin his defensive transition. "Interesting, kid?" Kobe chuckled, his competitive spirit ignited. The Lakers launched their offense as Kobe approached Wei Dong, shouting, "Come guard me, kid." It was a provocation. Without hesitation, Wei Dong stepped up to defend Kobe. But Kobe, being an elite NBA star, countered with the same fadeaway jumper, returning the favor. "Fascinating." Nash laughed as he dribbled in the front court and passed the ball back to Wei Dong. Yu Jia remarked, "Kobe is now facing off against Wei Dong." Zhang, the coach, added compared to Kobe, Wei Dong still appears somewhat inexperienced. Just as Zhang finished speaking, Wei Dong silenced his critics with yet another fadeaway jump shot that swished through the net. The exact same move, with Wei Dong and Kobe standing at the same height. It was as if two Kobes were competing against one another, leaving even Kobe himself momentarily disoriented. Holy cow! Chinese fans watching the live broadcast went into a frenzy. What were they witnessing? The rookie Wei Dong was actually matching Kobe point for point. 92-89. The Suns led by 3 points. With Wei Dong having scored 25 points in the fourth quarter, he was just 8 points shy of the NBA's single-quarter scoring record, with 5 minutes still remaining. The record seemed to beckon to Wei Dong. After Kobe answered with a three-pointer, the score was tied at 92. 92, the three-point margin was hardly insurmountable, yet Kobe had begun to exert full defensive pressure on Wei Dong, making it difficult for him to receive the ball comfortably in the next 2 minutes. The Suns managed to score only 1 basket through Nash, while Kobe continued to rack up points, gradually widening the lead. With 2 minutes and 57 seconds left in the game, the score reached 94-101, with the Suns trailing by 7 points, forcing Gentry to call a timeout. After securing the ball, Kobe insisted on double-teaming to relieve the pressure on Wei Dong's defense. "Wei Dong, you focus on running without the ball. Everyone else should find Nash and Wei Dong as soon as they receive the ball. Let's go secure this victory." Gentry meticulously devised strategies for the players. And upon re-entering the game, Nash evidently intensified the offensive tempo, which in turn shifted the Lakers' defensive focus onto him. After Nash successfully netted a 2-pointer, Gasol's attempt in the paint was thwarted by Lopez. The Suns swiftly launched a fast break, and at that moment, Wei Dong had already positioned himself in the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Nash delivered a long pass to Wei Dong. That familiar sensation returned. Upon receiving the ball, Wei Dong immediately released a 3-point shot. Swish. The basketball once again found nothing but net point 99-101. The Suns had narrowed the gap to a mere 2 points. The score tightened. Kobe remained remarkably composed, sinking a jump shot at this juncture. Wei Dong had already amassed 28 points, shattering the franchise record for points in a single quarter. However, Wei Dong was far from satisfied. He was acutely aware of his ambition to lead the Suns to a championship, necessitating a victory in this match that if they failed to reach the playoffs, what was there to discuss regarding a championship? Yu Jia remarked. "There's 1 minute left, and the Suns are trailing by 4 points. Coach Zhang responded. "For the fans, Wei Dong's performance has already been a delightful surprise. Whether the Suns win this game is now secondary, Yu Jia countered. I disagree. Look at the determination in Wei Dong's eyes. He simply must win this game. Coach Zhang cautioned. Yet he is up against a Lakers team featuring Kobe. Yu Jia proposed. How about we make a bet, Coach? I believe the Suns are destined to win this match. Coach Zhang replied. Then let us await the outcome. With 51 seconds remaining in the game, Wei Dong sank another three-pointer, reducing the deficit to just 1 point. Brown shouted from the sidelines. Do not allow Wei Dong an easy catch. Mark him tightly. Kobe, exuding an eerie calm, faced Wei Dong's offensive maneuver. Wei Dong felt a twinge of regret. He should have exchanged his 5 talent points for the Allen Iverson dribbling package. Had he chosen a defensive skill set instead, he might have been able to contain Kobe. Regrettably, prior to the game, his thoughts had been consumed by the desire to avenge being outmaneuvered by Bynum in a previous encounter. Consequently, during this match, due to his stellar performance, he had not even faced Bynum, who was now unlikely to challenge him one-on-one beyond the three-point line for fear of incurring the coach's wrath. Kobe, facing Wei Dong, executed a series of crossovers before raising his right hand. Fake. Lacking defensive experience, Wei Dong initially fell for Kobe's feint, only to realize it was a ruse too late. Coach Zhang sighed. Wei Dong was still too young, and Kobe had effortlessly left him behind. As Wei Dong descended, Kobe had already leapt to shoot. Yet Wei Dong refused to concede. His expression grave, he touched the ground with his toes and leapt again. His fully developed talent shone through. Wei Dong's vertical leap was astonishingly swift. Although Kobe had released a shot, Wei Dong's fingertips still grazed the basketball. Quick, grab the rebound. Kobe, realizing the ball had been touched by Wei Dong, shouted as he charged toward the basket. However, there was one who was quicker than Kobe, Wei Dong, who landed and sprinted towards the hoop. Thud! The basketball struck the rim and bounced up. Wei Dong and Kobe simultaneously contested the rebound. Rodman-like rebounding, Wei Dong silently chanted in his mind, securing the basketball to his chest. That it was utterly incredible. The live commentator exclaimed, Wei Dong has secured this pivotal rebound at the moment Kobe initiated his jump. Wei Dong had yet to land, yet Wei Dong's speed prevailed. He nearly leapt in tandem with Kobe, both exhibiting similar vertical prowess. The reason Wei Dong managed to seize this crucial rebound was due to his innate ability to anticipate the basketball's descent. If this were not mere coincidence, it was surely an instinctive gift for rebounding. Good lad. Kobe cast a sharp glance at Wei Dong, his gaze akin to that of a hawk, before hastily retreating to prepare for defense. Wei Dong passed the basketball to Nash and also sprinted forward. After snatching the rebound from Kobe, Wei Dong's demeanor remained eerily calm, mirroring Kobe's own intensity in the female dormitory at Yin University. Zhuang Fei was beside herself with excitement, vigorously shaking Li Jiajia. Wei Dong just thwarted Kobe's offensive attempt and even snatched the rebound from him. So cool. So incredibly cool. Kobe is my idol. Why does Wei Dong seem utterly unfazed? The cameras were focused on Wei Dong, and Li Jiajia's roommates noticed that despite such an outstanding defensive play, there was not a trace of smile on Wei Dong's face. That was simply his nature, Li Jiajia remarked. He takes basketball with utmost seriousness, possessing an overwhelming desire to win. Aside from basketball, he could be quite amusing. Could you ask Wei Dong to procure an autographed photo from Kobe for me? Zhuang Fei rested her head on Li Jiajia's shoulder, her expression one of flattery. Li Jiajia chuckled. Just ask him yourself. After all, you have his number. Zhuang Fei teased. Aren't you worried I might sweep away your Wei Dong? Li Jiajia shook her head. Not at all. Oh, the other two roommates chimed in, teasing Zhuang Fei. You're just a frog wishing to eat swan meat. Back on the court, Nash had already dribbled to the front, seeking an offensive opportunity. Time ticked away, second by second, with the Suns trailing by 1 point. Lopez set a screen, and as Nash drove in, he suddenly circled back to the three-point line, momentarily stunning all players. Brown shouted from the sidelines, "Do not allow Nash to shoot." No one dared to permit Nash an open three. Instantly, two players lunged to block him. That moment, Kobe sensed something amiss and called out to Bynum. Watch Wei Dong in the corner. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. After Nash reached the three-point line, he leapt but did not shoot. A deceptive feint. Nash passed the basketball to Wei Dong in the corner. This exemplified the prowess of a passing maestro. Only Nash noticed that as he circled back to the three-point line, Wei Dong had already made his way to the corner. As Nash prepared to shoot, two Lakers players charged towards him. This was due to Nash's unexpected vacancy. Everyone assumed he would opt to shoot, thus neglecting Wei Dong in the corner. Bynum rushed towards Wei Dong, but it was already too late. Wei Dong had long been prepared to shoot, and the basketball comfortably found its way into his hands. He leapt and released a three-pointer. Swish! The sound of the basketball finding the net was utterly delightful. 105. 103. With 13 seconds remaining, the Suns had once again taken the lead. The arena erupted into a frenzy. The echoes of jubilation filled the air. Brown called for another timeout. As the players exited the court, the arena's large screen suddenly displayed a number, plunging the venue into silence before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. 34. The scoreboard illuminated this number. What did it signify? Certainly not a jersey number, but rather Wei Dong's points in the fourth quarter, 34 points. He had shattered the NBA record for points scored in a single quarter. Kobe lifted his gaze to glance at the number, deep in thought. He, too, was a scoring aficionado, having achieved a feat of 30 points in a quarter. Encountering a scoring prodigy like Wei Dong was bound to stir something within him. As the timeout concluded, Kobe swiftly dribbled the ball up the court. The player defending Kobe had now become Hill. The Lakers trailed by 2 points, and the entire arena fell silent, with even the viewers at home holding their breath, all speculating on what offensive choice Kobe would make. A two-point attempt would lead the game into overtime. If he attempted a three-pointer, Kobe might just pull off a game-winning shot. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, with just 4 seconds remaining. Kobe accelerated, shaking off Hill, his toes barely a fraction away from the three-point line, and he launched a three-pointer. All eyes followed the arc of the basketball. Swish! The ball swished through the net. 105, 106. The Lakers surged ahead by a single point. In an instant, Gentry called for a timeout. The Chinese fans held their breath in anxious anticipation, quietly awaiting the resumption of play. With merely 3 seconds remaining, it was uncertain what tactical arrangement Gentry would devise. This was a night destined for Wei Dong, a night of glory. Yet, should they lose, such honor would be shrouded in shadows. In China, even among Lakers fans, there was a collective hope for the Suns to triumph in this contest. Coach Wei Dong proclaimed from the sidelines, his voice steady, "Please entrust the final shot to me." His teammates turned to him in astonishment. The pressure of this last shot was tremendous. In moments typically reserved for superstars, ordinary players would seek to evade the spotlight. Yet, Wei Dong boldly requested the ball. Gentry regarded him intently. "Do you understand what it means if I give you the final shot?" "I do," Wei Dong affirmed with a resolute nod. Gentry continued, "Your performance today has been remarkable. In your first NBA outing, you shattered the record for points in a single quarter. You possess the potential to become a superstar. However, should you fail to make this final shot, all your glory tonight will dissipate into nothingness." Wei Dong calmly replied, "I care not for glory. My sole concern is the victory of the game." "Very well." Gentry nodded. "I believe in Wei Dong. You all believe in him?" "We believe in Wei Dong." His teammates echoed, nodding in agreement. The Suns players then placed their hands atop one another, shouting in unison, "Let us go." Yu Jia pondered, to whom would the Suns entrust their final offensive play? Zhang. I see Fry and Hill have taken the court. Dudley and Lopez have been substituted. The Suns appear to be foregoing defense. Yu Jia observed Nash approaching the sidelines as Gentry designated him to inbound the ball. Before Wei Dong's arrival, Nash had been the Suns' most potent offensive weapon. Yu Jia found it perplexing that Nash was chosen to inbound at this critical moment. Zhang, Yu Jia noted, the Suns are merely a point behind. The optimal choice would be to drive for a layup. Even a missed layup could entice a foul from the Lakers. Nash positioned himself along the sideline. The Suns players began to make their moves towards the paint. Yet the Lakers' defense clung to them like an unyielding adhesive, ensuring that no player could comfortably receive the ball. Nash and Wei Dong exchanged a knowing glance. Wei Dong comprehended Nash's intent and began to circle around the baseline, with Kobe closely trailing him. However, Fry had already established his position, effectively obstructing Kobe. Seizing the moment, Nash flicked his arm, and Wei Dong securely caught the basketball. Yet, Bynum was already on his way to contest. Zhang remarked, "One-on-one is Wei Dong's weakest aspect. Against the taller and more athletic Bynum, his three-point shot is unlikely to find its mark." Yet before Zhang's words could completely settle, Wei Dong executed a dramatic change of direction, an Iverson-style crossover. This maneuver was all too familiar, a signature move of Iverson himself. Bynum stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground, with mere fractions of a second remaining. Wei Dong did not even glance at the fallen Bynum as he launched a three-pointer. Time seemed to freeze. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! The delightful sound echoed as the ball sailed through the net center. 108-106. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the game. The Suns had triumphed over the Lakers. Wei Dong, in 12 minutes of play during the fourth quarter, scored 37 points, setting a new record for points in a single quarter in the NBA. While also delivering the game-winning shot, this moment would be etched into history. Yujia declared, "Wei Dong has proven that Chinese players can indeed stand tall on the NBA stage." MVP. The game concluded, and the crowd erupted in chants of MVP. Reluctant to leave the arena, players exchanged gestures of camaraderie. On the court, they were adversaries, yet off the court, many were good friends. Kobe approached Wei Dong, embracing him and saying, "Brother, you are destined to shine in the NBA." "Thank you," Wei Dong replied. "You are my idol. Idol I cannot claim to be." Kobe waved dismissively, half jokingly, yet half seriously, "But I will not be surpassed by you." Wei Dong chuckled. "One day you will be." "Keep going." Kobe patted Wei Dong on the back and then inquired, "I heard you signed a short 10-day contract. Would you be interested in joining the Lakers to chase a championship with me?" Nash, overhearing this, immediately interjected, "Kobe, with so many All-Stars on the Lakers, isn't it inappropriate to recruit for my team?" "Ha!" Kobe laughed heartily. "I merely mentioned it in passing. Besides, Wei Dong's 10-day contract is nearing its end. Rest assured, we will renew it," Nash replied with a smile. Wei Dong watched with amusement as Nash and Kobe bantered, feeling a sense of surreal detachment that in his previous life. Following this very game, Kobe had not uttered a single word to him. Especially at the moment Bynum had bested him, he distinctly recalled the mocking laughter from the Lakers bench. Yet now, everything had transformed. He had outmaneuvered Bynum and delivered the decisive blow to the Lakers. He was also the record holder for the most points in a single quarter in the NBA. He had proven his worthiness on this grand stage. Just moments after the game, Kobe was already seeking to recruit him to the Lakers. This spoke volumes. "Are you kidding me?" This phrase echoed throughout the fourth quarter, frequently uttered by commentators. For Chinese fans, even after the game concluded, many remained in a state of sheer exhilaration, feeling as though they had witnessed a miracle. Had they not seen the live broadcast, anyone recounting Wei Dong's performance in the fourth quarter would surely respond with the commentator's words, "Are you kidding me?" Yet a miracle had indeed transpired. At this moment, every Chinese fan beamed with pride for Wei Dong. Especially at Yenjing University, the entire campus erupted in jubilation. Wei Dong was their alumnus, their pride. After the game, Li Jia hesitated to leave her dormitory. Everyone knew she was Wei Dong's girlfriend, and stepping outside now would be akin to strolling through Yenjing University with a bear. The largest basketball forum in China, Mop.com, crashed even before the game concluded. Users clamored to vent their excitement, but no matter how often they refreshed, the site remained inaccessible, inciting a flurry of frustrated comments. After the game, the Suns players showered and prepared for the post-game press conference, a customary procedure following each match. Media reporters had long awaited their arrival. This game had generated immense buzz, as a Chinese player on a 10-day contract had shattered the NBA's record for points in a single quarter, a true miracle. Moreover, the Suns had executed a remarkable 16-point comeback in the fourth quarter. "Wei Dong, your performance tonight was exceptional. You'll soon be surrounded by reporters." Dudley patted Wei Dong on the back. "Do not be nervous." "I won't be." Wei Dong gently shook his head. Although he had faced challenges in the NBA in his previous life, eventually rising from obscurity to become a billionaire, this press conference was merely a minor affair for him. He could hardly be anxious. The first to enter the press conference was Coach Gentry that a reporter asked, "Congratulations on the Suns securing a crucial victory. How would you evaluate your players' performances tonight?" Gentry replied. My players performed admirably. I am immensely proud of them. The reporter continued. In the face of a 16-point deficit over the first 3 quarters, you opted to deploy the inexperienced Wei Dong. Was this a strategic gamble? At that moment, it had been Wei Dong who had insisted on taking the court. Gentry smiled broadly. However, we believed in him. He is one of the most talented players I have ever encountered, even without prior NBA experience. I still had faith in him, and tonight, Wei Dong has proven himself. Every interview was rather brief. Gentry spoke only a few words before stepping down, followed by the star player, Nash. Nash extolled Wei Dong's performance that evening. And after he finished, Gentry signaled for Wei Dong to ascend for an interview. Without any hesitation, Wei Dong confidently approached the table and took a seat. Adjusting his attire, he prepared himself to commence. Ah, Wei the Handsome, it seems we meet again. Yet before Wei Dong could settle into his chair, the first question nearly sent him tumbling from his seat. The first voice he heard belonged to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed journalist whom he indeed recognized. This marked the second encounter between them. The first had occurred the previous night when Daisy had brandished a gun, compelling Dudley to pull over. Wei Dong had not anticipated that Daisy was a journalist. But if she were, how could Dudley not know her? Ignoring Daisy, Wei Dong found her still wearing a starry-eyed expression as she exclaimed, Wei the Handsome, you scored 37 points in a single quarter tonight. Breaking the NBA's record for points in a quarter, so impressive. I didn't check the stats, Wei Dong replied calmly, but I derive greater joy from every moment spent sinking a basketball into the hoop than from merely scoring 37 points. Incredible. Daisy inquired further. What makes you so handsome? This question was rather awkward. Wei Dong touched his nose and replied, I hope everyone focuses on my skills rather than my handsome exterior. And could you please pose some questions related to basketball? Of course, Daisy responded. With your remarkable skills, do you have any secrets? Wei Dong explained, my proficiency stems from having a systematic approach. Systematic? Daisy furrowed her brow, puzzled by the term. Almost let it slip, Wei Dong continued. It is due to my systematic training that if there are no further questions, I shall relinquish the interview time to my teammates. The otherwise splendid interview had been disrupted by Daisy's infatuation, and Wei Dong, somewhat disgruntled, descended from the stage. Unwilling to continue, as Wei Dong stepped down, he ascended for his interview. Upon reaching backstage, Wei Dong inquired of his teammates, what is the deal with that journalist? Why did no other reporters interject while she was asking questions? Dudley, equally curious, had noticed Daisy during Wei Dong's interview. After all, she was the gun-toting beauty. Nash shook his head. I've never seen this reporter before. It must be her first time here. You all don't know Daisy? Morris interjected in astonishment. She is the daughter of Shauna Media. Shauna Media? Wei Dong had never heard of it, and today he discerned that, although he had traversed worlds, it did not seem to be the same as before. Many aspects differed from his former reality. The daughter of Shauna Media, indeed, Nash mused, no wonder no other reporters dared to interrupt her, is the largest media company in America, with many renowned outlets as subsidiaries. The largest media company in America? Wei Dong was taken aback. In his previous life, he had become a billionaire and was quite familiar with American enterprises, yet he had never encountered Shauna Media, let alone known it was the largest. System, he pondered, is this world akin to my previous one? When seeking answers, he turned to the system, for it was the source of his predicament. Without the system, he would not have traversed worlds. He found it hard to believe that a basketball to the head could cause such a phenomenon. But are there still people playing basketball? How many players haven't had a basketball hit them in the head? It was different. This was a parallel world. After several days of absence, the system reappeared, responding to Wei Dong's inquiry. Damn it! Wei Dong cursed, almost falling into a trap set by the system. He had indeed been transported to a parallel world. But thankfully, Judgia and his parents were still here. Otherwise, arriving in an unfamiliar place without any connections would have been daunting. Even with the system, Wei Dong would feel quite lonely that a task materialized. Take a drive with Daisy tonight. Failure results in a month without bathing. Perhaps due to Wei Dong's acknowledgement, the system had become more active, immediately assigning him a task with a rather unpleasant penalty for failure. Get lost. Wei Dong cursed once more. What a ridiculous task, driving with Daisy. If he declined, he would be punished with a month of no bathing. He had no intention of participating in such a trivial task. Task cancelled, goodbye. Garbage system, Wei Dong muttered as the post-game press conference concluded. He prepared to leave with Dudley, as he would be staying at Dudley's house that night. After the short 10-day contract, if he could successfully negotiate a renewal with the Suns, he would have the means to purchase a small home in America, at which point he could bring Lee Jiejia over. Whose car is this? Wei Dong wondered as he approached the parking lot. Observing Dudley venting his frustration. Dudley, what happened? I don't know which idiot parked haphazardly, blocking my car. Now we're stuck. Dudley pointed ahead. A massive Hummer was obstructing his Ferrari. In comparison, the Ferrari appeared diminutive next to the Hummer, which explained why Wei Dong had not noticed Dudley's vehicle upon his arrival. Call the police, Wei Dong suggested casually. Have them notify the owner to move Why, brother? Dudley chuckled bitterly. You think we're in China? American police wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Then there's nothing we can do. Wei Dong shrugged, realizing that the petite Ferrari would likely be unable to budge the Hummer, even if it were rammed. I suspect the owner did this on purpose. Dudley fumed. If I encounter them, I swear I'll knock their teeth out. Who is going to knock my teeth out? Just as Dudley finished speaking, a sweet voice chimed in. Wei Dong turned to see Daisy, unable to suppress a facepalm. He couldn't seem to shake off this bothersome girl. Without needing to think, he could tell from Daisy's tone that the Hummer belonged to her and that she had intentionally blocked Dudley's Ferrari. Oh, if it isn't the stunning Daisy. Upon seeing her, Dudley changed his demeanor entirely. Oh, this is your car. Did you park in front of mine to flirt with me? Not to flirt with you. Daisy replied, extending her dainty finger towards Wei Dong, that I'm hoping to flirt with Wei the Handsome. Dudley glanced at Wei Dong and then back at Daisy. Our Wei the Handsome isn't interested in you. Why not try your luck with me? I'm quite easy to woo. You're not good-looking enough. You might be cute, though, Daisy retorted dismissively, shaking the keys in her hand. Wei the Handsome, would you do me the honor of taking a drive with me? Not interested. Wei Dong flatly declined. Taken aback, Daisy resorted to a bit of stubbornness. If you refuse, then I won't move my car. We could just stay here. Wei Dong felt somewhat helpless. Were Americans always this unreasonable? Indeed, Daisy admitted, adding, especially me. I could be particularly unreasonable. Dudley nudged Wei Dong. Don't miss such a golden opportunity. Besides, if you don't go, neither of us can leave. This put Wei Dong in a predicament. He glanced at Daisy, recalling the system's task, and inwardly queried the system. Does that driving task still stand? The system, seemingly indifferent, reiterated the task. Given this, Wei Dong maintained a stern expression as he addressed Daisy. I'm not fond of your unreasonable behavior, but my brother also needs to return home. So, I will agree this once. I will ride in your car, and you will take me to my brother's place. No problem at all. You two not returning tonight is fine by me. Dudley winked at Wei Dong and Daisy, whispering, this is the daughter of Shauna Media. If you manage to win her over, what is the point of playing basketball? You'll have both hands free for other pursuits. Shut up. Wei Dong shot Dudley a glare, halting his forthcoming lewd comments. Rest assured, I won't mention this to the coach. Dudley leaned in closer to Wei Dong's ear and whispered something. Noticing Wei Dong's intent to kick him, he quickly jumped into the Ferrari. Beep beep. Daisy pressed the car key and approached, attempting to link her arm with Wei Dong's. Come on, handsome Wei. Get in the car. Wei Dong shrugged her off and promptly settled into the back seat. Come sit in the front, Daisy commanded, taking the driver's seat and turning her head to face Wei Dong. Her tone slightly authoritative. Drive. Wei Dong merely uttered those two words, then crossed his arms over his chest and shut his eyes, ignoring her. Humph. Daisy huffed and started the engine as they exited the parking lot. Wei Dong casually remarked, Dudley's family lives in the Hanover community, that if you intentionally take a detour, I will call the police. That I don't believe it. Daisy mumbled, immediately turning the car around to head in the opposite direction. However, just as she turned, Wei Dong presented his phone to her, the screen displaying 3 digits. 911. Not only did it show the number, but the call was already connected. You really called the police? Daisy's voice rose in pitch, just as the call connected. Wei Dong switched to speaker mode. Hello, this is 911 Emergency Services. How may I assist you? This is Daisy from Shauna Media. I accidentally dialed the number. Miss Daisy, are you certain you are not in any danger? No. With that, Daisy furiously hung up the call. This moment. Wei Dong retracted his hand, resumed his posture with arms crossed, and closed his eyes again. Oomph! Daisy huffed again and turned the car around. Driving in a fit of anger, she pressed the accelerator so hard that it felt as if she might embed it into the engine. In just half an hour, they arrived at the Hanover community. After stopping the car, Daisy, still fuming, declared, "We've arrived. You can get out. Here's your tip." Wei Dong produced a $1 bill and placed it on the passenger seat before opening the door and exiting. "Who needs your tip?" Daisy flung the $1 bill out of the window, feeling insulted. Her carefully orchestrated romantic encounter had been utterly ruined by Wei Dong. The insensitive oaf. Wei Dong made no attempt to retrieve the money on the ground. After all, he had already paid for the ride. Whether Daisy wanted it or not was of no concern to him. Upon entering the community, they waited for a while before Dudley finally returned. "Yuri, quick!" Dudley exclaimed upon seeing Wei Dong. "At this hour, even undressing would take longer, right?" Wei Dong tapped Dudley on the head. "What nonsense fills your mind? With all the spare time, why not practice your basketball skills?" If any other rookie had spoken to Dudley this way and tapped his head, Dudley would have surely retaliated. However, Wei Dong was different. His performance tonight had earned him a solid standing in the NBA. And he was, after all, Dudley's brother. Once back in his room, Wei Dong shut the door. Task completed. Reward. Lucky potion. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Lucky potion? There was a reward for completing the task. Wei Dong had initially thought tasks only came with penalties. Hence, he had told the system to leave him alone at first. But when Daisy played the rogue, he had no choice but to return in her car, thinking he could do the system a favor. After all, the system had been at his beck and call until now, and he felt somewhat guilty for that. Wei Dong saw a product bar appear in his mind. The first box contained a bottle of red potion. "How do I use this lucky potion?" he inquired. Lucky potion. Increases luck value. Duration 24 seconds. Only 24 seconds? That coincided perfectly with a single offensive possession. In an instant, Wei Dong grasped the purpose of the lucky potion. It was practically a game-winning artifact from now on. Whenever it came to buzzer beater, he could use the lucky potion, essentially allowing him to create a new NBA record for buzzer beaters with a 100 success rate. Although a single potion required 5 talent points to purchase, its value was undeniably worth it. Having just defeated the Lakers, Wei Dong had earned 5 talent points. He initially intended to buy a skill package. But now he realized he needed to save those points for the lucky potion. Basketball suddenly seemed so simple. Wei Dong chuckled to himself. Even if Jordan were here, it wouldn't matter. Who could stop someone with a cheat code? In his bag, there was a piece of paper documenting the statistics from the game. Kobe, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Nash, 19 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Wei Dong, 37 points, 7 rebounds, 0 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Although he had only played for 12 minutes, Wei Dong's stats were not too shabby compared to Kobe and Nash. Such a performance would be a source of pride for any player. Wei Dong understood that he had finally unleashed 10 years of suppressed frustration that night, and such an extraordinary display could not be expected every evening. With a shooting line of 14 for 16 and 9 for 11 from three-point range. Unless Wei Dong continued to use the lucky potion, even maxed-out talent combined with a superstar skill package could not guarantee such stellar performances every game. Once he returned to his room, the exhilaration washed over him. After reveling for a while, Wei Dong ignored the news and instead opened his computer to video chat with Lee Judge. "Judge, did the live stream start today?" As soon as the video connected, Wei Dong smugly asked, "Wasn't my performance tonight incredibly handsome?" "So handsome, I'm utterly smitten," Lee Judge giggled, covering her mouth. When off the court, Wei Dong was far from the cold persona he often portrayed. "By the time my 10-day short contract ends, I should be able to re-sign with the Suns at that point. I'll buy a place in Phoenix and bring you to America." "Sounds great," Lee Judge agreed without a moment's hesitation. After some casual banter, Zhuang Fei and a few others returned from getting food. Spotting Lee Judge on the video call with Wei Dong, they immediately approached to tease him. However, Lee Judge didn't give him the chance, saying, "You should get some rest. I'll eat first," before hanging up the video call. That night, Wei Dong slept soundly, finally feeling secure in his place within the NBA. The next day, as Wei Dong arrived at the gym, Gentry summoned him to his office. Inside, 2 individuals sat on the sofa, and Gentry introduced them. These are Jeff and Richie. I believe you've heard of them. Haven T. Wei Dong shook his head, genuinely unfamiliar with the two. Jeff, Richie. Both were prominent agents in the NBA. Even though Wei Dong was new to the league, it was impossible he hadn't heard their names. Young man, you've left me with quite a poor first impression, Jeff remarked, raising an eyebrow with an air of arrogance. Since you haven't heard of me, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jeff, an NBA agent, and my agency represents 31 signed players, 8 of whom are all Dash stars. It's understandable you haven't heard of him, but you should have heard of me, Richie chimed in. I'm LeBron's agent, and we represent many star players. Only then did Wei Dong realize their identities. He couldn't blame the system for not knowing them, as this world had drastically changed since his last life. It was only when he reviewed player profiles last night that he discovered, aside from the Suns and Lakers in the first match, this seemed to be a chance for Wei Dong to redeem himself for a decade-old humiliation. Many other teams were also different from his previous life, which could only be attributed to the parallel universe. Gentry attempted to mediate. Wei Dong, I know you don't have an agent yet. In this league, a good agent is vital. Both Jeff and Richie are here. I think it's worthwhile for you to have a discussion that I watched the game video from last night. Initially, I had some interest in you, but your performance today has left me dissatisfied, Jeff stated. You've also left me with a poor first impression, Chinese kid, Richie added. Despite not having agreed yet, the two already seemed to have made up their minds about him. Wei Dong smirked. Since I've left you such a dreadful impression, why are you still here? Are you hoping to mooch off our team's buffet? What an arrogant little punk. Jeff rose to his feet, stating, you should earnestly plead with me. Perhaps I might consider signing you under my agency. That is precisely my intention, Rich interjected, crossing his legs. The only way for you to have me as your agent is to beg. Fool, Wei Dong scoffed, turning away. What did he say? I cannot comprehend Chinese. I cannot understand it either, but it seems he was insulting us. I share that sentiment. Both Jeff and Rich were taken aback. They never anticipated that a young Chinese player, newly arrived in the NBA, would exhibit such audacity, disregarding even the two of them. I apologize, gentlemen. Wei Dong has just arrived in the United States and is unfamiliar with the NBA's dynamics. He may have inadvertently offended you, and I will speak with him. Gentry offered an apology on Wei Dong's behalf and hurried after him. However, before departing, Gentry added, if you two wish to partake in our team's buffet lunch, you are most welcome. Jeff, Rich, how does the Suns organization perceive them? They're among the most esteemed agents in the NBA. Why would they have any interest in the Suns buffet? Do they truly consider them beggars? Wei Dong found it tedious to engage in discourse with these two individuals. The notion of the most esteemed agents in the NBA was of no consequence to him. He already had someone suitable in mind for that role. Wei Dong, Gentry called out, catching up with him. Those two imbeciles had a dreadful attitude. I almost wanted to kick them both. Kick all 4 legs, Wei Dong chuckled. Feel free to give them a couple of kicks for me. Gentry laughed heartily before adding, however, your 10-day contract is nearing its expiration. That if you wish to remain in the NBA, a competent agent is essential. He can connect you with favorable teams and negotiate a substantial salary. Coach, Wei Dong replied earnestly, if the team is willing, I would like to extend my contract after the 10-day period. I am confident the team will not treat me unfairly. Gentry nodded. Of course, I will discuss this matter with the manager. We will ensure you receive a commendable contract. Thus, Wei Dong remarked with a smile, whether or not I have an agent is inconsequential. I have 3 games left in my contract, and during this time, I only wish to focus on playing well. That if someone as tedious as Jeff attempts to approach me again, I would appreciate it if you could decline on my behalf. No problem, Gentry readily agreed. He felt conflicted. He wanted Wei Dong to perform admirably, yet worried about the implications of his success. Merely hours after last night's game, agents were already pursuing Wei Dong. It was likely that soon teams would reach out to him. With the playoffs approaching, a player like Wei Dong, on a mere 10-day contract, was an ideal choice for teams looking to bolster their rosters. After conversing with Gentry, Wei Dong considered the likelihood of teams contacting him in the coming days. While other players might gravitate towards championship contenders like the Lakers, Bulls, Heat, or Thunder, Wei Dong had no intention of doing so. He was determined to prove himself with the Suns. Currently, aside from the injury-plagued Hill, only Nash was an all-star on the team. Wei Dong aimed to collaborate with Nash to bring the Suns their first championship trophy. Wei Dong, why did you turn off your phone? Just as Wei Dong reached the sidelines. Dudley noticed his phone powered down and tossed aside. Wei Dong draped an arm around Dudley's shoulder, saying, "My friend, I am quite popular now and looking sharp. I turned it off to avoid being inundated with calls from those lovely ladies." Oh, Dudley smirked. Wei Dong wished to avoid such distractions, pondering whether he could share this burden. "All right, let us train." Wei Dong laced up his shoes, observing Dudley still standing beside him, and playfully asked, "Shall we have a one-on-one?" "One-on-one?" Dudley replied, bewildered, before affirmatively nodding. Sure, official training had yet to commence, and teammates often engaged in one-on-one games for amusement. Thus, Dudley naturally would not decline Wei Dong's request. Wei Dong's sudden inspiration stemmed from his newfound awareness of the significance of talent points. He still required numerous skill packs. Besides those, the luck potion could only be exchanged for talent points, making them increasingly valuable. Although one could only obtain a single talent point from a one-on-one, every bit counts. Were it not for the absence of an audience, Wei Dong would have even considered inviting fans to challenge him. Teammates gathered to watch. Competing against Dudley was certainly not as straightforward as his previous one-on-one with Li Pei at the basketball court in Yin University. In American one-on-one, the ball may only hit the ground 3 times, and a shot must be attempted within those bounds. 3 shots. Wei Dong initiated the offense, adopting a triple threat posture with the ball. But Dudley remained unfazed. Solid defense. Wei Dong smiled at Dudley. Of course. Dudley replied with a hint of pride, "My Ferrari was earned through this defense." That line sounded somewhat familiar. Without overthinking it, Wei Dong dribbled, executed a feint, then retreated to the 3-point line for a shot. Dudley lunged to block, his fingertips nearly grazing the ball. Swish. The ball went through the net. That was too hard to defend. Dudley chuckled ruefully, shaking his head as it was now his turn to attack. Dudley's offensive abilities were mediocre. He attempted a change of direction and barreled toward the basket. But Wei Dong, being a player with maxed-out talent, stayed tightly glued to him, making it uncomfortable for Dudley to attempt an easy layup. Thud! The ball hit the backboard, failing to touch the rim. With the second and third shots, Wei Dong replicated his previous moves. Dudley defended valiantly, yet each time he was just shy of touching the ballpoint. 3-0. Wei Dong triumphed over Dudley. However, this one-on-one was not without its challenges. Dudley's defense clung like glue, and after scoring 3 baskets, Wei Dong felt a bit fatigued. "Let us have another round." After being shut out 3-0, Dudley felt a twinge of reluctance and requested another match. However, Wei Dong shook his head in refusal. He had already tested this and knew that no matter how many rounds he won against the same person, he could only increase his talent by 1 point. Since he could not gain more talent, he was not inclined to continue playing. Noticing a few teammates on the sidelines, Wei Dong glanced around. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat them, one-on-one matches against NBA players were too taxing. Thus, he turned his attention to the ball boy sweeping the floor. "Hey kid," Wei Dong approached the ball boy with a friendly demeanor. "Would you like to have a one-on-one with your big brother?" "Me?" The ball boy pointed to himself, astonished. "Yes, you," Wei Dong affirmed, encouraging him. "I was once a ball boy too, but I believe that one day I would stand on an NBA court. That is why I constantly challenge the strong. And finally, you all witnessed my 37 points in a single quarter last night, dominating the league." Wei Dong's words ignited the ball boy's passion. He promptly set down the mop and declared, "Brother, I want to challenge you." "Well done." Wei Dong ruffled the ball boy's hair, tossed him the basketball, and graciously said, "You go ahead and attack first. Here I come." The ball boy dribbled twice before launching the ball toward the hoop. "Forget your basketball dreams," Wei Dong shouted, swatting the ball away with a single hand. The ball boy stood dumbfounded. He had been utterly bewildered by Wei Dong's swift action, and he could not comprehend the Chinese phrase Wei Dong had just uttered. The ball boy retrieved the ball and quietly inquired, "Brother, what did you mean by that phrase in Chinese?" "Oh," Wei Dong chuckled, explaining, "I was encouraging you to persist in your basketball dreams. Thank you for your encouragement." "Brother," the ball boy replied gratefully, "now it's your turn to attack." All right, Wei Dong took the ball, easily bypassing the ball boy, and executed a powerful dunk. The talent points in his skill bar increased from 6 to 7. Wei Dong then turned to the other 3 ball boys, asking, "Would any of you like to challenge me?" At the outset, a player appeared, followed closely by 3 cheerful ball boys who ran over, only to be brought to tears by Wei Dong's antics. Nash, witnessing the one-on-one showdown between Wei Dong and the ball boys, felt utterly dismayed and remarked to Hill, "In my 16 years in the league, this is the first time I've seen a player engage in such antics with ball boys during practice." "Don't mention it," Hill muttered. "I've been in the league for 18 years and have yet to witness anything like this." Wei Dong, with a satisfied gaze, watched his talent points increase to 10. Indeed, the more talent points one possesses, the more secure one feels. Were these talent points to be converted into currency, Wei Dong would undoubtedly be seen gleefully counting his riches. Wearing a rather unsavory expression, "Wei Dong, shall we practice some tactical combinations together?" Nash suggested, sensing that Wei Dong might be rather bored. Thus began their tactical training. The upcoming 3 matches were against the Timberwolves, the Grizzlies, and the Rockets. Compared to the Lakers, these matches appeared relatively straightforward in a previous life. The Suns had managed 2 victories and 1 defeat against these teams, with 2 of those games entering garbage time early, providing Wei Dong with ample playing opportunities. However, because he had been outmaneuvered by Bynum in the first game against the Lakers, he had become the target of ridicule by the opposing team, which significantly undermined his confidence. As practice neared its conclusion, Gentry approached the players and announced, "Let us have another intra-squad scrimmage today." The mention of scrimmage caused Wei Dong's eyes to light up instantly. This was an opportunity to earn talent points, and he was determined to win the match. "Sounds good," the players responded, particularly the substitutes, who were visibly excited. The last time they had an intra-squad scrimmage, the bench had triumphed over the starters, an exhilarating experience. Gentry stated, "We will make some adjustments to the lineup. Wei Dong, you will join the starting team, while Dudley will remain with the bench." The substitutes groaned in dismay at the news of Wei Dong's promotion, lamenting, "How will we play without him? This was how it had always been, after all." Gentry chuckled, "That's settled then. Everyone, let us focus and play hard." Overjoyed at being promoted to the starting team, Wei Dong felt as though he had been handed 5 talent points for free. As the scrimmage commenced, Wei Dong received a pass from Nash and executed a dunk, scoring the first 2 points. Basketball is a team sport, yet stars dictate the outcome. Nash, already a player necessitating double coverage, combined with the scoring prowess of Wei Dong, quickly transformed the scrimmage into a one-sided affair before the first quarter concluded. By halftime, the starters led by 26 points. In the third quarter, the starters began to ease off, not wanting the bench to suffer a humiliating defeat. Nevertheless, the game concluded with the starters winning by more than 10 points. Wei Dong shot an impressive 12 out of 17, amassing a game-high 31 points. After the match, Hill, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, expressed his admiration. "You've reached the level of superstar. I can't help but wonder how such a talent went unnoticed before." Unnoticed? Wei Dong chuckled, recalling his dominance in Cuba. However, the standards of Cuba, when compared to the NBA, were akin to children's play. Even his 4-time Finals MVP accolades in his previous life had failed to attract the NBA's attention. But now, Wei Dong was different. He was a man with a system. Gotat remarked, "With Wei Dong joining us, we are certain to make the playoffs this year." Old Gotat, is merely reaching the playoffs sufficient for you? Wei Dong playfully patted Gotat on the shoulder, declaring, "Our goal is the championship." The teammates' spirits soared, echoing in unison, "Let's go! Let's go!" Gentry watched this scene with satisfaction before heading to the manager's office, with only a 10-day short contract. He needed to devise a plan to retain Wei Dong. He was the Suns' unexpected gem and their greatest hope for the season. 15. Wei Dong joyfully noted his talent points had reached 15. With this newfound abundance, he opted to exchange for a skill package, the Battier defensive package. After facing Kobe yesterday, Wei Dong realized he had considerable room for improvement in his defensive skills. He had managed to defend successfully through sheer speed and leaping ability, yet he couldn't rely on that for an entire game. Although his defense was maxed out, his experience was still lacking. And fortunately, he had the skill package. Now, having purchased the Battier defensive package, along with his top-tier defense, he possessed an enhanced version of it that if he were to face Kobe again, Wei Dong would not allow him such easy baskets. He decided to save 10 talent points for future contingencies. Should the game come down to the wire, a luck potion could be as valuable as a skill package. Reflecting on this, Wei Dong felt a twinge of regret for not accumulating more talent points during his time at Yin University. Seeing his teammates preparing to leave, he inquired, "Does anyone want to challenge me to a one-on-one?" Not a chance. The teammates collectively waved him off, exhausted from the scrimmage and unwilling to be humiliated. "Let's not bring up one-on-ones again." "How cowardly," Wei Dong muttered, realizing he had lost out on a few talent points. Moreover, given his current status, it was inappropriate to seek random challengers on the street. The following day, the Suns faced the Timberwolves, with Wei Dong now on the Suns, and having just shattered the NBA's single-quarter scoring record. All eyes in China were on the team. Previously, it had been said that the Rockets were China's team due to Yao Ming's presence. Following his retirement, a few Chinese players had entered the NBA, but their journeys were fraught with challenges, leaving the Rockets as the only team with a widespread following in China. Wei Dong's remarkable performance had reignited hope among Chinese fans. Scoring 37 points in a single quarter was a feat even Yao Ming had not achieved. That evening, in the Suns' home arena, the absence of commentators Yu Jia and coach Zhang meant Chinese fans could only watch the live stream on LangLangNet, with the commentary provided by two relatively unknown figures. Nonetheless, the game garnered significant attention across the league. That a player on a 10-day contract breaking an NBA record was both an honor for Wei Dong and a source of embarrassment for the league. If a player on such a short contract could shatter an NBA record, what did that imply about the league's overall quality? Before the game commenced, Gentry encouraged the players, stating, "Although the Timberwolves are not particularly strong, we must remain vigilant. Players like Love, Rubio, and Beasley possess significant abilities, and we could find ourselves in trouble if we let our guard down. Let's go." The players shouted in response as they began to take the court. It is widely acknowledged that there are no weak teams in the NBA. Prior to the start of the game, Rubio approached Wei Dong and introduced himself. "Hello, Wei Dong. I'm Rubio." "Hello," Wei Dong replied, embracing Rubio. "You are my idol. That I wouldn't go that far," Rubio exclaimed, shaking his head in modesty. "That I watched the footage of your game yesterday. Your three-point shooting is impeccable. That I would love to learn from you." Rubio, known as the Golden Boy, was an excellent passer, yet as a point guard, his shooting had become a weakness, which prompted him to seek Wei Dong's guidance. "What is your secret to shooting so accurately?" "A secret?" Wei Dong stroked his chin. "As long as you have a system." "A system?" Rubio interjected. "With systematic training, you can shoot just as accurately as I do." "Great. I'll reach out to you during the off-season." Rubio replied that if you could assist me with systematic training, that would be fantastic. After a bit more casual banter, Rubio and Wei Dong each proceeded to their pre-game warm-ups as the game was about to begin. The arena in the West was packed to capacity. The Suns had previously appeared to be on the verge of missing the playoffs. However, the addition of Wei Dong has rekindled hope among the fans. This match has garnered significant attention, particularly from the other 28 teams, with numerous scouts discreetly arriving at the Western Conference venue. Wei Dong's short 10-day contract is set to expire soon, and they are eager to ascertain whether his previous stellar performance was merely a fleeting moment. The game commences. The audience notices that Wei Dong, who had an explosive performance in the last game, has been elevated to the starting lineup by Gentry. It seems Gentry believes that Wei Dong's display is certainly not a mere flash in the pan. The Timberwolves starting lineup includes Rubio, Love, Randolph, Beria, and Beasley. The Suns starting lineup consists of Nash, Wei Dong, Lopez, Hill, and Morris. Beep. The game begins, and during the jump ball, Love directs the ball to Rubio. Rubio, possessing the ball, advances to the front court and passes it to Beasley, who is immediately met with Wei Dong's defense. "Attack Wei Dong." Timberwolves head coach Adelman shouts from the sidelines. Wei Dong is not defending. Not defending? Wei Dong glances at Adelman, bemused he single-handedly defended Kobe in the last game, yet Adelman claims he isn't defending. Is Adelman blind? Moreover, Wei Dong had just redeemed a battier defensive package yesterday. Should he inform Adelman of this? Prior to the game, Adelman had outlined strategies, so upon receiving the ball, Beasley was expected to maneuver past Wei Dong's defense. However, Wei Dong remained glued to Beasley that can't shake him off. Beasley was taken aback, thinking it should not be this way. Had the coach just stated that Wei Dong was ineffective in defense. His lateral movement speed was no match for Wei Dong's. "I am not defending, so whatever you do, don't pass the ball." Wei Dong continued to shadow Beasley while verbally provoking him. "You don't need a pass to attack me." Beasley scoffed but pressed on with his offensive efforts. However, regardless of his changes in direction and bursts of speed, he could not escape Wei Dong's defense. Beep. At this moment, the referee's whistle sounds. 24-second violation. Good play. Fans watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement as Wei Dong forced the Timberwolves into a 24-second shot clock violation on their first possession. "He continues to astonish me," Gentry murmured to himself. "I thought he was already good enough, yet I still underestimated him." The Suns inbound the ball as Nash dribbles past half court. Wei Dong races forward, passing the Timberwolves bench, shrugging his shoulders toward Adelman in a mock display of helplessness, saying, "I'm not defending you," as he directed his trash talk all the way to the bench. Adelman's face darkened, and he seemed to be losing his composure early in the game. As Nash brought the ball into the front court, Wei Dong positioned himself and shouted, "Nash, pass it to me." This proclamation immediately drew the Timberwolves' defensive attention. Nash smiled knowingly and executed a quick stop for a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. 3-0. This tactic had been practiced with Nash during the intra-squad scrimmage the previous day. Due to Wei Dong's accurate shooting, his call would invariably attract the opponent's defensive focus, alleviating Nash's pressure and allowing him to shoot the three-pointer. Nash, a perennial member of the 180 Club, had no dead angles in his shooting. With Wei Dong's addition, the Suns' offense flowed even more smoothly as the first half concluded. The Suns led 57-39, with Wei Dong shooting 7 of 9 from the field, amassing 19 points. During halftime, the Suns' locker room was filled with joy, a welcome change from the discomfort they had felt in prior matches. This season, the Suns occasionally had players who exploded offensively, yet no one had truly alleviated the offensive burden on the team. Most of the time, Nash had endured the double teams alone. However, with Wei Dong on the roster, no team dared to double-team Nash while leaving a scoring powerhouse like Wei Dong open. In the Timberwolves locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Adelman encouraged his players, "Don't let Wei Dong's performance concern you. After all, he is a young player without significant playoff experience. He cannot maintain such efficiency throughout the game." "Coach," Rubio interjected, "Wei Dong just dropped 37 points in a single quarter 2 days. Oh what?" Adelman retorted, still haunted by Wei Dong's provocative glance. "He remains a young player without playoff experience." Randolph, feeling dejected, remarked, "Honestly, I don't think it matters whether we win or lose this game that we've already lost hope for the playoffs." "We don't fight for mere pride," Adelman asserted. "My team will not easily concede defeat." Love remained silent. As the Timberwolves star player, he lacked the commanding presence of a leader. He could score and grab rebounds. But in the face of adversity, he lacked the spirit to rally the team and could see this moment. Rubio bit his lip, feeling admiration for Wei Dong, who had become his idol. However, voicing such sentiments now would only harm the team's morale. So he, like Love, chose to remain silent. As the second half began, the Timberwolves seemed to be on the verge of giving up. Upon entering the game, Wei Dong quickly connected on 3 consecutive three-pointers. Within just 2 minutes of the third quarter, Wei Dong had made 3 three-pointers, bringing the score to 66-39, extending the lead to 27 points. These 3 shots utterly drained the Timberwolves' spirit. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Adelman pulled his starters and substituted in the bench players, officially entering garbage time. Shortly thereafter, Wei Dong and Nash were also taken out of the game. "Wei Dong, do you want to go back in for a bit?" Gentry cheerfully approached Wei Dong with the game statistics in hand. Wei Dong glanced at his performance data. 39 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Knowing full well the answer, Wei Dong asked, "Is the coach suggesting I continue playing because he feels I lack experience and need more time on the court?" "Not at all." Gentry shook his head. "You've already scored 39 points with more than a quarter remaining. You have the opportunity to reach 50 points. Even if you only play a little longer and score 1 more basket, achieving 40 points would be a small honor. Moreover, you've just entered the NBA, so whatever you do on the court will be forgiven." Gentry added, hoping to assuage Wei Dong's concerns and encourage him to focus on scoring. Having set the record for the most points in a single quarter in the last game, if Wei Dong could tally another 50 points in this match, his name would become renowned in garbage time. "Just to pad my stats," Wei Dong chuckled, such shameless behavior. And you think I'd go for that? Feeling his goodwill unappreciated, Gentry left with the statistics in hand. Although Wei Dong had rejected Gentry's well-intentioned offer, Gentry was secretly delighted. Wei Dong was truly exceptional. The Suns might genuinely make the playoffs this year, and perhaps even go far in the postseason. With only 10 games remaining in the season, Gentry had initially lost hope for the playoffs. However, after 2 consecutive victories, he felt a surge of optimism. Beep! As the referee's whistle sounded, the game concluded .97-81. The Suns triumphed over the Timberwolves, with Wei Dong finishing with 39 points and 9 rebounds, including an impressive 20 points in just 6 minutes during the third quarter. The scoring sensation Wei Dong had firmly established his reputation in the NBA. All teams began to take notice of Wei Dong, preparing to pursue him. With the playoffs approaching, Wei Dong would soon become a free agent after his 10-day contract expired, theoretically making him a potential signing for all 30 teams. The only complication was that Wei Dong had no agent, meaning teams would need to contact him directly for contracts. Unfortunately, Wei Dong's phone had been turned off, and he was at the Western Conference venue. Even though scouts from various teams were hiding among the audience, none dared to approach Wei Dong at the Suns' home ground and critique the post-game press conference. Deus arrived early, seemingly unfazed by the incident from 2 days prior when Wei Dong called the police. This guy had adjusted his mindset remarkably quickly. She clearly intended to capture Wei Dong's attention. Wei Dong, Deus is back. It seems she has developed feelings for you. Upon seeing Deus, Dudley jested, "Did you see today as Sports Illustrated? You've graced the cover, an honor reserved for superstars, Wei Dong. It is truly difficult to ascertain whether I feel joy or resignation." Wei Dong is well aware of his own handsomeness. Yet, it seems rather improbable that upon my arrival in America, I would immediately attract the attention of the heiress of Shauna Media. When Lee Jia arrives, will she be envious? If Lee Jia does become jealous, should I resort to confronting Daisy to prove my innocence? After all, my relationship with Daisy is purely platonic. After a brief statement from Kentley, it was Nash's turn to be interviewed. Wei Dong seized Nash's arm and proposed, "Old Monk, how about we do the interview together?" Oh, Nash paused momentarily, then nodded sure. Originally, after Nash's interview, it would have been Wei Dong's turn, but there is no explicit rule dictating the order of interviews. Regardless of the outcome, participating in media interviews is a part of a player's professional ethics. Wei Dong cannot simply refuse to be interviewed due to his feelings of helplessness regarding Daisy. That would certainly raise eyebrows in the media, especially for a newcomer in the league acting like a prima donna. Quite inappropriate indeed. Wei Dong the handsome, you look utterly dashing today. I adore you. As soon as Wei Dong took his seat, Daisy grasped the microphone. The heiress of Shauna Media began to speak, and the other reporters immediately fell silent. No one would dare compete for the spotlight with Daisy at this moment, unless they wished to jeopardize their careers. "Thank you," Wei Dong replied politely, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I feel the same." "You do?" Daisy exclaimed, her surprise nearly overwhelming her, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "You adore me too?" Wei Dong shook his head, clarifying, "You misunderstood. I meant I adore myself." Nash, what a cheeky response. Just moments ago, Nash had assumed Wei Dong was professing his affection for Daisy, only to discover that Wei Dong's love was directed towards himself. Daisy, momentarily stunned, eventually recovered and pouted, "You will inevitably fall for me." Now, it was Wei Dong's turn to be speechless. Daisy's antics were truly tiresome. If she continued to interview him in such a manner, he might never have a serious post-game interview throughout his entire career. Resigned, Wei Dong asked, "Do you have any questions regarding the game?" "No." Daisy shook her head emphatically. "I just wish to converse with you." Wei Dong chuckled in disbelief. Such a journalist ought to be blacklisted from the industry. Since she had no questions about the game, he decided to take his leave. With that, Wei Dong pulled Nash along and departed. Nash was left bewildered. The reporters had yet to interview him, and here he was, merely accompanying Wei Dong for a brief moment before being whisked away. Upon Wei Dong's exit, Hill approached for his interview. The interview process returned to normal, yet Wei Dong's earlier remark about Daisy deserving to be blacklisted left the reporters in shock. Only Wei Dong would dare utter such words. For them, it was a matter of silent indignation, as Daisy's family was a dominant force in the industry. Decisions on who would be blacklisted rested solely with her family. As the post-game press conference commenced, Dudley wandered to the parking lot to check if his car had been blocked again. Regardless of his attendance at the press conference, the reporters would hardly take notice. This time, Daisy refrained from engaging in such trivial antics. Likely learning from past experiences, Dudley felt relieved and contemplated calling Wei Dong to have him meet him in the parking lot. But Wei Dong's phone was turned off. So Dudley returned to the arena in search of him. After the press conference concluded, Dudley returned to find Wei Dong seated in the lounge, engrossed in a sports magazine. Had it not been for Dudley's reminder, Wei Dong would have remained oblivious to his feature on the cover of the magazine. The Sports Illustrated was the largest sports publication in America, and Wei Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, though he was aware that Daisy had played a role in this achievement. Wei Dong, let us go. Dudley urged upon spotting Wei Dong. Stop looking. My car isn't blocked this time, so we need to leave quickly. What's the rush? Wei Dong inquired, tapping the cover of the magazine. Do you think I look handsome? The cover featured Wei Dong holding the MVP trophy from the Cuba Finals, a testament to Shauna Media's prowess in securing such a remarkable photograph. Absolutely stunning, incredibly cool. Let us hurry, otherwise my car might get blocked again, and you'll have to ride back with Daisy. Dudley begrudgingly complimented, pulling Wei Dong along while feeling a twinge of unease. A voice echoed in Wei Dong's mind. Your task, go for a drive with Daisy tonight. Failure results in a month without bathing. Wei Dong, puzzled, asked system, are you malfunctioning? No, this task was assigned 2 days ago. Really? Goodness, are you saying you're not malfunctioning? Then please issue a new task. With that, the system vanished, leaving Wei Dong exasperated. This system lacked creativity. Assigning the same task twice? If it couldn't generate new tasks, it ought not to function as a system at all. However, before the system disappeared, Wei Dong refrained from dismissing it, which meant he had unwittingly accepted the task. He couldn't fathom why the system would impose such a punishment. After all, he trained daily, and a month without bathing after sweating profusely would render him a biohazard. His teammates would surely avoid him. Not to mention the opponents. While the thought of it was somewhat amusing, his opponents holding their noses in self-defense, it was an act he could not bring himself to commit. Dudley, are you certain your car isn't blocked? Wei Dong inquired again as they made their way to the parking lot. If Dudley's car was indeed unblocked, then the system's task seemed rather absurd. Dudley nodded. I'm absolutely certain. I even went down to check. Oh, Wei Dong responded. Upon reaching the parking lot, Dudley pointed excitedly at a distance. See? I told him my car isn't blocked. Indeed, Wei Dong replied, his keen eyes noticing, but your Ferrari looks a bit peculiar. The Ferrari's low chassis was evident. Yet it appeared excessively low, with the tires completely obscured, resembling a legless frog resting on the ground. What the hell happened here? Dudley exclaimed as he approached, releasing a pained wail. All 4 tires of his Ferrari had been deflated. The wheels barely visible from afar. I knew things weren't that simple. Wei Dong chuckled, stroking his chin. The system's task was clearly not without purpose. Daisy was likely on her way. Wei Dong, how can you still be smiling? Dudley fumed. This must be the work of that wretched Daisy. I swear I'll make her pay. Who are you threatening? Just then, Daisy drove up in a Hummer. Dudley, about to unleash a torrent of curses, suddenly recalled Daisy holding a gun to him earlier and immediately shrank back, nervously asking, Did you deflate my tires? Daisy shook her head. That wasn't me. Looks like I misjudged you, Dudley admitted, his anger dissipating slightly, preparing to offer Daisy a few kind words. However, Daisy's next statement silenced him completely. But I did have someone do it. You, Dudley clutched his chest, nearly choking on his words. Feeling faint, Daisy retrieved a black leather bag from the passenger seat and tossed it into the Ferrari. Here's $300,000 for your repairs. Tonight, I'll drive the handsome Wei Dong home. $300,000. Wei Dong's eyes widened. With that money, he could purchase a small apartment in Phoenix and bring Jia to America. All right then. Dudley quickly changed his demeanor, realizing that his car was worth barely over $200,000. $300,000 could buy him a brand new one. Thus, he nodded eagerly. Thank you, Miss Daisy. Please take my brother home. It's perfectly fine if he doesn't come back tonight. Such a lack of loyalty. Wei Dong's expression darkened. Dudley has truly crossed the line, and this round-faced fellow does not seem to be of good character either. To betray a brother for a mere $300,000 is despicable. If the roles were reversed, Wei Dong is certain he would have done the same to Dudley. Brother, do not waste Miss Daisy's time. Fearing that Daisy might have a change of heart, Dudley shoved Wei Dong into Daisy's car. Wei Dong found himself seated in the back, somewhat reluctantly, with a mission assigned by the system weighing on him. He eagerly anticipated the reward for its completion. However, should the system dare to bestow upon him a repeated reward, particularly that a luck potion, Wei Dong vowed he would unleash a torrent of curses upon it. You've taken the wrong route. As soon as Daisy exited the parking lot, Wei Dong offered a reminder. Daisy smiled and replied, "Wei the Handsome, you can report it again if you wish, but if you call the police twice for the same issue, they might think you're merely amusing yourself, and they could end up coming after you instead." Wei Dong rested his hands behind his head. Daisy was correct. In truth, he had no intention of involving the police, for the same reasons she had just mentioned. After driving for a while, Wei Dong contemplated that he had essentially completed his task. He then inquired, "Daisy, why do you persistently cling to me? Because I like you." Daisy answered matter-of-factly. Wei Dong, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Then tell me, which aspect of me do you like? I could change if need be." Daisy began to articulate her reasons for liking him, but unexpectedly, she realized Wei Dong was asking her to specify what she liked about him that he should change. After pondering for a moment, she turned her head with a mischievous grin. "I like your face. How can you change that?" Indeed, that was something he could not alter. Wei Dong chuckled. "In truth, no matter what you like about me, I cannot change it, for I am entirely composed of virtues, lacking any flaws." Huh. Daisy was thoroughly amused by Wei Dong's banter. Stealing a glance at Daisy, Wei Dong could not deny that she was a remarkably beautiful girl, and her persistent antics were merely attempts to capture his attention. This was not Daisy's fault. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at Wei Dong for being too exceptional. "Daisy," Wei Dong said, gazing at her as she focused intently on driving, "I already have a girlfriend." "What?" Daisy's body jolted slightly, and she turned to look at Wei Dong. "You must be joking, right?" "I'm not joking." Wei Dong shook his head. "Can you please concentrate on driving? Turning around like that is quite dangerous." "Oh." Daisy acquiesced, pulling the car over to the side of the road. She then turned back to face Wei Dong, who remarked, "That photo of me on the cover of Sports Illustrated was your doing, wasn't it?" "Indeed. Since you were able to locate that photograph, finding out whether or not I have a girlfriend would be quite simple. Any student at Yenjing University could confirm it with just a casual inquiry." "Oh." Daisy's expression turned somewhat dejected. "Is that girl more beautiful than I?" "Of course." Wei Dong replied with a smile. "Not only is she more beautiful than you, but she is also more gentle, considerate, elegant, serene, adorable, kind-hearted, and generous." "Stop right there," Daisy exclaimed in irritation. "Am I truly that lacking?" Wei Dong chuckled. "It's not that you're lacking, but rather that my girlfriend is simply exceptional. So please stop pursuing me. I don't believe you." Daisy shot back with a sly smile. Crawling from the driver's seat to the back, "I refuse to accept that a man wouldn't stray. After all, where could one possibly find such a perfect woman?" "Hey, what are you doing?" "Guess. If you continue like this, I may have to call for help." "Go ahead. Scream until your throat is hoarse, and see if anyone comes to your aid. Scream, scream. I'm coming. Just surrender now. Get lost." "Oh dear." Wei Dong opened the car door and stepped out, straightening his shirt. American women are utterly wild, and he nearly lost himself. Daisy sat in the car, gritting her teeth and declaring, "Wei Dong, just you wait. I'll wait." Wei Dong waved his hand, leaving without a backward glance. The night breeze in Phoenix was still a bit chilly. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and returning to Dudley's home seemed unnecessary. Moreover, all 4 tires of the Ferrari had been deflated, leaving Dudley clueless about how he would return. Fortunately, Daisy had not driven too far, so Wei Dong decided to walk to the arena. Figuring it would take him about an hour to get back, that he planned to spend the night at the team dormitory, but walking alone on the streets of America at this hour made him somewhat anxious. This was not China. In China, he would still be enjoying skewers and beer with Li Pei and the others at 3 in the morning. As he walked toward the arena, Wei Dong turned on his phone, intending to chat with Li Jiejia. However, as soon as the phone powered on, dozens of messages popped up, all reminders of missed calls. Wei Dong had anticipated this, knowing his team had likely been trying to reach him over the past few days. He chose not to respond to those calls, reasoning that if he wished to answer, he wouldn't have powered off his phone. After deleting the message reminders one by one, Wei Dong opened his contacts. Recalling that he wanted to call Li Jiejia to chat that IT should be around noon in China, he wondered what she had for lunch. "Dear, I watched your game." You played wonderfully. Basic skills, nothing to boast about. Huh? Haha, just basic operations. No need to cheer for me. Wei Dong clarified, suddenly realizing that such phrases did not exist in this era. Hence, Li Jia might not understand it on the line. Li Jia, fine. You're just too full of yourself. Wei Dong chuckled and asked, have you eaten yet? Yes, I had half a bowl of rice, stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of soup. Zhuang Fei can really eat. She snatched half my rice and devoured 2 chicken legs. Li Jia rambled on about her lunchtime experiences, and Wei Dong listened quietly, reminiscing about the 3 tumultuous years that had perplexed him, during which Li Jia had stood by him, warming his heart. Once she finished, Wei Dong remarked, you're too thin. You need to eat more. Li Jia responded, then asked, what are you up to? Me? Wei Dong replied, I am still at Dudley S. house tonight. I just arrived at the neighborhood and am heading to his place. Then you should get some rest early. Love you, love you. The call lasted about 10 minutes. And Li Jia, feeling a twinge of concern for Wei Dong's phone bill, hung up. Wei Dong did not disclose the truth to her. If he mentioned being abandoned by Daisy and walking back to the arena for over an hour, she would undoubtedly worry that he understood that while Li Jia appeared delicate and dependent in front of him, she was in reality an incredibly strong-willed girl, a top student at Yenjing University, not someone to be underestimated. Especially Li Jia, who outshone her peers. Without her strength, Wei Dong from his previous life would have already been ruined. However, shortly after hanging up, another call came through. With still over half an hour's walk back to the arena, Wei Dong decided to answer the call. Regardless of who it was, a brief chat would help pass the time. Hello, is this Mr. Wei Dong? Yes, it is. Great, allow me to introduce myself. I am Rose from the Bulls. Rose? Wei Dong recognized who Rose was and was pleasantly surprised that he was personally being contacted, responding with a smile. Hello. Idol, I'm no idol. I know your 10-day contract is about to expire. Would you be interested in joining the Bulls? This call from Rose was clearly an attempt to recruit Wei Dong. He continued, the Bulls are currently first in the East, and with your addition, we are certain to clinch the championship this year. Thank you, Wei Dong politely declined, but I am not considering joining another team at this time. After a brief moment of silence, Rose conceded, all right, but if you wish to join the Bulls, do remember to reach out to me that I will persuade the team manager to offer you a contract that will meet your expectations. Following his conversation with Rose, Wei Dong contemplated for a moment and effortlessly saved Rose's phone number in his mobile device. Shortly after the call with Rose ended, Wei Dong's phone rang again. Noticing another unfamiliar American number, he promptly ended the call and switched off his phone. Did you just hang up on me? On the other end, James muttered, don't you want to join the Heat and form a big four to contend for the championship? Wei Dong, however, was oblivious to the fact that he had disconnected a call from James. As he had already arrived at the arena at that moment, the venue was devoid of any presence. Wei Dong exchanged greetings with the security guard before heading to his dormitory to take a shower and retire for the night. Mission accomplished. Reward. Misfortune potion. As Wei Dong lay down, the system's voice echoed in his mind, suggesting that this system could be quite reliable. Although the tasks were repetitive, the rewards were not. Misfortune potion. Increases misfortune value. Duration 24 seconds. This effect was the exact opposite of the luck potion, also lasting 24 seconds. Without a doubt, this potion was intended for use against opponents. Wei Dong was not foolish enough to apply the misfortune potion on himself. After exchanging the Battier defensive package previously and triumphing over the Timberwolves today, his talent points remained at 15, and on the third day, they were set to face the Grizzlies, due to Wei Dong's outstanding performance. He secured his third victory since joining the Suns in this match. His statistics were points, 31, rebounds, 13, assists, 3 steals, 1 blocks. Wei Dong achieved his first double-double in the NBA, a notable 30+10 performance. After the game, Nash appeared visibly troubled. Wei Dong was the first to notice Nash's discomfort and approached him, asking, "Old monk, what's the matter? My back is feeling a bit uneasy." Nash replied with a furrowed brow. "It seems like my back injury has flared up." Nash had been nursing this old injury, often lying on the floor during breaks to alleviate his back pain. Upon hearing about Nash's condition, his teammates rushed to express their concern. The team doctor arrived and took Nash back to the locker room for an examination. Soon after, the doctor emerged with a fluctuating expression. "Doctor, how is Nash?" Gentry was the first to inquire, having just glimpsed playoff hopes. If their star player were to be sidelined at this juncture, it would undoubtedly douse the team's aspirations that Nash's condition is manageable, the doctor stated. It's a flare-up of an old injury with minimal impact, but he will need to rest for at least 3 games. The teammates gasped in unison, with only 7 games remaining before the playoffs. If Nash were to sit out 3 matches, it could effectively extinguish the Suns' chances of making it to the postseason. "Coach, I believe I can play," Nash declared as he emerged from the locker room. Assisted by a staff member, addressing Gentry. "No." Gentry replied decisively, "A back injury is no trivial matter. You must heed the doctor's advice and take at least 3 games off." "Coach," Nash attempted to plead, but was once again rebuffed by Gentry. Teammates rallied around Nash, assuring him that they would strive to secure victories in the upcoming games, even in his absence. During the subsequent post-game press conference, the Suns were enveloped in a somber atmosphere. They casually dismissed a few questions from reporters, who noted with curiosity that 2 individuals were conspicuously absent from the conference: Wei Dong and the star player Nash. Why had Wei Dong and Nash not attended the post-game press conference? The reporters left with a myriad of questions. They could surmise some reasons for Wei Dong's absence, likely linked to the fact that Daisy had reappeared that day. Anyone with keen perception could discern Wei Dong's evident disdain for Daisy. However, Nash's absence was rather perplexing. Of course, the reporters only guessed half of the story. The reason for both Nash and Wei Dong's absence was that they were in the owner's office. Suns owner Sar arrived at the arena tonight for a significant matter. "Dong, thank you for joining the Suns." Sar extended his warm hand upon seeing Wei Dong, aiming to genuinely connect with him. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join the NBA," Wei Dong replied with a smile. "You are my idol, Sar." Gentry and Nash had grown somewhat accustomed to Wei Dong's frequent declaration of admiration. He had said the same to both Nash and Hill during practice, leading the bench squad to triumph over the starters. During the game against the Lakers, he had mentioned it to Kobe before scoring 37 points in a single quarter. In the match against the Timberwolves, he had stated it to Rubio before wrapping up his day after 3 quarters. Now, as he expressed this sentiment to Sar, what was his intention? "I am no idol. I am merely a businessman," Sar replied, waving his hand and getting straight to the point. "Your 10-day contract is about to expire. Have you considered renewing with the team?" "Yes," Wei Dong nodded with a smile. That Sar's primary purpose for seeking out Wei Dong was to discuss this very matter. He believed that Wei Dong, lacking an agent and being new to the United States, might not be completely versed in the league's regulations, that he wanted to ensure that Wei Dong was treated fairly. And if Wei Dong decided to renew, he was prepared to extend a sincere offer. "Since you are also contemplating a renewal, this should be straightforward," Sar continued. "I am willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $21 million. How does that sound? 3 years and $21 million. In 2012. This contract will be classified as a mid-level deal. While it did not reach the star contract level, for a player who had only participated in 3 NBA games, the owner's willingness to extend such an offer was a clear expression of goodwill. Nash and Gentry remained silent, having accompanied Sar with the intent to gauge Wei Dong's interest in other teams. However, upon Wei Dong's direct expression of intent to renew, the matter now rested solely between Sar and Wei Dong. Whether Sar could present a contract that would satisfy Wei Dong was crucial, and in this regard, Nash and Gentry had no say. Nash reclined on the sofa, attempting to alleviate the pain in his back, while Gentry remained tight-lipped. There was another game against the Rockets in 2 days. Wei Dong suddenly chuckled. "Thinking about it gives me a headache. There will likely be many team managers heading to the Toyota Center." "Won't there?" Upon hearing this, Sar's eyelids twitched. Just days prior, he had heard Gentry mention that Wei Dong had turned down Jeff and Rich, leaving the 2 agents quite exasperated. Initially, Sar thought that without an agent, things would become considerably easier, assuming that Wei Dong, still a college student, would be naive and straightforward. However, Wei Dong's remark was laden with implications. Wei Dong did not mention the contract specifics, yet he hinted at his desire to renew with the Suns. This was Wei Dong's sincerity. The subsequent challenge lay in Sar's willingness to reciprocate. Sar proposed a 3-year contract worth $36 million, yet Wei Dong did not indicate whether he was satisfied with it. Nevertheless, Wei Dong's comment about the influx of team managers to the Toyota Center was overtly clear. Sar inquired, "Have you received any calls from team managers in recent days?" "No," Wei Dong shook his head. Candidly admitting to Sar, "I've kept my phone off. I've only played 4 games in the NBA, and I cherish this opportunity, not wanting outside distractions." "You are a player of great professionalism," Sar commended, giving a thumbs up. "I'm willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $36 million. How do you feel about that?" But Wei Dong seemed not to have heard Sar's proposal, continuing to speak to himself. "After the game the day after tomorrow, I will have the energy to deal with matters outside of basketball." Sar was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wei Dong would be dissatisfied with this star-level contract. He felt that Wei Dong was beginning to exhibit a sense of entitlement. And with some irritation, he retorted, "What kind of contract do you believe would be appropriate?" Wei Dong replied, "I simply require a contract that runs until the end of the season." As soon as the words were uttered, Nash sat up from the sofa, Gentry furrowed his brow, and even Sal appeared intrigued. Throughout their extensive years in the NBA, it was a rarity for players to relinquish long-term contracts in favor of short ones. "Why?" Sal questioned, bewildered by Wei Dong's actions. His negotiation style earlier had revealed to Sal that Wei Dong was no ordinary player. However, his current thoughts made Sal perceive him as somewhat naive. Wei Dong retorted, "Boss, if this season the Suns clinch the championship, what kind of contract do you think I could secure for the next season? Is that how you see it?" Sal's eyes widened. His teeth clenched in excitement rather than anger. "If you manage to secure the FMVP this season, I shall grant you a top-tier contract in the entire league." Sal, embodying the essence of a team owner, remained astute even in his exhilaration. His statement regarding Wei Dong winning the FMVP inherently implied that the Suns needed to win the championship, while Wei Dong also needed to emerge as the most outstanding player in the finals. A tall order indeed. Exactly, Wei Dong comprehended Sal's implication, chuckling, "Do you really think I would settle for a 3-year contract worth $30 million? Ah, young man, you possess ambition." Sal offered Wei Dong a cigar, which he politely declined, after clipping and lighting one for himself. Sal declared, "Let us see if you can lead the Suns to a championship this year. Since you desire a short-term contract until the season's end, I shall offer you $5 million. What do you think?" "Thank you, boss," Wei Dong responded with a smile. Sal was indeed a good man. This contract was quite a gamble, as the Suns' playoff prospects were uncertain, with only 6 games remaining after the next match. If the Suns failed to reach the playoffs, Wei Dong would have earned $5 million for merely 6 games. Over $80,000 per game, an unprecedented figure in the NBA. Gentry remarked, "Wei Dong, Nash will be sidelined for the next game. The team will rely on you, no problem," Wei Dong assured, patting his chest. "I've got this." Nash expressed, "I greatly admire your confidence. For some reason, I feel this year is the closest I've ever been to a championship." "Ha!" Sal was equally pleased, telling Wei Dong, "Come early tomorrow morning to sign the contract. If you need any assistance in Phoenix, don't hesitate to ask. I do have some influence in this territory." Wei Dong indeed had a request for the boss. Since Sal had offered, Wei Dong did not hold back. "I want to quickly purchase a house and a car in Phoenix and bring my girlfriend over." "Not bad. The Chinese are indeed more emotionally invested than Americans." Sal nodded. "I have plenty of houses and cars. Feel free to take whatever you need. Why spend your own money?" Wei Dong chuckled. "I appreciate the kindness, but there's a certain comfort in having my own possessions. If you have time, could you assist me in the next couple of days? The expenses should be around $3 million. With a $5 million contract, Wei Dong would be left with less than $4 million after taxes. And he needed to retain some capital. Having been a billionaire in his past life, he was not willing to settle for merely being a star player this time around. The $3 million would suffice to purchase a decent house and car in Phoenix. The following morning, 2 sports news headlines emerged. The first reported that the Sun star player Nash had re-injured his back with an uncertain return date. The second headline, which topped the trending charts in China, announced that Wei Dong had signed a short contract worth $5 million with the Suns, extending until the season's end. This meant that if the Suns did not reach the playoffs, Wei Dong would earn approximately $83,000 per game over the next 6 matches. Such a figure instantly deterred other teams from pursuing Wei Dong. No organization was willing to offer such a contract for a player who had only played 3 games in the NBA. Despite its brevity, the contract's per-game compensation was beyond what even Kobe and LeBron could fathom. A $30 million contract over an 82-game season would only average around $300,000 per game. Rose, upon seeing the news after a game, understood why Wei Dong had declined him a few days prior. The Bulls would not be able to match such a contract when LeBron saw the news. He fell silent. It turned out that he was not the only one to notice Wei Dong's exceptional talent. Chinese fans erupted with enthusiasm. Ironically, the calmest individual was Wei Dong himself after signing the contract. He called Li Jiajia to inform her of his plans to purchase a house in Phoenix, asking her to pack her bags and come after a thesis defense. Li Jiajia was both delighted and composed. She was thrilled that Wei Dong was pursuing his dreams, yet remained steady in her belief that he would carve out a successful path for himself. This was Wei Dong's first away game since entering the NBA. Initially, his teammates worried he might feel anxious. However, upon observing him on the plane, donning headphones and lost in music, they realized that the truly nervous ones were themselves. This match against the Rockets was of immense significance for the Suns. Following a 3-game home winning streak, the Suns and Rockets were tied in standings. This meant that the team that won this game would secure the 9th spot, while the loser would drop to 10th. Both the Suns and the Rockets were determined to claim victory. Ironically, in such a crucial match, the Suns star player Nash was sidelined due to injury, a disheartening development for the team. Gentry had a sleepless night, and Wei Dong noticed the dark circles under his eyes before boarding the plane. The point guard was originally the strongest link in the Suns' chain. With Nash's injury, this had inadvertently become a liability. As the game approached, Gentry had yet to devise a reasonable lineup. Observing Gentry's troubled expression, Wei Dong proposed, "Coach, let me play the point guard position." "You?" Gentry regarded Wei Dong skeptically. "You understand the significance of the point guard position, right? Are you sure you can handle it?" On the basketball court, the positions are defined as follows. The 1 is point guard, the 2 is shooting guard, the 3 is small forward, the 4 is power forward, and the 5 is center. Wei Dong had played 3 games, proving his prowess on both offense and defense, along with impressive rebounding skills. However, he had consistently occupied the 2 position, known for his scoring prowess. In total, Wei Dong had amassed over 100 points across those 3 games, but had only 5 assists. Could a player averaging fewer than 2 assists per game effectively play the point guard position? "Coach, please trust me," Wei Dong asserted confidently. "While I may not rival my idol Nash, I can excel at the 1 position." Again with the idol, his teammates exchanged bemused glances upon hearing Wei Dong's words. Fortunately, Nash had not traveled with the team to Houston. Otherwise, hearing Wei Dong refer to him as an idol would have surely made him choke. For every player Wei Dong deemed an idol had ultimately faced his own challenges. All right, Wei Dong's determination bolstered Gentry's confidence, and he declared, "Tonight, Wei Dong will take the point guard position." As the game was about to commence, it was broadcast live in China. Yu Jia and director Zhang sat in the commentary booth. Providing pre-game analysis, Yu Jia remarked, "I've reviewed the statistics. Wei Dong has scored 107 points, grabbed 29 rebounds, and dished out 5 assists in his first 3 games, averaging 35 points and 10 rebounds, data befitting a top league star." Director Zhang added, "However, passing remains Wei Dong's weak point. He has only managed 5 assists over 3 games." Yu Jia inquired, "Given Nash's absence due to injury, what strategy do you think the Suns should employ?" Director Zhang replied, "It's going to be tough. Aside from Nash, the Suns lack a competent point guard. I believe they should bring in Warwick to play the position." Yu Jia continued, "Do you think Gentry might consider putting Wei Dong at the 1 position?" Director Zhang chuckled, "No way. Wei Dong lacks organizational skills. He's merely a scoring machine." Speculation swirled around the league regarding how Gentry would strategize in the wake of Nash's injury. Originally, many team managers had planned to attend the game at the Toyota Center. Following the conclusion of this match, Wei Dong's brief 10-day contract was set to expire, prompting his team to seek engagement with him in hopes of securing his signature. However, just a day prior, the Suns had announced a lucrative deal, signing Wei Dong for $5 million until the end of the season. This figure made all other teams hesitate. As the game commenced and players took to the court, the large screen displayed the rosters of both teams. Undoubtedly, Wei Dong remained in the starting lineup. The Suns' starting 5 comprised Wei Dong, Hill, Gortat, Reed, and Dudley. This lineup marked a significant departure from previous formations. As the lineup was revealed, the primary focus of attention turned to the point guard position. where it became evident that Wei Dong had been assigned to that role. Had Gentry lost his mind? The crowd erupted with laughter at the sight of Wei Dong, who had recorded merely 5 assists over 3 games, being placed at point guard. Hilariously, was this not akin to having Wei Dong as the sole player while 4 others merely stood by? What a misguided decision. However, Wei Dong had consistently surprised us, and I found myself eagerly anticipating the outcome. The external chatter was lost on Wei Dong. The moment he stepped onto the court, his focus was solely on the game. "Boys, are you ready?" With the game about to begin, Gentry rallied his players. "Ready. Let us seize this victory. Go, go." The players of the Suns shouted as they entered the arena. "Here we go." Wei Dong squinted, contemplating his 15 talent points, ready to exchange for another skill package, the Nash passing package. It was evident that Wei Dong had opted for Nash's passing skills, intent on showcasing his playmaking abilities to all. With a system in place, he could be omnipotent. Beep. The game commenced as Diallo tapped the basketball into Dragic's hand at a former teammate of the Suns. Dragic advanced the ball, only to be met by Wei Dong's defense that I could hardly believe that he was indeed playing point guard. Dragic, dribbling the ball, remarked to Wei Dong, "Is it really that surprising that you can play point guard?" This was not a jab at Wei Dong. After all, a scoring machine like him possessing playmaking skills will be nothing short of extraordinary. Yes, it's strange. Wei Dong chuckled. Dragic, unable to find an opportunity beyond the arc, passed the ball to Martin, who took a couple of dribbles before executing a jumper. Clank. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Gortat secured the rebound and passed the ball to Wei Dong, with the ball in hand and Dragic defending him. Wei Dong quipped, "Can you really contain me?" Dragic replied, "I may not be able to stop you, but my teammates won't let you score easily." Well then, Wei Dong smirked, controlling the ball with one hand while raising the other, signaling Gortat to set a screen. Gortat understood the cue. With the screen in place, Wei Dong glided past Dragic, prompting Rockets coach McHale to leap from the bench, shouting, "Keep Wei Dong contained. Don't allow him an easy score." Diallo rushed to intercept, but Wei Dong drove to the basket. Just when everyone anticipated Wei Dong to attempt a layup over Diallo, a figure surged forward. Wei Dong executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball into Gortat's hands. Gortat, initially taken aback by the precision of the pass, soon realized it was as effortless as any pass Nash had ever delivered. With an unguarded basket before him, Gortat wasted no time, leaping for a powerful dunk. Slamming the ball through the hoop. 0-2. The Suns struck first. "Great shot," Yu Jia exclaimed in the broadcast room. "Isn't this cooperation reminiscent of Nash and Gortat?" Coach Zhang remarked. Wei Dong could have chosen to score himself. Given his scoring prowess, Diallo wouldn't be able to stop him. The Suns bench erupted in excitement, Lopez jumping up and vigorously waving a towel. Gentry observed this scene with a smile. However, when he turned to see Rockets coach McHale, he felt the need to maintain an air of composure. Thus, he remained seated, arms crossed, exuding an aura of control that Wei Dong's recent pass showcased exceptional route precision and timing. It appeared that his limited assists in the first 3 games were merely due to Nash's presence, as he had been tasked primarily with scoring. Dragic was momentarily stunned. Wei Dong could indeed pass. Meanwhile, on the Rockets side, Scola scored a basket. The ball returned to the Suns, and Wei Dong dribbled up the court, where Reed had positioned himself in the corner. After drawing the defense's attention, Wei Dong delivered a long pass, landing the ball in Reed's hands, and Reed, too, was momentarily startled. The pass felt remarkably comfortable that a top-tier point guard not only delivers the ball, but orchestrates plays, ensuring teammates receive it in the most favorable manner. This was Nash's forte, and now, with Wei Dong, who was at the peak of his abilities, it was not merely a standard Nash passing package, but a Nash passing package plus. Upon receiving the pass, Reed did not hesitate, launching a three-pointer swish. The ball found the net with precision. 2-5. In the ensuing 5 minutes, Wei Dong attempted only twice, making 1, thus securing 2 points. Yet whenever teammates found themselves open, they consistently received Wei Dong's passes with ease. Not quite right. With 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter, McHale was compelled to call a timeout. 11-19. The Suns had established an 8-point lead, notably with only 2 points coming from Wei Dong. Yet he had already tallied 6 assists in the Chinese broadcast room. Yu Jia commented, "Coach Zhang, you were mistaken. Wei Dong is not merely capable of passing. He is a passing maestro, Coach Zhang replied, having reviewed footage of Wei Dong's Cuba games. The current Wei Dong is an entirely different player that Yu Jia added. Such a player who thrives under pressure brings us immense joy. Coach Zhang concurred. Indeed, Wei Dong is a source of pride for China. I am keenly anticipating the Suns making it to the playoffs this year. Yu Jia affirmed, there is no doubt about it. Despite starting 8 points behind, this was not a reflection of the Rockets' lack of strength. After all, the Suns boasted Nash's presence, and the unexpected deficit stemmed from significant tactical miscalculations prior to the game. McHale had confidently assumed the Suns lacked a capable point guard, focusing his players on limiting Wei Dong's scoring opportunities, not realizing that Wei Dong's passing was an even greater challenge to defend. In truth, Wei Dong had scored sparingly, earning just 2 points over 5 minutes, marking his lowest opening score across the 4 games. However, his playmaking abilities, particularly his passing, were exceptional. He was a top-tier point guard indeed. Wei Dong invigorated the entire team through his passing. As Wei Dong entered the NBA, his style was unfamiliar to many, which was quite natural. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Basketball is a collective endeavor, and with Wei Dong in the role of point guard, we should regard him as Nash. As McHale laid down the strategy, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. That McHale's tactical arrangement was sound. Nash's most formidable asset was his ability to elevate his teammates. Yet his scoring prowess should not be overlooked. In McHale's eyes, Wei Dong was merely a more versatile offensive threat with a tougher defensive presence than Nash. The timeout ended. The Rockets launched an offensive, executing a series of passes until the ball found its way to Martin, who successfully made a jumper. 13-19. The Rockets narrowed the gap by 2 points. Wei Dong orchestrated the next attack, dribbling forward as Budinger stepped up to defend. Wei Dong executed a sweeping crossover, maneuvering past Budinger, and surged toward the basket, where Diallo had already established his position, prepared to deliver a block. Watch Wei Dong's passing, McHale shouted from the sidelines. Wei Dong remained composed, leaping into the air as if he were a helicopter. Boom! Wei Dong soared over Diallo, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. Top 10 play! Top 10 play! Yu Jia shouted excitedly in the broadcast room. That was incredibly explosive. This ball is undoubtedly destined to be among the top 10 plays of the year. Coach Zhang was momentarily stunned. Such a slam dunk is a feat only achievable by elite superstars in the NBA. In the first 3 games, Wei Dong's role resembled that of a shooter. However, this dunk attested that Wei Dong is far more than merely a shooter. It was almost there. As Wei Dong retreated on defense, he shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the play. It appears that once he has surplus talent points, he will have to exchange for a Carter dunk package. Nonetheless, this dunk extinguished the Suns' momentum in closing the score. Halftime. The score stood at 47-59, with the Suns leading by 12 points. Here are Wei Dong's statistics for the first half. 13 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Back in the locker room, his teammates eagerly wished to embrace him. The game, however, was not over. Wei Dong pushed his teammates away, asserting, in the second half, the Rockets will undoubtedly mount a comeback. We must remain vigilant and secure this victory. Let us go. Let us go. His teammates encouraged one another. Gentry, witnessing this scene, was deeply moved. Wei Dong had already assumed the aura of a team leader after just 4 games. The phrase humble in victory, resilient in defeat truly encapsulates Wei Dong. Until the final whistle, he remains remarkably composed. With Nash absent, the entire team has already rallied around Wei Dong, just 10 days prior. Without Nash, the Suns would have essentially conceded the game in the second half. The strategy still revolved around Wei Dong. Gentry, holding the playbook, began to devise tactics when he noticed Wei Dong draping a towel over his head in silence. Concerned, Gentry inquired, Wei Dong, are you all right? I'm fine. Wei Dong waved his hand dismissively. Coach, please continue with the strategy. With Nash's absence, Wei Dong had not taken a single minute of rest in the first half, dominating both ends of the court, truly carrying the team forward. Although Wei Dong's stamina is at its peak in the NBA, he is not the only one with maximum endurance. Should one individual bear the weight of the team while playing the entire game, the physical toll is immense. Hence, Wei Dong was seizing every moment to recuperate as the second half commenced. Scola scored repeatedly in the paint. Scola, once a teammate of Yao Ming, is a player well known among Chinese fans for his exceptional footwork in the post. In this game, he seemed to have his way in the Suns' interior. The score gradually tightened, prompting Gentry to call a timeout. While strategizing, Wei Dong asserted, "Coach, I will guard Scola." Gentry stared at Wei Dong in disbelief. "You are already fatigued. Let your teammates handle the defense." Wei Dong replied, "I can do this. We cannot allow him to be so arrogant." "Very well." Gentry nodded, reconfiguring the strategy to eye in the CCTV broadcast room. Yu Jia remarked, "Defense has always been a weak link for the Suns. Against the seasoned Scola, there seems to be little effective countermeasure. Coach Zhang, if this issue remains unresolved, the Suns may find themselves in peril." Yu Jia continued, "Coach Zhang, who do you think Gentry will assign to guard Scola after the timeout? Perhaps Gortat. Although lacking in defensive experience, he possesses height." Following the timeout, the Rocket strategy remained focused on spacing the floor. Allowing Scola to operate one-on-one in the post, as Scola received the ball in the paint, Lopez drifted outside, while Wei Dong entered the interior, bracing against Scola. Wei Dong is only 1.98 meters tall. The height disadvantage against Scola is glaring. Can he truly defend against Scola? Fans were astonished to see Wei Dong take the initiative to guard Scola. What kind of strategy is this? Scola, facing Wei Dong, seemed slightly unsettled. His skill set revolved around post footwork, effective against slower big men. But suddenly confronted by a quicker opponent, Scola's advantage diminished. Nevertheless, Scola possesses a high basketball IQ. After a brief hesitation, he opted for the most secure approach, backing down. Particularly as Wei Dong's physique, compared to the muscular Scola, appeared somewhat slender, Scola thought to himself, with such a frame, he likely lacked strength. Thus, Scola began to assertively back Wei Dong down. After 3 consecutive attempts, Wei Dong stood his ground unwaveringly. The sensation was akin to facing some of the NBA's strongest forces, leaving Scola dumbfounded. Is Wei Dong's strength truly this formidable? With the back down unsuccessful, Scola feigned a move and opted for a jump shot. Unfortunately, his ploy had already been anticipated by Wei Dong. As the ball left Scola's hands, Wei Dong leapt, deflecting the shot, which clanked off the rim. Rebound. Several big men surged toward the basket, vying for the ball. However, Wei Dong, already positioned beneath the rim, leapt swiftly, seizing the ball and initiating a counterattack. Yu Jia exclaimed, "Wei Dong truly defended against Scola." Coach Zhang noted Scola's post footwork, when confronted by the quicker Wei Dong, lost much of its effectiveness. This was merely what they observed. Scola's perception was even more profound. What rendered his moves ineffective was Wei Dong's astonishing strength. After 3 consecutive pushes, Wei Dong remained unyielding. Wei Dong became the focal point of the Rockets' defense, making it challenging for him to find open shot opportunities. Thompson's shooting prowess only shines in the presence of superstar teammates. In his debut game, Wei Dong scored an impressive 37 points in a single quarter, benefiting from being perceived as a rookie, thus not drawing defensive attention. Coupled with his astonishing shooting touch that game, it culminated in the legendary single-quarter scoring feat. After Scola's repeated attempts in the paint, Wei Dong felt a surge of irritation. With 10 talent points at his disposal, he decided to exchange for a Scola post footwork package, dribbling the ball to the frontcourt. Wei Dong passed to Hill, who, upon receiving the ball, failed to locate an optimal scoring opportunity. Spotting Wei Dong in the paint calling for the ball, Hill lobbed it back to him. Upon receiving the ball, Camby closed in for tight defense. Wei Dong intended to attack the paint. Yu Jia paused, having never seen Wei Dong operate in the post before. Then, Yu Jia witnessed Wei Dong execute a left spin followed by a right spin. Maneuvering to the basket. With his right foot as the pivot, he spun on his left foot. Before even taking a shot, Camby was left flailing. What followed was an effortless hook shot. Great play. The Suns bench erupted in excitement. All the substitutes leapt from their seats, cheering and waving towels. Wei Dong had brilliantly countered the Rockets with Scola's moves. This was the ultimate morale booster. What? Scola's eyes widened. Was this not his signature post footwork? This was his unique skill that had dominated the NBA. When did Wei Dong learn it? Moreover, he executed it with even greater finesse and fluidity, as Scola attempted to play one-on-one against Wei Dong again. He failed. When the Suns' turn to attack arrived, Wei Dong once more called for the ball in the paint. Fans watching the live broadcast leapt to their feet, fixated on the scene, eager to witness Wei Dong utilize Scola's post footwork to score again. Wei Dong did not disappoint. With 2 deceptive steps in the paint, he once again left Camby in his wake, effortlessly finishing at the rim. Third time, fourth time, after Wei Dong once more faked out Camby. The frustrated Camby pulled him down. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling an and one. Wei Dong stood at the free throw line, dribbling the ball twice before grinning at Scola. Idle, these 5 shots are a welcome gift for you. Scola's face darkened. He had finally witnessed Wei Dong's audacity. Swish. Wei Dong calmly sank the free throw. The score now stood at 62-77, extending the lead to 15 points, with little time remaining in the third quarter. Although the Rockets managed to string together 2 offensive surges afterward, the 15-point margin was maintained until the final buzzer. As the fourth quarter approached its final minute, Wei Dong was finally substituted. Even the fans at the Toyota Center stood to applaud Wei Dong, chanting MVP, MVP, MVP. Following Dayo, Houston fans once again encountered an extraordinary Chinese player. They could see the conclusion of the match. Wei Dong's statistics read 37 points, 17 rebounds, 13 assists for steals, and 2 blocks. In his 4th NBA game, Wei Dong achieved an impressive triple-double of 37, 17, and 13, leading the Suns to their 4th consecutive victory. The Suns surpassed the Rockets in the Western Conference standings, now ranked 9th, just 2 wins behind the 8th-place Jazz. After all games for the day concluded, Wei Dong glanced at the Western Conference rankings. Spurs, 66-9, Thunder, 64-12, Lakers, 59-17, Grizzlies, 54-22, Clippers, 54-23, Nuggets, 53-24, Mavericks, 47-29, Jazz, 44-32, Suns, 43-33, Rockets, 42-34. The Suns were merely 1 win away from the 8th-place Jazz. Though it appeared feasible, breaking into the top 8 of the West remained a formidable challenge. With only 6 games remaining, the Suns faced a daunting schedule, contending against all teams in the Western Conference's top 8, including 2 matches against the conference-leading Spurs, 1 against the 2nd-place Thunder, in addition to encounters with the Clippers, Nuggets, and a critical showdown with the Jazz. In contrast, the Jazz's upcoming 6 opponents included only 2 from the Western Conference's top 8, rendering their schedule significantly less arduous than that of the Suns. Wei Dong's 10-day contract was set to expire. Over the span of this brief contract, he scored 37, 31, 39, and 37 points in 4 games, averaging 36 points per game. This season, the scoring leader in the NBA was Durant, averaging 28 points. Wei Dong surpassed him by a remarkable 8 points. Following the expiration of his contract, Wei Dong signed a new short-term deal worth $5 million, effectively dissuading other teams from attempting to lure him away. As even the wealthiest franchises lack the audacity to present such an offer, the Jazz, in their next 6 games, aside from the one against the Suns, would face only 2 opponents from the Western Conference's top 8, making their path considerably easier. Once the match concluded, the Suns flew to San Antonio, where they were set to face the top-ranked Spurs in a back-to-back contest without Nash. Prior to the game, the Spurs reviewed Wei Dong's game footage, leaving all players in stunned silence. This young Chinese player had burst onto the NBA scene without any forewarning, achieving remarkable fame in just 4 games. After viewing the footage, the crafty coach Popovich found himself at a loss for strategies to contain Wei Dong, who exhibited formidable offensive prowess, tenacious defense, and exquisite passing skills. This evoked in Popovich a sense reminiscent of facing Kobe. Particularly concerning was Wei Dong's previous match against the Rockets, where he relentlessly exploited Scola's post moves to dominate the Rockets' interior defense, leaving Popovich perplexed. The Spurs' interior defense had also suffered against Scola's moves, but Wei Dong executed them even more effectively than Scola himself. There was only one Wei Dong on the Suns. He posed no significant threat. As the game approached, Popovich dismissed his chaotic thoughts, reminding himself that basketball was a team sport. The Suns had only Wei Dong, and they could certainly defeat them. During warm-ups, Wei Dong spotted Duncan and called out, "Hey, Duncan." Duncan turned to look at Wei Dong. "Watch my windmill dunk." Wei Dong shouted, dribbling twice before leaping and executing a magnificent windmill dunk, slamming the ball through the hoop. Duncan, Spurs players, Suns players. Wei Dong's unanticipated windmill dunk left the warm-up players in an awkward state. That was embarrassing, Wei Dong muttered to himself, suddenly recalling that this was not his past life. Even if it were, Duncan's world-shocking windmill had occurred in 2014, which had yet to transpire. Hello, Duncan, somewhat dazed, remarked to Wei Dong, you are a formidable player. Thank you for the compliment, idol, Wei Dong replied before casually walking to the sidelines, pretending to drink water to mask his embarrassment. This game was also being broadcast live in China. While everyone hoped for a Suns victory, the general sentiment regarding their situation was bleak. Few believed that a Nash-less Suns team could conquer the top-ranked Spurs. Beep! With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. Right from the start, Wei Dong entered single-player mode, receiving the ball and executing a significant feint to bypass Parker's defense, driving into Duncan's interior defense for a forceful layup. Completing a 2-1 play, Wei Dong's offensive determination was palpable. Yu Jia, broadcasting the game, noted that Wei Dong was continuously attacking the Spurs' interior. The Spurs' defensive efficiency ranked among the top 3 in the league, yet Wei Dong today resembled a piercing blade. To him, the Spurs' defense seemed non-existent. The first quarter concluded with a score of 21-23, with the Suns leading by 2 points. Wei Dong had shot 4 for 9, amassing 17 points, although his shooting percentage was not particularly high. All of Wei Dong's offensive attempts targeted the interior, ensuring that even missed shots resulted in fouls against the Spurs. In the CCTV studio, Yu Jia remarked, today, Wei Dong has been relentlessly attacking the Spurs' paint, opting for layups in the face of defenders, foregoing his trademark three-pointers. Zhang Jidao responded, do you not think Wei Dong's playing style today bears resemblance to someone? Yu Jia, I had thought of Allen Iverson. Zhang Jidao continued, Wei Dong's ability to navigate through defenders mirrors that of Iverson. Yu Jia, Wei Dong is exceptional. Just last game, he schooled the Rockets' interior using Scola's post moves. Zhang Jidao affirmed, Wei Dong is destined to become a top-tier superstar. Yu Jia, I believe he has the potential to become the #1 player in the league. The first quarter ended with the Spurs trailing by 2 points. Such a scenario was not uncommon. However, the Spurs never panicked. Yet today, Popovich felt a subtle sense of unease. Something was amiss as the second quarter commenced. The Spurs adjusted their lineup, substituting Duncan and Parker, leaving Ginobili on the floor. The Suns also made adjustments, yet Wei Dong remained on the court, understanding that to secure victory, he had no opportunity for rest. Ginobili, a formidable player, immediately made his presence felt with a serpentine drive to score. 23. The Spurs tied the game, but this was merely the beginning for the Spurs. Once Wei Dong received the ball, he continued his solo offensive strategy, exploiting the inferior defensive capabilities of the substitutes. Even when faced with 2 defenders, Wei Dong consistently found opportunities to penetrate. Upon reaching the basket, whether confronted by 1, 2, or 3 defenders, to Wei Dong, only the hoop existed. He repeatedly overpowered multiple defenders to score. Wei Dong was on a rampage. Yu Jia exclaimed, I've lost count of the times he has landed on the floor after a layup. 3 times Zhang Jidao interjected. Yu Jia retorted, had it not been for Zhang Jidao's seniority, she would have challenged him. She aimed to emphasize how hard Wei Dong was playing today. 29-36. For minutes into the second quarter, Ginobili's bench unit had not only failed to close the gap, but instead allowed the Suns to extend their lead. Reluctantly, Popovich reintroduced the recently rested Duncan and Parker. Upon Duncan's return, Wei Dong again drove to the basket. Facing Duncan's defense, Wei Dong executed a feint, causing Duncan to leap. Typically, Duncan would not be so easily deceived. However, Wei Dong's previous drives had all been direct assaults on the defense, without any feints, leading Duncan to underestimate him. Now, that's my chance. Wei Dong smirked, leaning into Duncan, launching the basketball in an exaggerated manner while simultaneously shouting, ah. Drawing a foul, Popovich instantly discerned Wei Dong's intentions, though he felt Wei Dong's theatrics were overly dramatic. Foul, foul, after Wei Dong released the ball. He immediately gestured to the referee, indicating Duncan's foul. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he gestured towards the scorer's table, indicating a foul by the player wearing number 21 in white. resulting in 2 free throws. "You, my friend," Duncan stared blankly at Wei Dong, "are exceedingly cunning." "Damn it," Popovich exclaimed, angrily slamming the tactical board to the ground. Why would Wei Dong deliberately target Duncan to draw a foul? Because Duncan was already burdened with 2 fouls. And this one would result in 3 fouls within less than 2 quarters, all attributed to Wei Dong's actions. After Wei Dong sank both free throws, Popovich signaled for a substitution, and Duncan, who had been on the court for less than 20 seconds, was pulled off again. Without Duncan, the Suns felt a significant alleviation of pressure, although Popovich reintroduced Duncan onto the court in the final 3 minutes of the second quarter. However, by the end of the first half, the score stood at 46-51, with the Suns leading by 5 points. Wei Dong single-handedly scored 39 points, just 7 points shy of the Spurs' total. As the second half commenced, the Spurs intensified their offensive efforts. Parker, Duncan, and Leonard scored consecutively, allowing the Spurs to reclaim the lead, prompting Gentry to call a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Hill made 2 baskets and Fry hit a 3-pointer, somewhat easing the offensive pressure on Wei Dong. Nonetheless, the Suns struggled to counter the Spurs' resurgence. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, the Suns trailed by 3 points. Wei Dong relentlessly attacked the rim, exhausting his stamina, which Popovich had already noticed. Yet he remained astounded. For Wei Dong had not taken a moment's rest and continued to employ the most physically demanding style of play. Even the most conditioned athletes in the NBA rarely accomplish such a feat. As the end of the third quarter approached, Wei Dong, fatigued, attempted 2 consecutive plays against Duncan using footwork in the paint. However, Duncan had studied Wei Dong's game tapes and anticipated his moves, rendering both attempts ineffective. The score read 79-72 as the Suns entered the fourth quarter, trailing by 7 points. "Wei Dong, take a breather," Gentry advised during the timeout. "After all, we are up against the top team in the West. We cannot overexert ourselves." Wei Dong shook his head, stating, "Coach, I have expressed my intention to lead the team into the playoffs. We cannot afford to lose even one of these 6 games, so I cannot rest." "All right." Gentry was moved by Wei Dong's determination. Witnessing Wei Dong's unwavering resolve, his teammates clenched their fists, inspired by him, shouting, "Let's win this game." Wei Dong's stamina was nearing its limit. Popovich urged his players, "Just play normally. We can certainly secure this victory." At the beginning of the fourth quarter, the Spurs starters were resting on the sidelines. But when the Spurs players caught sight of the Suns, they sensed a fierce determination in every player's gaze. What were they planning? The Spurs players were startled. It was merely a game, yet it felt as though the Suns were intent on annihilating them. The Spurs initiated their offense. Ginobili dribbled forward, and Dudley, seemingly energized, unleashed a relentless pursuit on Ginobili. Ginobili's rhythm was disrupted, and Dudley seized the opportunity to steal the ball from Ginobili, shouting, "Wei Dong." Wei Dong had already sprinted to the frontcourt, while the Spurs players hurried back on defense. However, their speed paled in comparison to Wei Dong's. Dudley, with all his might, hurled the basketball forward, and Wei Dong caught it, leaping from just inside the free throw line, cradling the ball with both hands as he executed a thunderous windmill dunk. Boom! The basketball thundered through the hoop. Holy crap! The Suns bench erupted in a frenzy, roaring as if they were about to storm the court. The home crowd fell silent. The dunk was simply spectacular, yet it was executed by Wei Dong of the Suns, not a Spurs player. The Suns were already brimming with intensity. This dunk further galvanized the entire team's morale. Offense relies on skill. Defense depends on attitude. The Suns were not renowned for their defensive prowess. But when each player began to defend with the ferocity of rabid dogs, the Spurs felt an overwhelming pressure that left them gasping for breath. 79, 74, 79, 76, 81, 79, 81, 81, 81, 84, with Wei Dong hitting another 3-pointer. The Suns surged ahead by 3 points. Reluctantly, Popovich reintroduced Duncan and Parker to the game, but the Suns' momentum had already taken flight. Even with Duncan and Parker back on the court, even with Leonard effectively limiting Wei Dong's 3-point attempts, even with Duncan guarding the paint like an iron wall, the score continued to widen as the Suns, fighting for a playoff spot, faced off against the Spurs, who were merely aiming to secure their place. The Spurs' spirit had been completely subdued. Beep! As the final whistle blew, the score read 93. 102. The Suns triumphed over the Spurs. Wei Dong's statistics of the game: 61 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Remarkably, Wei Dong played the entire 48 minutes without resting for a single second. After the game, Yu Jia remarked the Suns achieved a monumental victory, and Wei Dong was instrumental in this success. However, we must not overlook the contributions of other Suns players. Especially in the fourth quarter, every rebound in the paint was fiercely contested. Hill's tenacity on the floor, Dudley's relentless defense. These were the hallmarks of a championship-caliber team. Coach Zhang nodded, declaring this was Wei Dong's legendary performance. After this match, the shadow of a superstar had already begun to loom over Wei Dong. Not merely a shadow, Yu Jia stated, if we were to replace Kobe with Wei Dong for this game. I believe Kobe would not have performed any better than Wei Dong. I cannot agree with that statement. Coach Zhang frowned. Kobe is the greatest player in history. After the game, Duncan approached Wei Dong, ruffling his hair. The future is yours. Wei Dong shot a glance at Ginobili's still lush hair, brushing Duncan's hand away, feeling somewhat irked. I do not appreciate being patted on the head, especially by you. This is how I greet people. Duncan replied with a goofy smile that if you dislike it, I won't do it anymore. In truth, he wasn't fond of such gestures either. Hearing the exchange between Wei Dong and Duncan, Ginobili muttered something under his breath. After embracing his Spurs teammates, Wei Dong wearily made his way to the locker room. In a back-to-back game, he had nearly played 2 full matches. Especially in this contest against the Spurs, Wei Dong shot 19 for 37 from the field and made 17 of 21 free throws. His shooting percentage was not particularly high, largely due to facing defenses of 2 or more players on every offensive attempt. Even with maximum stamina, it was a considerable challenge. Yet, under such strenuous circumstances, Wei Dong amassed the highest score of the game at 61 points. Task: breathe once. Failure results in a punishment of consuming 10 do of feces. In the locker room, Wei Dong found himself too exhausted even shower. When suddenly, the system issued him a task, Wei Dong thought, what the hell is this ridiculous task? Breathing once counts as a task. If I don't breathe, won't I just die? And this punishment is absurd. What does it mean to consume 10 do of feces? Xiang is internet slang, while do is an ancient unit of measurement. This system is mixing the old with the new. Moreover, 1 do is 6 gene, so 10 do equals 60 gene. Consume 60 gene of feces. This would not only sting me to death, but also bloat me to death. System, have you ever eaten shit? No, can this stuff even be swallowed? Not particularly easy to swallow. You're telling me you haven't eaten it. Wei Dong cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, he realized this task was quite simple to accomplish. So, he composed himself and took a deep breath. Concerned that the system might deem his breathing inadequate, he ended up taking 7 or 8 deep breaths before stopping. Sitting beside Wei Dong, Hill was dumbfounded and asked with concern, Wei Dong, are you very tired? Yeah, very tired. Wei Dong nodded, helplessly stating, not only is my body exhausted, but my mind is even more fatigued. Indeed, after playing back-to-back games, he was utterly drained, and the system was still relentless. Fortunately, after taking those 7 or 8 deep breaths, the system finally chimed his mind. Task completed. Reward, stamina pills. Holy crap, there are rewards for this? Wei Dong found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at the newly appeared blue pill in his mental inventory. Muttering to himself, system, what a surprise. Stamina pill. Restores 100 of stamina, consuming 5 talent points. The system provided a brief explanation before vanishing. During the fourth quarter, Wei Dong gritted his teeth to persevere. In particular, during the final minutes, he had missed several shots, a consequence of his stamina depletion. Fortunately, his teammates were supportive. Otherwise, they might have jeopardized the game. Now, with the stamina pill in hand, although the peculiar blue pill looked rather odd, it represented yet another glitch. At least from now on, no matter how long he played, Wei Dong would not experience fatigue. At the post-game press conference, this time, Daisy was absent, allowing Wei Dong to partake in a proper interview. After Coach Gentry concluded his interview, Wei Dong took a seat at the press table. Clap, clap, clap. Upon his arrival, all the journalists stood up to applaud. Thank you, everyone. Wei Dong smiled and nodded, gesturing for the reporters to take their seats for the interview. Reporter, hey, congratulations to the Suns for securing the victory. You single-handedly led the team to a monumental win. Hee hee, Wei Dong replied with a smirk, correcting, the victory belongs to the entire team's efforts. Reporter, you just scored 61 points, and I notice you're only 22 years old. This makes you the youngest player in NBA history to score 60 points. Wei Dong, I never concern myself with such accolades. The victory is what truly matters. Reporter, this is your record-setting night. You dominated the game. Wei Dong, I hope you can see the hard work of my teammates. They fought for every rebound and defended resolutely, preventing the opponents from scoring easily. Moreover, players like Hill and Fry excelled offensively, which was key to our victory. Such humility was met with admiration from all the reporters. They had interviewed many rookies who, after scoring high points, would bask in self-congratulation. Yet, Wei Dong remained calm and modest, attributing the success to his teammates without seeking glory for himself. Reporter, you have set 2 historical records in just 5 games. That's incredible. I do not care about such things, Wei Dong stated. I simply wish to achieve victories alongside my teammates. Despite Wei Dong's insistence, the reporters clung to the topic of records, as it was the most sensational angle. Thus, one reporter asked, there are many historical records in the NBA that are difficult to break. Which one do you most wish to surpass? The reporters eagerly awaited Wei Dong's response, and after this question, they refrained from posing any further inquiries. Wei Dong pondered for a moment before calmly stating, I do not care for personal records. If there's one I wish to be part of, it would be to establish a record of 10 consecutive championships for a team. Fantastic. You will undoubtedly succeed. Best of luck. The journalists, well aware that this record sounded far-fetched, nonetheless wished him well, recognizing that no record in the NBA was easily broken. Wei Dong did not overstate his ambitions. This was simply his goal upon entering the NBA. As for the journalist speculation behind his back, that was their concern, not his at this moment. Domestic magazines were no longer selling well. However, several major sports websites prominently featured the headline, The Legendary Battle. The commotion caused by Wei Dong's first game with 37 points and his impressive triple-double in the 4th game paled in comparison to this moment. The youngest 60-point scorer, many fans in the country were moved to tears while watching the game. Wei Dong, confronting muscular giants in the paint, repeatedly attacked the basket to score, playing the entire game and leading the Suns to a victory over the Western Conference leaders. The Spurs with 61 points, especially in the final quarter. After Wei Dong's thunderous dunk, the spirit of the Suns transformed entirely. This was crucial for their victory, as they faced the top team in the West. And relying solely on Wei Dong would not suffice unless he possessed ample talent points to continuously utilize the misfortune potion and luck potion. However, even with sufficient talent points, Wei Dong would not resort to such tactics. He could accept defeat, but a game played in such a manner would lack meaning. Using the luck potion and misfortune potion sparingly during pivotal moments was sufficient. As the season drew to a close, the Suns faced a grueling schedule. After a hard-fought victory against the Spurs, they were afforded a brief respite, but merely 3 days later, they faced 2 back-to-back games. These back-to-backs would prove even more arduous. The Suns were set to confront the 2nd-place Thunder and the 5th-place Clippers. The Thunder, boasting their trio of star players, were a team brimming with talent, making this matchup more challenging than against the Spurs. As for the Clippers, their star player Griffin, who had just been named to the all-rookie first team last season, was now in the prime of his career, dazzling the league with various spectacular dunks. Apart from Wei Dong and a few role players, many on the Suns felt they were approaching the twilight of their careers, such as Nash, Hill, and Reed. The day after the Suns game against the Spurs, an unexpected delight occurred. The Jazz lost their match, allowing the Suns to ascend to the 8th spot in the West, a piece of news that invigorated the team. Serving as a consolation amidst their challenging schedule, currently, Wei Dong possessed 15 talent points. Prior to facing the Thunder, he took the opportunity to challenge his teammates, depleting their talent points, although a few were reluctant to engage in one-on-one matches with him. Ultimately, Wei Dong enlisted the training staff, managing to amass 25 talent points, which gave him a sense of abundance on the 4th day. The entire Suns team flew to Seattle. This time, Nash also accompanied the team, as he had been placed on the observation list. Whether he would take the court would only be determined before the game commenced. This season, the Suns had yet to secure a victory against the Thunder. Up against a team overflowing with talent and vigor, the Suns found themselves at a disadvantage. Before the game began, Gentry remarked, "Although we are currently 8th in the West, this ranking remains precarious. Therefore, we must give our all to secure this match. We cannot afford to be complacent. Let us give it our all." Wei Dong encouraged his teammates. The current Suns team exhibited remarkable cohesion, a testament to Wei Dong's consistent praise for his teammates during interviews. He needed them to maintain the same fighting spirit they had displayed in the fourth quarter against the Spurs. Only then could the Suns hope for a championship, relying solely on Wei Dong. Nash and Hill to secure the title was akin to chasing a mirage, particularly since Hill had suffered significant injuries and was no longer in his prime. Before warm-ups commenced, Wei Dong was taken aback when Durant approached him to say hello, even asking, "Do you have a Twitter account?" "No," Wei Dong replied with a frown, suspecting Durant aimed to engage him in an online showdown post-game. Upon hearing that Wei Dong lacked a Twitter account, Durant suggested, "You should definitely register for one. It's a lot of fun. If you don't know how to sign up, I can teach you after the game." Wei Dong rubbed his forehead, thinking, "If you don't play in this game, I will immediately create a Twitter account." "That won't do." Durant shook his head, insisting he wanted Wei Dong to witness his scoring prowess. Wei Dong shrugged. Durant was truly amusing. Thus, he ignored Durant and proceeded to the court for some pre-game shooting to find his rhythm. Ultimately, Nash did not take the court for this game. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. The Thunder won the tip-off, and after Westbrook advanced the ball, he passed it to Durant. Facing Hill's defense, Durant executed a wide crossover before rising for a jump shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net, giving the Thunder an early 2-0 lead. Durant, the reigning scoring champion, had earned the moniker the Grim Reaper. It seemed that whenever he shot, the ball was destined to go in. Few players in the league could instill that kind of confidence. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, after a pick-and-roll with Gortat, Wei Dong returned the ball to him, but Gortat's mid-range shot was thwarted by the approaching Ibaka. Subsequently, Durant scored again, bringing the score to 0-4. Faced with the towering stature and elite shooting prowess of Durant, the Suns players, despite their utmost defensive efforts, found their endeavors to be rather ineffectual. Fortunately, Wei Dong's consecutive three-pointers managed to prolong the contest. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 21-27 in favor of the Thunder, leaving the Suns trailing by 6 points. At this juncture, Gentry called for a substitution, bringing Wei Dong off the court. "Coach," Wei Dong expressed his confusion as he exited the game, questioning the rationale behind his substitution. Gentry elucidated, "You cannot play the entirety of each game. It would deplete your stamina excessively." Gentry's decision was justified, having observed Wei Dong's fatigue during the fourth quarter of the previous match against the Spurs, where he had merely persevered through sheer grit to secure a victory. Given the inherent difficulty of this game, Gentry wished for Wei Dong to conserve his energy, prioritizing the forthcoming contest against the Clippers. "That I'm fine with it, Coach." Wei Dong surmised Gentry's intentions, though he couldn't possibly disclose the existence of his energy pills. Such a revelation would be met with skepticism. Gentry reassured him, "Just rest easy for a while and trust in your teammates." With Gentry's insistence, Wei Dong had no alternative but to sulkily take a seat on the bench, where teammates handed him a towel and a beverage. Wiping the sweat from his brow and sipping on the drink, he turned his attention to the unfolding match. After Wei Dong's exit, Thunder coach Brooks also opted to bench Durant and Westbrook. Yet Harden remained on the floor. Without Wei Dong, the Suns lost their offensive nucleus. Despite several unsuccessful attempts, the Suns players maintained their spirited demeanor, even against Harden, ensuring he did not score with ease. The first quarter concluded with a score of 26-34, leaving the Suns 8 points behind the Thunder. As the second quarter commenced, Wei Dong began to voice his grievances. However, Gentry remained steadfast in his decision not to reintroduce him to the game. It was not until 7 minutes remained in the second quarter, and the Suns trailed by nearly 20 points, that Gentry finally decided to send Wei Dong back onto the court. "Let us go. We're only 19 points behind. We still have a chance." Upon his reentry, Wei Dong encouraged his teammates, "You're all doing great. Let us go." Wei Dong's encouragement invigorated his teammates. Upon his arrival, he swiftly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to just 10 points. Witnessing Wei Dong's performance, Brooks could no longer remain passive and promptly reinstated Durant and Westbrook. At this moment, the Thunder's lineup featured Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Ibaka, and Myers, an imposing quintet. The Thunder's trio began to relentlessly assault the basket, and Durant's height proved to be a significant challenge for Wei Dong's defense, further widening the score gap. During halftime, in the locker room, Nash sat silently to the side. After Gentry analyzed the first half of the game, he noticed Wei Dong's discontented expression and remarked, "Wei Dong, the game against the Jazz next week is of utmost importance. Don't exert yourself too fiercely in this match." "Coach, are you suggesting we forfeit this game?" Wei Dong grasped Gentry's implication, though he was not taken aback. Wei Dong was a fervent competitor, deeply yearning for victory. Yet he was not oblivious to the wisdom in Gentry's strategy. The Suns' primary objective was to ensure the current roster remained healthy for the playoffs. This match was not one that necessitated a desperate win. Should one person's obstinacy lead to an all-out effort from the team resulting in injury, it would be a futile endeavor. Gentry clarified, "It's not about conceding this match. I mean that if we lose, we must accept it with grace. As this is the NBA, I understand your point." Wei Dong replied with a smile, "I'm not one to shy away from defeat. However, the game isn't lost yet." The notion of accepting defeat was primarily directed at Wei Dong, who had yet to experience a loss since entering the NBA. Gentry was concerned about how a defeat might affect his mental state. The teammates remained silent, prompting Wei Dong to add, "Nonetheless, our goal is the championship. We must overcome this hurdle posed by the Thunder. We have already bested the Spurs, the top team in the West. Why should we fear the second-place Thunder?" As the second half began, the Thunder aimed to capitalize on their momentum and decisively secure victory over the Suns. Thus, they deployed their strongest lineup, with the Thunder trio on the court. Wei Dong initiated the offense, yet after 3 consecutive attempts, his teammates' shots were thwarted. Conversely, the Suns had no effective strategy against the Thunder's relentless trio. Wei Dong could only contain one player, while the other 2 proved elusive. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score ballooned to 51-82, a 30-point chasm. Gentry called a timeout, and following the break, neither Wei Dong nor Hill returned to the game, signaling the Suns' apparent concession. After 2.5 quarters, Wei Dong's stats read 27 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. This marked the first occasion since entering the NBA that a single game scoring fell below 30, allowing him to taste the bitterness of defeat for the first time. Seated on the bench, Wei Dong had draped a hoodie over himself, his expression icy. Teammates offered words of consolation before leaving him in solitude. Wei Dong's frigid demeanor stemmed not from an inability to accept defeat, but from contemplating strategies. With the Suns destined to encounter the Thunder again in the playoffs, he recognized the formidable challenge posed by their current roster. Even with Nash's return in recent years, the Thunder had consistently held a prominent position among the Western Conference's elite, and the notoriety of their trio emerged during this period, only to be fragmented by the rise of the Warriors. The league had gradually adopted a trend of forming alliances, making it increasingly difficult for a single player to vanquish the Thunder. Last year, Nowitzki achieved this feat, yet it was important to note that he not only defeated the Thunder, but also triumphed over the trio of James, Wade, and Bosh in the finals, marking the pinnacle of his career. Although Nowitzki led his team as the singular star, he was supported by a cadre of exceptional teammates, including Chandler, Kidd, Terry, and our OY.I. In contrast, the Suns roster, aside from Nash and Wei Dong, lacked the depth of last year's Mavericks, and the Thunder S trio was no longer inexperienced. Thus, the prospect of overcoming the Thunder in this year's playoffs appeared daunting. Nevertheless, Wei Dong was resolute in his determination to try, for he had waited a decade to demonstrate his worth. Moreover, Sal had promised that if Wei Dong secured the Finals MVP, he would be awarded a top-tier contract in the league. Following the conclusion of the match, the Suns players bore a sense of disappointment. Their enthusiasm for post-game interviews waned, and after a brief session, they retreated to their hotel to rest, as they were set to face the Clippers the following evening. Wei Dong was engaged in a video chat with Lee Jiajia. Aware of Wei Dong's loss, she refrained from offering consolation, instead sharing snippets of daily life, exemplifying her emotional intelligence, understanding Wei Dong's resilience. She recognized that a singular defeat did not necessitate comfort. As their video chat neared its conclusion, Wei Dong received a call from Gentry. "Wei Dong, are you asleep?" "I was just about to." There was a fine restaurant near the hotel serving Chinese cuisine. And Gentry proposed, how about we grab a late-night meal together? Coach, one loss truly doesn't faze me. Wei Dong felt somewhat exasperated. Gentry's invitation for a late-night meal was not merely a craving, but an indication of concern over how the defeat might affect Wei Dong's mindset. Gentry explained with a chuckle, it's mostly my own cravings. Consider it a treat for me. What do you say? All right then. Though Wei Dong relented, he knew that if he declined to join Gentry, it would only amplify Gentry's concerns regarding his mental state. Changing into casual attire, Wei Dong exited the hotel, where Gentry awaited him at the restaurant, accompanied by two others, Nash and Hill, both seasoned veterans of the Suns. It seemed that concerns for Wei Dong's morale extended beyond Gentry alone. Welcome. The doorman began to speak, but upon recognizing Wei Dong, excitedly inquired, Are you Wei Dong? Indeed, I am. Wow. A superstar, the doorman exclaimed. Could you please sign an autograph for me later? Of course, Wei Dong smiled and nodded, then approached Gentry. Gentry and his companions were seated by the window, a menu laid out before them. After Wei Dong took his seat, Gentry handed the menu to him, saying, We haven't ordered yet. Why don't you help us choose? Upon noticing that it was a Sichuan restaurant, Wei Dong inquired, Are you able to handle spicy food? It's manageable, came the reply. Very well then. Wei Dong closed the menu, called over the waiter, and ordered mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork. Gentry, intrigued, asked, Aren't you going to look at the menu? Not necessary, Wei Dong replied cheerfully. After all, you don't have much culinary experience, so I'll just order a few of my favorites. Gentry, Nash, and Hill exchanged silent glances. I believe Chinese cuisine ranks first in the world, Nash remarked, recalling his memorable journey to China last summer and expressing his desire to return for a vacation this summer. Wei Dong chuckled, You're welcome. When you come, I'll be your guide and take you to savor the delights of Chinese cuisine. Upon hearing about the opportunity to experience Chinese delicacies, Gentry and Hill eagerly expressed their wish to join the summer trip to China. Come one, come all, Wei Dong beamed. Not only does Chinese cuisine rank first globally, but our culture, history, and landscapes do too. As the four engaged in light conversation, the topic remained focused on Chinese culture, with no mention of that evening's defeat. When the dishes arrived, Gentry inquired of the waiter, What do you have to drink? We have both alcoholic beverages and soft drinks. Gentry turned to Wei Dong and his companions, proposing, Shall we have a drink? We should take it easy. We have a game tomorrow, came the cautious reply. Just a little to taste, Gentry insisted, his eyes glinting with excitement. It won't affect tomorrow's match. While this statement was not unreasonable, it felt somewhat odd for Gentry, the head coach, to be drinking with his players before a game. Nash, however, was unfazed. He shared Gentry's perspective, noting that Wei Dong had been in America for over 10 days and might be feeling homesick. Especially after the loss that evening, a little drink might not do any harm. Let us each have a drink then. Consequently, Nash addressed the waiter, Please bring us a bottle of whiskey. The waiter hesitated and replied, Mr. Nash, we only serve Chinese baijiu, not whiskey.o. Initially reluctant to drink, Wei Dong perked up at the mention of baijiu and said, Then bring us a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao. Certainly, the waiter responded, winking at Wei Dong as he left. Thinking to himself that only a Chinese person would understand that one cannot drink whiskey with Sichuan cuisine, Gentry and Hill were still struggling with chopsticks, and after Wei Dong's guidance, they finally managed to use them. Not too spicy. After just one bite, Gentry and his companions couldn't help but fan their tongues with their hands, overwhelmed by the heat. Hoo-hoo, Wei Dong poured them each a glass of baijiu, chuckling, This is not how you eat Sichuan food. Drink a bit of baijiu first, and it won't be so spicy. Gentry trusted Wei Dong's words and took a sip of the baijiu, nearly jumping up. Whoa, now it's even spicier. Huh. Gentry's reaction amused the waiter nearby. Wei Dong said, That's not how you drink baijiu. Let me show you the proper way. He lifted his glass delicately, bringing it to his lips, then tilted his head back, downing the baijiu in one swift motion, his brow relaxing as the liquor coursed through him. This is how Chinese liquor should be enjoyed. Let me try. Gentry imitated him, but when he downed the baijiu, a pained expression crossed his face. Don't spit it out, Wei Dong urged. Swallow it. After swallowing the baijiu, Gentry's brow unfurled, his eyes sparkling. That feels amazing. Wei Dong laughed, asking, is it comfortable? Absolutely. Gentry praised, compared to this Chinese baijiu, the drinks I had before were nothing. I want another glass. Not a chance, Wei Dong scoffed. If you have another, you'll be drunk. We have a game tomorrow. Just this one. Now, try the food again. Is it still that spicy? Gentry picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, chewed vigorously, and exclaimed, delicious. It's indeed not that spicy anymore. Is it really this miraculous? Nash and Hill watched in astonishment, then followed Gentry's lead, as if they had unlocked a new world. They enjoyed their late-night meal at a leisurely pace, engaging in casual conversation, with none mentioning the game from that evening. Sometimes, feelings develop inexplicably. After this simple late-night feast, Wei Dong's bond with Nash, Hill, and Gentry deepened significantly. After settling the bill, Gentry declared, this summer, I must visit China. You must take me to try authentic Sichuan cuisine, and we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Agreed, Wei Dong replied, adding, but I hope that day comes slowly. Gentry looked at him quizzically. Why? We are set to compete in the finals. Let's plan our trip to China after that, Wei Dong replied with a smile. Right. Nash chimed in, let us take the O'Brien Trophy with us to China on our vacation. The following day, the Suns team flew to Los Angeles. That night, they were set to face the Clippers in the second game of back-to-back matches. Since Paul S.'s arrival, alongside Griffin and Jordan, this place had earned its title as the City of Alley-Oops. The previous loss had pushed the Suns to the brink. They could afford no further defeats. However, there was excellent news for the Suns. After a check by his teammates, it was confirmed that Nash would be able to play in this game. With Nash back, combined with the scoring prowess of Wei Dong, the Suns had a legitimate chance at the championship. Wei Dong had already demonstrated his impressive passing skills in the game against the Rockets. But with Nash's return, Wei Dong was completely unleashed. As the game commenced, Gortat passed the ball to Nash. Nash dribbled up the court, signaling Wei Dong to join him in a play. City of Alley-Oops? Huh. Wei Dong muttered, exchanging it for a Carter dunk skill pack. It was time for Griffin to learn what alley-oops truly meant. Over here, Nash faked Paul, dribbling towards the paint, while Hill and Gortat positioned themselves, ready to receive Nash's pass for a shot. Jordan steadied himself in the paint. Just as Nash crossed the free throw line, he caught a glimpse of Wei Dong charging towards the basket, and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed the ball into the is this a pass? Jordan thought, contemplating the alley-oop play. At that moment, he noticed a shadow looming above him, the court's lights partially obscured. With a loud shout, Jordan exclaimed, playing alley-oops in the City of Alley-Oops. You're still too green for this. Yet Wei Dong had already caught the ball. His head soaring above the rim. Bam! Wei Dong soared over Jordan, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Hello, City of Alley-Oops. Upon landing, Wei Dong casually waggled his finger, exuding an air of undeniable bravado. The Clippers had done nothing wrong. But this was the NBA. Wei Dong was determined to lead his teammates to a resounding victory, casting aside the shadow of their previous loss. Top 10 plays. Holy cow! The crowd erupted. Fans watching the live broadcast leaped from their seats. As the Suns began the game with tremendous momentum, Nash's pass and Wei Dong's thunderous dunk delivered a lesson to the City of Alley-Oops, showing them what alley-oops truly meant. That I don't appreciate this form of greeting. Paul, with a furrowed brow, dribbled the ball across the court. However, the composed Paul refrained from blindly instructing Griffin and Jordan to execute an alley-oop. After a series of swift passes, the basketball found its way into Griffin's hands. Wei Dong was defending Griffin, and the Suns were collectively exerting themselves on defense. Yet the opposing team's primary scorer remained under Wei Dong's watchful, I've watched your game footage. You're formidable, but you can't guard me. Griffin thought. Griffin opted for a back-to-the-basket move, pushing against Wei Dong with force. How peculiar. The sensation was akin to facing an interior powerhouse. Despite Griffin's considerable strength, he found himself unable to budge Wei Dong. Haven't you eaten today? Wei Dong quipped. Griffin snorted and stepped back, opting for a jump shot. However, just as the basketball departed his fingertips, Wei Dong swatted it away with a decisive slap. Your arms are too short. Idle. Whoa. Griffin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Wei Dong's speed. Though his shot had been somewhat rushed, he had jumped high, only to be denied by Wei Dong. Fortunately, Wei Dong had called him idle, which provided some comfort. Hill received the ball and passed it to Nash, who brought it up the court to this point. Griffin seemed intent on clashing with Wei Dong. Wei Dong, Nash passed the ball to him, having been teammates for a while. And after engaging in several intra-squad scrimmages, Nash was well aware of Wei Dong's capabilities. Nowadays, few in the league could effectively defend against him. Receiving the ball on the wing, Wei Dong faced Griffin, who spread his arms wide to obstruct an easy shot. Wei Dong backed into Griffin, feinting with his shoulders before executing a turnaround jumper. Mirroring the style of Kobe, his fadeaway found its mark. "You can't guard me," Wei Dong smiled at Griffin before sprinting back on defense. Griffin paused. The phrase sounded oddly familiar. He had just said something similar to Wei Dong moments ago, only to be thwarted. Now, Wei Dong returned the sentiment, and Griffin had failed to stop him. "I don't deserve to be his idol." This thought suddenly emerged in Griffin's mind, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Wei Dong scored consecutively, giving the Suns a strong start. Nevertheless, under Paul's orchestration, the Clippers began to tally points as well. The two offensive teams commenced a scoring spree. The Suns relished such opponents, bolstered by the organizational genius of Nash and the scoring prowess of Wei Dong. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, 39-31, the Suns had established an 8-point lead at this juncture. Nash took a breather, but Wei Dong remained on the court, now tasked with orchestrating the offense as the first quarter concluded. 47-36. The Suns had outscored the Clippers by 11 points in the quarter, with Wei Dong playing the entire period, amassing 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. It appeared that a triple-double was well within reach today. As the second quarter commenced, the Suns bench players entered the fray. Ever since that game against the Spurs, the Suns' spirit had transformed. Although the substitutes had taken the court, they did not allow the Clippers to close the gap. Instead, the lead gradually widened. With 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Wei Dong drained 3 consecutive three-pointers, effectively rendering the game into garbage time. The Clippers pulled Paul and Griffin, and Wei Dong and Nash also took a break. Beep! With the referee's whistle, the game concluded .139-117. The Suns triumphed over the Clippers with ease. The final statistics for the game were Wei Dong, 41 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Nash, 22 points, 4 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, and 0 blocks. Griffin, 27 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. Paul, 21 points, 6 rebounds, 16 assists, 3 steals, and 0 blocks. With all 4 superstars on the court, Wei Dong's performance shone brightly, earning him the title of the game's most valuable player. This marked his second career triple-double in the NBA, a remarkable feat of 40-plus points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, following their victory over the Clippers. The Suns secured another win against the Nuggets the next day. With Nash's return, the Suns seemed unstoppable, riding the momentum of 2 consecutive dominant victories as they prepared to host the Jazz. This game held immense significance. The Suns needed to win. A victory over the Jazz would elevate them to the 8th seed in the Western Conference, theoretically granting them a playoff berth. However, it was not guaranteed. Even if the Jazz lost to the Suns, they still had a chance. Following this match, the Suns would face the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs, while the Jazz would contend against the Timberwolves. It was reasonable to assume that the Jazz had a good chance of defeating the Timberwolves, while the Spurs posed a formidable challenge. If the Suns couldn't overcome the Spurs, even a win against the Jazz would not secure a playoff spot. Before the game, Gentry encouraged his players in the tunnel, emphasizing the importance of the match while urging them not to bear any psychological burdens. Let's give it our all. The Suns players rallied each other. Suddenly, Nash turned to Wei Dong and said, "Thank you." Wei Dong blinked, smiling. "Old monk, your relentless kindness is quite disconcerting." Nash replied, "In the future, you should be the last to enter the court. Isn't that a bit much?" Wei Dong hesitated, feeling that the last player to enter typically held the title of team leader, a common unwritten rule in the NBA. Had he only played 8 games and joined the Suns for less than a month to suddenly be deemed the team leader? It felt somewhat like usurping power. "That's settled," Nash asserted firmly. "From now on, you'll be the last to take the court." "All right then." Unable to refuse the generous offer, Wei Dong acquiesced. With Nash's endorsement, he had inexplicably become the team leader as the players entered the court. The game commenced. The Jazz's Hayward received a pass from a teammate and immediately launched a 3-pointer as the new leader. I should present my teammates with a welcoming gift, Wei Dong muttered, expending 5 talent points to exchange for a bottle of misfortune potion and tossed it toward Hayward. This misfortune potion would serve as a token of welcome from the new leader of the Suns to his comrades. Before Hayward took a shot, he felt confident, but the moment the basketball left his fingertips, an odd sensation overcame him. Subsequently, the basketball soared over the backboard, much to the astonishment of everyone present. Boom! 2 consecutive sounds rang out, the basketball striking a head and a cry of pain. Wei Dong stood in stunned silence, witnessing one of the fans sitting courtside getting knocked out by the basketball. How absurd! The game was forced to pause as Hayward rushed over to check on the fan who had been struck. Ha ha! The Suns' home crowd erupted in merciless laughter. Wei Dong couldn't help but shudder. After all, he had been knocked out by a basketball himself upon arriving in this world. Would the fan who had just been concussed also find himself transported here? Fortunately, Wei Dong's concerns were unfounded, as the fan soon regained consciousness. However, the effects of the misfortune potion proved far more potent than Wei Dong had anticipated. Initially, he thought Hayward would merely miss a shot, but it turned out to be far worse than that. It seemed prudent to use the misfortune potion sparingly in the future. If used consecutively on a player, it could very well lead to their psychological collapse. In the CCTV's live broadcast studio, Yu Jia slapped his forehead, declaring Hayward's mishap a certain entry for this year's top 10 blunders. Zhang, this play was utterly ridiculous. Yu Jia, this is a do-or-die match between the Suns and the Jazz. Perhaps Hayward is just too eager to win. Zhang, he certainly overdid it. The match continues. Hayward is evidently affected by that previous shot, appearing quite out of sorts. In contrast, the Suns, led by Wei Dong and Nash, swiftly opened the game with an 11-0 run against the Jazz. The Jazz's head coach, Schneider, had no choice but to call a timeout. Upon returning from the break, the Jazz began to close the gap, but Hayward remained ensnared in the shadow of his earlier miss. Playing as if in a daze throughout the quarter as the first quarter concluded, the Suns led the Jazz 33-21, a 12-point advantage. As the players made their way to the bench, Wei Dong approached Hayward, patted him on the shoulder, and consoled him, saying, "Idle, do not dwell on that shot. Everyone makes mistakes. Thank you, Wei Dong." Hayward looked at Wei Dong with gratitude, thinking how remarkable a rival he was. Wei Dong, however, felt a twinge of guilt and hoped Hayward would soon emerge from his slump. He wondered what might transpire if Hayward regained his composure and Wei Dong offered him a bottle of bad luck potion. Just as this unsettling thought crossed his mind, he quickly suppressed it. How could he entertain such a negative notion? As the second quarter commenced, Hayward seemed to be rediscovering his rhythm. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he successfully made a mid-range jump shot, marking his first points of the game. Truly, NBA players adjust their form remarkably quickly. Wei Dong murmured from the sidelines as he and Nash took a breather at the start of the second quarter. Phew! Hayward glanced at his palm after scoring. Wei Dong's encouragement had instilled a flicker of confidence in him, helping him shake off some of the initial jitters. Meanwhile, the Suns missed a shot, allowing the Jazz's Millsap to grab the rebound. The Suns quickly transitioned back on defense as Harris dribbled past half-court, delivering the ball to Hayward beyond the arc. This was the moment. Hayward received the pass and launched another three-pointer. Yet just as the ball left his fingertips, that strange sensation resurfaced. Ouch! Boom! 2 sounds echoed, and at that moment, the arena fell silent. The drop of a pin could be heard. The recently revived fans were once again rendered unconscious by the basketball. Alas, Wei Dong slapped his hands, vexed, realizing he couldn't resist. He had squandered 10 talent points. That it was evident. The ball had just sailed over the backboard, striking a fan, the same fan who had been knocked out in the first quarter. This guy should really consider buying a lottery ticket. Did Hayward have a vendetta against him? After a brief silence, the arena erupted with merciless laughter once more. The game was forced to pause again, and Hayward completely withdrew into himself. Once the dazed fan regained consciousness, staff members arranged for him to change seats in the CCTV live broadcast room. Yu Jia remarked, "Director Zhang, Hayward seems a bit off today." Yu Jia replied, "In all my years of watching basketball, I've never seen a fan knocked out by basketball, much less twice, and both times by the same person." Director Zhang added, "Both incidents were caused by Hayward." Yu Jia quipped, "I think this fan should try his luck at the lottery." Director Zhang concurred. It's simply unbelievable. After the game, Hayward made headlines for knocking out a fan twice. This incident became an unsolved mystery in the NBA for years to come. And even the price of tickets for the seat occupied by the unfortunate fan soared. Americans can be quite peculiar, to be knocked out twice by a basketball in such a cursed spot. Yet people still clamored for it. Upon returning from the timeout, Hayward did not take the court again. Even Schneider noted that Hayward's performance was far from satisfactory, prompting him to rest on the sidelines for some adjustment. Without Hayward, the Jazz lost a key offensive player, and by halftime, the deficit had exceeded 20 points in the second half. Although Hayward re-entered the game, he appeared to be in a stupor, launching 2 outrageous airballs. This time, Wei Dong refrained from using the bad luck potion on Hayward, as it was evident that Hayward's mindset had been significantly affected. The 20-point gap persisted until the end of the game. The final score, 107-83. The Suns triumphed over the Jazz, securing a crucial victory. After the match, Wei Dong felt a pang of guilt towards Hayward and approached him once more, wrapping an arm around his shoulder in consolation, saying, "Idol, do not let this get to you. I believe you will bounce back." Hayward felt a profound sense of despair. Believing he bore the weight of the team's loss on his shoulders, he felt that his poor performance had impacted the entire squad. "I need to make some adjustments this summer." Wei Dong reassured him. "Next season, let us strive harder." Hayward, still somewhat dazed, paused for a moment before saying to Wei Dong, "There is still one game left. If you lose to the Spurs, we'll make the playoffs." Wei Dong patted Hayward on the shoulder. "That won't happen. Trust me. This year, the Suns will definitely make the playoffs. Just enjoy the sunshine, beaches, and bikini girls." After victories against the Clippers and the Nuggets, Wei Dong had accumulated 35 talent points. He had wasted 10 points on Hayward, leaving him with 25 that after defeating the Jazz tonight, he should have been at 30. However, when Wei Dong prepared to go to bed, his talent points remained unchanged. "System, are you there?" "Yes. Have you forgotten something?" "What?" "What about tonight's talent points?" "No reward for an unworthy victory." Oh dear. This revelation left Wei Dong astonished. It seemed the system had principles. Nevertheless, the system's reasoning aligned with Wei Dong's own thoughts. He already possessed an ample arsenal of advantages. Unless absolutely necessary, Wei Dong would refrain from utilizing luck potions or bad luck potions, as doing so would strip the game of its true essence. His repeated use of the bad luck potion on Hayward was merely an experiment to determine its effectiveness. He held no grudge against Hayward and had no intention of causing him harm. Did he? As the regular season drew to a close, playoff spots became increasingly certain. Many teams had completed their regular season games, and numerous players were already preparing their fishing rods for a leisure day. Naturally, many more players began their preparations for the playoffs. The Suns had one final game remaining, facing the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs. Wei Dong was ready to seize victory in that match and lead the Suns into the playoffs. Just a day before the game against the Spurs, the Suns management made a series of surprising moves. First, they cut 2 bench warmers, then signed Allen Iverson, who had been out of the game for nearly a year and was on the verge of retirement. This decision left many perplexed. Yet, before the game against the Spurs, Iverson donned a number 3 jersey and appeared at the Suns' practice facility. Wei Dong welcomed his 3rd All-Star teammate, following Nash and Hill. "Hey, Wei Dong." Iverson retained his rebellious demeanor. But upon seeing Wei Dong, he extended a greeting and slyly inquired, "I heard from the team manager that you were the one who requested my signing?" Wei Dong smiled and replied, "In China, we have a saying, an old steed knows the way. Besides, I believe you are not old, of course." Iverson nodded vigorously. "I can still score as soon as I step onto the court. However, would you be willing to come off the bench?" Wei Dong looked at Iverson with a grin. Iverson had famously stated, "I have never seen an all-star player come off the bench." Iverson hesitated. His current predicament of being without a team was largely due to his brash nature. The practicing players turned their attention to Iverson, and even Gentry, who had entered the training facility behind Iverson, fell silent. If Iverson was unwilling to come off the bench, he would likely find no playing time with the Suns. What would happen if I refused to come off the bench? Iverson retorted with a glance at Wei Dong. Wei Dong chuckled. "Idol, if you are unwilling to come off the bench, then I can take that role for you. Our objective is the championship, and each of us must make sacrifices as we strive toward this goal together." Are you joking with me? Iverson laughed in response. I swear on my career, I have never encountered a player as formidable as you. If I were to let you take my place, I would be ridiculed across the globe. After sharing a laugh, Iverson relented, adding, for the sake of victory, I am willing to do anything for the team. Huh. Upon hearing Iverson's words, the Suns players felt a wave of relief, flocking to embrace him and welcoming him to the team. In this Suns squad, Wei Dong played shooting guard, while Nash was the point guard. If Iverson were not to come off the bench, one of them would inevitably have to, which was simply unthinkable, hence Iverson's swift acceptance. Well, many of you are old friends now, Gentry remarked, clapping his hands as he approached. Let's have an intra-squad scrimmage. Prior to signing Iverson, Gentry had hesitated, fearing that Iverson might resist the team's management. Little did he expect that Wei Dong's few words would coax Iverson into submission, which brought Gentry a sense of relief. During the scrimmage, Iverson was assigned to the bench squad. This was an occurrence nearly absent from his career. However, there was no trace of discontent on his face. Had it been a few years earlier, or had he not joined the Suns, being relegated to the bench in a practice game might have led Iverson to throw down his basketball in frustration and storm out of the gym. With a match against the Spurs looming the next day, the scrimmage was divided into two halves, each lasting 20 minutes. Iverson dribbled past half court, noticing Wei Dong advancing to defend. The bench players cleared the space, allowing Iverson and Wei Dong a one-on-one confrontation. Dribbling, Iverson remarked, I've watched your tape against the Spurs. Your style resembles mine, but I am stronger. Wei Dong clapped the floor, provokingly challenging. Can you still get past me, idol? Absolutely, Iverson responded, executing two consecutive between-the-legs dribbles followed by a dramatic change of direction, his body nearly grazing the ground. As the basketball reached his right hand, Iverson shifted direction again, using his body to shield Wei Dong, and with his left hand dribbled past him, accelerating towards the hoop for a one-handed slam dunk. Beautiful. The players on the court erupted in applause. The signature crossover. Iverson had used this move to bypass countless stars, and Wei Dong was no exception. Only Nash and Hill exchanged knowing glances, for they had observed that Wei Dong's lateral movement had momentarily slowed when Iverson passed him. Iverson's first step was no longer at its peak. Had Wei Dong not experienced that fleeting deceleration, Iverson would have struggled to break through his defense. Thus, Wei Dong had intentionally allowed Iverson to surpass him. Upon landing, Iverson let out a roar. He still had the ability to play. Yet no team wanted him. He needed to prove himself once more. It was too swift, truly unguardable. Wei Dong appeared somewhat helpless. Iverson grinned. Not too shabby, brother. It's this move that made me an all-star. Spot on. Wei Dong replied cheerfully, but I can do that move too. With that, Wei Dong called for the ball and, facing Iverson's defense, returned the favor with the same maneuver. The teammates shared a laugh since Wei Dong's arrival. The atmosphere within the Suns had markedly improved. The scrimmage concluded without surprises, with the starters defeating the bench squad, and Wei Dong earned an additional 5 skill points. However, in the 40 minutes of intra-squad play, Iverson scored 21 points, the highest for the bench, affirming that even though his prime had passed, he still possessed formidable prowess. The following evening, the Suns faced the Spurs at home. This was the concluding game of the regular season. Should they triumph over the Spurs, the Suns would enter the playoffs as the 8th seed in the Western Conference. The previous victory against the Spurs had been attributed to Duncan's foul troubles and Wei Dong's extraordinary performance. Overall, the Suns were considered weaker on paper compared to the Spurs, who stood as the Western Conference leaders, with a record second only to the Bulls in the East, with Nash returning and Iverson joining. The Suns embraced the immense pressure, determined to seize victory in this game. Yet before the match commenced, Wei Dong noticed that Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili had not taken the court to warm up. What's this? Wei Dong furrowed his brow, realizing Popovich's strategy, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Popovich, this was your choice. You shall regret this decision. The absence of Duncan and the others likely indicated that they had already been informed that their presence was unnecessary for this matchup. This was a classic tactic of Popovich, especially with the Spurs having already secured the top spot in the West. While this game was crucial for the Suns, for the Spurs, it was merely an opportunity to select their playoff opponents. Should the Spurs succumb to the Suns, they would face them again in the first round of the playoffs. News had just come in that the Jazz defeated the Timberwolves and thus the Jazz were closely monitoring this game. If the Spurs won, the Jazz would qualify for the playoffs. If they lost, then the Jazz would be eliminated. AS players enter the court. Preparation for the jump ball began as expected. Neither Duncan nor Parker were on the court. Even Leonard had been benched by Popovich. The Spurs' five-man lineup included 3 players who had previously been bench warmers. Damn. Observing the Spurs' lack of starters, Jazz head coach Schneider hurled his beverage bottle to the ground in fury. Exclaiming, "I will sue the Spurs," the Jazz players looked equally indignant. The Spurs were utterly shameless, clearly throwing the game. How could they accept being eliminated from the playoffs by such a team, with such a lineup? The Spurs could hardly withstand the Suns' offensive onslaught. From the outset, Nash, Wei Dong, and Hill consistently scored, and by the midway point of the first quarter, the Suns had established a lead of over 20 points. By halftime, the Suns were ahead 79-43, a staggering 36-point lead over the Spurs. The Spurs were indeed throwing the game, not only by keeping their starters off the court, but also by having their bench players play lackadaisically. 3 minutes into the second half, the gap widened to 40 points, and Gentry pulled Nash, Wei Dong, and Hill from the game, deeming it unnecessary for them to continue playing to D. "Oh, you want to go look for your rhythm?" Gentry asked Iverson as he exited the court. "Humph." Iverson replied with a nasal tone, arms crossed over his chest. He could accept coming off the bench for Wei Dong, but being allowed to score against a deliberately weakened Spurs team felt like an affront to him. Iverson had played 7 minutes in the first half, scoring 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. If measured by the standards of a bench player, Iverson had already delivered an impressive performance. After Wei Dong left the court, he approached Popovich and extended his hand. "And oh, need to thank me." Popovich chuckled and shook Wei Dong's hand. With a smile that concealed his true feelings, Wei Dong remarked, "You will regret this foolish decision today." "Oh, is that so?" Popovich replied nonchalantly, "Young man, don't make grand claims." Wei Dong chuckled lightly as he departed from the Spurs bench. He wished to defeat the Spurs, but winning in such a manner and entering the playoffs was deeply unsatisfying. The Spurs' deliberate underperformance reflected their disregard for the Suns. Or perhaps, the Spurs believed the Jazz posed a greater challenge than the Suns, hence their choice of the Suns as opponents. If so, the Spurs would undoubtedly pay a price for this decision. The term Black Eight was surely familiar to Popovich. It seemed he was eager to experience it once more as the day as competition concluded. The playoff matchups were unveiled in the Eastern Conference first round. Bulls versus 76ers, Heat versus Knicks, Pacers versus Magic, Celtics vs. the Hawks in the Western Conference first round. Spurs versus Suns, Thunder versus Mavericks, Lakers versus Nuggets, Grizzlies versus Clippers. The playoffs will commence in a week, and the Suns are set to face their old rivals, the Spurs, a matchup chosen by the Spurs themselves. However, even before the playoffs have begun, the Spurs have incurred a fine of $25,000. As the league investigated their last game against the Suns and concluded that the Spurs engaged in intentional underperformance, resulting in the penalty, such fines are of little concern to the Spurs, who receive several similar penalties each year. The day after the game against the Spurs, Sal approached Wei Dong, wearing a somewhat triumphant expression as he waved 2 keys in front of him. "These are your villa keys and your car keys. Congratulations, you now have a home in Phoenix." "Thank you," Wei Dong replied, elated as he accepted the keys. Sal continued, "The villa is fully furnished and everything is complete. You can move in today." "Ha, you really thought of everything." Wei Dong chuckled, appreciating Sal's thoroughness, and no longer would he need to stay at Dudley's place. During this time, Daisy had not made an appearance, the reasons for which remained unclear. However, Dudley was not particularly loyal whenever Daisy was around. He seemed to push Wei Dong towards her, and Daisy was well aware of Dudley's residence. "Coach, I'd like to take a half-day off to check out my new house," Wei Dong said, his eagerness palpable. After receiving the keys, he promptly sought Gentry's permission to take a half-day off to visit his new abode. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he pressed the car key, and a black Lamborghini illuminated in the distance. "Quite impressive," Wei Dong remarked, admiring the Lamborghini as he ran his hand over its sleek body before taking a seat inside. Fortunately, in this world, a Chinese driver's license is recognized globally, alleviating any concerns he might have had about driving to his villa. Wei Dong's expectations for the villa were modest. He merely desired a place to call home. However, upon his arrival, he was astounded by the opulence before him. This was a luxurious villa complete with a garden, a pond, and a swimming pool. After strolling around, he estimated the total area to be nearly 2,000 square meters, boasting 9 bedrooms, 3 stories, and even an elevator. Additionally, there was an indoor basketball court within the villa. Once he surveyed the villa, he immediately called Sal. "Boss, are you sure I didn't grab the wrong keys?" Sal chuckled. "You did not. This villa is yours now, and the property deed is on the piano stand in the living room." "My funds certainly do not suffice to purchase this villa," Wei Dong mused, aware that such a property would undoubtedly start at a minimum of $500,000. He discussed with Sal the possibility of borrowing $300,000 to assist with buying a home and a car, which clearly would not cover the cost. Sal explained, "True, it's not quite enough, but this villa belongs to a friend of mine who asked me to help sell it at a reasonable price." "How reasonable are we talking?" "600,000, Sal replied. Even 600,000 was considerable. "The money I have isn't sufficient for this house. If we're buying a house, we might as well do it right. I'll cover the difference for now, and you can repay me once your earnings come in," Sal suggested. "Thank you," Wei Dong replied, a smile creeping onto his face. Sal was quite astute. This arrangement effectively meant lending Wei Dong money to purchase the villa, fostering a friendship between them. Thus, Wei Dong would feel increasingly tied to the Suns. In truth, he had never intended to leave the Suns, so he held no resentment towards Sal's clever maneuvering. After touring the villa, Wei Dong eagerly pulled out his phone to video call Li Jiejia. "Darling, what do you think of this house? Do you like it?" Wei Dong asked, showcasing the various rooms as he walked through the villa. "Here is the bedroom, and this is the living room where I can lounge on the sofa while you play the piano. Over there is the swimming pool where you can sunbathe in a bikini." Li Jiejia eventually asked, "Did you buy this villa? It must be expensive. Ts 600,000. Sal lent me a bit of money, and I'll repay him once I receive my salary next season." Wei Dong explained. "That's great," Li Jiejia said, her eyes sparkling with delight, though her expression remained composed. "I just finished my thesis defense." "That's wonderful," Wei Dong exclaimed excitedly, "and I'll book you a flight to Phoenix right away. Just in time for my playoffs." "Sounds good," she sweetly agreed, but hesitated. "Darling, I'm considering applying for Professor Zheng Qing's graduate program." "Then go for it," Wei Dong replied nonchalantly. "Aside from basketball, I want to be staying in the U.S. forever. Besides, graduate studies offer more flexibility. If you're not afraid of the hard work, you can fly back and forth between China and America." "Thank you, my dear," Li Jiejia said, touched by his support. She had always harbored a literary dream. Now that Wei Dong was on the brink of success, she did not wish to abandon her aspirations, and fortunately, Wei Dong genuinely supported her. After ending the call, Wei Dong reflected on his past life, in his previous life. Li Jiejia had also aspired to pursue a master's degree, but due to his own despondency, she relinquished her literary dreams to stay by his side. Eventually, when he emerged from his slump and chose to venture into business. Several years had passed, and Li Jiejia had never again mentioned her literary ambitions in this life. He vowed not to succumb to despair again. Thus he would support Li Jiejia wholeheartedly. Returning to the gym in the afternoon, Gentry and the players were gathered in the conference room reviewing game footage of the Spurs. The Suns were already quite familiar with this old rival. Nevertheless, analyzing the opponent before the playoffs was a requisite for all teams. During the regular season, the Suns faced the Spurs 4 times, achieving a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. Notably, both victories occurred after Wei Dong joined the team. One was his legendary game, while the other was marked by the Spurs' intentional underperformance. In contrast, the Spurs held a record of 1 win and 3 losses against the Jazz. The Spurs' solitary victory against the Jazz may have been the reason for their decision to avoid the Jazz and target the Suns instead. The players of the Suns were acutely aware of this, which contributed to their annoyance. They felt capable of defeating the Spurs in a fair contest. Yet, the Spurs' deliberate tactics to select them indicated a lack of respect. Thus, the Suns players were determined to avenge this perceived slight. "That Leonard is quite remarkable," Gentry said, pausing the footage. "Though he is rather taciturn on the court, he has already begun to exhibit the traits of a superstar." Indeed, Wei Dong knew well that Leonard was even more formidable than Gentry perceived. In a few years, he would earn the Finals MVP award. Nash remarked, "We must keep a close eye on Leonard. He represents an unpredictable factor for the Spurs." It was undeniable that at this moment, the Spurs were exceptionally strong, featuring a seasoned trio in their prime, the rapidly developing Leonard and the cunning veteran Popovich. To triumph over the Spurs, unconventional strategies would be necessary. Gentry absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought about potential tactics. "Coach, I have a strategy we might consider trying." Wei Dong suddenly recalled a tactic from his previous life that had caused many teams considerable trouble, ultimately leading to its prohibition by the league. "What is the strategy?" Everyone turned their attention to Wei Dong. Wei Dong had already delivered numerous surprises, showcasing his extraordinary individual prowess, and now it appeared he possessed tactical knowledge as well. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and began. "This strategy is known as the elevator play." The elevator play? Nash frowned, unfamiliar with this tactic. Wei Dong approached the whiteboard to explain, detailing how this strategy transformed a single pick-and-roll into a double pick-and-roll, enabling offensive players to gain separation from defenders, thus creating opportunities for open three-point shots. Wei Dong, while speaking, was moving the magnets representing the players on the whiteboard. If Hill were to hold the ball in this position. And at that moment, Gortat arrived on the other side of the free throw line. One of us, either myself or the old monk, would face a one-on-one defense from the opponent. Consequently, as we entered the restricted area and made a backdoor cut between Hill and Gortat, they would swiftly maneuver to obstruct the defender's path. This would create a significant opportunity for an open three-point shot. After Wei Dong elucidated this tactic, Gentry was momentarily taken aback, then slammed the table and exclaimed, "Brilliant, Wei Dong! You are truly a genius." Transitioning from a single pick-and-roll to a double pick-and-roll, the referees would find it challenging to determine whether a moving screen was in effect, as it targets only one player. If a team possesses two exceptional three-point shooters, this strategy becomes nearly indefensible. Fortuitously, the Suns indeed have two outstanding sharpshooters, Nash and Wei Dong, both of whom demand defensive attention on the court, ensuring that at least one of them can execute the play. Wei Dong grinned, confident that with this tactic, overcoming the Spurs in the first round would pose little challenge. However, he pondered how long this strategy could endure, aware that it would eventually be banned by the league. 2 days before the first playoff game, Lee Jejia arrived in Phoenix. Wei Dong was training at the arena and unable to greet her personally, so his good friend Sal arranged for a driver to pick Lee Jejia up from the airport and take her to the gym. Jejia, after a rigorous training session, Wei Dong, drenched in sweat, rushed over to embrace Lee Jejia upon seeing her vibrant presence in the gym. Lee Jejia scrunched her nose. "You're all sweaty." Despite her playful complaint, her heart was warm. She did not push Wei Dong away and returned his embrace. Oh. The teammates, witnessing this scene, began to tease them. Wei Dong chuckled as he let go of Lee Jejia and took her hand, leading her onto the court. "Let me introduce you. These are my teammates, my idols." "Wei Dong, I warn you, mention the word idol again, and we'll be after you." Upon hearing the term idol, the teammates erupted, with even Iverson glaring at Wei Dong. Nash, Iverson, Hill, Gortat, Fry, Dudley. Wei Dong introduced each teammate, all of whom greeted Lee Jejia with friendly nods. Lee Jejia recognized them all, having watched the NBA daily. Dudley leaned in and whispered, "Sister-in-law, let me share a secret." "What secret?" Lee Jejia turned to Dudley. "Ahem." Wei Dong coughed lightly, signaling Dudley to refrain from speaking out of turn. In truth, there was nothing substantial. Dudley scratched his head and suddenly fell silent. Wei Dong found this amusing, urging him to continue, saying, "Just say it. Your hesitance is making it more intriguing." Dudley grinned mischievously. "It's just that recently, quite a few beautiful women have been flirting with Dong Go. But I swear on my career, no matter how many beauties there are, Dong Ji's heart belongs solely to you." I believe him. Lee Jejia linked her arm with Wei Dong's, radiating sweetness. "You should rest on the sidelines for now." Wei Dong patted Lee Jejia's head. "I need to continue training. Once I'm done, we'll head home." Before the playoffs, these tactical trainings were meant to remain confidential. Ordinarily, outsiders were not permitted in the gym, but Lee Jejia was no outsider. This was her first time observing Wei Dong and the NBA players up close, and she felt that Wei Dong had changed. How had she never noticed how remarkable her boyfriend was before? After training, Wei Dong drove Lee Jejia back to the villa. This house is enormous, although she had seen it in videos. Standing before the villa left her in a dovey. "No matter how big it is, it's just a house," Wei Dong replied. "It only feels like home now that you're here." Lee Jejia beamed. How come I never noticed before that you could be so sweet-tongued? You haven't eaten yet, right? Wei Dong tossed his bag onto the sofa. I'll make dinner for you. You can cook? Li Jiejia's curiosity piqued. They had been dating for 2 years. Since Wei Dong arrived in America, he seemed transformed. Little did she know, he was still the same person, but indeed changed. Especially after awakening in the library, he had become more systematic. Regardless of Wei Dong's changes, Li Jiejia loved him deeply, eagerly anticipating his culinary creation at the dining table. However, after a brief wait, Wei Dong emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles, cheerfully declaring, "Wife, dinner is served. This is your idea of dinner." Li Jiejia exclaimed, taken aback, "This is rather too simplistic." Wei Dong replied, "It has vegetables, beef, and noodles. Of course it's lavish. The vegetables and beef are just dry packets. Do those count?" "Haha." Wei Dong chuckled. He truly couldn't cook, not even in his previous life, as Li Jiejia had always taken exquisite care of him. "You're an athlete. You should eat less instant noodles." Li Jiejia stood up. "I'll go prepare something for you." Wei Dong stopped her. "Wife, don't worry about it. Aside from instant noodles, there's nothing else in the kitchen." Li Jiejia. At that moment, Li Jiejia felt fortunate to have arrived early. Wei Dong, this adorable fellow, truly knew how to look after himself. Living in such a large villa, yet the kitchen only stocked instant noodles. After acquiring the system, Wei Dong had become indifferent to food that if his physical condition were to decline due to diet, it would merely be a decrease in talent, easily remedied with a few talent points. Li Jiejia, with a hint of defiance, declared, "Starting tomorrow, I'll take charge of your meals and daily routine. You're forbidden from eating instant noodles. That can wait until tomorrow." Wei Dong laughed. "Tonight, let us just make do." After dinner and a shower, it was time to address something significant. Wei Dong finally had a home with Li Jiejia and wished to imbue it with a sense of ceremony. While Li Jiejia was lying on the bed reading, Wei Dong suddenly pounced on her. Oh no. After a moment of intimacy, Li Jiejia abruptly pressed down on Wei Dong's hand, as it had ventured to an inappropriate area. Wei Dong felt a tinge of grievance, questioning why it was unacceptable. "Not right now," Li Jiejia asserted firmly. This reflected the differing mindsets between Wei Dong and Li Jiejia. In their previous life, they were already married, making such actions seem natural to Wei Dong. However, Li Jiejia had no such experiences. Despite dating for 2 years, they were still, in common parlance, virgins that "I love you." Wei Dong leaned in for another kiss, preparing to continue his advances. Yet Li Jiejia remained resolute. Wei Dong persisted, and ultimately, Li Jiejia relented, breathlessly saying, "Once you win the championship, I'll agree." All right, Wei Dong understood this was her bottom line, so he readily agreed. Li Jiejia smiled. "Then you should sleep in another bedroom. Want to read?" "What book are you reading?" Wei Dong did not leave, but leaned closer. Li Jiejia replied, "It's a poetry collection by Zhang Yang, the president of the Classical Literature Society." Classical Literature Society? Zhang Yang? Wei Dong furrowed his brow, opting not to inquire further. This life and the previous one were indeed vastly different. He had never heard of a person named Zhang Yang. However, from Li Jiejia's tone, it seemed this Zhang Yang was quite renowned. Similarly, regarding Professor Zheng Qing, whom Li Jiejia mentioned a few days prior, Wei Dong had also not encountered any mention of a Professor Zheng Qing at Yenjing University that on May 7th, under clear skies, the Suns were en route to San Antonio, where they would face the Spurs in their playoff opener. Upon arriving in San Antonio, an unsettling thought struck Wei Dong that, in his previous life, it appeared that Rose had sustained an injury in the first round of the playoffs, one severe enough to jeopardize an athlete's career, an anterior cruciate ligament tear in his left knee. This injury not only altered the course of the playoffs, but also had a profound impact on Rose. Following that injury, he never regained his peak performance, and the Rose of Chicago withered as a result. Had it not been for such debilitating injuries, Rose's presence would have undoubtedly elevated the competition in the subsequent seasons. Although these 2 lifetimes seemed largely disconnected, Wei Dong felt it necessary to caution Rose. Coincidentally, Rose had called him half a month ago, and Wei Dong had saved his number to hi. "Wei Dong," Rose said, somewhat surprised to receive a call before the game. Half a month earlier, he had reviewed Wei Dong's game statistics. His attempt to recruit Wei Dong had faltered, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, Wei Dong's subsequent performances made it clear to Rose that he was destined to become a superstar. Such a figure was not easily recruited, prompting Rose to abandon that notion. Once the call connected, Wei Dong inquired, "Are you playing against the 76ers tonight?" "Yes. Aren't you facing the Spurs?" Rose replied. Wei Dong continued, "Could you promise me one thing? If there's a minute and a half left in the game and you're leading by 10 or more points, please refrain from entering the game." Rose responded, puzzled. "Why?" Wei Dong chuckled. "In the last 2 minutes of a game, everyone's stamina is pushed to its limits, making injuries more likely if you have a double-digit lead. There's no need to take unnecessary risks." "Thanks for your concern," Rose said, still somewhat bewildered. Yet he replied, "I promise you that I hope the Suns make it to the finals this year, so I can face you there." "All right," Wei Dong smiled before ending the call. There was little more he could explain. He could only offer this reminder. If Rose were to be injured again, there would be nothing he could do but lament the loss of a worthy competitor. Since Wei Dong's arrival, the Suns had achieved an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss, particularly excelling in the last 6 games against formidable Western Conference teams. Nash had missed 3 games due to injury. Yet under Wei Dong's leadership, they had advanced to the playoffs, a remarkable achievement in itself. CCTV-5 also adjusted its broadcast schedule, ensuring that all Suns games would be televised as the game approached. In the CCTV-5 studio, the host asked Director Zhang, "I heard that teacher Yu Jia has recently acquired the nickname Dong Shui?" Yu Jia laughed. "I won't deny it. I believe Wei Dong possesses all the qualities of a superstar." However, Director Zhang, Wei Dong's playoff experience is still quite limited. The postseason differs greatly from the regular season, Yu Jia noted. Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on this game? With the addition of Iverson, the Suns' roster depth has increased. However, compared to the season's Spurs, the Suns' paper roster still falls slightly short. To win this series, they will need some ingenious strategies that I believe that with Wei Dong, anything is possible, Yu Jia exclaimed. The game is about to begin. Let us focus on the match, Director Zhang replied. As the warm-up concluded, the arena was filled to capacity with fans. Wei Dong was familiar with this venue, having scored 61 points here just a week prior, leading the Suns to victory. The players were ready to enter the court, and the DJ announced the starters. Let us welcome the Suns. Number 3, Iverson. 13, Nash. Number 7, Wei Dong. Wei Dong made a grand entrance, and the DJ proclaimed his name with fervor. Yet, rather than cheers, Wei Dong was met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. Nash chuckled. It seems the Spurs fans are not particularly fond of you. That's because I scored 61 points on their home court. They feel slighted, Wei Dong replied calmly, unfazed by the jeers. The majority of the arena was filled with Spurs fans, with only a small section donning Suns jerseys, some supporting Nash, Iverson, and Hill, while the rest were Chinese fans, all ardent supporters of Wei Dong. The Spurs starting lineup included Duncan, Parker, Leonard, Jefferson, and Blair, while the Suns featured Nash, Hill, Wei Dong, Gortat, and Morris. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. Gortat leaped for the tip-off, directing the ball to Nash as the Spurs initiated their defense. Wei Dong called for the ball, with Leonard guarding him. After a quick hesitation, Wei Dong, under Leonard's defense, executed a small pivot and a fadeaway jumper. Although Leonard had closed in, his fingertips barely grazed the basketball. Swoosh! The ball swished through the net, marking the score at 0-2. Popovich observed Wei Dong's basket, seemingly contemplative. He felt he had discerned Wei Dong's strategy. Unlike his previous approach, where he had scored 61 points, but exhausted himself in the fourth quarter, this time Wei Dong had chosen a more manageable shooting style, indicative of his intent to conserve energy. This basket is for you. Wei Dong shrugged at the Spurs fans, his demeanor somewhat audacious. Defense! Defense! The Spurs fans shouted in frustration, yet they found themselves powerless against Wei Dong, collectively urging their team to teach him a lesson. Undeterred, the Spurs retaliated, with Parker breaking through Nash's defense to lob the ball to Jefferson, who executed a simple yet effective dunk under the basket. The teams exchanged blows, and with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 23-21, with the Suns trailing by 2 points. Iverson substituted for Nash as Iverson entered the game. The Spurs fans rose to their feet, applauding. Not a single boo could be heard for the superstar who had been absent from the court for nearly a year. The Spurs fans showed Iverson the respect he deserved. It seemed the boos were reserved solely for Wei Dong, a fact that was unavoidable given his previous 61-point performance in this arena. With Iverson on the court, Wei Dong took on the role of point guard while Iverson played as shooting guard. Iverson was renowned as a dual-threat player, and Wei Dong could equally be categorized as such. Albeit with superior scoring and playmaking abilities, Wei Dong dribbled to draw the defense. And when Iverson found himself open on the wing, Wei Dong executed a feint before passing the ball to him. Swoosh! Iverson caught the ball and unleashed a jump shot, the familiar rhythm returning as the ball swished through the net. 23. The Suns had leveled the score. On the Spurs side, Ginobili led the bench unit. While Iverson commanded the Suns' second string, as Iverson had stated, as long as he was on the court, he could score. He was a man born for battle. A driving layup, a step-back jumper, a steal leading to a fast break. As the second quarter commenced, Iverson scored 6 consecutive points, propelling the bench to a lead. The bench had previously been the Suns' weakest link, but with Iverson's addition, they had significantly bolstered their roster. 3 minutes into the second quarter. The Spurs' pride lay in their formidable bench unit. Not only did the score not widen, but the team also began to fall behind the Suns, prompting Popovich to call an immediate timeout. Upon returning from the break, Duncan, Parker, and Leonard all took to the court. With such a lineup, it was clear that Iverson, accompanied only by his bench players, would struggle to in just a minute. The Spurs equalized the score once more. Wei Dong and Nash could no longer remain idle, and they both returned to the game. The Suns players on the court were Nash, Wei Dong, Hill, Iverson, and Gortat, with Gortat being the only one exceeding 2 meters in height. The Suns' fast-paced tactics had previously sent shockwaves throughout the league, as Gentry deployed a lineup of 1 big man and 4 smaller players, with Gortat at center, while Nash orchestrated the offense single-handedly from the backcourt, complemented by the formidable scoring prowess of Wei Dong and Iverson. This configuration yielded an utterly terrifying scoring capability. Although this arrangement had its flaws, it was sufficient to trouble the Spurs considerably within a short period. Upon Wei Dong and Nash's entry, the initial strategy indeed caught the Spurs off guard, allowing the Suns to score repeatedly and gradually extend their lead. However, the seasoned Popovich quickly adapted his tactics upon encountering the Suns' style of play, and by the end of the first half, the Spurs were not trailing by a significant margin. As the third quarter commenced, the defensive vulnerabilities of the Suns began to surface, and the Spurs capitalized on this to score frequently. With 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Suns found themselves trailing the Spurs by 11 points. X strategy. Gentry gestured emphatically from the sidelines while voicing his command. X strategy. Popovich heard Gentry's call and pondered the nature of this strategy. Of course, the Suns players were well aware of what the X strategy entailed. After Nash advanced the ball past half court, he passed it to Gortat on the wing. Gortat raised the ball high, and Morris swiftly closed in on him. Nash drew the defense, while Wei Dong circled into the paint. Gortat immediately passed the ball to Hill, who, upon receiving it, saw Wei Dong darting between Gortat and Morris. At the moment Wei Dong maneuvered through, Morris and Gortat came together, obstructing Leonard's path. Hill delivered the ball to Wei Dong. With Leonard blocked by Morris and Gortat, a gaping opportunity presented itself before Wei Dong. Having acquired Curry's three-point skill set during team training for precautionary measures, Wei Dong was ready. Swish! The open three-pointer went in without a hitch, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. Popovich momentarily froze before vehemently shouting at the referee, "Blocking foul! Blocking foul!" The referee merely glanced at Popovich, choosing not to blow the whistle. The basket counted. 91-83. The Suns trailed by 8 points. This basket significantly boosted morale, and upon returning to defense, the Suns managed to thwart Parker's attempt. They replicated the same tactic. Using the same strategy, Wei Dong sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. 91-89. The gap had narrowed to just 2 points. Even the stoic Leonard was becoming agitated. What was this strategy? Each time he attempted to chase down Wei Dong, he would be ensnared by Gortat and Morris. On one occasion, he even knocked Gortat over, yet to no avail, as the referee remained silent, with no other choice. Popovich immediately called for a timeout. Upon returning from the break, the Spurs altered their strategy, When Wei Dong circled into the paint, the defender assigned to Gortat promptly shifted to cover the three-point line. This tactic appeared effective, but Gentry had anticipated it. Therefore, after the timeout, Wei Dong merely strolled around the paint without attempting to weave through Gortat and Morris. He attracted the defense, while Nash became the one executing the strategy. Nash's three-pointers were equally difficult to defend, particularly when faced with an open shot, boasting an accuracy rate exceeding 60%. After Nash sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, the crafty Popovich was visibly agitated on the sidelines, his mustache twitching in frustration. He had never encountered such a vexing strategy. With less than 5 minutes remaining in this critical match, he was at a loss for how to counter this approach. The score steadily widened. Beep! As the final whistle blew, the score stood at 117-103. The Suns triumphed over the Spurs, securing their first victory of the playoffs. The game statistics were as follows. Wei Dong, 31 points. 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, 1 block. Nash, 19 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Iverson, 21 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks. Duncan, 26 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks. Well done, brothers. The Suns players began to celebrate with high fives. Having secured a victory on the Spurs' home turf, a significant morale boost, at least now the home court advantage tilted in favor of the Suns. In the CCTV's live studio, Yu Jia remarked, the Suns' strategy in the fourth quarter left the Spurs utterly unprepared. Zhang H responded, I mentioned before, for the Suns to triumph over the Spurs, they must employ unconventional tactics, and this is Gentry's masterstroke. Yu Jia noted, we've never seen such a strategy before. Zhang H explained, this is a transformation of a single pick and roll into a double pick and roll, especially with the Suns boasting 2 exceptional three-point shooters in Wei Dong and Nash. This strategy becomes nearly impossible to counter. Yu Jia remarked, Zhang, you truly understand the game. Zhang H replied, in the past, while coaching a national team, I had contemplated such a strategy, but it was never implemented. Yu Jia, unable to counter, conceded, I dare not dispute you. Zhang H, you are the senior. Your word is law. After the game concluded, the Suns players quickly returned to their hotel to rest, as they would face the second match here the following day. With the conclusion of the Suns and Spurs game, the Eastern Conference matchup between the Bulls and the 76ers was also nearing its end, with less than 2 minutes remaining, bolstered by an outstanding fourth-quarter performance. The Bulls had established a lead of over 10 points. Rose had amassed 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists, just 1 rebound and 1 assist shy of a triple-double. Following a timeout, the Bulls coach instructed Rose, there are only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. You should continue playing. Okay, just as Rose was about to rise, he suddenly recalled Wei Dong's inexplicable phone call that a shadow of unease crept into Rose's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the bench and told the coach, the 76ers have no chance of a comeback. Let my teammates handle the remaining time. A 1T play. The Bulls head coach frowned. It is a grave offense on the court to defy a coach's orders. However, as the star player of the Bulls, the coach, despite feeling somewhat displeased, did not insist on Rose's return to the game. As it turned out, in the last minute and a half, even without Rose on the court, the 76ers had no opportunity to mount a comeback. The Bulls successfully clinched the game. After the match ended, Rose felt an unparalleled sense of relief. It was quite peculiar, as he couldn't quite articulate why he felt this way, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, back in the locker room. Rose checked his phone for news and discovered that the Suns had defeated the Spurs. He immediately called Wei Dong. Wei Dong, congratulations on winning the first game against the Spurs. This is just the first game. There's still a long series ahead. Hearing Rose's upbeat tone reassured Wei Dong that he had not been injured, confirming that this life truly unfolded differently from the last. You were right. In the final 2 minutes of the game, we indeed led by over 10 points. Is that so? Wei Dong inquired with a smile. Did you play? No, I declined when the coach asked me to play. For some reason, after the game ended, I felt immensely lighthearted. You did the right thing. We are not merely stat stuffers. I suddenly feel an urge to become your teammate. You are welcome to join the Suns next season. No, I prefer not to form super teams. After a brief exchange, Wei Dong and Rose ended their call. The most significant news from the first round of the playoffs was undoubtedly the Suns' victory over the Spurs. The Suns, as the 8th seed in the West, had triumphed over the first-seeded Spurs, a narrative brimming with intrigue. Moreover, since Wei Dong joined the Suns, the team had garnered millions of Chinese fans, elevating their visibility beyond that of the Lakers and Heat, who were deemed popular teams. Following the Suns' inaugural playoff victory, their championship odds, which were previously the highest, began to decline, signaling that bookmakers were hesitant to place their bets against the Suns. Particularly, the sudden emergence of the elevator door strategy in the fourth quarter sparked fervent discussions among industry insiders. Everyone witnessed the old Fox's helplessness and frustration in the face of this strategy. In the United States, the esteemed T radio station features Barkley and Johnson analyzing the ongoing match. Barkley remarks that Gentry's implementation of the pick-and-roll strategy in the fourth quarter is merely a clever exploitation of the rules. Johnson counters that the Suns possess two exceptional three-point shooters, Nash and Wei Dong, making this tactic nearly invincible. Barkley asserts that had he been defending Wei Dong, he would not have allowed him such ease in escaping. Johnson retorts, perhaps in your prime, but can you still keep up now? Barkley confidently replies, of course. If I were on the court, I would serve Wei Dong a spicy hot pot. Johnson chuckles and then inquires who he believes will emerge victorious in the series between the Suns and the Spurs. Barkley predictably declares it will be the Spurs, forecasting a 4-2 triumph over the Suns. Johnson probes further. What if the Spurs were to lose? Barkley quips, then I shall kiss a donkey's rear end. Upon hearing Barkley's prediction, Chinese fans are not incensed, but rather express their gratitude, as Barkley's infamous jinx often results in the opposite outcome. After the match, Popovich learns that Gentry's strategy is referred to as the elevator door tactic. It is indeed quite descriptive. Every time Gortat and Morris stand side by side, it resembles the closing of elevator doors, trapping defenders inside. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Popovich concludes the post-game press conference, back at home. He lies in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, as images of Gortat and Morris ensnaring defenders, allowing Nash or Wei Dong to secure open three-point shots, repeatedly invade his mind. Unable to rest, he rises to pour himself a glass of red wine. Over the years, the NBA has seen numerous prominent strategies emerge, such as the triangle offense, the Princeton system, and the pick and roll, not to mention the Suns' barrage tactics and their low-post offensive strategies. Yet, none have proven as unassailable as the elevator door tactic. It seems that as long as a team possesses two stars capable of shooting threes, this strategy becomes invincible, and the Suns happen to have Wei Dong and Nash, making it seemingly tailor-made for them. Damn it, Popovich exclaims, downing his glass of wine, cursing vehemently. The following day, he intends to gather his players for practice, devising countermeasures against this tactic, for otherwise, the Spurs could find themselves in peril during this series. Unlike the troubled Popovich, the entire Suns team enjoys a restful slumber at their hotel. Hill, Nash, and Iverson dream of hoisting the O'Brien Trophy, perhaps the greatest aspiration that these seasoned veterans have clung to after years in the NBA. Particularly for Iverson, nearing retirement, the prospect of being so close to a championship stirs his emotions. It must be said that after their initial victory against the Spurs, the Suns' morale has surged significantly, most notably reflected in the players' renewed confidence. Wei Dong returns to the hotel, showers, and spends some time video chatting with Lee Jia, a player on the road. He does not have family accompanying him. If Lee Jia were to come, she would need to fly to San Antonio and purchase her own ticket. Since the third game will return to the Suns' home court, Lee Jia decides to remain in Phoenix. After chatting for a while, she urges Wei Dong to rest, as she is busy tidying up their villa. Although Sal should have arranged for cleaning upon his arrival, Lee Jia feels it more appropriate to oversee it herself. On the third day, the Suns and Spurs face off in the second playoff game. Popovich's demeanor appears somewhat off, often referred to as the old fox. Despite his reputation for cunning, he has yet to devise a method to counter the elevator door tactic, as 2 days have nearly passed. Thus, when he sees Gentry, his eyes betray a simmering anger, considering Gentry's strategy to be utterly shameless and contrary to the spirit of sportsmanship. Should Shaquille O'Neal ever learn of Popovich's sentiments, he might very well sit upon him in a fit of rage. Shameless, indeed, is the elevator door tactic. Is there anything more disgraceful than the infamous hack-a-Shaq strategy? which was in fact Popovich's own invention, feeling somewhat wronged. Gentry murmurs to himself as he catches Popovich's glare. The elevator door tactic was proposed by Wei Dong. What does it have to do with me? The second game commences. Popovich adjusts his strategy, opting not to assign players to double-team Nash and Wei Dong. Instead, when Gortat receives the ball on the wing and Morris positions himself, Duncan will spring forth to defend the interior. While this appears to resolve the elevator door tactic, the absence of double-teaming effectively releases Nash and Wei Dong, making the Spurs' endeavor still quite challenging. In the T studio, Johnson observes the Spurs have abandoned their strongest defensive tactics, opting to engage in a shootout with the Suns. This is a recipe for disaster. Barkley interjects, the game has just begun. It is premature to make such proclamations. Johnson proposes a wager, predicting that the game will enter garbage time by the third quarter. Gentry, recognizing Popovich's strategy, substitutes Morris midway through the first quarter, allowing the more offensively capable Iverson to take the floor. Both teams begin to trade baskets fervently. Duncan scores in the paint, and Iverson responds immediately. Leonard nets a jumper, and Wei Dong counters with a three-pointer. Parker scores with a floater, and Nash answers with a long-range shot. The first quarter concludes with the Suns leading the Spurs 47-41. With both teams on track for a combined score of 120 points as the second quarter commences, Gin Billy leads the Spurs bench in a scoring spree, quickly closing the gap as the Suns substitutes falter in their defensive efforts. The saying goes, in good times, the stone Buddha; in adversity, the race car; in dire straits, the demon blade. As the Suns appeared poised to dominate, Gin Billy rises to the occasion. With the score tied, Wei Dong and Nash return to the court, and the elevator door tactic is once again in play. Wei Dong and Nash each sink a three-pointer, dousing the Spurs' momentum. However, undeterred by the Suns' strength, the Spurs maintain their steady approach, concluding the first half trailing by a mere 3 points. 7-6-7-3. In the Suns' first half performance, Wei Dong scored 17 points. Nash contributed 13, Iverson netted 19, Hill added 9, and the rest of the team combined for 18 points, with Wei Dong and Nash by his side. Iverson no longer faces the intense defensive pressure of yesteryear. Though no longer at his peak, Iverson still managed to score 19 points in the half. In the locker room, Iverson sits in silence. Having scored 19 points, not overly elated, yet feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Just 3 years prior, he would effortlessly accumulate 30 to 40 points, but now, after only half a game, he feels utterly exhausted. In contrast, Wei Dong, who has played longer, trails him by only 2 points, yet appears remarkably relaxed. Youth is indeed a blessing. Iverson muses, sipping a drink, pondering who had superior stamina in their youth compared to Wei Dong. Unbeknownst to everyone, Iverson's thoughts run deep, while Gentry continues to analyze the game with his players, lamenting the Spurs' disarray in the first half and regretting their failure to extend their lead. He cautions that the Spurs will undoubtedly intensify their defense in the second half, making it a battle for supremacy that requires their utmost effort. Let us go. The Suns players encourage one another as the second half is set to commence. As the second half begins, Duncan scores repeatedly with bank shots in the paint. Gortat, Fry, and Lopez find themselves unable to contain him. Currently, Gortat is tasked with defending Duncan, and noticing Gortat's growing frustration, Wei Dong gives him a reassuring pat, reminding him not to panic. If the Spurs prefer to engage in offense, we shall match them shot for shot. Very well. Wei Dong felt a sting from the slap, yet Gortat managed to regain his composure. The score stood at 78-81, with the Suns trailing by 3 points. Nash, with the ball in hand, saw an opportunity, while Wei Dong maneuvered off the ball into the paint. Was another elevator play about to unfold? Consequently, the Spurs defenders expanded their coverage, with Leonard, assigned to guard Wei Dong, conceding him a step. In such a scenario, should Wei Dong retreat beyond the three-point line, Leonard would be able to recover swiftly. The only one remaining stationary in the paint was Duncan, who had discerned Wei Dong's intent. But what good was this insight? Upon entering the key, Wei Dong found Leonard still a step away, leaving Duncan as the sole defender in the paint. Nash promptly passed the ball to Wei Dong. Upon receiving it, Wei Dong stepped forward and leapt high into the air. Indeed, Duncan thought to himself, I have seen through him. Wei Dong's movement was not intended to retreat beyond the three-point line, but rather aimed at a direct dunk. Had Duncan lunged out moments earlier, the Spurs' interior defense would have been left vulnerable. The impenetrable fortress of the Spurs' paint was under siege. Duncan let out a roar and leapt to block Wei Dong's shot. However, this time Duncan was mistaken. He presumed Wei Dong had reached the apex of his jump. Yet Wei Dong soared as if propelled by a helicopter, ascending even higher. Bang! Wei Dong emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop over Duncan. Duncan fell to the ground. Beep! At that moment, the referee's whistle echoed, indicating a foul on the white number 21 for a hit. 821. Not only did Wei Dong dunk over Duncan, but he also converted the additional free throw. The crowd erupted. Had this occurred in the Suns' home arena, the fans would have gone wild. Yet here in the Spurs' domain, the home fans responded in silence, some covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Wow! Wei Dong's dunk was spectacular. The Suns' bench players feigned fainting in their seats, as if mesmerized by Wei Dong's prowess. While executing the free throw, Wei Dong remarked to Duncan, "Though you are my idol, I cannot allow you to bully my teammates." Just moments before, Duncan had relentlessly fouled Gotat, nearly sending him into a state of despair. Once Duncan stood up, he remained silent, but as Wei Dong sank the free throw, Duncan broke into a grin and chuckled. Wei Dong. Beep. The referee blew the whistle again, signaling a technical foul against the white number 21. Duncan felt quite innocent. He had merely laughed, so why was he penalized with a technical foul? Not just the Suns players, even the Spurs were bewildered. Why was Duncan laughing? Faced with Duncan's enigmatic smile, rivaled only by the Mona Lisa's, the only one maintaining composure was Leonard, his expression as stoic as ever. Wei Dong stepped up for the technical free throw. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, adding another point for the Suns. Wei Dong had managed a 2-1-1, leaving even in baffled point 82-81. Thanks to Duncan's inexplicable laughter, the Spurs trailed by a point. Moreover, following the technical foul free throw, possession remained with the Suns. Wei Dong received the inbound pass. Driving into the paint, he faced the dual defense of Jefferson and Duncan, executing an overhead pass to Nash, positioned beyond the three-point line. Swish! Nash's three-pointer found its mark once more, bringing the score to 85. 8-1. In this singular possession, the Suns astonishingly scored 7 points. A true miracle. In the Chinese broadcast room, Yu Jia exclaimed. That was too funny. I wonder why Duncan laughed. Coach Zhang responded. I once interviewed Duncan. Despite his seemingly daft appearance, he is in fact quite humorous. Yu Jia added. However, the referees failed to grasp his humor and issued a technical foul. Coach Zhang continued. After Wei Dong's free throw, Duncan's hearty laughter was indeed rather impolite on the court. Following Nash's three-pointer, Popovich called for a timeout. Holding a tactical board, he muttered to Duncan, seemingly interrogating him. However, Duncan remained silent, staring blankly at Popovich. When play resumed, Parker dribbled the ball, and as Duncan sprinted forward, Wei Dong signaled Gotat to step aside, opting to guard Duncan himself. Wei Dong, keeping his eyes on Duncan, began to speak. Let me share a joke with you. That a pig, monkey, turtle, and rabbit gathered to tell jokes, and the rule was that whoever told a bad joke would be thrown into the sea. Duncan responded with a puzzled look. Undeterred by Duncan's expression, Wei Dong continued jovially. First, the monkey told a joke that made everyone laugh, except for the turtle, who remained stoic. Thus, the monkey was thrown into the sea. Next was the rabbit, whose joke was utterly unamusing, yet the turtle laughed uncontrollably. Can you guess why? Why? Duncan inquired. Wei Dong explained, because the turtle said the monkey's joke was simply hilarious. Oh. Duncan nodded in understanding. Parker scored with a floater, narrowing the gap by 2 points. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, Wei Dong, facing Leonard's defense, executed another fadeaway jumper, the ball swishing through the net. An unbelievable event unfolded. Duncan suddenly pointed at Wei Dong and laughed heartily twice. Everyone else. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded once more, signaling yet another technical foul against Duncan. Popovich was on the verge of losing his mind, and the Spurs fans were equally bewildered, their team left in a state of shock. Had Duncan taken something strange today? Yet after laughing twice, Duncan suddenly appeared dejected. realizing he had accumulated 2 technical fouls. 2 technical fouls meant he would be disqualified. Popovich yelled from the sidelines, "Duncan, have you lost your mind?" Duncan pleaded with the referee, explaining, "Wei Dong was intentionally making me laugh. I tried not to, but I couldn't help it. You can't give me a technical foul for that." The referee shot Duncan a glance. "What does Wei Dong's attempt to amuse you have to do with me? However, when you laugh out loud after your opponent scores, I must issue a technical foul." Wei Dong was equally stunned. He had merely intended to tell a joke to amuse Duncan, yet he inadvertently caused Duncan to be ejected. Moreover, Duncan's reaction closely mirrored that of the turtle. Had Duncan simply laughed after Wei Dong finished his joke, it would not have mattered. After all, it was the Spurs' turn to attack at that moment. And a couple of chuckles would likely only warrant a warning from the referee, not a technical foul. The Spurs players have been explaining for quite some time, yet the referee remained steadfast in his ruling. Duncan was ejected for 2 technical fouls and sat dejectedly on the sidelines, no longer laughing, while Popovich ignored him in frustration. Duncan was the linchpin of the Spurs' low-post offensive strategy. Without Duncan, although Ginobili, Parker, and Leonard were all formidable offensive players, they found it challenging to score against Wei Dong and Hill's defense with the same ease as Duncan. The score began to widen as the fourth quarter came to a close. The Suns triumphed with a score of 116-107, marking their second consecutive away victory, notably against the top-seeded Spurs. The scales of victory had tipped in favor of the Suns. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 37 points. 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Nash, 19 points, 3 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Iverson, 27 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 1 block. Despite being in the twilight of his career, Iverson remained one of the Suns' triumvirate, meaning the 3 stars collectively scored 83 points against the Spurs. On the Spurs side, due to Duncan's ejection in the third quarter, Leonard emerged as the highest scorer with 31 points, having taken control of the Spurs' offense during that period. Yet this could not prevent the Spurs from suffering their second consecutive home defeat. After the game, the Spurs held a press conference. The reporters were eager, intrigued by Duncan's 2 mysterious laughs. Following another defeat, Popovich was in a foul mood, offering only a few words to uplift the team's spirits before stepping down. When it was Duncan's turn for an interview, he slouched on the stage that a reporter asked, "What were the reasons behind your 2 mysterious laughs today?" Duncan explained, "Wei Dong deliberately told jokes to make me laugh, and I couldn't help but chuckle." The reporter, curious, inquired, "What joke did he tell?" Duncan recounted, "A pig, a turtle, a monkey, and a rabbit gathered together to share jokes, and whoever told an unamusing joke would be tossed into the sea. The monkey went first, delivering a hilarious joke that sent everyone into fits of laughter, except for the turtle, who remained stoic. Consequently, the monkey was hurled into the ocean. Next up was the rabbit, who shared a rather dull joke, resulting in a complete lack of laughter from the group, except for the turtle, who burst into hearty laughter." "Why?" a curious journalist inquired. Duncan explained, "The turtle remarked that the monkey's joke was simply too funny." "Ha!" The American journalist erupted into laughter upon hearing the story. "Don't blame me," Duncan said innocently, "for that joke was just too amusing." Another journalist asked, "When did Wei Dong tell you this joke?" "While he was defending me." "However, you only laughed when Wei Dong made that jump shot, didn't you? Because that was when I remembered how hilarious Wei Dong's joke was." Duncan shrugged, maintaining his innocent demeanor. "Huh." After another round of laughter from the journalists, one continued, "What made you laugh the first time?" Duncan's initial laughter was even more absurd. He had just been dunked over by Wei Dong, a clear humiliation, yet he laughed 3 times during Wei Dong's free throws. Duncan pursed his lips. "I didn't want to laugh, but he called me his idol." Upon hearing this, Lee Judgia felt a chill run down her spine, followed by goosebumps, before the third playoff game between the Suns and Spurs. Wei Dong drove Lee Judgia to the Western Conference Arena. Having missed the first 2 games of the Spurs' home, Lee Judgia was assured a front-row seat at the Suns' home games, a detail that didn't require Wei Dong's explicit mention. As Sal would handle it perfectly, the atmosphere at home games was significantly more vibrant. Especially when Wei Dong took the court, the DJ elongated the announcement of his name, Wei Dong. The crowd erupted into the loudest cheers upon hearing his name. Playing at home was indeed more comfortable. Wei Dong waved to the fans as he ran, The game commenced. Duncan called for the ball in the low post, and while Gortat was defending him, he recalled the joke Wei Dong had told him yesterday. How many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator? However, Duncan responded with a composed expression, elevating for a shot and scoring. 3 steps, Gortat muttered, frustrated after being outplayed by Duncan. When Wei Dong had told him this joke yesterday, Gortat had laughed for half an hour. Why did Duncan show no reaction now? Was he devoid of humor? Wei Dong glanced at Duncan as he moved towards the front court. That moment, Wei Dong realized he was up against the so-called Stone Buddha, Duncan, who had been coveted by numerous teams prior to the draft. Duncan would not make the same mistake twice. The Spurs had thoroughly analyzed Wei Dong's play style and were prepared for his lethal three-point shot. Moreover, his offensive style was a blend reminiscent of both Kobe and Iverson. Ultimately, he was not entirely unguardable. The Suns' first possession featured Wei Dong isolating, closely guarded by Leonard, after a few fakes that failed to shake Leonard completely. Wei Dong rushed his shot, which was interfered with and hit the rim, allowing Duncan to secure the rebound. Wei Dong's first attempt mirrored that of Kobe. Was the defensive pressure that intense? Had they figured out my style? Wei Dong grumbled, expending 5 talent points to unlock Jordan's fadeaway shot package. Did Duncan truly believe he was limited to Kobe and Iverson's moves? Duncan showed a fierce desire to score tonight, after Wei Dong's missed shot. Duncan once again overpowered Gortat in the low post. 0.04. The Suns found themselves trailing by 4 points at the start. After being scored on twice by Duncan, Wei Dong refused to back down. Facing Leonard's defense once more, Wei Dong opted for a straightforward jump shot without any flashy dribbling. Jordan? Hill exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Wei Dong's motion. Hill, once dubbed Jordan's heir, had encountered peak Jordan during his early years in the league and was thus intimately familiar with Jordan's signature fadeaway. Each player possesses unique shooting habits. Wei Dong's shot, in terms of motion and release angle, mirrored Jordan's perfectly. The reason Jordan's jump shot is so hard to defend is due to his extraordinary leaping ability, hang time, and core strength, all of which Wei Dong possessed in equal measure. Thus, this shot left Hill momentarily dazed, as if he were playing alongside Jordan. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net, bringing the score to 2-4. Wei Dong scored the Suns' first basket of the game. Judge, seated at the sidelines, watched Wei Dong intently. His shot was exquisite, yet unlike the other fans, she did not erupt in wild cheers, her eyes simply gleaming with joy. The game progressed second by second. Wei Dong and Hill effectively contained Leonard and Parker on the perimeter, yet Duncan wreaked havoc in the paint. Gortat had long since lost the inclination to joke with Duncan. Morris was replaced by Gentry with Lopez, who was tasked with supporting Gortat and defending against Duncan in the paint, though the results were rather negligible. Duncan not only wreaked havoc offensively, but he also relentlessly grabbed rebounds over Gortat on the defensive end. Fortunately, Wei Dong suddenly altered his strategy, employing an almost indefensible Jordan-esque fadeaway jumper, which left Leonard struggling to adapt, allowing the Suns to keep the score tightly contested at halftime. The score stood at 51-52, with the Suns trailing the Spurs by a single point. Duncan had amassed a remarkable 29 points, the highest in the game, while Wei Dong closely followed with 23 points, the second highest, although Duncan also recorded 11 rebounds. During the halftime break, as the cheerleaders performed, the players returned to the locker room. Just showed no interest in the voluptuous foreign women. Instead, she took out her exam preparation materials to jot down notes as Wei Dong made his way toward the player tunnel. In the Suns' locker room, Gentry advised, do not focus all defensive attention on Duncan. Since the Spurs wish to engage us in an offensive battle, then let us do just that, as long as we score more than the Spurs. The victory shall still belong to us. After Gentry concluded, he turned his gaze towards Wei Dong, entrusting him with the offensive duties for the second half. All right, Wei Dong nodded in agreement. I end this game. Iverson had a mediocre performance, playing 11 minutes in the first half and only scoring 3 points. Hill inquired, Wei Dong, I feel that your fadeaway jumper today is indistinguishable from Jordan's. When did you learn that? Is there even a need to learn? Wei Dong chuckled. It's just a matter of glancing at it. Hill responded with a silent expression. Nash also questioned, so your dribbling and passing, as well as your footwork in the paint against the Rockets. You just picked up by watching? The dribbling referred to Iverson's crossover, The passing pertained to himself, and the footwork belonged to Scola. Both Nash and Iverson had long been puzzled. Every time Wei Dong orchestrated an offense, they could see their own reflections in his movements. However, when Wei Dong executed the crossover, he too saw his own shadow. Indeed, Wei Dong cheerfully nodded, for he possessed a system that made these skills attainable with just a glance. Or even without looking at all, Nash sighed, marveling, a genius. Thus, everyone was filled with confidence for the game. Gentry proclaimed, with a talent like Wei Dong on our team, we are destined to claim the championship. Let us go. Gentry then elaborated on the tactic for the second half as the game was about to resume. In the second half, Duncan continued his efficient offensive display. The Suns ceased double-teaming Duncan, recognizing that while he had found his rhythm, they could not allow others to do the same, or they would be unable to contain the Spurs. After Duncan scored, Wei Dong repeatedly retaliated in kind. When facing double teams, Nash would coordinate with his teammates to execute the elevator door play, leaving the Spurs with few effective countermeasures against the Suns' offense. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score was 103-101. The margin remained razor-thin, with the Suns holding a 2-point lead, and at that moment, Duncan had tallied 47 points while Wei Dong had amassed 41 points in the final minutes of the game. The Suns' lineup consisted of Wei Dong, Hill, Gortat, Fry, and Nash, while the Spurs featured Duncan, Leonard, Parker, Ginobili, and Jefferson. Wei Dong did not exchange for stamina pills, given his maxed-out stamina attribute, unless he played intensely for a full 48 minutes. It was unlikely for his stamina to reach its limit. However, not all players possessed Wei Dong's exceptional stamina. For instance, Hill struggled with his shooting due to fatigue, missing 2 consecutive mid-range shots in the fourth quarter. Nevertheless, Hill had to shoulder a greater defensive responsibility. Defense, defense. As the Spurs launched their offensive, the fans chanted in unison, MVP, MVP, MVP. When Wei Dong had the ball, the fans would chant MVP in unison once more. The game had reached a fever pitch. With just 2 minutes and 46 seconds left, Parker burst past Nash's defense, showcasing the speed of a French sports car. Nash found himself struggling to keep up as Parker drove to the basket for one of his signature floaters. However, at the moment the ball left his fingertips, Wei Dong surged in from the side. Parker felt as though he were enveloped in shadow, only to see Wei Dong leap high and swat Parker's shot away. Wow! The crowd erupted. As the ball soared toward the sidelines, Hill dashed forward, retrieving it and passing it to Fry, though he was knocked into the audience by the momentum. But a moment of silence fell over the arena as everyone turned their gaze toward Hill, concerned that he might have been injured by the fall. Thankfully, Hill quickly climbed back from the stands and returned to the court. Hill! Hill! The crowd once again chanted his name, touched by his determination. An experienced veteran, he had wrist injury to save the ball, exemplifying the spirit of a champion. With one more basket, they could take the lead. Nash dribbled the ball, signaling his teammates to move into position. At that moment, the score was 109-110, with the Suns trailing by 1 point. Hill's effort had inspired the team once more. As Nash handled the ball, Gortat set a pick. Nash penetrated the lane, with Jefferson closing in to defend. Without even glancing, Nash flicked the ball behind him. This was the unspoken synergy between Nash and Wei Dong. Wei Dong appeared just in time, catching the ball and leaping high for a powerful slam dunk. 111-110. The Suns had taken the lead. Time continued to tick away. The Suns successfully thwarted another Spurs offensive attempt, but during their own offensive sequence, Wei Dong faced a double team and passed the ball to Fry beyond the three-point arc, only for Fry's shot to miss the mark. With less than 2 minutes remaining, Duncan called for the ball in the paint, attracting defenders before passing it out to Ginobili at the three-point line. Swish! The ball found its mark, and in a critical moment, Ginobili was always reliable. The Suns fans felt the tension rise, their palms sweating. Now it was the Suns' turn to attack, before they even crossed half-court. Wei Dong sought the ball from Nash, who obliged. Just 2 steps away from the three-point line, with Leonard's defense he had to close in, Wei Dong suddenly stopped, launching a three-pointer. Channeling Curry's shooting skills, the ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. The fans who had been chanting MVP fell silent, their attention riveted to the ball's trajectory. Even Gentry was momentarily taken aback. This was the playoffs. The Suns trailed the Spurs by 2 points. For the coach, Wei Dong's decision to shoot a three-pointer seemed utterly reckless. If it had been another player, even if that three-pointer had fortuitously gone in, he would have been met with a barrage of criticism. Swish! The moment felt both fleeting and prolonged. When the ball swished through the net, everyone released a sigh of relief. MVP! 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 The crowd erupted once more, their cheers resonating through the arena, a feeling that could not be fully appreciated without being present. However, the Spurs were undeterred by this shot. Duncan, just a step inside the three-point line, hit a bank shot to tie the game. "Give me the ball." Wei Dong remained calm, demanding possession once more, then for a second time. And a third. With just 35 seconds left in the game, Wei Dong hit two consecutive long-range threes. 120. 117. The Suns led the Spurs by 3 points, prompting Popovich to call a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Ginobili launched a three-pointer, once again leveling the score. With 27 seconds remaining, after receiving the ball in the backcourt, Wei Dong faced the Spurs' full-court press. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Nash. Nash drove past Parker's defense, and Fry found himself wide open beyond the arc. Nash immediately passed the ball to Fry, who hesitated before taking the shot. Perhaps the pressure of the moment weighed heavily on him, as Fry's three-pointer clanked off the rim. Duncan secured the rebound, and the Spurs swiftly initiated a fast break. "Get back on defense," Wei Dong shouted as he sprinted back to the defensive end. Parker received Duncan's pass and surged toward the Suns' basket, with only Wei Dong able to match Parker's speed. Parker was taken aback by the approaching Wei Dong. The speed he prided himself on had unexpectedly been outmatched by Wei Dong. However, at that moment, Parker also noticed Duncan closing in. Layup? Pass? As Wei Dong caught up to Parker, he became aware of Duncan right behind him, prompting Wei Dong to make a crucial decision about whether Parker intended to shoot or pass, that a misjudgment could grant the Spurs another 2 points. As Parker charged toward the basket, he turned his head to glance at Duncan. Is he going to pass? This was Wei Dong's initial thought, but he quickly dismissed it after years of collaboration with Duncan. If Parker intended to pass, he wouldn't need to look back. Thus, it was a feigned pass, a deceptive maneuver. Parker's glance was merely to mislead Wei Dong. "Duncan, receive the ball." As expected, Parker shouted, simultaneously leaping high to send the basketball soaring towards the hoop. "You won't succeed," Wei Dong grunted, also leaping high, and with a resounding slap, he sent the basketball ricocheting off the backboard, a spectacular block. In the NBA, a block like that is even more exhilarating than a dunk. What a play! The crowd erupted in fervor. However, the excitement was short-lived as Wei Dong's powerful block sent the ball careening off the backboard in a way to tee that moment. Parker had already landed, and Wei Dong was about to touch down. Despite Wei Dong's exceptional talent, he couldn't fly. He needed his feet on the ground to leap again, but time was running out. Clang! Duncan had surged in from behind, leaping high to seize the basketball and forcefully slam it through the hoop. 120, 122. With just 7 seconds remaining, the Suns trailed by 2 points. As the anticipated victory seemed to slip away, Gentry immediately called a timeout. "I'm sorry, coach. I'm sorry, Wei Dong. I'm sorry, guys." Fry felt guilt over his missed open three-pointer. His failure to score had allowed the Spurs to execute a fast break, effectively costing them 5 points. If they lost this game, he would bear the greatest responsibility. "It's all right." Wei Dong patted Fry's shoulder, reassuring him that everyone misses shots sometimes. If another opportunity arises, he should still be decisive. "Thank you, Wei Dong." Fry cast a grateful glance at Wei Dong, and the teammates offered him words of comfort before tuning in to Gentry's tactical directives. With only 7 seconds left, the tension was palpable. Gentry addressed all the players. Nash, Wei Dong, Iverson, Fry, Hill, you 5 take the court. Each of them was proficient in three-point shooting. The Suns had 2 options. Play it safe with a 2-pointer to force overtime, or attempt a 3-pointer that could seal the game. "Hill, you will inbound." Gentry held a tactical board, gesturing as he spoke. Nash, Iverson, Fry, you 3 run your plays to draw the defense. Wei Dong, find a way to receive the ball beyond the arc. You will take the final shot. "Got it." The players returned to the court, with Hill standing at the sideline, holding the basketball high as he searched for an opportunity. Leonard closely shadowed Wei Dong, while the other players continued to maneuver. As Hill noticed Wei Dong break free from Leonard with a burst of speed, his eyes lit up. Now's the moment. Without hesitation, He'll pass the ball to Wei Dong. Upon receiving the ball, Wei Dong immediately adjusted his shooting form and leaped high. Oh no! Gentry's heart sank as he felt an urge to smack his thigh as Wei Dong prepared to shoot. Duncan abandoned Fry to rush towards Wei Dong. Duncan's choice was undoubtedly influenced by Popovich's foresight regarding Gentry's strategy. Duncan and Leonard converged upon him. Faced with such a challenging shot, even Jordan would struggle to make it. Luck Potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Dong activated a Luck Potion. The basketball was disturbed by Duncan, yet still soared towards the hoop. However, rather than directly hitting the target, it ricocheted off the rim. Just as despair loomed over the Suns, the bouncing ball fell back down, perfectly landing in the basket. 123. 122. The Suns led by 1 point. With just 1.2 seconds left in the game, the Suns players embraced in celebration, and the crowd erupted once again. This moment was undeniably dramatic. The basketball had miraculously entered the hoop after bouncing. If the Suns triumphed over the Spurs, it would mark their second last-second victory of the season, the first being Wei Dong's initial appearance on the court, where he faked out Bynum for that crucial three-pointer. The Spurs called a timeout. The Suns players settled down. After all, this was the NBA, and with 1.2 seconds remaining, the outcome remained uncertain. In this league, instances of last-second victories in just 1.2 seconds were numerous, especially considering the Suns led the Spurs by merely 1 point. Wei Dong remained silent, grappling internally. Although the Spurs had 1.2 seconds left for their final offense, Wei Dong had a way to ensure their defeat, as he still possessed a bad luck potion. If he used the bad luck potion, it would grant the Spurs a clear shot, yet they would still miss. But was it truly the right course of action? Wei Dong hesitated, having already employed the luck potion. However, if he resorted to the bad luck potion, the game would lose its significance. The timeout concluded. Jefferson inbound the ball while the Spurs players set their positions. Wei Dong defended Leonard, but sensed that the final shot would be entrusted to Duncan. Sure enough, the basketball found its way into Duncan's hands. Duncan received the ball just inside the three-point line, and without hesitation, he launched a jump shot. Should he use the bad luck potion? As Duncan caught the ball, Wei Dong's mind was in turmoil. It felt as though two little figures appeared in his thoughts. One urged him to quickly use the bad luck potion to let Duncan experience the world's harsh realities. The other implored him, "The system granted you the bad luck potion for a reason. You must use it now." Dante hesitate. Opportunities are fleeting. Both figures urged Wei Dong to quickly employ the bad luck potion. "Get lost," Wei Dong muttered, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. He stood on the court, watching as Duncan received the ball, leaped, and released the basketball from his fingertips, which struck the backboard and fell into the basket. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the game. 123. 124. Duncan executed a counter kill, and the Spurs narrowly triumphed over the Suns in the Western Conference arena. It was Wei Dong's first loss. Yet at the instant the referee's whistle blew, he felt a sense of relief. He ultimately refrained from using the bad luck potion against Duncan, for Duncan's effort was deserving of the victory in that match. Wei Dong's use of the luck potion had already bordered on cheating. However, the luck potion was not infallible. Even without it, he had a 40% chance of making that three-pointer. Conversely, had he employed the bad luck potion, Duncan would have undoubtedly missed his shot. And it would have been a stroke of luck if the fans were not left bewildered. In sports, there is joy in both victory and defeat. Idol, you were incredible. Despite the loss, Wei Dong initiated a hug with Duncan after the game. Duncan chuckled, "Luck was on my side. Playing against you is exhausting. Winning a game against you is no easy feat. You might only win this one," Wei Dong joked. "With 2 more games, you could go home and fish." "Who knows who will go fishing?" Duncan laughed, suddenly asking Wei Dong, "How many steps does it take to put an elephant in the refrigerator?" Wei Dong shrugged. 3 steps. Open the refrigerator door, shove the elephant inside, and then close the door. Oh. Duncan nodded, seemingly enlightened. Wei Dong winked and suddenly asked, "Then how many steps to put a monkey in the refrigerator?" "Also 3 steps, Duncan said with utmost seriousness. "Open the refrigerator door, put the monkey inside, and then close the door." "Incorrect." Wei Dong shook his finger and declared, "It's 4 steps. "Why 4 steps?" "Open the refrigerator, take out the elephant, stuff the monkey inside, and close the refrigerator door." As Wei Dong repeated the actions, Duncan pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Huh, you are truly hilarious. You should try stand-up comedy. Wei Dong was a loss for words. The American sense of humor seemed rather simplistic. What was so funny about that? Duncan exchanged a few words with Wei Dong and then chatted with Iverson and Nash before they all returned to the locker room. Despite the Suns losing at home, not a single fan blamed the team. Everyone had given their all, playing exceptionally well and presenting the fans with a magnificent game. The only regret was that the Spurs emerged victorious in the end. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 59 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals for blocks. Iverson, 11 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Duncan, 57 points, 22 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Duncan had achieved a remarkable feat, scoring over 50 points and 20 rebounds, a rarity in the NBA over the past 2 decades. Thus, it was clear that Duncan deserved the victory in this match. Wei Dong's 59 points seemed somewhat diminished in comparison to the extraordinary performance of Duncan. After the game, Lee Jejia offered Wei Dong a comforting embrace. However, this moment was captured by reporters, and soon fans learned that the quiet, beautiful girl at the sidelines was Wei Dong's girlfriend. The Suns players took a shower, changed clothes, and prepared for the post-game press conference. Upon seeing Deus, Wei Dong frowned. Why was she here again? As Gentry took the stage, a reporter remarked, "It's such a pity to lose this game. There's nothing to regret." Gentry shook his head. In every playoff game, every player gives their utmost effort, regardless of whether they're on my team or the Spurs. I just want to say that everyone played remarkably well. And the Spurs deserve this victory, that we will work hard to prepare for the next game and strive to win this series as soon as possible. After Gentry's interview, it was Wei Dong's turn. This had become an unspoken rule for the Suns. Since their victory against the Jazz, Wei Dong had followed Gentry in the post-game press conference that, "Hi, handsome Wei." Deus waved at him as he took his seat. Wei Dong maintained a serious expression and replied, "Miss Deus, I am aware of your unique position, and the other reporters are hesitant to speak while you pose your questions. However, the post-game press conference is part of the game, and I do not wish for you to disrupt it continually." Oh, Deus felt somewhat glum upon hearing Wei Dong's words. Nonetheless, she found every move he made on the court captivating, although she truly knew little about analyzing the game. Fortunately, at that moment, other reporters finally had the opportunity to chime in, asking, "Wei Dong, do you feel regret over losing this game?" "I don't feel regret," Wei Dong shook his head. "Everyone worked hard, like Hill's flying save in the fourth quarter, which showcased a veteran's determination. Our goal is the championship, and everyone is striving toward that aim." Another reporter inquired, "Do you have confidence in winning this series against the Spurs?" "Absolutely," Wei Dong smiled. "Duncan won't have such an extraordinary performance every night. Even if he does, we are not afraid because my teammates and I are strong too." After the brief interview, Wei Dong stepped down to gather his things to head home with Lee Jejia. In the parking lot, he noticed that Dudley's car was once again blocked. It seemed that Deus was not very well informed. Wei Dong had long ceased living at Dudley's place, and she was unaware of this. Dudley, sitting in his Ferrari, looked frustrated and immediately called out, "Wei Dong, shut up." Wei Dong shot Dudley a glare and took Lee Jejia's hand to leave. Vroom. The roar of the engine echoed in the parking lot as Wei Dong drove away in his Lamborghini. Shortly after Wei Dong's departure, Nash and Iverson arrived at the parking lot, saw Dudley's car blocked, and shared a laugh at his expense before driving off. "What a ridiculous situation," Dudley muttered. Deus seemed to be pursuing Wei Dong. Why was he the one suffering? After a while, Deus approached with her small bag and asked Dudley, chubby face, "Has handsome Wei not arrived yet?" "He has already left," Dudley replied, irritated. "Move your car. I want to go home." "He has already gone." Deus tilted her head, contemplating the truth of his statement. After a moment, she burst into laughter. "You must be lying. Handsome Wei lives at your place, right? If he left, how could you?" "Oomph, believe it or not." Dudley was nearly exasperated by Deus. However, he crossed his arms, refraining from telling her that Wei Dong had already changed his residence. The last 2 times he had pushed Wei Dong into Deus's car, he had hoped to facilitate their connection. Now that Lee Jejia was in the picture, he realized Wei Dong truly had a girlfriend, and he would not betray his brother. Since Deus wanted to linger, he would stay and entertain her. If all else failed, he would remain at the gym for the night. The Suns bench players gradually arrived at the parking lot, ready to head home. Upon seeing Dudley blocked in, they all greeted him with glee. as the parking lot emptied, including Gentry's departure. Deus finally began to believe Dudley's words, questioning, "Does Wei Dong no longer live at your place?" "Of course not," Dudley replied candidly. "Wei Dong's salary far exceeds mine. It's quite simple for him to buy a place in Phoenix." Deus inquired, "Then tell me, where does Wei Dong live?" "None of your business," Dudley scoffed, turning his nose up. "Miss Deus, your family is quite wealthy. What kind of man can't you find? Why chase after my brother Wei?" Deus earnestly responded, "I just like Chinese men. My goal is to marry one. And besides, Wei Dong is really handsome." "How superficial," Dudley chuckled. "You might as well give up. Wei Dong truly has a girlfriend, and she is much prettier than you." "Handsome Wei has a girlfriend? Of course. I thought he was just trying to deceive me." Deus felt disheartened. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. This left Dudley in a state of panic. As a single man, he had no idea how to comfort a crying girl. Fortunately, Deus did not expect Dudley to console her. She simply drove away, tears flowing. "Oh, this tiresome love. How many people has it harmed?" "I certainly want to get involved," Dudley muttered. With Deus gone, Dudley was finally able to move his car and drove home. During the 2011-12 season, the first round of playoffs, the Suns vs. Spurs Game 3 was hailed by the media as one of the classic games in NBA playoff history. Wei Dong's unanswerable jump shots resembled those of Jordan. The big funnel Duncan wreaked havoc. This game belonged to the duel between Wei Dong and Duncan, and judging by the results and statistics, it seemed Duncan had the upper hand. Wei Dong scored 59 points, while Duncan achieved the astonishing figures of over 50 points and 20 rebounds in the final 7 seconds of the game. Wei Dong sank a three-pointer amidst the defensive pressure from Duncan and Leonard. Had it not been for Duncan's last-second counterattack, Wei Dong's shot would have undoubtedly gone down as one of the classic game-winning shots in NBA playoff history. Although the Suns lost by a single point, no one criticized the team. The Suns proved their excellence, with each player giving their all for the game. Moreover, the Sun is challenging the Spurs, the top seed in the Western Conference, as the 8th seed. Before retiring for the night, Wei Dong casually opened a sports website. The NBA playoffs are in full swing, with daily game statistics being updated, due to his limited appearances in the regular season. Wei Dong's name was absent from various leaderboards, but the playoff statistics have now emerged. In the first 3 games, Wei Dong amassed scores of 31, 37, and 59, averaging 42.3 points per game. Currently, he occupies 2 spots in the top 10 for single game scoring during the playoffs, with the highest score being 59 points and the 8th at 37 points. After all, it is still the first round of the playoffs, and high-scoring games are not yet abundant. As for the average scoring leaderboard, Wei Dong leads with 42.3 points, followed by Duncan, 36.9, James, 32.7, Kobe, 31.1, Durant, 29.6, Anthony, 28.8, and Nowitzki, 27.6. In terms of rebounds and assists, Wei Dong's statistics have not yet cracked the top 10. However, as the games progress, these figures will continue to evolve. Some players' average scores will decrease, while others may rise, and some may drop off the leaderboard entirely. Yet, one ranking will remain unchanged: the leader in average points per game. Total points and highest single game score will undoubtedly be Wei Dong. In China, the period of the NBA playoffs sees a surge in traffic across major sports forums. Not only that, but many netizens establish fan groups or create social gatherings to watch games with friends, which are usually quiet but become lively during this time. Why was it possible to send red envelopes in groups back in 2012? Previously, the 2 most contentious fan groups were the Kobe detractors and supporters, as well as the LeBron detractors and supporters. This is not 4 types of fans, but rather 2, as Kobe detractors are generally LeBron supporters, and vice versa. There are exceptions, namely the rational fans, whose enjoyment lies in watching the game rather than idolizing players. However, since Wei Dong's emergence, true unity has been achieved among Chinese basketball fans. Almost everyone has become an ardent supporter of Dong. For instance, during the matchup between the Spurs and the Suns, support for the Suns was overwhelmingly one-sided. After Duncan's game-winning shot against the Suns, some fans were so furious they could not eat. Wei Dong's most steadfast fan base naturally hails from Yenjing University, composed entirely of his fellow alumni. As the first round of the playoffs continues, Wei Dong is not in the mood to engage with netizens on forums, showing off. until he has triumphed over the Spurs. Fans are still reveling in the thrilling contest between the Suns and the Spurs in Game 3. While the quiet anticipation for Game 4 emerges, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang arrive at the CCTV 5 studio. Nowadays, broadcasting the Suns games is Yu Jia's greatest delight, and he does not hide his identity as a fervent supporter of Dong. Yu Jia, what kind of lineup do you think the Suns will employ today? Coach Zhang, I believe the Suns will not make any changes. Every player on the Spurs performed admirably in the last game, highlighted by Duncan's extraordinary display. Yet, until the very last moment, the Spurs could not widen the score gap, ultimately relying on Duncan's clutch shot to secure victory. Yu Jia in the last game. Wei Dong also scored 59 points. Coach Zhang, Wei Dong is already the premier scorer in the world. He gives me the impression that he seems to score 30 points with barely any visible effort. Yu Jia, Wei Dong's scoring methods are exceedingly diverse. During the regular season, his gameplay leaned more towards off-ball movement, resulting in catch-and-shoot three-pointers, alongside penetrating drives reminiscent of Iverson and fadeaway jumpers akin to Kobe. However, in the last game, he suddenly altered his approach, which left the Spurs' defense utterly unprepared. Coach Zhang, what struck me most was his fadeaway jumper. So reminiscent of Jordan that in my youth, I had the chance to encounter Jordan. And he was indeed formidable. Yu Jia. Yet what left the deepest impression on me were those 3 pull-up three-pointers in the final quarter, all taken 2 steps beyond the arc. Such nerve. Coach Zhang, let us anticipate the surprises Wei Dong will unveil in this match. Just as Coach Zhang articulated prior to the game, Gentry did not deliberately alter the lineup to counter the Spurs. The Suns currently boast Wei Dong, Nash, Hill, Iverson, and employ strategies like the artillery barrage and the elevator door tactic that even Popovich finds perplexing. This is more than sufficient. Moreover, in the last game, to be honest, aside from Wei Dong, the performances of other players were rather average. Particularly Iverson, despite being a veteran, played for 17 minutes, shooting 2 for 9 and scoring merely 5 points. That is not reflective of his true caliber. Additionally, Fry missed 2 crucial open three-point attempts in the final quarter, which contributed to the Suns' loss. Of course, teammates and coaches would not blame Fry, nor would they fault Iverson. Occasional off games are forgivable. Nevertheless, everyone genuinely desires to win, and each player is giving their all. Let us go. Just before the game commenced, Gentry encouraged his players, "We must secure this victory. Let us go. Let us go." The Suns chanted their encouragement, and the Spurs echoed the sentiment. Both teams were eager to claim the win. The game began. At the jump ball, the Suns gained possession. Nash dribbled, his toes just inches from the three-point line, and launched a sudden shot. Swish! The basketball found a net. 3-0. This was one of Nash's favored scoring methods. The Spurs were caught off guard and trailed by 2 points. Nash, Nash! The home crowd erupted, chanting Nash's name in unison. Parker, with a tight-lipped expression, advanced to the front court, swiftly bypassing Nash, and attempted a jumper near the free throw line. However, the shot was hindered by Hill's defensive effort. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Wei Dong leaped to secure the rebound. Upon seizing the basketball, Wei Dong rapidly pushed it up the court. The Spurs immediately hustled back on defense. Yet Wei Dong suddenly launched a shot from just a step inside the three-point line. Swish! The basketball swished through the net again. 6-0. Three-pointer. The arena DJ announced loudly, accompanied by an invigorating musical score. CCTV studio. Yu Jia. Throughout the history of the league, there have been numerous exceptional three-point shooters, but few possess the audacity of Wei Dong, who fires from a step inside the arc. Coach Zhang. It seems that those 3 pull-up threes from the previous game instilled a great deal of confidence in Wei Dong. Yu Jia, I do not share that view. I believe Wei Dong has always possessed that three-point ability, but he simply has not played enough games to showcase his full potential. Coach Zhang, Yu Jia, your flattery is becoming excessive. If Wei Dong is averaging 42.3 points in the playoffs and has yet to reveal his full capabilities, does that imply he surpasses Jordan? Yu Jia, why couldn't he be superior to Jordan? Within a minute of the opening, the Spurs found themselves trailing by 6 points. Duncan prepared to assertively attack Gortat in the post, and Wei Dong shouted to Morris, "Morris, hurry and provide help defense." Got it. Morris immediately focused on Duncan, but at that moment, Jefferson found himself wide open. Duncan lobbed the ball to Jefferson, delivering it high, but Morris had lost his defensive position, and Jefferson was ready to catch it. However, someone was much quicker. Wei Dong had anticipated this moment. He dashed forward, leaping high into the air to intercept the basketball, then flung it towards the front court. How could he jump so high? Jefferson was momentarily stunned, as when Wei Dong intercepted the basketball, his rear was already higher than Jefferson's head. The basketball sailed toward the front court, prompting Parker and Leonard to race after it. However, Hill was even faster than both. When Duncan lobbed the ball to Jefferson, Hill had already begun his sprint to the front court. He recognized that Wei Dong would certainly make the steal, as he had employed that maneuver in practice sessions. At the three-point line, Hill caught the basketball, took 2 steps, and soared to dunk it into the basket. This dunk, while not explosive, was executed with great finesse. Nice play. The Suns' bench erupted, leaping with towels in hand. It had been far too long since they had witnessed a dunk from Hill. 8-0. The Spurs trailed by 8 points, and Popovich wore a grim expression. However, he refrained from calling a timeout, believing that his players needed to adjust on their own, that if those who had followed him for so many years required a timeout merely 2 minutes into the game, then the Spurs were unworthy of the championships they had previously claimed. After falling behind, Parker managed to score 2 points with a jumper. Yet shortly thereafter, Wei Dong landed a 3-pointer from behind, bringing the score to 11-2. The home crowd erupted in fervor. The Suns were determined, aiming to decisively dominate the game within a single quarter. At this juncture, it was imperative for Popovich to call a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Popovich substituted in the more offensively capable Ginobili. Remarkably, Ginobili entered the game with less than 4 minutes elapsed, a rare occurrence that underscored Popovich's resolve to secure victory in this contest. With Ginobili on the court, the Spurs' perimeter offense surged. They began to close the gap, but were thwarted by Nash's 3-pointer and 2 fadeaway jumpers from Wei Dong, widening the score once again. With 3.5 minutes left in the first quarter, Iverson replaced Nash. When Wei Dong had initially persuaded Iverson to come off the bench, he implied that Iverson should serve as his backup. However, the 3 of them now constituted the primary offensive force from the perimeter. Wei Dong operated as a dual-threat guard, while Iverson leaned more toward a shooting guard role. Nonetheless, Iverson had originally been positioned as a point guard early in his career. Thus, this trio was adequately capable of fulfilling any role in the backcourt. The Suns now aimed to ensure that at least 2 of Wei Dong, Nash, and Iverson were on the floor at all times, rendering it irrelevant whether Iverson was considered Wei Dong's backup or Nash's. Upon entering the game, Iverson exhibited formidable offensive prowess. Wei Dong seamlessly transitioned to point guard, facilitating plays for Iverson. In the backcourt, Wei Dong remained a player that required attention from defenders. The still-maturing Leonard struggled in one-on-one matchups against Wei Dong. When Parker defended Iverson, he provocatively taunted, "You're getting old. The NBA is no longer your domain." Haha. Iverson smirked, executing a sharp change of direction to shake Parker, followed by a quick stop-and-pop jumper. Swish! The ball sailed cleanly through the net. The arena's DJ immediately announced Iverson. The action was far from over. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Iverson guarded Parker one-on-one. Parker, also known for his speed, felt slightly embarrassed after being faked out by Iverson and prepared to take him on. Iverson's gaze was sharp and focused, unwaveringly fixed on the ball. Just as Parker prepared to drive, Iverson swiftly intercepted the pass. The ball soared away, and Iverson dove to reclaim it, just when the audience anticipated his fall. He leveraged his tremendous core strength to propel himself upright, racing the ball down the court. Parker sprinted in pursuit, but could not catch up. Upon reaching the basket, Iverson leapt impressively, executing a folding dunk. 37-29. Iverson scored 4 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to 8. The home crowd was ecstatic. This was the spirit of a veteran. What had they witnessed during this game? Hill dunked. Iverson dunked. These 2 veterans, on the brink of parting ways with the NBA, proved in that moment that they still had much to contribute. Incredible idol. Wei Dong, equally elated, embraced Iverson tightly. At last, Iverson smiled. The dunk invigorated him, but he playfully pushed Wei Dong away, feigning anger as he said, "You can't call me your idol." Ha! Even the Suns players on the bench chuckled at this scene. After exchanging high fives, Wei Dong and Iverson sprinted back on defense. Subsequently, Suns players deliberately sought out Iverson, who appeared to have returned to his prime, single-handedly tearing apart the Spurs' defense. Wei Dong humbly assumed the role of a blue-collar worker, focusing solely on defense and rebounding. During offensive plays, Wei Dong would attract defenders, then pass to Iverson to handle the scoring, a strategy that proved highly effective. Given Iverson's poor performance in the last game, coupled with his age and injuries, who could have predicted that a veteran on the verge of retirement would unleash such intensity? The first quarter concluded with a score of 45-33. The Suns led by 12 points, with Iverson contributing 12 points in just 3.5 minutes on the court. As the second quarter commenced, Gentry opted not to have Nash played. He kept the dynamic duo of Wei Dong and Iverson on the floor, as Iverson's hot shooting made the game feel simpler. The Spurs' attempt to rally were extinguished by the flames of Iverson's offense. In truth, compared to the balanced Spurs, the Suns had a glaring flaw. Their interior defense was weak, which had allowed Duncan to thrive in the previous game. However, if the perimeter shots were falling, what did it matter? The scorching hot Iverson paired with Wei Dong undoubtedly formed the most potent scoring backcourt in the league, a claim that was hardly exaggerated. This season, there were several formidable scoring combinations in the league, such as the Thunder's Westbrook and Durant, or the Heat's James and Wade. Yet, even these duos could not match the peak performance of Iverson and Wei Dong. Such a level of performance from Iverson would not be guaranteed every game, so it was crucial to cherish it while it lasted. The second quarter continued until the final 2 minutes, when Nash finally substituted Iverson out. Wei Dong, however, played the entire first half. AI. You're incredible. After a high five with Nash, Iverson, feeling somewhat fatigued, made his way to the bench, where teammates eagerly offered him water and towels, their expressions brimming with admiration that in fact, several bench players for the Suns had grown up watching Iverson and Nash play. And they held Iverson in high esteem. As halftime arrived, the Suns led 76-62. They entered the second half with a 14-point advantage. Iverson had played for 13 minutes, scoring 23 points on 11 of 16 shooting, the highest on the team, while the playoff scoring leader, Wei Dong, had only managed 19 points, though he recorded 11 rebounds and 9 assists, just 1 assist shy of a triple-double. The Suns' locker room was filled with laughter and cheer during the halftime break. With a 14-point lead, the atmosphere was relaxed, yet Wei Dong suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, as if something was about to transpire, although he could not pinpoint what it might be. Meanwhile, in the arena, some fans stood to go to the restroom, but most were elated, discussing which plays from the first half were the most spectacular. Judja sat quietly in the front row, engrossed in her exam materials, when a blonde girl approached her, offering a drink. "Who are you?" Lee Judja asked, hesitating to take the drink, her curiosity piqued. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Daisy." Daisy smiled at Lee Judja and said, "I absolutely love China. You must be Chinese, right?" "Yes," Lee Judja replied with a gentle nod. That's wonderful. Let us be friends." Daisy, quite forward, sat down beside Lee Judja, resting her chin on her hand and gazing intently at her. Lee Judja felt a bit shy under her scrutiny and asked, "Is there something on my face?" No. Daisy shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "You are simply stunning. I swear I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you." "Thank you," Lee Judja smiled and nodded. Americans certainly spoke very directly to Lee Judja's surprise. She had assumed Daisy was merely stopping by to say hello, but instead, Daisy settled in beside her and showed no signs of leaving. Unbeknownst to them, the reporter who had originally occupied the seat next to Lee Judja vacated it upon noticing Daisy. Tea this time. Daisy had no idea that Lee Judja was Wei Dong's girlfriend. Nor did Lee Judja realize that Daisy was fervently pursuing Wei Dong as the second half of the game was about to commence. The players re-entered the court, and the observant Dudley nudged Wei Dong. Donga, look over there. What's over there?" Wei Dong inquired, following Dudley's gaze in astonishment. "What the heck? What's going on?" "Right?" Dudley echoed curiously. "Why did Daisy sit next to your girlfriend?" Wei Dong remained perplexed, wondering what Daisy was up to. He who stands upright has no fear of shadows, and moreover, Lee Judja harbors ample trust in him. Thus, Daisy shall certainly not be able to undermine the bond between him and Lee Judja. However, this Daisy is no ordinary woman. She is skilled with firearms, and Wei Dong worries she may bring harm to Lee Judja. After all, Li Jiejia is Wei Dong's Achilles heel. I must go and check on her. Wei Dong hastily strides forward. Dudley intercepts him, saying, Brother Dong, you need to take the court for the match first. I will keep an eye on things, ensuring that my sister-in-law remains unharmed. Dudley is a substitute for Hill, typically playing around 20 minutes each game. But with the third quarter just beginning, it is Hill on the court, not him. Very well, Wei Dong concedes, primarily concerned for Li Jiejia. Nonetheless, based on his understanding of Daisy, she is not one to act recklessly. Furthermore, with the arena's security measures in place, coupled with Li Jiejia's proximity to the Suns bench, all the Suns players are aware that she is Wei Dong's girlfriend. Thus, Daisy poses no threat to Li Jiejia. As the second half commences, Wei Dong acquires the ball, and Daisy's eyes sparkle with excitement as she grasps Li Jiejia's arm, exclaiming, Look, look! The handsome Wei is on the court. So dashing. I adore him. Li Jiejia, taken aback, thinks. Daisy's enthusiasm reaches Wei Dong's ears as he faces Leonard's defense, executing a fadeaway jump shot. Clang. The basketball ricochets off the rim, collected by Duncan. Damn it, Wei Dong curses. Feeling disrupted, could Daisy be an undercover agent sent by the Spurs? What a pity. Daisy shakes her head in disappointment, but quickly regains her composure, turning to Li Jiejia. Although he missed, his form was magnificent. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Li Jiejia nods, though she scrutinizes Daisy closely. This being her first earnest appraisal of the American girl, she seeks to understand the motive behind Daisy's sudden appearance. By the way, Daisy suddenly recalls looking at Li Jiejia and asking, You are Chinese, and so is the handsome Wei. Do you two know each other? Li Jiejia smiles sweetly. Yes, we are acquainted quite well. In fact, that's wonderful, Daisy exclaims, seizing Li Jiejia's arm as if she has found savior. However, at that moment, Dudley rises from the bench, intending to intervene, but Li Jiejia gently shakes her head, signaling Daisy poses no malice towards her. Oblivious to Dudley's actions, Daisy continues, I've been pursuing the handsome Wei, but he pays me no heed. Could you perhaps help me arrange a date with him? It would be quite the anomaly if Wei Dong were to entertain you. Li Jiejia finds this amusing but refrains from outright rejection, merely stating, I will do my best. In China, this phrase typically conveys a polite refusal, implying, I am unable to assist with this matter. Thank you, Daisy responds with genuine gratitude, then adds, but you must not try to steal the handsome Wei from me. Why? Li Jiejia lightly brushes away Daisy's hand from her arm, feeling quite irked by the statement. Daisy explains, the moment I laid eyes on you, I found you captivating. If you were to vie for the handsome Wei, I would gladly relinquish him to you. Besides, you are so beautiful. I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Li Jiejia gazes into Daisy's eyes and lets out a soft laugh. Daisy's demeanor is refreshingly candid, and her earnestness reveals the sincerity behind her words. Thus, Li Jiejia decides to momentarily keep her own feelings from Daisy. After all, it won't be long before Daisy discovers the truth. Wei Dong attempts a couple of jump shots, both of which fail to find the mark. Missing 3 consecutive shots is an unprecedented occurrence for him since joining the NBA. His teammates recognize the impact on his mindset. The Suns bench players become restless, rising with intent to remove Daisy from Li Jiejia's side. Yet, Li Jiejia gently shakes her head, prompting them to sit back down, somewhat disgruntled. Seizing the opportunity of Wei Dong's shooting slump, the Spurs managed to close the gap by 6 points, leaving only an 8-point difference. You are not infallible, Leonard remarks during a defensive play against Wei Dong in recent games. Defending Wei Dong has proven exceedingly challenging, and his 3 consecutive misses have bolstered Leonard's confidence. Is that so? Wei Dong chuckles lightly, backing down twice before executing a spin move that leaves Leonard off balance. He then adopts a moonshot posture, sending the ball soaring toward the hoop. Can such a stance possibly result in a score? The Spurs players momentarily freeze before quickly shouting, rebound. However, Wei Dong is quicker. As he releases the ball, he sprints toward the basket. The ball strikes the backboard and bounces back, where it is seized by Wei Dong midair. With a powerful slam dunk, boom, the ball is emphatically thrust through the hoop. Wow! The home crowd erupts in jubilation once more. Were they not just saying Wei Dong had missed 3 shots? He immediately counters with a street ball-style dunk, prompting the crowd to think, next season, Wei Dong must participate in the dunk contest. Of course, he should also enter the three-point contest. It is rare in NBA history to find a player as proficient in dunks as he is in three-point shooting. Following this dunk, Wei Dong gradually regains his rhythm, extending the lead back to over 10 points. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, both Wei Dong and Nash take a breather as Wei Dong approaches the bench. He glances at Lee Jejia. Daisy mistakenly believes he's looking at her, excitedly waving. "Handsome Wei, you are so charming. I really like you." "Ugh." Wei Dong spits in jest as he settles onto the bench. It appears Daisy has not affected Lee Jejia. This thought reassures Wei Dong. The Suns' lineup on the court consists of Gortat, Nash, Iverson, Fry, and Dudley. With the score maintaining a 10-point differential, Wei Dong remains on the sidelines to recuperate. In this match, the once unstoppable Iverson seems to have truly returned. The dynamic duo of Wei Dong and Iverson relentlessly dismantles the Spurs' defense to score. With 6 minutes left in the game, Wei Dong re-enters the court. However, he only plays 3 minutes, accumulating 5 points, 1 assist, and 2 rebounds before the Spurs concede the match entirely. Both teams substitute their starters. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game concludes point 139-117. The Suns secure a resounding victory on their home court. While Wei Dong manages a mere 11 points in the second half. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 30 points, 15 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks. Iverson, 41 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks. Nash, 16 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Duncan, 27 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal for blocks. Parker, 23 points, 2 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks. That Iverson's 41 points mark the highest individual score, yet Wei Dong's 15 rebounds and 15 assists also lead the game, along with 3 steals, outshining all others. Though Iverson dazzles as the star of the night, Wei Dong quietly achieves a remarkable triple-double of 30, 15, and 15, marking his 4th triple-double since entering the NBA. Should an MVP for this match be selected, it is likely to be Wei Dong. However, he remains silent, unwilling to draw attention to himself at this moment. The glory of this game belongs to Iverson, who is the true answer to the outcome. Wei Dong recognizes the necessity for support. Without Iverson's sudden resurgence, securing this victory would have been quite challenging, with the score now at 3-1. The Spurs exhibit signs of despondency. As Wei Dong observes Popovich departing the bench toward the players' tunnel. A spark ignites in his eyes. Ever since the Spurs allowed them to win that game, Wei Dong has harbored a singular thought. However, this statement must be uttered only when the Suns secures victory in this series for it to hold any significance at that moment. The Bulls and the Heat from the East have both triumphed over their opponents with a score of 4 o'clock, thus advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals. That in stark contrast, the Western Conference is ablaze with competition. The Thunder suffered a defeat to the Mavericks, and the Lakers fell to the Nuggets, both trailing 3-1 in the series. Meanwhile, the Clippers and Grizzlies are locked in an intense battle, with the series tied at 2-2 after 4 games. Following the post-game press conference, Wei Dong and Lee Jejia drove home. Along the way, Wei Dong inquired, "What did Daisy, who sat beside you today, say to you?" "She told me she likes you," Lee Jejia replied with a smile, adding that I shouldn't compete with her. Huh. Wei Dong chuckled, noting that Lee Jejia's demeanor indicated she had not taken Daisy's words to heart. Consequently, he remarked, "I met her quite by chance that IT was on my first day in Phoenix. When Dudley took me to his home on the way, he whistled at a beautiful woman, which caught Daisy's attention. She then pulled a gun on Dudley, only to ask for my contact information. Did you give it to her?" Lee Jejia gently squeezed Wei Dong's hand and asked if of course not. Wei Dong shook his head vigorously. Despite Lee Jejia's current gentleness, had he claimed to have given it to her, her hand would have swiftly transformed from a caress to a grip. Jejia remarked, "Actually, Daisy is quite a simple girl." "I do not share that sentiment," Wei Dong countered, shaking his head that a girl who plays with guns cannot be that innocent. Lee Jejia responded, "In America, owning a gun is legal. Besides, did you confirm at that moment that what she held was indeed a real gun?" "You have a point." Lee Jejia thought it somewhat amusing. Dudley nearly wet himself in fear that if Daisy had wielded a toy gun, Dudley would have been thoroughly humiliated. Overall, Wei Dong had been back in this life for over a month. With everything progressing in a favorable direction, he had rekindled his basketball dreams. And with the Suns united, overcoming the Spurs would bring them remarkably close to the championship. As he lay in bed that night, Wei Dong was lost in thoughts about the upcoming match. In the next game, the Spurs would undoubtedly go all out. Without an unexpected strategy from the Suns, winning the game would be a formidable challenge. Having triumphed over the Spurs in 3 games, Wei Dong had earned 15 talent points. However, in recent days, he had exchanged for 2 skill packages and utilized a bottle of luck potion. Thus, he still possessed 25 talent points, unchanged since the playoffs began. Presently, the Suns had an advantage in the perimeter against the Spurs, with Wei Dong, Nash, and Iverson forming a remarkably luxurious backcourt. Yet the disadvantage in the paint was glaring. The Spurs would surely exploit this weakness in the next match. If the Spurs flourished from beyond the arc and dominated the interior against the Suns, the chances of the Suns winning would be exceedingly slim. In fact, the most formidable opponent for the Suns in this year's Western playoffs was the Spurs. As long as they conquered the Spurs, they would not fear facing the Grizzlies or the Clippers in the second round. Perhaps the opponent in the Western Conference Finals would pose some trouble. Could I play power forward? This thought suddenly emerged in Wei Dong's mind. In comparison to Duncan, the league's premier power forward, his interior skills in both defense and offense were lacking. However, technique was not an issue, for he had the system. The most significant gap was likely in height, as Wei Dong was only 198 centimeters tall. Height? Wei Dong pondered this question aloud, but my strength and jumping ability are maxed out. They can completely compensate for my height deficiency. Perhaps I should indeed give playing power forward a try. Once this idea took root, it could not be restrained. Without further hesitation, Wei Dong expended 15 talent points to exchange for 3 skill packages. Olajuwon's defensive skill package, Olajuwon's shot blocking skill package, and Olajuwon's dream shake skill package. While Olajuwon was a center, his interior skills were top-notch. Upon exchanging these 3 talent points, Wei Dong felt a transformation within himself. He was now ready to dominate the paint. In terms of both offense and defense, few could match him. He now embodied an Olajuwon with slightly diminished height but enhanced talent. The gap between games 4 and 5 was 2 days, granting the Suns an opportunity to train in their home arena. In the morning, Wei Dong drove alone to the gym, while Li Jia remained home, poring over her graduate school materials. You're here quite early, Wei Dong remarked, parking his car as he saw Iverson stepping out of his SUV, jokingly commenting. Iverson was notoriously averse to training, so it was somewhat surprising to see him as the first to arrive at the gym. I truly cherish this opportunity, Iverson said earnestly. Regardless of whether we secure the championship this time, I will choose to retire next season. Sudden, Wei Dong frowned, feeling a pang of sadness upon hearing Iverson's words. It's not that sudden, Iverson shrugged. I had originally planned to retire. It was merely fate that brought me close to the championship again at the twilight of my career. Thanks to you, Iverson's words moved Wei Dong deeply. Reinforcing his determination to play power forward, Iverson's final season should culminate in a championship as a starter, so he could depart without regrets. Historically, instances of a team trailing 3-1 and making a comeback have been fewer than 10. Furthermore, the Suns were currently in good health and riding a wave of momentum. The Spurs' chances of winning this series were dwindling. The Suns were acutely aware of this fact, yet they exhibited no signs of complacency, vowing to eliminate the Spurs in the next game. After the players completed a few laps to warm up, Gentry stated, "In the next game, our tactics will remain unchanged. Let us split into 2 teams for some adaptive training." Coach, Wei Dong raised his hand, declaring, "I want to play power forward." What? All the players, including Gentry, were astonished. The Suns' current roster was already quite complete. There was no need for changes. Wei Dong explained, "We have faced the Spurs 4 times. The first game was won thanks to the elevator door strategy that caught them off guard. We triumphed in the second game due to Duncan's ejection in the 3rd quarter and in the 4th. We relied on AI's explosion. In the pivotal 3rd game, where we truly battled the Spurs, we lost." "That's true," Fry mumbled, feeling guilty about that loss, thinking it could have been a victory otherwise. Wei Dong waved his hand, indicating it was not Fry's fault, and continued, "I do not mean to target my teammates, but we must acknowledge that our interior presence is quite weak, which could lead to significant issues in the playoffs." Could Wei Dong play power forward? Certainly. In fact, Gentry had entertained this notion as well, considering whether to allow Wei Dong to play power forward. Wei Dong possessed a keen sense for rebounding, coupled with ample strength and jumping ability. Although he was a shooting guard, he had been a leading rebounder for the Suns in several games. Furthermore, Wei Dong had already proven his capability to play power forward, particularly in the match against the Rockets, where he had effectively neutralized Scola on both ends of the court. However, since Wei Dong was a shooting guard, it seemed a waste to reposition him as a power forward, and doing so would only exacerbate the Suns' height disadvantage. "Coach, I know you are hesitant," Wei Dong smiled. "How about we conduct an intra-squad scrimmage? I will demonstrate to everyone that I can be a top-tier power forward." "All right." With Wei Dong's insistence, Gentry acquiesced. The scrimmage commenced. Wei Dong was assigned to the bench unit, while Gortat and Morris formed the starting team. From the outset, Wei Dong actively called for the ball in the low post. Wallach lobbed the ball to Wei Dong, who established position against Gortat, seeking contact. With a quick pivot and 2 dribbles, he maneuvered to the basket, faking a shot in midair before executing a swift spin. Gortat was left behind as Wei Dong easily leaped up for a powerful dunk. Dream shake. All the players instantly recognized Wei Dong's footwork. This was not Scola's post moves, but one of the NBA's ultimate skills, the Olajuwon Dream Shake. Many stars during the offseason would reach out to Olajuwon to learn the Dream Shake, including Kobe and Yao Ming. However, just now, Wei Dong's movement was as fluid as flowing water. It seemed as though this move was not that of Olajuwon, but rather that of Wei Dong himself. Naturally, given Wei Dong's offensive prowess, facing off against Gortat was as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet this alone does not substantiate his status as an exceptional power forward. A truly outstanding power forward must possess not only ample offensive capabilities, but also superior rim protection skills. When it was the turn of the starting team to attack, Nash and Gortat executed a pick and roll. The ball was then passed to the cutting Morris, who, upon receiving it, made a smooth layup. "Brother, the paint is my territory." Wei Dong's voice echoed in Morris's ears. Smack. With a single swat, Wei Dong sent Morris's layup flying. What a block. This rejection was clean and decisive, prompting even the starting team's Hill to let out a cheer. Subsequently, Wei Dong continuously snatched rebound from Gortat and Morris, blocking 5 or 6 layups from the starting team. That on the offensive end, his dreamlike footwork left Gortat and the others a loss. "That's enough." After 20 minutes of play, Gentry signaled for the players to cease. Dudley playfully patted Gortat and Morris on the backside, mocking, "It feels like you two have never faced such a challenge against Duncan." Gortat replied with a grimace. "I must admit, Dongu is harder to guard than Duncan." Morris chimed in, "It's truly hard to imagine how one would defend against a power forward who dribbles and passes well, and can shoot 3-pointers at will. Luckily, I'm teammates with Dongu. If he were my opponent, I might end up in tears." Hill, curious, asked Dong, "Why have you kept such skills under wraps?" "Because I felt they were unnecessary." Wei Dong chuckled, knowing he couldn't reveal to Hill that he had just recently acquired them. The Suns players all raised their middle fingers at Wei Dong, disdain etched on their faces. "You're so full of yourself." "Get lost," Wei Dong retorted, determined not to let his teammates think he was boasting, hence his silence about just learning the moves. To his surprise, despite his humility, his teammates still perceived him as arrogant. Nash joked if only there were a cloning technique with 5 Wei Dongs on the court, the NBA would reach its conclusion. Even Gentry couldn't help but laugh at Nash's quip. Iverson also remarked a few years ago, "During an interview, I was asked to name my strongest lineup. If asked again now, I would select Wei Dong for the power forward, point guard, and shooting guard positions." Iverson's comment carried a hint of praise for his teammate. Yet it wasn't mere flattery. Unintentionally, Wei Dong pondered, "System. Can you clone?" "No," the system replied succinctly to, Wei Dong looked down on the system. "You're useless." Evidently, the best systems belong to others. As Chinese fans anticipated, the 5th game between the Spurs and the Suns commenced. Li Pei even promised the Yen University basketball team that if the Suns triumphed over the Spurs, he would treat the entire team to beer and barbecue that evening. Naturally, similar events unfolded within numerous fan circles, with many placing bets on the outcome of the Spurs versus Suns game, vowing to treat the winning side to a meal. Not everyone bet on the Suns to win. Quite a few wagered against them, akin to betting on the Chinese football team to lose. For instance, those betting on the Suns' defeat, if the Suns won, they would be happy to treat. If they lost, though disappointed, they would still enjoy a free meal. Of course, the Suns had a considerably higher chance of winning against the Spurs than the Chinese football team had of winning a match. While flying to San Antonio, Gentry was filled with ambition, almost wanting to blame Wei Dong for not revealing sooner that he could play power forward, which had left him anxious before every game. Fortunately, Gentry understood that without Wei Dong's proposed elevator door strategy, the Suns would have faced a much tougher challenge against the Spurs, and they might currently be trailing 1-3. Wei Dong's decision to alter his playstyle for the fifth game was indeed wise. It would surely catch the Spurs off guard. Hill reflected, having entered the league earlier and faced many stars, yet he had never encountered anyone as versatile as Wei Dong, who excelled at every position, from dual guards to swing men, and now even power forward. If Wei Dong were to grow a few more inches, he could perhaps become a top center in the league. Initially agreeing to be a bench player, he now found himself back in the starting lineup, filling Iverson with gratitude. Winning a championship as a substitute, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. 10 minutes before the tip-off, the large screen displayed the starting lineups. Suns, Nash, Iverson, Hill, Wei Dong, Gortat, Spurs, Parker, Blair, Leonard, Jefferson, Duncan in the Chinese broadcast room. Yu Jia remarked, the Suns have made changes to their starting lineup. My goodness, Wei Dong is going to play the 4. Zhang Zhidao replied, this is a bit unexpected. In truth, Wei Dong has already proven he can play the 4, but elevating him to that position might be a waste of his scoring ability. Moreover, this way the Suns' average height is under 2 meters. This lineup is rather short. Yu Jia continued, Gentry has some unusual tactics, but I don't quite understand this one. Zhang Zhidao suggested. Perhaps this aligns with Wei Dong's intentions. Let us watch the game. As always, Wei Dong will surely surprise us. Yu Jia quipped, Zhang Zhidao, have you also become an East fan? Zhang Zhidao conceded, I must admit, Wei Dong is truly exceptional. Upon seeing the Suns starting lineup, Popovich was taken aback. His pre-game strategy had faltered yet again. Despite being known as the Old Fox, he could never quite decipher the Suns' approach. Of course, Popovich was aware that this was not merely Gentry's doing, but rather the unpredictability of Wei Dong that stymied his calculations. As the game commenced, Popovich called from the sidelines, stick to the original strategy. Gortat passed the ball to Nash. Now, the Suns' backcourt consisted of Nash and Iverson, 2 great guards who entered the league in the same year, marking their first appearance together in this manner. Following the Spurs' previous strategy, Leonard was assigned to guard Wei Dong. However, with Wei Dong positioned low, if Leonard continued to defend him, Jefferson would have to step out to guard Iverson, which posed a significant mismatch that if Jefferson were to defend Iverson one-on-one, Iverson could easily leave him in the dust. Thus, even while adhering to the pre-game plan, defensive adjustments were necessary. Jefferson took on Wei Dong, with Leonard focusing on Iverson. Nash dribbled over, without a moment's hesitation, and tossed the ball to Wei Dong. Wei Dong, bracing against Jefferson, executed his dreamlike footwork, causing Jefferson to lose his defensive position in an instant. Clang! Wei Dong leaped high, delivering a powerful dunk. What a play! Yu Jia exclaimed in the broadcast room. Wei Dong stepped onto the court and immediately showcased Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork, a style rarely seen so crisp in the league today. Wei Dong possesses such a skill. Popovich was momentarily stunned. When it was the Spurs' turn to attack, Parker first passed the ball to Duncan. Duncan, matched against Gortat in the low post, faked a few times before taking a jump shot. However, just as the ball reached its apex, Wei Dong dashed in from the side and swatted it away. Volleyball block, Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. The great Duncan once again finds himself overshadowed, and this block from Wei Dong reminds me of Olajuwon, one of the top centers of the last century. Zhang Zhidao noted, Wei Dong possesses incredible speed and astonishing vertical leap, coupled with his wingspan, compensating for his height disadvantage and making his interior defense seem effortless. Yu Jia added, it seems Gentry's decision to position Wei Dong at the 4 was indeed a well-thought-out strategy. Zhang Zhidao concluded, the Spurs must alter their tactics. Otherwise, they will suffer substantial losses in strategy. As anticipated, Wei Dong's position at the 4 spot has left the Spurs disoriented, coupled with the presence of perennial members of the 180 Club, Nash and 4-time scoring champion Iverson. Many overlook Iverson's defensive prowess due to his height. However, he has clinched the Steel's title on multiple occasions, showcasing that his defense is far from lacking. At the very least, he will not allow Spurs guards Blair and Parker to score with ease. As for Leonard, he often finds himself up against the seasoned Hill. The crafty Hill proves to be a formidable challenge for the relatively inexperienced Leonard. Much like the previous game, just 3 minutes into this one, Popovich calls for a timeout, necessitating a tactical reassessment. Unlike the last game, where the timeout was prompted by Wei Dong and Nash's rapid succession of three-pointers, this time it is the sudden alteration in the Suns' lineup that has thrown the Spurs off balance. With a tactical board in hand, Popovich outlines his strategy, emphasizing the need to maintain control of the game's tempo against the Suns. With Wei Dong playing the 4, the pressure on our perimeter offense diminishes. Thus, we must initiate our plays to open up the outside shots. Babble, babble, babble. Having established a strategy, Popovich simultaneously encourages his players. It is only 3 minutes into the first quarter, and despair must not set in. Defense. The home crowd rallies behind the Spurs with shouts of encouragement. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs intensify their outside offensive efforts, as Popovich noted. With Wei Dong at the 4, the Suns lack a formidable perimeter defender. First, Parker sinks a mid-range jumper, followed by Leonard, who also connects with a jump shot. However, these two scores do little to alleviate the Spurs' woes. Currently, the Spurs find themselves in a predicament, unable to contain Iverson from the perimeter and struggling to defend against Wei Dong inside. Had the Suns played like this from the outset, Popovich would undoubtedly have devised a solution, given the Spurs' depth. Yet, now in the 5th game, they must rely on the players' adaptability on the court. The Suns' roster perhaps only suffers from a lack of depth on the bench. The first quarter concludes with the Suns leading the Spurs by 8, 29-21, as the second quarter commences. Both Iverson and Nash take a seat on the bench for rest, due to the Suns' insufficient bench depth. Wei Dong steps back onto the court at the start of the second quarter. He is unwilling and indeed does not need to rest at this point. The Suns' backcourt consists of Wei Dong and Dudley, while the front court features Gortat, Fry, and Lopez. This height is sufficient, but their mobility has noticeably diminished. Thus, as the second quarter begins, Ginobili swiftly penetrates the defense, scoring with 2 consecutive drives to the basket, just as the Spurs bench is about to cheer. Wei Dong responds with a pull-up jumper and a trailing three-pointer point 34-25. This reminds the Spurs players once more that despite playing the 4 spot, Wei Dong remains one of the league's elite shooting guards. The atmosphere on the court is tense. The Spurs are fighting for their lives, while the Suns are determined to secure this victory, not wishing to return to their home court. Ginobili ignites his scoring spree, proving that his reputation as a clutch player is well-deserved. Yet, Wei Dong is equally unyielding. When Ginobili scores, he counters with a mid-range jumper, and when Ginobili sinks a 3, Wei Dong immediately retaliates, after 5 minutes of play with the bench unit. The score gap remains around 10 points, prompting the return of the starters at this juncture. Wei Dong returns to the 4 position, engaging in a physical battle with Duncan. If this were pre-injury Duncan, perhaps he could match Wei Dong evenly. However, the current Duncan, despite his height and reach advantage, finds himself challenged against Wei Dong, who possesses an array of skills reminiscent of Olajuwon, with a series of feints and deceptions. Wei Dong finally creates space, leaps, and executes a stunning folded dunk. Wow! The Suns bench erupts, waving towels in celebration. This dunk is nothing short of spectacular. After landing, Wei Dong leans close to Duncan and whispers, "Idol, this is no longer your era." Wei Dong's provocation leaves Duncan speechless. Yet, Duncan quickly responds with a bank shot, seemingly asserting that this remains his domain. The Spurs manage to chip away at the deficit, but they are unable to halt the Suns' offensive momentum. There exists a curious phenomenon in the NBA. Any player alongside Nash tends to elevate their value, a testament to Nash's leadership abilities. However, throughout his career, Nash has never encountered a situation quite like this. Surrounded by 2 super scorers in Wei Dong and Iverson. Presently, with Wei Dong and Iverson complementing each other, one inside and one outside, alongside Hill and Gortat, this team's scoring capability is unrivaled across the league. Wei Dong, as a power forward, fortifies the Suns' interior defense, and by the latter half of the third quarter, he has amassed 6 blocks, including 1 against Duncan, 2 against Jefferson, 1 against Leonard, and 2 against Parker. Iverson is also on fire from the perimeter, scoring 30 points with a mix of drives and outside shots. The scales of victory are tilting in favor of the Suns, as the fourth quarter begins with the Suns leading the Spurs by 21 points. At this moment, Popovich deploys veteran Ho-Ho, who retired in 2010 but was summoned back by Popovich last year. Throughout the season, Ho-Ho has seen limited playing time, with this being only his second appearance in the playoffs. His first was during Game 2, when Duncan was ejected, and he played for 2 minutes without contributing anything. With 11 minutes remaining in the game, the Suns' lineup consists of Nash, Wei Dong, Dudley, Fry, and Lopez. Remarkably, Wei Dong has not taken minutes rest. The Spurs miss another shot, and Wei Dong secures the rebound, passing it to Nash, who speeds down the court. In this moment, Ho-Ho catches up to Nash. And as Nash crosses half court, Ho-Ho deliberately collides with him, sending Nash, who is running at full speed, crashing against the advertising boards, where he lands painfully, clutching his face. Yu Jia and Coach Zhang witness this scene. Coach Zhang, "Oh dear, that is a dangerous move." Yu Jia remarks, "I don't understand Ho-Ho's actions. The Spurs' defeat is inevitable, and such behavior is futile and against the spirit of sportsmanship." Coach Zhang responds, "It looks like a fight is brewing." The Suns bench players are all rising. Yu Jia adds, "Wei Dong must not get involved in any altercations. Fighting could lead to a suspension." Coach Zhang expresses his belief, "I think Wei Dong is a very composed individual and would refrain from fighting." Damn! The Suns players rush in. The Spurs players also sprint to protect Ho-Ho from being assaulted by the Suns. This scene feels oddly familiar to Wei Dong. It seems reminiscent of an incident from his past life. However, the timing and details don't quite align. It could be a matter of parallel worlds. Seeing his teammates on the bench ready to join the fray, Wei Dong shouts at them, "Get back." At this point, while on-court players may engage, if bench players join in, it would violate league regulations, likely resulting in suspensions for the next game. It is Wei Dong's calmness that prevails. Gentry is both furious and relieved. He is angered by Ho-Ho's foul, but reassured by Wei Dong's level-headedness. On the court, Suns and Spurs players are already shoving each other, on the verge of a brawl, but the referees intervene just in time. Meanwhile, Wei Dong checks on Nash to ensure he has not sustained any serious injuries. Fortunately, Nash's injury is minor. He merely has a bloody nose, which can be treated, and he returns to the game. Ho-Ho's actions are deemed a flagrant foul of the first degree. Upon Nash's return, Ho-Ho provocatively shrugs and makes faces at him, taunting, "Your acting skills are superb. You ought to be awarded an Oscar." Coach Zhang exclaims, "Oh my, Ho-Ho's actions are still provoking Nash." Yu Jia comments, "I can't hear what he is saying." Coach Zhang warns this is bad. What is Wei Dong planning to do? At this moment, just as Ho-Ho revels in his provocation, Wei Dong suddenly charges at him, delivering a punch to Ho-Ho's nose, accompanied by a civil phrase, "Screw you, beep." The referee's whistle sounds once more. Gentry slaps his thigh in frustration. He had just been relieved at Wei Dong's composure. But now, as the conflict seemed to be resolving, Wei Dong has gone and punched Ho-Ho. Wei Dong had long desired to confront Ho-Ho, even if the name he bears in this life fails to match that of the individual from his past. Nevertheless, this action, though he had been restrained earlier due to Ho-Ho being protected by teammates, was now the opportunity he had been waiting for. With Ho-Ho's taunts and antics, there was no one else to hit but him. Wei Dong is aware of his bad luck potion, yet nothing compares to the satisfaction of delivering a punch. Moreover, Wei Dong also believed that it was a tremendous waste to squander 5 talent points on such an individual. Hua writhed in agony on the ground. The Spurs players surged forward, not to defend Hua, but once again, the referee intervened to separate both sides. Chinese fans were watching the live broadcast. When Hua collided with Nash, they were filled with rage, itching to leap through the screen and deliver a beating to Hua. However, the players were swiftly pulled apart by the referee. The fans who missed the brawl felt particularly frustrated. Astonishingly, Hua continued to provoke others as if nothing had happened. His taunting gestures toward Nash were captured on the live stream for all fans to witness. At this moment, Wei Dong rushed up and knocked Hua down with a single punch, leaving the fans exhilarated, chanting, "Our Donggu is fierce and speaks little," learning from Donggu, standing up for teammates without waiting for tomorrow. That punch was a true delight to behold, even more satisfying than a slam dunk. In China, very few fans blamed Wei Dong for his impulsiveness. Instead, they praised his performance, the only complaint being why he only threw one punch. At least a full set of Wei Baquan would have truly avenged the insult. The game was forced to pause due to Wei Dong's punch. Head coach Gentry was called over by the referee, and given the situation, it seemed likely that Wei Dong would receive a level 2 flagrant foul. Gentry was fervently arguing his case with the referee. Meanwhile, the Suns players surrounded Wei Dong, with Dudley saying, "Dong go. Next time you want to deal with such a person, just give me a signal. No need to take matters into your own hands." Wei Dong replied with a laugh. "Just looking at him makes me furious. I can't help but throw a punch." Nash patted Wei Dong on the shoulder. Gratitude unspoken. Fry remarked, "Dong go. With your ability, if you want to vent, just dunk over him. Why resort to a punch? A dunk isn't enough to satisfy my anger," Wei Dong explained. "Besides, who doesn't know why Hua Hua is on the court in the crucial fourth quarter? If he avoids me, I wouldn't have the chance to dunk over him." The Suns players had no further comments, but at that moment, they truly regarded Wei Dong as the team leader. Gentry and the referee were engaged in a heated argument, but seemed to yield little results. After a while, he stormed back, visibly irate. Wei Dong smiled, knowing that the level 2 flagrant foul was unavoidable. As expected, the referee assessed Wei Dong with a level 2 flagrant foul, but seemingly to balance the scales, Hua's level 1 foul was escalated to a level 2 as well. Both Wei Dong and Hua were ejected from a game. However, this incident had no bearing on the Spurs. Hua was merely a veteran tasked with guarding the water cooler, while Wei Dong was the core of the Suns' offense and defense. Chinese fans were already angrily banging their tables. Yet, after slamming their hands too forcefully, they took a moment to cool off, acknowledging that Wei Dong's action indeed constituted a level 2 flagrant foul, according to the relevant regulations. Before departing, Wei Dong approached the Spurs bench and shook his finger at Popovich, saying, "This is what you chose, idol. Today you shall know. Even without me, my teammates can defeat the Spurs." This phrase, "this is what you chose," was a retort to the Spurs' deliberate loss in their last regular season game. "Didn't you think the Jazz were tougher than us? Now you shall realize the bitter taste of being the 8th seed and going home after winning only one game." Popovich merely raised an eyebrow, somewhat dismissive of Wei Dong's words. The Spurs were only trailing by 20-some points, with 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The Suns had lost their core player, and their opportunity had arrived. Moreover, Wei Dong was burdened with a level 2 flagrant foul that if they managed to win this game, they would face the Suns without Wei Dong in the next match, making victory almost a certainty. Back at their home court, Popovich could already see the dawn of victory. "Thinking of an upset? You must be dreaming." This was Popovich's inner thought as a smile spread across his face, while his actions, although not deliberately planned by him, earned a silent commendation. Wei Dong was ejected, yet he did not head straight to the locker room. Instead, he stood in the player tunnel, watching the game that he still had 25 talent points. And if the Suns found themselves in a precarious situation in the final 3 minutes, Wei Dong would unhesitatingly unleash the bad luck potion, thinking, "If you are unjust, why should I be righteous?" With Wei Dong sent off, Iverson returned to the court. The Spurs' main players were all present: Duncan, Jefferson, Parker, Leonard, and Ginobili. The current score stood at 97-76. The Suns led by 21 points, with just 11 minutes remaining. This was a significant advantage, as long as the Suns bit down and defended against the Spurs' offense. Winning this game would not prove difficult. Upon Iverson's entry, his demeanor shifted. As a rookie, he had shown no fear even when facing Jordan. Now, although a veteran, he would not allow anyone to snatch this victory from him. Duncan entered the game and forced his way past Fry to the basket. Beep! The referee's whistle blew before Duncan could shoot. He was fouled by Fry, and naturally, the shot did not go in that he made one of 2 free throws. However, when it was the Suns' turn to attack, Nash received the ball and launched a long pass down the court. Showcasing the Suns' signature bombing tactic, Iverson was already sprinting down the court, effortlessly leaping to receive the pass just beyond the 3-point line, then dribbling in for a layup. Ginobili rushed up to block Iverson. But Iverson's individual prowess was too formidable. Twisting his torso, he made the basket, achieving the 3-point play. After converting the free throw, The Spurs not only failed to narrow the gap, but instead saw it widen to 23 points. Phew, Wei Dong exhaled in relief. The crisis from his punch had been averted. He could trust his teammates, especially Iverson. On the court, he was able to make Wei Dong forget his age. He remained the omnipotent Iverson. The Spurs frantically chased points, yet Iverson unleashed his killer instinct. After Wei Dong's ejection, he took control of the game. The Suns indeed struggled to contain Duncan, and their defense against Ginobili and Parker from the perimeter was insufficient. However, the Spurs could not stop the raging Iverson either. With just a minute left in the game, 119-97, the deficit remained above 20 points, with Iverson scoring 19 points since entering the game. The Spurs conceded the match. The Suns players embraced in celebration, having triumphed over the Western Conference leading Spurs, successfully advancing. "Brothers, you are all amazing." Wei Dong stood in the player tunnel, giving a thumbs up before returning to the locker room. He wished to join his teammates in their jubilation, but the circumstances did not permit. Having been ejected, he could not return to the court, as doing so would result in further suspension. That would be counterproductive. Beep! With the referee's whistle, the home fans grumbled as they departed. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 21 points, 16 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 6 blocks. Iverson, 49 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, 0 blocks. Nash, 17 points, 5 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Duncan, 29 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks. Parker, 26 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, 0 blocks. Ginobili, 27 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks. The Spurs trio all scored over 25 points, a remarkable feat, yet it could not hinder the resurgent Iverson, who sent the Spurs home fishing with back-to-back 40-plus point games. Wei Dong played only 27 minutes throughout the game, with merely 1 minute in the fourth quarter, which limited his scoring. However, in under 30 minutes, he secured the highest number of rebounds and blocks of the game, an impressive performance for his first time playing power forward. As the match concluded, the Suns players hurried back to the locker room to share the joy of victory with Wei Dong. "Coach, let us pop some champagne to celebrate," Dudley exclaimed, bustling into the locker room. Gentry turned to Wei Dong, asking, "What do you think?" "This is just the first round." Wei Dong chuckled. "We can celebrate after winning the championship." Following the upset, the Suns' confidence in their championship pursuit surged once more. Gentry felt like the happiest coach in the league. The surprises brought by Wei Dong had already been plentiful, and now, with Iverson's arrival, it was even more fortuitous that, in fact, after nearly a year away from the game, the headstrong Iverson had given many coaches headaches. It was Wei Dong who sought him out and insisted that the Suns sign Iverson, leading to Iverson's consecutive 40-plus point games, an achievement that likely left other coaches regretting their decisions. The veteran refuses to fade away, as Iverson continues to deliver 40-plus point performances. The Suns triumphed over the Spurs with remarkable ease, orchestrating a stunning upset reminiscent of the famed Black 8 miracle. Wei Dong's altercation with Ho-Ho will result in a 1-game suspension from the league and a hefty fine of $35,000. The Suns have now emerged as the third favorite to clinch the championship. Following the match, a flurry of news articles chronicled this playoff series. Wei Dong's fans noted a particular statistic. He achieved 6 blocks in a single game, merely 4 away from a double-digit tally. Given his exceptional playmaking abilities, could Wei Dong potentially craft a quadruple-double in the future? It's worth noting that the number of players in the entire league who have accomplished a quadruple-double is exceedingly rare, and it has been virtually unheard of in the past decade. During the post-game press conference for the Spurs, a reporter inquired, "Coach Popovich, what did Wei Dong say to you before he was ejected?" "I don't know," Popovich replied, his expression darkening, clearly unwilling to engage with the question. The reporter pressed on, "How could you possibly not know? Everyone saw Wei Dong approach you and speak that he spoke to me in Chinese, which I couldn't understand." Popovich continued, maintaining his stern demeanor. "Do you have any other questions? If not, we can conclude this press conference." The reporter scoffed, noting that the world increasingly communicates in Chinese and that Confucius's wisdom is becoming more globalized. Claiming ignorance reflects a lack of cultural understanding. Popovich? Fortunately, this topic was swiftly put to rest. Another reporter asked, "Will the Spurs make any roster changes during the offseason?" we will implement some changes. Popovich stated, we will extend contracts with certain players, and we will also keep an eye on those entering free agency. The reporter continued, Wei Dong has only signed a one-season contract with the Suns, which means he will become a free agent this summer. Will the Spurs pursue him? If Wei Dong is interested in the Spurs, we would certainly welcome him, Popovich replied with seasoned diplomacy. However, our salary cap is limited, making it difficult to offer him a max contract. In essence, Popovich acknowledged that Wei Dong is likely to receive a lucrative offer this summer, while his remarks remained somewhat ambiguous, expressing interest in Wei Dong, but lacking the financial means to secure him. Following the Suns' victory over the Spurs, both the Thunder and the Lakers also secured wins, advancing to the second round. Meanwhile, the Clippers and the Grizzlies series has reached a score of 2-3, with the Clippers currently leading by 1 game. The victor of this matchup will face the Suns in the next round. The Thunder and Lakers game will commence in 2 days, affording the Suns a brief respite, regardless of whether they face the Grizzlies or the Clippers. The Suns' chances of victory are high, though the unfortunate aspect remains that Wei Dong will be unable to participate in the first match, significantly diminishing the Suns' strength. Upon returning to Phoenix, Gentry addressed Wei Dong. You won't be able to play in the next game. Do you regret throwing that punch? Regret. Wei Dong responded earnestly, nodding his head. Gentry sighed, I told you were too impulsive back then. Coach, you've misunderstood. Wei Dong clarified, I regret only throwing one punch, not that I threw it. Ha ha ha. His teammates erupted in laughter at Wei Dong's remark. The Suns possess a fierce spirit. At the moment Nash was knocked down, had it not been for Wei Dong's roar, the bench players would have charged onto the court. They never anticipated that, instead of holding back, Wei Dong would seize the opportunity to take Ho-Ho down with a single punch. This unexpected act garnered silent admiration from his teammates, as Wei Dong accomplished what they wished they could have done but dared not attempt. Especially for the role players, a fine of $35,000 is unaffordable, but Wei Dong doesn't concern himself with such matters. It's not that he is particularly wealthy, but rather that his boss would undoubtedly cover the fine. 8 teams have completed the first round of the playoffs. The Suns, Thunder, Heat, and Bulls have advanced to the second round, while the Spurs, Mavericks, 76ers, and Knicks are preparing to head home for a fishing trip. The playoff rankings have shifted accordingly. The top 3 scorers are Wei Dong with 36.8 points, LeBron James with 32.1 points, and Kobe Bryant with 31.9 points, while Allen Iverson's performance in the last 2 games has brought his average to 28.6 points, placing him 5th. The former scoring champion seems to be making a comeback. As for the top 10 single-game scoring records, the Suns occupy 4 slots. Wei Dong at first with 59 points. Iverson at third with 49 points. Iverson again at 6th with 41 points. And Wei Dong at 10th with 39 points. Additionally, Wei Dong's average of 2.3 blocks per game ranks first on the playoff leaderboard. The game between the Clippers and Grizzlies is still ongoing, granting the Suns ample time. After their match with the Spurs, Gentry granted the entire team a day off, with no immediate plans during the day. Wei Dong and Lee Judgia decided to explore the city, as they had yet to properly enjoy Phoenix since their arrival. Now, as Wei Dong leads the Suns into the playoffs and achieves the Black 8 feat, he has become a true superstar of the city. Should he bring home the first championship in the city's history, Wei Dong will undoubtedly be hailed as a hero. While shopping, Wei Dong noticed that the Suns' number 7 jersey had sold out. Though wearing large sunglasses and holding Lee Judgia's hand, he was still recognized by many fans on the street. Fans flocked to him, requesting autographs and photos, and Wei Dong graciously obliged their humble requests. At noon, Wei Dong and Lee Judgia encountered an acquaintance at a simple Western restaurant. Sitting by the window, they ordered a vegetable salad, a steak, a pizza, and a plate of pasta, quite a modest lunch. Just after placing their order, Lee Judgia pointed outside and asked, Wei Dong, isn't that Daisy? Wei Dong turned to see Daisy stepping out of a Hummer. Nodding in recognition, yes, that's Daisy. It seems she's headed our way. That's likely, Lee Judgia chuckled, as Daisy began waving enthusiastically upon spotting them through the window. Once Daisy entered the restaurant and approached their table, Wei Dong remarked, You've got quite the keen nose. How did you find us in this little eatery? Daisy sat beside Lee Judgia and explained, I saw you 2 shopping on Twitter, so I came over. I didn't expect you guys to be a couple. I told you long ago that I have a girlfriend, Wei Dong teased. She's prettier than you, kinder, more considerate, more graceful, quieter, and cuter. Stop. Daisy interjected, raising her hand to halt Wei Dong's compliments if it were anyone else. I might want to test the waters, but with Jia, I do believe no matter how much you said she surpassed me, so from today onward, I will no longer pursue you, but you must promise me one thing. Wei Dong joked, giving up so soon? You're not very persistent. The competition is too fierce. Daisy replied with resignation, I have no choice but to concede. True enough, Wei Dong concurred. Over the past 2 years, both he and Li Jia had encountered numerous rivals, yet all of them had ultimately failed in their pursuits. Daisy continued, You haven't asked me what the favor is yet. Wei Dong shrugged. Why would I promise you anything when we aren't even that close? Upon hearing this, Daisy's tears began to fall, prompting Li Jia to comfort her by wrapping an arm around her shoulders, saying, Wei Dong is just teasing you. Please, tell us what you need, and we will do our best to help. Daisy's tears subsided into a smile as she explained her simple request. She wanted them to introduce her to a Chinese boyfriend, that considered talent import or talent export. Wei Dong mused. Before assuring Daisy, if I find someone suitable, I will certainly introduce you. Thank you, Jia, Daisy said, making a funny face at Li Jia. Wait? What? Wei Dong found it peculiar that Daisy thanked Jia instead of him, even though he was the one who had made the promise. After finishing their meal, Wei Dong and Li Jia parted ways with Daisy on the way back. Wei Dong asked, Are you really planning to be friends with Daisy? She may be a bit arrogant, but she harbors no ill intentions toward us. Li Jia chuckled. Moreover, the heiress of Shana Media, whose family virtually dominates the American media industry, being friends with her poses no disadvantage. At the very least, negative news related to you will likely not appear in the newspapers. That it was evident that Li Jia had an ulterior motive. Wei Dong understood well that Li Jia possessed an extraordinary ability to assess people and situations. Perhaps it was a gift that in his previous life. Without Li Jia's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Wei Dong to rise from humble beginnings to become a billionaire. It can be said that behind every successful man, there lies a woman who supports him silently. Li Jia was a beautiful and serene girl, yet to mistake her for a simple-minded sweetheart would be a grave error. After all, what naive girl could gain admission to Yenjing University as the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination? It's wonderful to have you, Wei Dong exclaimed, planting a kiss on Li Jia's cheek as they waited for the traffic light to turn green. Li Jia felt a surge of sweetness within her. Nevertheless, she found it somewhat peculiar. Wei Dong had indeed changed as the light turned red. Wei Dong resumed driving and inquired, Jia, are you still preparing for that championship matter you mentioned? What matter? Li Jia paused. Then her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recalled, Of course. I am. That's fantastic. Wei Dong cheered like a child, joyfully singing on their way home. That moment, he seemed a world apart from the cold. Calculating figure he presented in the arena. By 7 in the evening, Li Jia intended to read for a while before sleeping. However, the game between the Grizzlies and the Clippers was set to commence at 7. Wei Dong grabbed a few cans of beer and the duck delicacies they had purchased from a Chinese supermarket. Settling onto the sofa to watch the game, Jia decided to set aside her book, nestling in Wei Dong's embrace to enjoy the match together. This was Game 6 between the Grizzlies and the Clippers, held at the Clippers' home court in the previous game. The Clippers had just secured a crucial victory. If they triumphed in this match, they would advance to the second round with a 4-2 lead, becoming the Suns' next adversary. Wei Dong was not the only one watching. Players from the Suns were also keenly interested in this game. Dudley even called Wei Dong, wanting to join him, but Wei Dong declined, wishing to preserve their intimate bubble. The Grizzlies boasted talents like Marc Gasol, Randolph, Conley, and Gay, akin to the Clippers, who were also a youthful and exceptionally gifted team. The distinction lay in the Clippers having veteran Paul, who had ample playoff experience. The Grizzlies finished 4th in the Western Conference during the regular season, but currently trailed the Clippers 2-3, making this game a do-or-die scenario for them. Wei Dong lounged on the sofa in a relaxed pose, a duck wing in his mouth, while Li Jia nestled against him, with a can of beer in hand. This was life. After sipping his beer, Wei Dong remarked, Watching others play is truly delightful. In truth, whether facing the Grizzlies or the Clippers in the second round, neither team would pose a significant challenge to the Suns. Thus, Even if he were to be suspended for a game, he felt no concern. Wei Dong explained the game to Lee Jejia while watching. The Grizzlies have Randolph and Marc Gasol in the paint, while the Clippers counter with Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. On the perimeter, the Grizzlies have Conley, and the Clippers have Paul. Both teams are filled with young, exceptionally talented players. Wei Dong sighed in admiration that Lee Jejia smirked. Aren't you younger than them? Am I? Wei Dong chuckled awkwardly. After all, he had traversed time, and sometimes his mindset was slow to adapt. The clash of two similarly styled teams felt like a collision of worlds. Yet, when it came from Wei Dong's lips, it took on a different flavor. DeAndre Jordan takes a mid-range shot. Such an open look. Oh dear, Conley's pass was poor. Randolph was right behind him. Couldn't he see? Paul's three-pointer is unreliable. How could he not dunk over Marc Gasol? Just one step, and it's such a struggle. After each critique, Wei Dong would inevitably add, if it were me, I would have done this or that. Lee Jejia could no longer tolerate Wei Dong's self-adoration and feigned annoyance. Can't you just watch the game in peace? All right, Wei Dong replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. I just feel it's a pity. Many shots could easily have made the highlight reel with a different strategy. Lee Jejia suddenly noticed something. Which hand are you using to hold the duck wing? My left hand, of course, Wei Dong answered. As if it were obvious that you're talking nonsense. Lee Jejia huffed. You're holding the beer with your left hand, which means you use the same hand to ruffle my hair. Is that so? Ha! Wei Dong laughed awkwardly. I'm afraid I can't help my inability to distinguish between my left and right. My dear? Ugh. You're so disgusting. Lee Jejia huffed, freeing herself from Wei Dong's embrace and retreating to the bedroom to take a shower. Wei Dong chuckled. He had intended to tease Lee Jejia. After all, what's the joy of dating if one doesn't play around a little? As the first half of the game concluded, the score stood at 57-51, with the Grizzlies leading the Clippers by 6 points. During halftime, the screen displayed bold letters, top 10 plays of the regular season. This was the NBA's official selection of the season's highlights. And Wei Dong perked up, sitting up straight, eager to see how many of his plays would be featured. He was particularly excited about the top 10 plays, especially the season's highlights. Although he had only played 10 games in the regular season, he had many standout moments that it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to expect 3 to 5 spots among the top 10 plays, would it? The highlights utilized the original sound from the court, with no commentary added during the editing, making it all the more thrilling. With anticipation, the 10th play commenced. With just 8 seconds remaining, the Knicks trailed by 2 points. Anthony, searching for an opportunity beyond the three-point line, dribbled twice and suddenly launched a three-pointer. The ball went in. The video captured the live commentary. Anthony is preparing to shoot a three. He releases it. Oh my. The shot is good. In this moment, he has saved the Knicks. The 9th highlight featured the Nuggets scrambling for a loose ball. Martin retrieved the basketball and tossed it to a teammate in the front court. The teammate dribbled to the basket, executing a behind-the-back pass that sent the ball soaring. Martin leaped high, slamming the ball into the hoop. Wow. The video captured the live commentary and the crowd's astonished reactions that it's much more enjoyable to hear the original sounds, Wei Dong murmured. The 8th play showcased Dudley's relentless defense. Stealing the ball from Ginobili and hurling it forward up by this time, Wei Dong had already dashed ahead, receiving the pass and facing an open basket, leaping from just inside the free throw line for a spectacular dunk. Boom! Wei Dong, seated on the sofa, narrated his own commentary, somewhat puzzled by the lack of crowd response. Did they mute the audience and commentary? He then answered his own question. Oh, this is the Spurs' home court. No wonder there's no noise. But what a beautiful play. The 7th and 6th highlights both feature Griffin, a frequent presence in the top 10. The 5th play showcased the connection between LeBron and Wade, while the 4th was Durant's buzzer beater. Could it be? Could it be? Wei Dong lay back on the sofa, feigning surprise. The remaining 3 plays can't all be mine, can they? He knew he had 3 guaranteed spots in the top 10. One was a dunk over DeAndre Jordan, another was a slam over DeLembert, and the last was a buzzer beater against the Lakers, as expected. The 3rd highlight featured Wei Dong's dunk over DeAndre Jordan, delivering a lesson to the city of alley-oops. The 2nd highlight showcased Wei Dong almost sitting atop the center DeLembert while dunking, both plays surpassing Griffin's in terms of impact. Finally, they reached the number 1 highlight. The volume of the live commentary was exceptionally loud. Nash was searching for Wei Dong. Wei Dong received the ball. Bynum lunged at him. Crossover. Oh my, Wei Dong faked out Bynum. The three-pointer is up. It's good. Oh yeah, Wei Dong sealed the game. This miraculous Chinese kid was having his night. The cacophony of fervent fans reverberates through the video. So stunning. Upon witnessing this remarkable play, Wei Dong is overwhelmed with emotion. Realizing, without even reviewing the footage, how truly impressive he appears in the regular season's top 10 plays, Wei Dong occupies 4 slots, despite having played in merely 10 games. Had he participated fully, other players would have found it nearly impossible to compete. The Grizzlies maintained their lead in the second half, ultimately defeating the Clippers on their home turf, thus extending the series to a decisive Game 7. Wei Dong switched off the television, noting that the Suns could afford a few more days of rest. However, the matchup between the Lakers and the Thunder was set to commence the following day. 3 days later, the Clippers triumphed over the Grizzlies in the Game 7 showdown. The first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs concluded with the Celtics overcoming the Hawks, and the Pacers defeating the Magic. The bracket for the second round of the playoffs was fully established. Western Conference, Thunder versus Lakers, Clippers versus Suns. Eastern Conference, Bulls versus Celtics, Heat vs. Pacers. The Suns traveled to Los Angeles. The Lakers found themselves tied 1-1 with the Thunder, having secured a victory in Oklahoma City, and were now returning to their home court. 3 days after the Clippers' victory over the Grizzlies, they welcomed the Suns to their arena. Due to Wei Dong's 1-game suspension for a foul against Ho-Ho, he was unable to participate, relegated to the bench to cheer on his teammates prior to the game. Clippers coach Tyronn was instructing his players, emphasizing that without Wei Dong, victory should be within their grasp, yet caution was imperative. Humph, grumbled DeAndre Jordan, asserting that even if Wei Dong were present, they would not be intimidated. He harbored deep resentment towards Wei Dong, having learned post-first round that his own being dunked on by Wei Dong had made it to the season's top 10 plays, ranking third. To appear as merely a supporting figure in the highlight reel left him feeling unsettled. Tyronn reassured Jordan that everyone has been a supporting player at some point, urging him to maintain a calm demeanor and not allow negativity to affect their performance. Speaking of being a supporting player, Tyronn himself felt discomfort, having once been overshadowed in a similar manner, especially since the star of the moment was now on the Suns. Thus, he was determined to secure a victory in this match. During warm-ups, Suns players noticed Wei Dong sitting on the sidelines, indulging in ice cream, which fell out of place amidst the high stakes of the playoffs, with everyone unified in their pursuit of victory. Wei Dong, as the team's leader, seemed overly relaxed. "Let us go, everyone," Wei Dong observed his teammates casting furtive glances in his direction, reluctantly putting away his ice cream and offering words of encouragement to his fellow players. His aim was solely to help them relax. Nash, sensing the unease among his teammates, reminded them to adapt to Wei Dong's absence, recalling that during the regular season, they had also triumphed over the Clippers without him. And now, they had added AI to the mix. "Let us go. Let us go." The teammates rallied each other as the game was set to commence. The Suns starting lineup featured Nash, Iverson, Hill, Fry, and Gortat, while the Clippers starters included Paul, Griffin, Jordan, Martin, and Redick. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. Jordan and Gortat leaped for the tip-off. Paul secured the ball, advancing it to the front court and passing to Griffin, who powered through Fry to score. The Clippers drew first blood, igniting the home crowd, who chanted in unison, "Defense! Defense! How noisy!" Wei Dong muttered. Yet, had this been at a venue in the West, the crowd's roars would have been music to his ears when it was the Suns' turn to attack. Nash dashed forward, spotting Iverson cutting into the paint. He delivered a long pass, and Iverson, upon receiving the ball, executed a graceful jump shot, evading Griffin's block to score. MVP, MVP, MVP. Wei Dong immediately joined the Suns bench, chanting MVP. However, their enthusiasm paled in comparison to the thousands of fans at the Clippers arena that had felt rather disheartening. Wei Dong sighed, acknowledging that while he was enjoying a free game from a prime viewing position, an aspiration for many fans, the experience of being sidelined was quite unpleasant. Iverson had struggled in the third game against the Spurs, but following that, he had racked up 40-plus points in 2 consecutive games, his demeanor reminiscent of his fearless rookie days. The Suns players were acutely aware that this would likely be Iverson's final season. and the former superstar was prepared to fight tooth and nail for a championship. The Suns' collective spirit was high, fueled not only by Wei Dong's encouragement, but also by Iverson's indomitable fighting spirit. The Clippers maintained a brisk pace in their offense. Just as Iverson scored 2 points, the Clippers quickly transitioned to a fast break after the inbound, but Redick's layup was thwarted by Fry. Hill secured the rebound and passed it to Nash, who rapidly advanced the ball. Before the Clippers could establish their defense, he launched a trailing three-pointer. Swish. The ball swooshed through the net. 2-5. The Suns took a 3-point lead. And despite Wei Dong's absence, their offensive rhythm remained intact. During their downtime, the Suns had engaged in practice games, with Wei Dong playing as a substitute. He had even exchanged for a Griffin offensive skill package. Griffin was a rare breed of power forward, proficient in numerous aspects of the game, capable of playmaking, skilled in ball handling, able to attack the rim, and with a reliable mid-range shot but on the defensive end. He possessed formidable rim protection capabilities. The skill packages available were diverse, with some tailored to specific skills, such as Iverson's crossover, Olajuwon's dream shake, and Curry's long-range shooting. These skills were incredibly potent. Conversely, other packages were broader in scope, like Nash's passing package and Griffin's offensive package, which, while comprehensive, lacked the same level of impact. After acquiring the Griffin offensive package, Wei Dong became a more enhanced version of Griffin at the power forward position. During practice games, he had given the starting lineup a run for their money, which also helped them adjust to facing Griffin without Wei Dong. With a minute and a half remaining in the first quarter, Nash took a breather. 27-31. To everyone's surprise, the Suns, despite Wei Dong's absence, led the Clippers by 4 points as the first quarter was about to conclude. "Well done, old monk," Nash exclaimed as Wei Dong eagerly handed him water and a towel. Waller chimed in, "Dong-gu, you've worked hard too." Today, the Suns bench witnessed a different side of Wei Dong. Unable to play, he transformed into quite the chatterbox, offering commentary on nearly every play, claiming that the Suns players were all all-stars. While none of the Clippers knew how to play basketball. 30-33, the Clippers trailed the Suns by 3 points. Iverson played the entire quarter, shooting 4 for 7 for 11 points, while Hill had 7 points. Nash also 7, Gortat 5, and Fry 3, with all 5 starters contributing to the scoreboard. "Old G, great job." Wei Dong patted Gortat on the shoulder, jesting that defending Griffin must be significantly easier than guarding him. "That's true," Gortat nodded while wiping away sweat in recent practice games. Gortat had faced off against Wei Dong, and although Wei Dong emulated Griffin's style, he proved to be far more challenging to defend. Thus, stepping onto the court today caused Gortat a moment of disorientation, as the reduced defensive pressure left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. "Dong-gu, do you have a split personality or something?" Walrick muttered, observing the stark contrast between Wei Dong on and off the court. "What can I say about you, Dong-gu?" Wei Dong shot a glance back, startling Walrick into retreat. The Suns players are filled with fervor, yet their mindset remained relaxed, confident in their ability to secure victory in this game. The second quarter commenced. Nash and Iverson rested on the sidelines, but the Suns bench exhibited a ferocious defense that left the Clippers disoriented. After 2 minutes of play, astonishingly, neither team had managed to score a single point. In the second quarter, after 2.5 minutes, Nash returned to the court, leading the bench unit in a series of 3 consecutive fast breaks, extending the lead to 9 points. Tyronn couldn't sit still any longer and immediately called for a timeout. Following the break, Paul and Griffin re-entered the game, while the Suns also substituted in their starting lineup. The Clippers, being younger and more vigorous than the Suns, faced a formidable challenge, as the Suns boasted a wealth of experience. Nash had graced the Western Conference Finals many times, and Iverson had once single-handedly led his team to the NBA Finals. The Suns found themselves somewhat troubled by the Clippers' athleticism. Meanwhile, the Clippers struggled to counter Nash's deft playmaking and Iverson's seemingly unstoppable maneuvers. As the half concluded, the score stood at 56-63, with the Clippers trailing the Suns by 7 points. In the Clippers' locker room, Tyronn remarked, "Our pressure in the first half was insufficient. In the second half, we must amplify our offensive intensity. Hill, Nash, and Iverson are all veterans. Fatigue is the Suns' greatest vulnerability. Therefore, we must establish a rhythm and deliver a decisive blow to win the game." Tyronn's assessment was accurate. In the Suns' locker room, Gentry analyzed the first half's performance. However, Iverson, Nash, and Hill kept their heads down, striving to regain their stamina. The intensity of the first half had certainly not exhausted them. But the second half loomed as even more crucial, with Nash and Iverson expected to shoulder greater offensive responsibilities. As we enter the second half, Billups, you will take on Iverson in single coverage. Tyronn continued to strategize with his players. Fans may remember how I was once left reeling by Iverson's moves, but you must understand that when I faced him, he found it exceedingly difficult to score against me. Billups, channel that spirit in your defense against Iverson. Understood, Coach, Billups replied. As a seasoned veteran, Billups had not seen much playing time during the regular season, but his true value emerged in the playoffs. Let's go. Boys, Tyronn encouraged, we will not accept defeat at home to a Suns team missing Wei Dong. And even with Wei Dong back, that won't change. As the second half commenced, both Billups and Paul took to the court simultaneously, embodying Tyronn's tactical response to the Suns' dual point guard lineup, featuring Nash and Iverson. Iverson received the ball in the corner beyond the arc, and Billups rushed to defend him, with a deft crossover and another between the legs dribble. Iverson prepared to drive from the right side. However, Billups matched Iverson's movement step for step. In that moment, Iverson pulled the ball back between his legs, halting for a fadeaway jumper. Billups lunged desperately to contest Iverson's shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. Billups lost his balance and fell to the floor, sliding forward until he lay at Iverson's feet. Seemingly oblivious to Billups' presence, Iverson leaped over him and sprinted towards the backcourt. That move was all too familiar. Tyronn's face darkened as he roared, Billups, what are you doing? In truth, every player who fiercely defends deserves respect. Billups' fall was a testament to his defensive commitment as a coach. Tyronn knew he shouldn't chastise Billups at that moment, but he couldn't help himself, as the move rekindled unpleasant memories. Wow. Wei Dong feigned injury, dramatically clutching his chest and collapsing to the floor. This was the magic of Iverson. The whole world knew his offensive style, yet no one could effectively counter it. Upon returning, Nash executed a pick and roll with Gortat and Fry, hitting a wide-open three-pointer. Noticing his teammates struggling to contribute, Paul took on the offensive mantle. Marking a matchup between the old and new elite point guards from 2010, Nash was undoubtedly the premier point guard in the league. Yet in 2008, Paul was in his prime, finishing second in the regular season MVP voting, with fans lauding him as the heir apparent to Nash's throne. Undoubtedly, compared to Nash, Paul's physical attributes were superior. Thus, defending against Paul proved challenging for Nash. Frequently, after being beaten, he required help from teammates, which often left gaps for DeAndre Jordan and Griffin to capitalize on with alley-oops. However, Nash's pick and roll with his teammates also inflicted considerable pain on the Clippers. The teams engaged in a shootout, and by the end of the third quarter, the score reached 85-97, with the Clippers trailing the Suns by 12 points. During the timeout, Gentry devised strategy for the fourth quarter. Wei Dong stood behind Iverson, casually draping his arms over Iverson's shoulders, appearing to listen intently. Coach, Iverson interjected upon hearing Gentry suggest he take a break for a few minutes. I don't want to rest, Gentry replied. You've hardly rested in the first 3 quarters. Take a few minutes in the fourth before returning to no need. I'm not tired, Iverson insisted. I used to play the entire game, and I can still do it now. Gentry hesitated, concerned that if the Clippers narrowed the score in the final minutes, Iverson might suffer from fatigue, leading to dire consequences. Meeting Gentry's gaze, Iverson's determination shone through. This is my last playoff run. I don't want any regrets. All right, Gentry acquiesced. Iverson, Dudley, Lopez, Fry, Morris, you 5 will start the fourth. Iverson was still on the court. Fans watching the live broadcast gasped as Iverson entered the game, exclaiming, he has only rested 3 minutes in the first 3 quarters. Is he going to play the entire game? Playing 45 minutes in a 48-minute game is nearly equivalent to playing the whole match. He is a 37-year-old veteran. Is Gentry really going to exhaust Iverson? With Wei Dong absent, does Gentry not know how to utilize his players? My heart aches for Iverson. He truly is an Iron Man. I believe Iverson simply refuses to rest. This is his attitude towards the game as Iverson played through the fourth quarter without a break. Fans speculated and called for Wei Dong's prompt return, lamenting that a 37-year-old veteran shouldn't be pushed so hard. Yet, when Iverson stepped onto the court, He exhibited no signs of fatigue, remaining brimming with determination. The Suns' relentless defense and Iverson's unanswerable offense widened the gap further. With 8 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the game, the Clippers called a timeout to substitute in their starters, while the Suns merely brought Nash back in, allowing him and Iverson to lead the bench players until the final minute. With a score of 103, 119, and just 46 seconds left, the Clippers conceded defeat as Iverson exited the court. Wei Dong approached and playfully tapped him on the chest, a light punch that caused Iverson to stumble slightly. Quick to react, Wei Dong wrapped an arm around Iverson's shoulder, chuckling, "Idol, I thought you wouldn't tire." "Damn it," Iverson grimaced, "I'm already 37. In the Chinese broadcast, Ja exclaimed, and never expected that without Wei Dong. The Suns could still triumph over the Clippers on their home turf. Zhang, during the regular season, the Suns and Clippers had a 3-1 record, although they are without Wei Dong this time. Iverson has erupted, and few teams can match the Suns in an offensive battle. Ja. In this year's playoffs, Iverson seems to be experiencing a resurgence to his former glory. Zhang, this is his last opportunity to chase the championship. Ja, with Wei Dong returning for the next game, it appears this series will conclude in 4 games or fewer. Game statistics: Iverson, 37 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks. Nash, 21 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Hill, 23 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Griffin, 32 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Paul, 27 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Iverson once again topped the score with 37 points, marking his 3rd consecutive game as the leading scorer for the Suns. Furthermore, 3 Suns players each scored over 20 points, securing a victory that was neither arduous nor laborious, with the game-1 triumph. The Suns felt increasingly relaxed. Later that evening, Gentry invited Wei Dong, Nash, Iverson, and Hill out for a late-night meal. "Hey, you've been on a roll lately," Wei Dong joked. "Are you trying to steal my FMVP?" Iverson chuckled. "As long as we can clinch the championship, I don't mind who receives the finals MVP. Of course, it would be better if it were me." Nash and Hill joined in the laughter. The atmosphere within the Suns team had always been delightful, and it seemed to have improved even further since Wei Dong's arrival. Now that they had become more familiar with Wei Dong, Nash and the others realized that he was a person worthy of trust both on and off the court. "Old Monk," Iverson playfully referred to Nash in a manner reminiscent of Wei Dong's style. Using the Chinese pronunciation, "We both entered the league in '96, and just like that, 15 or 16 years have flown by." "Indeed, time flies," Nash remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "We have both become veterans now." Hill cleared his throat, reminding them, "Don't forget, there's another one who entered the league in '94. Nash clasped his hands jokingly. "My apologies." "Esteemed elder," Iverson continued, "I've played in 1 finals, while you guys have competed in several Western Conference finals. However, I have the utmost confidence in our pursuit of the championship this year." Gentry inquired with a smile. "Is it because of Wei Dong? When was the last time you faced such a formidable player?" "Me." Iverson pointed himself. "Doh." Nash teased. "Why not mention me? I have 2 regular season MVPs. You only have 1. Hill interjected, "Joking aside, I genuinely cannot recall the last time we encountered a player as strong as Wei Dong. Was it Kobe, LeBron, Olajuwon, or perhaps Jordan? Jordan is universally acknowledged as the greatest of all time." Everyone had not pondered this question deeply before, but reflecting on it now, Wei Dong's prowess was strikingly reminiscent of Jordan's. When he first entered the NBA, Wei Dong scored 37 points in a single quarter, initially being labeled as a top shooter. However, as the games progressed, it became evident how versatile he truly was. He could defend from the 1 to the 5 positions, grab rebounds, block shots, dominate in one-on-one situations, and possessed elite shooting skills, perhaps even surpassing Jordan in that regard, especially since Jordan was not particularly adept at 3-point shooting. Nash remarked, "The main point is that we haven't yet witnessed Wei Dong's limits. Where do you think his ceiling truly lies?" "I have no idea." Wei Dong shook his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the praise, and laughed. "I say, could you all refrain from flattering me so excessively?" Nash and Iverson suddenly realized that in their fervor, They had forgotten the person they were praising was sitting right beside them. After a light late-night snack, the conversation among Wei Dong and the others remained lively. As they neared the end of their discussion, Gentry stated, "In the next game, Wei Dong, you'll still play the 4 position that we aim to conclude this series at home, given that the Suns had a lower regular season record than the Clippers. The first 2 games were held at the Clippers' home, while the last 2 would take place at the Suns Arena. Gentry's message was clear: wrap up the series in 4 games. All right. Wei Dong nodded in agreement. Nash smiled. Ever since Wei Dong returned, my confidence has soared. At least I no longer have to exert myself so much. Playing over 40 minutes in a game is becoming quite taxing on these old bones." Iverson chimed in with agreement. Gentry laughed. "I offered you rest, but you were unwilling." Hill expressed his eagerness. "I can hardly wait for the next game. It's becoming increasingly enjoyable." Everyone encouraged one another. Gentry remarked, "After the Clippers, the subsequent matches will only grow more challenging." Indeed, at this point, Wei Dong and the others adopted a more serious demeanor. Observing the current situation, the Suns' next opponents would either be the Lakers or the Thunder, both formidable teams. The potential Eastern Conference finalists were the Bulls and the Heat, neither of whom would be easy to contend with. The road to the championship remained arduous. Before Game 2 between the Clippers and the Suns commenced, the Suns were already contemplating their potential opponents in the Western Conference Finals. If Tyronn were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. As the second game began, Wei Dong finally returned to the court, and Gentry intentionally reminded him not to engage in any altercations. Wei Dong thought, "Am I really seen as a violent person?" The previous game's confrontation with Ho Hawk was justified, but the Clippers were generally amicable. The Suns' starting lineup consisted of Nash, Iverson, Wei Dong, Hill, and Gortat, while the Clippers fielded Paul, Griffin, Jordan, Martin, and Redick. Wei Dong continued to play the 4 position, much to Gortat's relief, as it significantly reduced his defensive burden in the prior game. He had to defend both Griffin and Jordan consecutively. During the regular season, the Clippers and Suns had faced off, and Wei Dong had previously defended Griffin, even delivering a memorable block. Afterward, he had apologized to Griffin, even referring to him as an idol, which had warmed Griffin's heart. This time, however, Wei Dong directly matched up against Griffin. Griffin was aware of Wei Dong's strength, perhaps even greater than his own, yet he still sought to prove himself worthy of the title idol in Wei Dong's eyes. Thus, at the game's onset, Griffin attempted to take on Wei Dong one-on-one. He dribbled between his legs and spun around. Griffin pushed against Wei Dong, but found himself unable to move him. Just how strong is Wei Dong? Faced with this impasse, Griffin had no choice but to pass the ball back to Paul and reposition himself for a new attempt. However, when the ball returned to Griffin, Wei Dong was right there again, causing Griffin to hurriedly shoot from mid-range, only to be disrupted by Wei Dong's defense. Had he been stopped? Witnessing this, Tyronn nearly lost his composure. Griffin was considered one of the top power forwards of the season. How could he find no solution against Wei Dong's defense? Wei Dong's defensive prowess was truly remarkable. They were even a foot apart in height. In the previous game, Gortat had managed to defend Griffin. But even so, Griffin had scored 32 points over him. With Wei Dong back, the Suns' interior defense had become astonishingly formidable. Tyronn felt an urge to throw his tactical board in frustration. How could they play now? On the other end, the Suns were on offense. Nash lobbed the ball to Wei Dong, who executed a dazzling footwork move to evade Griffin and scored effortlessly as he transitioned back on defense. Wei Dong remarked to Griffin, "Idol, come find me in the offseason. I'll teach you some interior footwork. This is not how a power forward plays," Griffin thought. He was among the top 3 power forwards of the season. Yet here he was being schooled by a shooting guard. Moreover, why was Wei Dong trying to encroach on the power forward's territory instead of focusing on his own position? When Griffin next faced Wei Dong with the ball, he began to taunt, "Little guy, you don't belong at the 4 position. You should stick to the 2, but my arms are long." Wei Dong shrugged, deftly stealing the ball from Griffin and sending it down the court to Iverson, who dashed forward to score with ease. After 6 minutes of the first quarter, the score stood at 7-19, with the Clippers managing only 7 points against the Suns' formidable interior presence of Wei Dong and Gortat, alongside the perimeter threats of Nash and Iverson. The first quarter concluded with the Suns leading 31-17 to the end of the second quarter. The score was 59-36 in favor of the Suns. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Suns led 103-62. Throughout the game, Paul struggled with his shooting, ending the third quarter with 11 points on 4 of 17 shooting, his lowest output in a long time. The Suns entered the fourth quarter with a commanding 41-point lead, and the game had entered garbage time. In the final quarter, neither team played their starters. After all, this was not a Game 7. Even in a Game 7, trailing by 41 points after 3 quarters, the main players would hardly catch up against the substitutes. Nevertheless, the Suns were on fire, with the entire team displaying remarkable shooting. Even with the starters, Wade Dong, Iverson, Nash, and Hill, on the bench, the Suns' reserves continued to extend their lead. Wade Dong grew increasingly uneasy, wishing to ease the pressure on the Suns' bench players. However, Gentry did not call for a timeout, and he could not shout from the sidelines, lest it embarrass the Clippers further in the final minute. Both teams ceased their efforts. Beep! The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the game. The final score was 147-89. The Clippers suffered a staggering defeat at home against the Suns, losing by a remarkable 58 points. Game statistics included Wade Dong with 29 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 7 blocks. Iverson with 22 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 0 blocks. Nash with 17 points, 6 rebounds, 17 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Griffin with 21 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, and Paul with 11 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 0 blocks. It was a resounding victory. However, post-game, the Suns players refrained from celebrating, as it seemed inappropriate in the moment and could invite backlash. Thus, once the game concluded, the Suns players retreated to the locker room for showers and interviews. Before catching a flight back to Phoenix that very night, on the plane, Wade Dong chastised the bench players, emphasizing that everyone in the league is competing for their livelihoods and they should have exercised restraint, especially considering the significant lead they had. Winning by 58 points is quite embarrassing for the Clippers, he remarked. The bench players felt aggrieved, expressing that they too had considered the situation, but the hoop had seemed as inviting as the ocean today, allowing shots to fall effortlessly. Warwick, I must criticize you as well, Wade Dong said, referring to a play where Warwick had blocked Crawford's shot instead of allowing him to pass. Warwick, glancing at the post-game statistics, retorted, Brother Dong, I merely blocked 1 shot. You're the one with 7 blocks today. Is that so? Wade Dong mused, realizing he had inadvertently accumulated 7 blocks. Dudley chuckled, you can't say it wasn't intentional. In the second quarter, you blocked DeAndre Jordan 3 times in a row. He was utterly flabbergasted. The bench players added, you claim we didn't tease up in the fourth quarter, but you scored the highest with 29 points. Can we really be compared? Wade Dong smirked, wearing a teasing expression. 29 points is nearly the lowest I've ever scored in my career. Everyone leaned back in disbelief, choosing to ignore what they dubbed Versailles Dong. Overall, the Suns were showing improved cohesion and relaxation, which was beneficial, as remaining tense off the court could adversely affect their performance. The Clippers were not a weak team, but the Suns were simply stronger at this juncture. Both Paul and Griffin were all-stars, especially Paul, who could not be expected to perform at the same level every night. That a loss by 58 points had become a stain on Paul's record. As Game 3 returned to the Suns' home court, Paul was determined to redeem himself with a commanding victory. Whenever the Suns played at home, Lee Jeje would be present at the sidelines as the players entered. The DJ announced, Number 7, Wade Dong. The home crowd erupted with enthusiasm as the game commenced. With the referee's whistle, the third game between the Clippers and the Suns was officially underway. Paul immediately displayed an intense desire to attack. First driving past Nash for a jump shot, then intercepting a pass from Nash and scoring on a fast break. The Clippers' energy shifted dramatically, their defense becoming relentless, mirroring the Suns' own defensive style. 3 minutes into the first quarter, the Suns committed a series of turnovers, allowing the Clippers to seize a 9-2 lead. Gentry called a timely timeout, aiming to strategize and adjust the players' focus while disrupting the Clippers' offensive rhythm. Get the ball to Wade Dong first, then space out to create one-on-one scoring opportunities for him, Gentry instructed. This tactic proved effective, as Wade Dong successfully executed 2 consecutive one-on-ones against Griffin upon returning from the timeout. Defending Wade Dong proved challenging, He could exploit any proximity to the basket with his dreamlike footwork, while maintaining a formidable presence from distance with his three-point shooting. The score shifted to 6-9, with the Suns closing the gap to just 3 points. However, the Clippers' scoring threat Griffin was effectively contained by Wei Dong. Nonetheless, Paul was having an exceptional game, keeping the score closely contested, with 2.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The score stood at 107-109, with the Suns trailing by 2. The players on the court for the Suns were Nash, Iverson, Wei Dong, Fry, and Dudley. Nash orchestrated the offense and spotted Wei Dong slipping to the corner, delivering the ball just as Wei Dong arrived. Without hesitation, Wei Dong launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball found nothing but net, bringing the score to 110-109 in favor of the Suns on the next possession. Jordan's hook shot missed, and Nash retrieved the rebound, quickly passing to Wei Dong, who was just outside the three-point line. He confidently took another three-pointer. Swish! The ball again found its mark, extending the lead to 113-109. Following a turnover by the Clippers, Iverson intercepted the ball and fed it to Wei Dong under the basket. Without a moment's thought, he dribbled out to the three-point line, pivoted, and launched another shot. Swish! 3 points. The DJ's voice echoed through the arena. The Suns surged ahead by 7 points, 116-109, with just 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, prompting Tyronn to call a timeout. After the break, Paul responded with 2 consecutive three-pointers, injecting life into the Clippers. However, Wei Dong and Fry each countered with a 3 of their own, leaving the score at 122-115 with just 31 seconds left. Reluctantly, the Clippers resorted to a fouling strategy. But the Suns' high free throw percentage rendered this tactic nearly futile as the final whistle blew. The score read 127-118 that the Suns triumphed once more over the Clippers, taking a commanding 3-0 lead in the series. Game statistics showed Wei Dong with 43 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. Iverson with 19 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. Nash with 27 points, 3 rebounds, 16 assists, and 1 steal. Griffin with 21 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. And Paul with 42 points, 6 rebounds, 11 assists, and 3 steals. Despite Paul's impressive performance of over 40 points and 10 assists, it could not halt the Suns' rising dominance, leaving the Clippers facing the brink of elimination. Historically in the NBA, there have been instances of teams overcoming a 0-3 deficit, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare that on the other side of the West, the Lakers faced the Thunder, with the series standing at 2-3 after the Lakers' loss in a pivotal game. Fortunately, Game 6 would take place at the Lakers' home court point 2 days later. The Suns and Clippers prepared for Game 4. If the Clippers were to lose again, they would be left to ponder their fate from the comfort of their homes. This game saw the arena in the West filled to capacity, with even owner Sal in attendance. Understanding that Lee Judge was present to watch Wei Dong play, he arranged for a luxury handbag to be gifted to her as a gesture of goodwill, recognizing the importance of winning over those close to Wei Dong. Regrettably, when the bag was presented to Lee Judge, she politely declined, simply thanking Sal for the offer. Not pressing the issue, Sal understood the potential negative repercussions of pushing the gift upon her, as it might provoke her discontent. The handbag was indeed quite expensive. Daisy, witnessing Sal's departure, remarked to Lee Judge, "I have one of those too, worth over $700,000. Many international stars favor this brand, and it even features a 10-carat white diamond." "Yes, that's so." Lee Judge simply smiled, carrying a modest backpack she had brought from China, devoid of makeup and filled only with books or study materials for her exams. In comparison to those extravagant luxury handbags priced in the hundreds of thousands, this backpack, costing only a few hundred, is indeed quite affordable. However, she has a particular fondness for this backpack, as it was a gift from Wei Dong when they first began their romantic relationship. At that time, both were students with limited financial means. It is said that Wei Dong had saved up for this backpack by subsisting on his roommate's meals for half a month, which is why she intends to use it indefinitely. Upon seeing Lee Judge's backpack, Deis remarked, "But your bag is also quite beautiful." Indeed, Lee Judge nodded, expressing her joy. "It was the first gift Wei Dong gave me." Deis rested her chin on her hands, her face filled with envy, exclaiming, "No wonder you don't care for the bag that Sal sent you. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't either. The fourth match commenced. Given the youthfulness of the team, the Clippers, trailing 0-3, had lost their spirit, with only Paul maintaining his determination. Yet against the formidable Suns, Paul's resolve alone was insufficient from the onset of the game. The Suns' outside shooting was unstoppable, and Wade Dong dominated the paint as if it were a private domain. Half a quarter in, the Clippers found themselves down by more than 10 points. Paul shouted at his teammates in frustration. But it was to no avail. No one on the Clippers could contain Wade Dong. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both Iverson and Nash were substituted out for a breather, only to return in the latter half of the second quarter. Even so, by the end of the first half, the score read 56-38, with the Suns leading the Clippers by 18 points. As the second half began, Wade Dong and Iverson reignited their offensive onslaught, effectively shattering the hopes of a comeback. Paul, despite his reluctance, ultimately conceded defeat once more, missing out on the Western Conference Finals. Beep! The referee blew the final whistle. The score was 109-93. The Suns swept the Clippers 4-0, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. MVP, MVP, MVP. The resounding chant echoed throughout the Western Conference arena as the Suns celebrated their triumphant entry into the finals. Much to the delight of not only the players but also the fans, especially those who witnessed the sweep on home turf. Paul felt a sense of relief, as did Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. On the court, rivals became friends off the court, with Clippers players embracing their Suns counterparts in congratulations. That I truly regret this, Paul said as he shook hands with Wade Dong. 2 months ago, the president sent your information to 30 teams. And only the Suns offered you a 10-day contract. If I could turn back time, I would persuade the team to spare no expense in signing you. After Yao Ming's retirement, China's interest in the NBA had waned. When Stern received Wade Dong's resume, it was primarily due to his Chinese heritage that he decided to circulate it among the 30 teams, hoping to rekindle interest in the Chinese market. For China is indeed the most powerful nation in the world. However, most team managers dismissed the resume, tossing it into the trash, except for the Suns, who extended a contract to Wade Dong. Moreover, when Wade Dong's 10-day contract expired, numerous teams expressed interest in signing him, but they hesitated at the Suns' $5 million offer. Little did they know that when Wade Dong led the Suns to a championship, they would surely lament their decision. A player capable of delivering a qualitative change to a team deserves any contract they are offered. Your contract is expiring this summer, isn't it? Paul inquired. Yes. Are you interested in joining the Clippers? Paul attempted to recruit Wade Dong. That I will persuade the management to offer you a max contract, and we can strive for the championship together. Let us discuss that later, Wade Dong replied, scratching his head. Recruitment usually comes from the winning side. You just lost to me. Where do you find the confidence to recruit me? All right, let us exchange numbers, Paul suggested. After they shared contact information, Wade Dong smiled and said, if you find yourself struggling in the future, feel free to come to the Suns. I'll gift you a championship trophy. Paul paused for a moment before replying, a championship that ISNT earned ISNT worth having. Ah, Wade Dong shrugged. In youth, one may not appreciate the sweetness of soft rice, mistakenly thinking that youth is a time for reckless pursuits. Rejecting a free championship, does Paul not realize that my goal is a decade of consecutive victories? In the next 10 years, the only thing that could prevent Wade Dong from achieving 10 consecutive championships is the potential collapse of the NBA. Players engaged in conversations with one another while reporters entered the scene for interviews. One reporter sought to interview Wade Dong, but he was monopolized by Paul. After Paul departed, Griffin approached Wade Dong to exchange contact information. Dong-gu, please stop calling me your idol, Griffin said to Wade Dong. I feel unworthy. That cannot be, Wade Dong reassured him. Once an idol, always an idol. You will forever be my idol. Your words move me greatly, Griffin exclaimed, pulling Wade Dong into an embrace from this day forth. I, Griffin, shall be your brother. Please, 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 Wade Dong pushed Griffin away. Being brothers is fine, but let us keep the physical contact to a minimum. My girlfriend is watching from the sidelines. Don't unleash your enthusiasm on me. After chatting with a few role players from the Clippers, Wade Dong finally seized the opportunity for an interview. Wade Dong, how do you think the Suns performed in this series? The Clippers are a team deserving of respect. Paul and Griffin are my good friends at in a game. There are winners and losers. The Suns are the first team to reach the semifinals. That MY teammates are exceptional. Iverson, Nash, Fry, Dudley, Hill, everyone is working diligently for the championship. Given the Suns' lack of expectation during the regular season, they have now emerged as championship contenders. The addition of Iverson and myself has certainly brought some changes to the team, but primarily it is the hard work of my teammates that has made the difference. You will become a free agent this summer. Have you considered staying with the Suns or switching to another team? I certainly wish to remain with the Suns, but I won't dwell on such matters until the season concludes. Our goal is the championship. Thank you, Wei Dong. With those words, the interview drew to a close. This interview was conducted by a television station and was live, so Wei Dong's responses were relatively formal, merely providing straightforward answers that on a prominent Chinese basketball forum, a certain website experienced a surge in traffic whenever the Suns played. The site also featured a ranking of players based on popularity. Wei Dong skyrocketed to the top of the list with a popularity score of 99.7, leaving only a mysterious 0.3 unaccounted for. There will always be those who seek to stand out, a phenomenon that exists at all times. Wang Xiaoming, a sophomore this year, is an avid fan. He often finds himself embroiled in arguments with his girlfriend over his obsession with basketball, leading to conflicts where she insists he choose between her and the game. Since Wei Dong joined the NBA, he has become Wang Xiaoming's ultimate idol. After Wei Dong scored 37 points in a single quarter, Wang Xiaoming excitedly bragged to his girlfriend for 3 hours. It wasn't until she had to endure his enthusiasm that she reluctantly agreed to watch the highlights of the fourth quarter with him. For reasons unknown, after viewing the highlights, Wang Xiaoming's girlfriend suddenly ceased to oppose his basketball-watching habits and even joined him in watching. Following the Suns' Game 4 victory over the Clippers, his girlfriend asked, "When does the Suns' next game start?" Wang Xiaoming explained, "The time hasn't been determined yet. We need to wait for the Lakers and Thunder game to conclude. Make sure to remind me to watch the Suns game together," she insisted, "or I will break up with you." Wang Xiaoming, intrigued, replied, "Zhang Xiaohua, why have you stopped opposing my basketball watching?" Zhang Xiaohua retorted, "I just don't oppose you watching the Suns games." Wei Dong is a Chinese player, so of course, we should support him. It definitely not, because Wei Dong is handsome. Wang Xiaoming asked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua's face flushed instantly as she pushed Wang Xiaoming away. "Why are you looking at me like that? So annoying." At that moment, Wang Xiaoming was suddenly overcome with a twinge of sourness. In the second round of the playoffs, only the Suns had advanced to the semifinals. The Lakers and the Thunder had dragged the series into a decisive Game 7 AS for the Eastern Conference. Both the Heat and the Bulls held a commanding 3-1 lead. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, these two teams were poised to meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. The identity of the Suns' opponent, whether it would be the Lakers or the Thunder, remained uncertain. Thus, the Suns needed to prepare for both contingencies. During the regular season, their record against both teams was 1-3, with the victory over the Lakers secured by a last-second shot from Wei Dong. As for the win against the Thunder, Wei Dong had yet to join the league. Nonetheless, Wei Dong was now unstoppable, bolstered by the addition of Iverson. Facing either of these teams, the Suns brimmed with confidence, eagerly awaiting a resolution to their matchup before commencing the Western Conference Finals. 3 days later, the dust settled on all the second-round matches. Wei Dong had grown accustomed to this parallel world, which bore many differences from his previous life. In the nail-biting Game 7, Kobe Bryant delivered a 3-point buzzer beater with just 2 seconds remaining, leading the Lakers to a narrow 119-118 victory over the Thunder. Consequently, the matchups for the Eastern and Western Conference Finals were finalized. Western Conference, Suns versus Lakers. Eastern Conference, Bulls versus Heat. Had Wei Dong not entered the league, the most anticipated matchup would likely have been the clash of 23 versus 24. However, in China, fans harbored a singular thought: Suns for the championship, 7 versus 23, 7 versus 24. Wasn't that more thrilling than 23 versus 24? Wei Dong's jersey number was 7. Prior to the game, Gentry had devised specific tactics against the Lakers roster. During practice, he had the players rehearse these strategies several times, yet something fell amiss. After much deliberation, Gentry concluded that the best tactic was to entrust the ball to Wei Dong for isolation plays. 2 days later, the Suns flew once more to Los Angeles, Staples Center, a venue favored by the Suns. was met with a less-than-warm reception from the fans, who felt disgraced after the Suns had recently triumphed over the Clippers twice. As the Suns re-entered Staples Center, they were greeted by a chorus of boos. In stark contrast, the home crowd erupted in cheers as the Lakers took the court, eager for their team to reclaim honor by decisively defeating the Suns. The visiting fans were decidedly unfriendly. Wei Dong smiled faintly. Before the game commenced, there was no exchange of pleasantries between the players of the Lakers and the Suns. The Suns' starting lineup included Wei Dong, Nash, Iverson, Hill, and Gortat, while the Lakers fielded Kobe, Bynum, Gasol, Fisher, and Blake. Wei Dong continued to play the power forward position, the most suitable strategy for the Suns at present. Thus, on paper, the Suns' strength was not inferior to that of the Lakers, the point guard position. Nash versus Fisher was a resounding victory for the Suns. At shooting guard, Iverson versus Blake was another triumph. At small forward, Hill faced off against Kobe, a complete defeat. At power forward, Wei Dong matched up with Gasol. Yet another success. At center, Gortat took on Bynum. Of course, the game could not be reduced to mere positional comparisons. For instance, Kobe was a swingman who could be considered either shooting guard or small forward. And in their prime, Iverson and Kobe were nearly evenly matched. As the game was about to begin, Gortat and Bynum prepared for the jump ball. Standing beside Kobe, Wei Dong remarked with a smile, "Idol, it's good to see you again, Kobe, his gaze fixed on the referee's hands holding the basketball, coldly acknowledged Wei Dong, asserting his dominance on home turf. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air as the ball was tossed into the sky. At that moment, Wei Dong's expression shifted, becoming even more frigid than Kobe's. Gortat tapped the ball to Nash, and the Lakers quickly retreated on defense. Defense! Defense! The arena erupted with the synchronized chants of the fans. As Wei Dong settled into position, Nash swiftly passed the ball to him. Facing Gasol's defense, Wei Dong chose not to employ his signature dream shake, but rather powered through Gasol, leaping directly towards the basket. Bang! The basketball was emphatically slammed through the hoop. 2. The Suns scored first. Gasol rubbed his chest, bewildered by Wei Dong's strength. He appeared rather unassuming, yet was remarkably powerful, making it impossible for Gasol to withstand his charge. The Lakers mounted their offense, with Fisher bringing the ball past half-court before delivering it to Kobe. Confronted by Hill's defense, Kobe executed 2 swift crossovers, creating a small separation before launching a fadeaway jumper. Hill lunged for a block, the ball grazing his fingertips, leaving him uncertain whether he had made contact. Swish! The ball seamlessly swished through the net. 2. Kobe responded to Wei Dong's score, asserting that this was his domain. One where no one was allowed to act with impunity. The Suns' offensive tempo was rapid, before the Lakers could establish their defense. Nash sent the ball forward, and Iverson, facing Bynum's interior defense, drove to the basket and scored. 4. As the first quarter commenced, both teams exhibited exceptional shooting touch, with the score continuously alternating. Gasol, against Wei Dong's defense, managed to exploit his height advantage to score on 2 occasions, yet more often than not. He opted to pass, hampered by Wei Dong's relentless pressure. Conversely, Wei Dong maneuvered effortlessly, having taken 6 shots, all against Gasol in the post, with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Wei Dong had scored 12 points on 6 attempts. 26-29. The Lakers trailed the Suns by 3 points. Nash and Iverson exited for a breather, yet Kobe remained on the court, as did Wei Dong. Wei Dong transitioned from the power forward position back to point guard. In practice, the Suns had often adjusted to Wei Dong's role changes. Having such a versatile teammate was both a burden and a blessing. Fisher returned to the bench, and the Lakers now featured Barnes on the floor, a player notorious for his antics, yet he had briefly shared time with Nash as a teammate upon entering the game. Barnes, while defending Wei Dong, showed no regard for their past camaraderie, relentlessly taunting him with trash talk. Such provocations did little to shake Wei Dong's composure. With a couple of deft moves, he breezed past Barnes and executed a pull-up jumper. Even as the ball soared through the air, Wei Dong turned and sprinted back toward the defensive end, shrugging at the pursuing Barnes and declaring, "You can't guard me, kid, swish." The ball sailed through the net. Even when the Lakers were on offense, Barnes clung to Wei Dong, continuing his tirade of insults. "You're so damn annoying." Wei Dong chuckled coldly, suddenly inquiring, "How is your wife doing with Fisher?" That question momentarily stunned Barnes. In the NBA, it was common to hurl insults and make personal remarks about family. However, Wei Dong's concern for his wife and teammate was an unprecedented approach. Yet, Barnes had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter. How did Wei Dong know? Barnes ceased his incessant chatter, and Wei Dong, feigning innocence, remarked, "Finally, some peace and quiet." The first quarter concluded, 30-33. The Lakers trailed the Suns by 3 points. Wei Dong was the Suns' most efficient player, scoring 14 points on 7-for-7 shooting in the first quarter. Just as no one could limit Kobe on the Suns, there was likewise no one on the Lakers capable of containing Wei Dong. In Wei Dong's debut game in the league against the Lakers, he had scored 37 points in a single quarter, setting an NBA record. However, that match had remained uncertain until the final second ticked away. One reason was that Wei Dong had not entered the game until the fourth quarter, and another was that initially, the Lakers underestimated him, playing lackadaisically on defense. This time, the Suns would not wait until the fourth quarter to deploy Wei Dong. And they had the added strength of Iverson. As the second quarter commenced, Gentry made some adjustments to the lineup. Iverson returned to the court after resting for just a minute and a half, while Nash remained on the bench. This represented another tactical approach for the Suns. The dynamic duo. Prior to the playoffs, Wei Dong had discussed this strategy with Gentry, agreeing that unless the game entered garbage time, he would remain on the floor, as he truly did not require rest. The offensive prowess of the dynamic duo proved overwhelming, leaving the Lakers struggling to respond, particularly after Barnes had exited the game. He had evidently whispered something to Fisher, and upon re-entering, he resorted to a gambling-style defense against Wei Dong, which afforded Wei Dong numerous scoring opportunities and widened the score gap. Kobe immediately shed his warm-up jacket, demanding to re-enter the game. Once on the court, he pointed an accusatory finger at Barnes, exclaiming, "If you can play, play. If you can't, get off the court." Barnes harbored a profound fear of Kobe, a sentiment that served to calm him. 4 minutes into the second quarter, the Suns deployed their full starting lineup, with Wei Dong returning to the power forward position. That Yu Jia remarked that this strategic shift by the Suns left the Lakers at a distinct disadvantage. Coach Zhang observed that such tactics were fundamentally flawed, as relying on Wei Dong alone, as if he were two players, would greatly deplete his stamina. That Yu Jia conceded that when Wei Dong occupied the 4th spot, the Suns exhibited their greatest prowess. Coach Zhang noted that with Iverson and Wei Dong occupying overlapping positions, the Suns required a star-caliber power forward to allow Wei Dong to revert to his more familiar shooting guard role. Yu Jia affirmed this, stating that Wei Dong's true expertise lay in the 2 position, and he was making sacrifices for the team. Coach Zhang expressed eager anticipation for the face-off between Kobe and Wei Dong. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Suns made another adjustment. Iverson took a breather, and Wei Dong returned to the 2 position. It was undeniable that this style of play demanded immense physical exertion. Were it not for the stamina pills, Wei Dong would have hesitated to engage in such a manner. Transitioning to the 2 position, Wei Dong directly matched up against Kobe. The fans watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Star matchups were their favorite spectacle. In the first quarter, Iverson and Kobe had exchanged a few direct confrontations, but Iverson's prime was long behind him. Any playoff brilliance he displayed was merely a testament to his relentless pursuit of a championship. However, facing Kobe proved to be a struggle for Iverson. Kobe dribbled, signaling his teammates to spread the floor, intent on isolating Wei Dong. The best response to provocation was a direct counter, prompting Wei Dong to signal his teammates to refrain from double-teaming. Kobe slightly bent his knees, shifting the ball from his left hand to his right, then back again, while Wei Dong squared up, his eyes locked onto the basketball. With a feint, he accelerated, driving to the basket. Kobe took a step forward, but was matched by Wei Dong, forcing Kobe to resort to a back-to-basket move. After 2 shoulder fakes, he spun and executed a fadeaway jumper. This move was anticipated by Wei Dong. He leapt in time, fingertips grazing the ball. Bam! The basketball ricocheted off the rim and flew out. He blocked it. The fans watching the broadcast cheered with exhilaration. Nash secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Wei Dong. Wei Dong brought the ball to the 3-point line as the Suns players cleared the way. Star matchups were the most invigorating aspect of the game. Against Kobe's defense, Wei Dong opted for his signature crossover. Iverson had previously stated that he and Wei Dong executed the crossover better than anyone in the league, yet it was even more formidable in Wei Dong's hands. Wei Dong dribbled past Kobe along the baseline. Charging toward the basket, approaching the rim, Wei Dong did not hesitate, leaping directly upward as Kobe closed in, with Gasol also leaping in an attempt to block him. However, Wei Dong glided from one side of the rim to the other in mid-air, using a deft pull-up to evade both Kobe and Gasol's blocks, and in front of the captivated crowd, he slammed the basketball into the hoop. Thud! This was Kobe's signature dunk, and in this moment, it was resurrected in Wei Dong's hands. What a play! The fans erupted in cheers once more. Unwilling to concede, Kobe faced Wei Dong again, launching a quick three-pointer. Swish! It found nothing but net, a trailing three-pointer. This was Wei Dong's forte, and he immediately retaliated. Thus, Wei Dong and Kobe engaged in a thrilling exchange for 4 consecutive possessions. The fans could hardly contain their excitement that in those 4 exchanges, Kobe scored 8 points while Wei Dong netted 10, which indicated a slight victory for Wei Dong in this duel. Yet, the fans understood that Wei Dong had not fully unleashed his potential, for he still had the capacity to play the 4 position. Something Kobe could not do as the first half concluded. The score stood at 57-65, with the Lakers trailing the Suns by 8 points in the Suns' locker room. Players continued to revel in the spectacle of Wei Dong and Kobe's duel during the second quarter. Kobe's competitive spirit was fierce, and after losing to Dong Go, he surely felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Losing to others could be acceptable, but succumbing to Dong Go was a different matter entirely. In one-on-one scenarios, no one in the league could rival Dong Go, as he had even played against bald boys. Dudley quipped, and while the initial comments were lighthearted, the latter remark struck a dissonant chord with Wei Dong, prompting him to shush Dudley. Gentry's primary concern was the impact of the constant positional shifts on Wei Dong's stamina. However, observing Wei Dong's condition, it seemed he was unfazed by the situation. Thus, during halftime, Gentry elaborated on the second half's tactics. Currently, the Suns' weakest link compared to other teams was arguably the coaching staff, yet Gentry remained unconcerned. After all, he had Wei Dong, Nash, and Iverson on his roster, and these 3 could alleviate many challenges on the court. As the second half commenced, the Suns and Lakers engaged in a tug-of-war for the score. The 8-point deficit persisted until the end of the third quarter. Wei Dong played the entirety of 3 quarters without resting for a single minute, at which point both Gentry and Yu Jia, along with Coach Zhang, began to worry about Wei Dong's stamina. Yes, they had noted the constant positional changes, Wei Dong transitioning from power forward to point guard, then to shooting guard and back to power forward, exponentially increased the toll on his endurance. Even the league's most physically gifted athletes would find such persistence challenging. During the third quarter timeout, Wei Dong began to feel a hint of fatigue. While he could likely push through the fourth quarter without issue, it was ultimately a risky endeavor. Each point in the fourth quarter held immense significance. Contemplating the final moments, utilizing the luck potion would also deplete his talent points, just as using the stamina pill would. Alternatively, he could wait until the last few minutes when fatigue set in to use it, but the depletion of talent points would remain the same as long as they secured victory. Those expended talent points would be regained. Hence, before re-entering the game, Wei Dong opted to exchange for a blue stamina pill. All of these system rewards were intangible. With a mere thought, he could activate them after spending talent points. As the 7th minute approached, all players, including Kobe, began to see a decline in their shooting percentages. Yet Wei Dong's condition remained unchanged. Yu Jia was left in awe. What kind of stamina was this? After playing for 42 minutes, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. The ancient beast, Jean de Shuai, could hardly compare to Wei Dong's endurance. Gentry, witnessing Wei Dong's continued vigor, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he need not worry about Wei Dong taking breaks in the future. When the game reached its final 3 minutes, if a team's star players still had ample stamina, the outcome of the match lost its suspense. Beep! As the head referee blew the final whistle, the score settled at 117-131. The Lakers succumbed to the Suns on their home court. The Lakers players wore expressions of disappointment, with Kobe's face reflecting discontent as he retreated to the locker room. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 43 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks. Kobe, 36 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks Nash. 19 points, 3 rebounds, 12 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks Gasol. 11 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 0 steals. 1 block Iverson. 21 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, 0 blocks Bynum. 17 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks. Gasol's performance was the most dismal as he struggled immensely under Wei Dong's defensive prowess. Repeatedly thwarted in his offensive efforts and blocked twice by Wei Dong. Wei Dong's remarkable stamina was no secret. This style of play had only emerged during the matchup against the Clippers. However, the Suns had swept the Clippers in 4 games, winning each with ease, and Wei Dong had not even participated in the first game. Thus, everyone recognized that while this style was exhausting, it was not a cause for alarm. Yet in this matchup, Wei Dong played a full 48 minutes, consistently matching up defensively against both Kobe and Gasol. Such stamina was a rarity in the league. Hill circled behind Wei Dong, scrutinizing him closely, and inquired, "Aren't you tired?" "Tired? How could I not be?" Wei Dong panted heavily, retorting, "Can you play the entire game without fatigue?" Hill replied, "But you seem to be holding up quite well." Wei Dong chuckled, "Brother, please consider our ages. How can my stamina possibly compare to yours? Would you like to undergo a urine test?" Hill jested. "Have you seen this ball?" Wei Dong kicked the ball at his feet, learn from it, and roll away smoothly. "Would you? What a delightful jest." Hill chuckled and simply walked away. The NBA seldom conducts drug tests on players, as it is a sport that demands high technical proficiency, and the influence of performance-enhancing drugs on the game is rather minimal. Random tests may occur during the regular season, while urine tests are more common during the playoffs, yet not entirely comprehensive. However, Hill's words proved prophetic. Shortly after the game concluded, officials arrived to notify all players about the impending drug tests. Before the test, Wei Dong felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, when the results were released the following day, there was nothing amiss. It seems that the performance-enhancing substances rewarded by the system are indeed benign and devoid of harmful side effects. On the third day at the Staples Center, the Lakers faced off against the Suns in Game 2 in the NBA. Only 2 teams can be rightfully deemed dynasties, the Lakers and the Celtics. This arena has birthed countless championships and witnessed innumerable superstars in their prime. But as the game commenced, the Suns faltered with 2 consecutive failed 3-point attempts, whereas the Lakers were on fire, after sinking 3 consecutive shots. Iverson missed yet another mid-range jumper. 0-6. The Suns were trailing by 6 points. Once again, it was the Suns' turn to attack. Nash attempted to pass to Wei Dong, but Wei Dong found himself double-teamed by Gasol and Bynum. The Lakers' strategy was unmistakably clear. They would concede to Gortat while focusing their efforts on stifling Wei Dong. Even if Gortat found his touch, it mattered not. The priority was to prevent Wei Dong from receiving the ball with ease. Unable to receive the pass, Wei Dong opted to take matters into his own hands, attempting a layup that veered off the mark. Under the pressure of Bynum and Gasol's defense, Wei Dong managed to wrestle the rebound away and passed it to Iverson on the perimeter. Perhaps due to the relentless intensity of consecutive matches, Iverson struggled to find his rhythm and missed yet another shot. Gentry called for a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Wei Dong employed his elusive footwork to score twice in the paint. But it did little to halt the Suns' downward spiral. The first quarter concluded with a score of 29-17. The Suns had managed a mere 17 points, 11 of which were scored by Wei Dong, while contending with Gasol and Bynum's formidable defense. The Suns' role players were unable to find their rhythm, and with Iverson performing poorly tonight, the Suns were left hanging by the threads of Wei Dong and Nash, as the point deficit continued to widen. In the second half, Wei Dong abandoned the paint and shifted to the shooting guard position. The Suns needed to close the gap. Yet upon reaching the perimeter, the fans were taken aback. Kobe and Blake teamed up to double-team Wei Dong. It was unheard of for a player to be double-teamed by Kobe after all these years. Unfortunately, the Suns' role players were unable to find their mark, and finally, in the last 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Suns conceded the game, 109-92. The Lakers defended their home court and secured victory over the Suns, leveling the series at 1-1. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 37 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals. 3 blocks Kobe, 31 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Nash, 27 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Gasol, 29 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks. Iverson played only 21 minutes, shooting 3 of 11 for 6 points. While the Suns' total of 92 points saw 64 scored by Wade Dong and Nash alone. Aside from the two of them, the rest of the Suns players combined for a mere 28 points. After the game, the bench players were somewhat disheartened. Throughout the match, Wade Dong faced relentless double teams, notably from Kobe and Gasol. When playing the power forward position, Bynum and Gasol would double team him, and when he shifted to shooting guard, Blake and Kobe would do the same. Gasol's involvement was expected, but it was astonishing to see the proud Kobe accept help from a teammate in defending against Wade Dong. Wade Dong's shooting percentage plummeted to 9 out of 26 due to the double teams. At that moment, aside from Nash, if another player from the Suns had stepped up, perhaps they would have had a chance at victory. Wade Dong reassured his teammates, saying, "It's just one loss. Why the long faces? Besides, we still have home court advantage. Let us prepare well and put forth our best effort in the next game." "Sorry, Donga," his teammates expressed, feeling remorseful for not being able to assist him and Iverson. Wade Dong furrowed his brow, questioning if their recent string of victories had made them too complacent. "You can't even accept one loss?" "That's not it," his teammates attempted to explain. Gentry approached, stating, "Enough of this talk. Forget about this game, reset your mindset, and let us win the next one." The Suns players felt dejected because they had performed poorly that evening. Wade Dong drew the entirety of the opposing team's defensive focus, leaving them with numerous open shots that seemed impossible to convert, as if the rim had been fitted with a cover. During the post-game press conference, Gentry refrained from admonishing his players in front of the media. Wade Dong kept his comments brief during his interview, and the press conference concluded swiftly. It must be noted that since the IC ceased to disrupt proceedings, the post-game interviews have become significantly more orderly. The day following their defeat to the Lakers, Wade Dong arrived at the gym for practice and was taken aback to find his teammates had already arrived, after flying back the previous night. Wade Dong assumed his teammates would be home, catching up on sleep, only to realize he was the last to arrive. "Are you all taking this too seriously?" Wade Dong remarked, observing his teammates diligently practicing their shots. Lopez quipped, "We accept defeat, but we cannot accept a loss due to our own poor performance. Keep practicing." Wade Dong encouraged that he moved aside to lift weights, believing that sharpening one's skills, even at the last moment, is still beneficial. As practice neared its conclusion, Iverson and Warwick engaged in a few rounds of one-on-one, which filled Wade Dong with envy. However, he refrained from participating in one-on-one games with his teammates, as he had already exhausted their potential. Noticing Wade Dong idling, Gortat and Lopez approached him. "Dongo, will you teach us the dream shake?" Interested in learning, Wade Dong inquired with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "Then I shall teach you." The superstar skill package Wade Dong had acquired was not solely for his use. He was well versed in the intricacies of the techniques and could easily impart them to others. The extent of their proficiency would ultimately depend on their innate talent. Many players sought to learn the dream shake due to its practicality and accessibility for those of average talent. Unlike Iverson's crossover, which requires exceptional agility to execute effectively, the dream shake could be mastered by those with less dynamic ability. Wade Dong generously offered hands-on instruction to Gortat and Lopez. The move begins with a drive towards the basket, first faking the defender by pulling the ball to the upper right side to shift their weight, then executing a deceptive fake shot to create space before pivoting back for a layup. As Wade Dong demonstrated, he emphasized the critical aspects of the move. The pivot must be pronounced enough to mislead the defender, and hesitation during the layup could easily result in a block from the defense. After the explanation, Wade Dong showcased the technique to Gortat. This form of direct teaching proved far superior to merely watching instructional videos, and Gortat and Lopez were highly attentive. Wade Dong added, "Although you both may lack exceptional talent, hard work can compensate for shortcomings. Spend the summer perfecting this move." Gortat muttered, while Lopez echoed, "Are you saying it will take an entire summer to master one move?" Gortat suddenly inquired, "Donga, how long did it take you to learn this?" "Actually, it took me quite a while." Wade Dong pretended to ponder, "At least a day to master it." Gortat and Lopez exchanged incredulous looks. In that moment, Gortat felt a wave of self-doubt sweep over him. Wishing to distance himself from the overly modest Dong-gu, Wei Dong remained oblivious to Gortat's feelings, convinced he had been sufficiently modest, had he claimed to have learned it in a mere glance. How might Gortat's confidence in basketball have been affected? 2 days later, the Suns hosted the Lakers for Game 3. The Suns players emerged from the shadow of their previous defeat, fully prepared to face the Lakers' challenge. Beep! With the referee's whistle, the third playoff game between the Lakers and Suns officially commenced. The lineups remained unchanged, except that it was now the Suns' home court, with Lee Judge seated at the sidelines. Beatla! 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 The arena reverberated with a synchronized chant. Nash dribbled the ball into the front court and passed it to Iverson, who, upon receiving, relayed it to Wei Dong. As Wei Dong caught the ball, the Lakers' interior defense immediately collapsed. Gortat cut into the paint. Wei Dong executed a bounce pass, and the basketball landed in Gortat's hands. Faced with an unguarded hoop, Gortat leapt for a thunderous dunk. Bang! The ball was emphatically slammed into the rim. The home crowd erupted in ecstasy. The Suns commenced the game with a flawless execution, with 4 out of 5 players touching the ball. Their offense flowed seamlessly, yet they maintained a serious demeanor on defense, while Kobe relied on his extraordinary individual prowess to score. However, the Lakers' other players found their attempts thwarted repeatedly. The most frustrated among them was Gasol. Throughout his years in the sport, Gasol had often faced criticism from fans for his perceived softness. He had relentlessly sought to alter this perception. Yet, after being matched up against Wei Dong, this flaw seemed to be magnified. Gasol was physically larger and significantly taller than Wei Dong, yet Wei Dong possessed immense strength and impressive vertical leap. And he was unfazed by any fakes. Gasol failed to convert several consecutive offensive attempts, even getting blocked by Wei Dong once. This stark contrast in height and build only served to amplify Gasol's shortcomings, eliciting cheers from Suns fans while Lakers fans shook their heads in dismay. The score was 36-27 at the end of the first quarter, with the Suns leading by 9 points. As the second quarter commenced, Wei Dong remained on the court. The most vexing issue for Lakers coach Brown and his players was Wei Dong's stamina. Despite leading by 9 points after the first quarter, Wei Dong refused to take a break. It seemed as if he prepared to play the full game every time. Truly inhuman. Brown was so frustrated he nearly smashed his clipboard. Why couldn't Wei Dong take a moment to rest? Being a young player, he seemed unperturbed by the risk of injury. At this juncture, neither Kobe nor Gasol was on the floor, and Iverson had also taken a breather. Wei Dong returned to the shooting guard position, his familiar territory, making him even more challenging to guard. Barnes, defending Wei Dong, continued to chatter incessantly, declaring, "You will not break through my defense." Wei Dong pointed to Barnes' right side. "I will break through from over there." Barnes' eyes widened. This was quite audacious. However, after Wei Dong spoke, he executed a swift change of direction and accelerated past Barnes on his right, did a sudden stop and jump shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, just like crossing a road in the morning. Wei Dong grinned at Barnes. Barnes clenched his fists and let out a furious roar. He was on the brink of explosion, yearning to pummel Wei Dong. Yet the matter was far from over. Barnes clung to Wei Dong in defense. But after receiving the ball, Wei Dong pointed to a spot beyond the three-point line, announcing, "You see that? I'm going to shoot from there." Following this, he stepped back to the indicated position. Barnes rushed over and collided with Wei Dong as he shot. Beep! The referee's whistle signaled a defensive foul on Barnes. Swish! The basketball went in steadily. Three-point play. The arena resonated once more with the fans' harmonious chant. Rising from the floor, Wei Dong ignored Barnes entirely, merely mocking with such defensive prowess. How do you manage to survive in the NBA? To Wei Dong, Barnes' foul seemed non-existent, which was precisely what tormented Barnes the most, being utterly disregarded. After making the free throw, Wei Dong prompted Brown to adjust the lineup. Kobe and Gasol returned to the floor, unable to sit idly by as the deficit neared 20 points if they trailed by 20 at halftime. Clawing back in the second half would prove arduous. Upon Gasol's return, Wei Dong continued playing the shooting guard, alleviating some pressure off Gasol in the paint, allowing him to finally score. He had only managed 2 out of 7 attempts in the first quarter against Wei Dong's defense. With a shooting percentage below 30. With the starters back, the Lakers began to close the GAP halftime. They trailed the Suns by a mere 13 points in the Lakers' locker room. although they were behind. Kobe brimmed with determination. The stronger the opponent, the fiercer his resolve. Wei Dong had ignited this competitive spirit within him. Brown addressed the players. Wei Dong playing the power forward position is advantageous for us. It allows him to focus more on defense. In the second half, we must restrict Iverson and Nash's impact. As long as we score more than the Suns, victory is within reach. Wei Dong had only amassed 17 points in the first half, 9 of which were during his time as a substitute. Brown cast a scornful glance at Barnes while reviewing the first half statistics. This blundering provocateur had unnecessarily antagonized Wei Dong, had he not incessantly taunted Wei Dong. Perhaps the latter would have scored fewer points. I will intensify our offensive efforts in the second half. Kobe's gaze was resolute. He would take on the scoring responsibility. All right, Brown had confidence in this roster, which had captured 2 championships. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Suns' locker room remained relatively relaxed. Wei Dong entertained his teammates with a few jokes. From the first half's performance, every Suns player had shown in their own right. As the second half commenced, Kobe swiftly racked up points. Aside from Wei Dong, no Suns player could contain Kobe. Since Wei Dong played the power forward position, his opportunities to confront Kobe were limited as the deficit shrank to a mere 5 points. Gentry immediately called for a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Dudley replaced Iverson. Gentry hoped Dudley's youthful vigor could stifle Kobe's scoring. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Kobe sank another 3-pointer in Dudley's face, his expression akin to that of a predator. The margin dwindled to just 2 points. Wei Dong, you need to come up with something fast, Gentry shouted from the sidelines. The Suns bench. This loud exclamation was audible to spectators on the sidelines, who couldn't help but give Gentry a thumbs up, impressed by his brilliant strategy. When faced with a challenge, turned to Wei Dong. Gentry's seemingly mindless tactic proved remarkably effective. Wei Dong did not disappoint Gentry. He unleashed 3 consecutive 3-pointers from just beyond the arc. 76-65. The lead surged back to 11 points. Gentry breathed a sigh of relief and retook his seat on the bench. Wei Dong's trio of 3-pointers extinguished the Lakers' resurgence, and following that, Wei Dong assumed the mantle of offensive leader. Beep! With the referee's final whistle, the game concluded 117-103. The Suns triumphed over the Lakers at home, bringing the series to 2-1. Game statistics. Wei Dong, 37 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals for blocks. Kobe, 47 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Iverson, 19 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Gasol, 23 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 0 steals, 1 block. Nash, 13 points, 6 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Despite Kobe's impressive 47 points on 17 of 29 shooting, he could not hinder the Suns' unstoppable force. This is difficult. Even Kobe had to concede that this Suns team was exceptionally strong. To defeat them, perhaps they would need to muster a roster reminiscent of their three-peat era. The Lakers of yesteryear seemed equally formidable, achieving an astonishing 16-1 record in the playoffs. The sole loss came at the hands of Iverson, who now played for the Suns at the post-game press conference. A cheerful Wei Dong joked with reporters, stating that scoring was truly simple. One merely needed to throw the ball toward the hoop, and it would go in. Listening to you, I feel like we could all step onto the court. The reporters chimed in with laughter. Wei Dong responded, "Why not? After this press conference, you and I can engage in a one-on-one match." The reporter, of course, had no intention of challenging Wei Dong. He wasn't foolish enough to think he could compete with Wei Dong. Such a matchup would shatter his basketball dreams. Moreover, he believed Wei Dong was merely jesting. In a league teeming with talent, no one could contain Wei Dong. So how could a mere reporter dare to challenge him? Wei Dong remarked that his challenge was delivered with a blend of seriousness and jest. After completing his interview, he returned home with Lee Jiajia. Naturally, had he been intercepted by reporters before his departure, he would not have hesitated to enlighten them on the finer points of etiquette while simultaneously showcasing his own talents. This match restored a sense of confidence among the Suns players. However, the series was far from over, and the Suns had yet to secure a place in the finals, so the players remained vigilant. 2 days later, the Suns were set to host Game 4. This particular game held a unique significance. Upon entering the arena, Wei Dong noticed 2 individuals in the front row, a man and a woman. The man, sporting large sunglasses, exuded an air of nonchalance, while the woman was strikingly beautiful. To what extent, you may wonder. Even Wei Dong had to concede that in terms of looks, she was on par with Li Jiajia. Wei Dong did not recognize the pair. He merely noted their Chinese heritage. However, upon seeing the man, Dudley and a few others eagerly approached him for a photo, as if he were a celebrity. What astonished Wei Dong the most was when the big screen displayed this young man before the game commenced. Generally, such treatment is reserved for international superstars. As expected, when a young man appeared on the screen, the home crowd erupted into cheers, chanting King. His popularity was undeniable. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the start of the game. Only then did the fans redirect their attention to the court. The Lakers exerted formidable pressure, both offensively and defensively. As the game began, Kobe initiated his scoring spree, and Wei Dong was determined not to lag behind, relentlessly attacking the Lakers' interior while matching Kobe's intensity. At halftime, the score stood at 57-53, with the Suns leading by 4 points, prompting both teams to retreat to their locker rooms. Dudley appeared particularly exhilarated, exclaiming upon his return, "I admire two Chinese individuals, and I never expected to see them both today." Wei Dong inquired, "Who are the two Chinese individuals you admire?" Dudley responded, "One is you, and the other is Zhang Yang." "Who is sitting courtside today?" "Who is Zhang Yang?" Wei Dong asked. "You don't know Zhang Yang?" Dudley exclaimed, as if encountering an extraterrestrial. "You, a Chinese person, don't recognize Zhang Yang. This Zhang Yang must refer to the man seated courtside." Wei Dong thought that it was the second time he had heard this name. The first was from Li Jiajia, who had mentioned it while perusing Zhang Yang's poetry collection. He was unsure if they were the same person. Wei Dong curiously asked, "Is he well known?" It seemed strange not to recognize him. "Very well known," Nash replied. "He is a superstar. He has fans in every corner of the world. That's so." Wei Dong asked, intrigued, "Isn't Zhang Yang a poet?" Indeed, Nash affirmed that he holds many titles: singer, actor, director, poet, and writer. He excels in every field. Oh, Wei Dong nodded. It did sound rather impressive. Unfortunately, he did not recognize him. This was, after all, a parallel world distinctly different from his previous life. Dudley leaned closer to Wei Dong, saying, "You two are both Chinese. After the game, could you help me get Zhang Yang's autograph?" "Focus on the game." Wei Dong shot Dudley a glare. As the second half began, Wei Dong and Nash frequently executed pick-and-roll plays. This was a standard tactic for the Suns when Wei Dong played the power forward position, and it proved to be an incredibly effective maneuver. The Suns had long excelled at this strategy. During the era of their explosive offense, Nash and Stoudemire's pick-and-roll had left other teams reeling. Now, with Wei Dong in place of Stoudemire, the tactic had become even more formidable. Wei Dong's shooting, explosiveness, and ball handling were all top tier. He was akin to a slightly shorter version of Stoudemire, but with superior attributes across the board. Nash dribbled at the top of the arc, faced with Kobe's defense, as Wei Dong set a pick. Wei Dong swiftly maneuvered past Kobe, who was now trailing Nash, who then passed the ball back to Wei Dong. Swish! Wei Dong sank the shot. Nash continued to dribble at the top, with Wei Dong providing another pick after Nash's drive. Gasol stepped up to defend Wei Dong, creating an opening under the basket, allowing Nash to glide in for an easy layup. With consecutive successful pick-and-rolls, Brown was forced to call a timeout, with the Suns' key players on the court. The Lakers could not focus their defensive efforts entirely on Nash and Wei Dong, as they also had sharpshooters Hill and Iverson on the perimeter. Veterans often coast through the regular season only to explode in the playoffs. Iverson, due to his age, had not performed well in a few games. Yet this former superstar remained a primary focus for opposing defenses whenever he was on the court. Brown's timeout yielded little positive effect. The Suns' offense was beginning to feel utterly unstoppable. Beatla, Baitla, Beatla. The home crowd cheers crescendoed at the end of the third quarter. The score was 89-72. The Suns had established a 17-point lead over the Lakers. As the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe re-entered the game. He could not afford a rest. Should the Lakers lose this match, they would find themselves down 1-3, making a comeback exceedingly difficult. He aimed to secure this victory and return home to face the decisive Game 5. Against the Suns' relentless offense, Brown had no effective counter strategy. Moreover, with the Lakers trailing the Suns by 17 points, Their hopes of victory rested solely on Kobe breaching the Suns' defense. Compared to their offense, the Suns' defense remained their weakest link. Aside from Wei Dong, they struggled to find a second defensive stalwart. The high defensive efficiency stemmed from the players' relentless efforts, akin to having been injected with adrenaline. However, such a defensive approach was physically taxing, and by the fourth quarter, their effectiveness would likely diminish. Nevertheless, Wei Dong remained on the court, and he had yet to utilize his stamina pill in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, with the Suns already ahead by a significant margin. Wei Dong took a brief respite as the fourth quarter began. Wei Dong re-entered the game alongside Kobe, directly facing off against him. This was the most disheartening aspect for Brown. How could Wei Dong's stamina be so exceptional? While he hoped for Kobe to narrow the gap, Wei Dong was there, single-handedly defending against him. "Idol, this is Phoenix, not Los Angeles," Wei Dong said, his eyes locked onto Kobe as he murmured, "Oh, what?" Kobe retorted, his gaze fierce. Launching a three-point attempt at Wei Dong, bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim and flew away. "You're still so off," Wei Dong taunted, advancing the ball into the front court. In response to Kobe's defense, Wei Dong fired back with a quick pull-up three-pointer. Swish! The ball swished through the net. 92-72. The lead had ballooned to 20 points as Wei Dong retreated on defense. He leaned in close to Kobe's ear and said, "Now that's how you shoot a three." Such exchanges were part and parcel of the game. Trash talking was integral to the competition. Wei Dong had been relatively courteous to Kobe. The notorious enforcer Barnes had been nearly brought to tears by Wei Dong's verbal jabs in recent games. "How's your wife doing with Fisher?" This phrase echoed relentlessly in Barnes' mind, representing the most venomous trash talk he had ever encountered in tonight's game. The Lakers' defensive ace had been relegated to the bench by Brown, who opted not to unleash him against Wei Dong. Time ticked away, and a few Lakers fans had also made their way to the Suns arena. They were preparing to leave, as the outcome had become all but certain. Facing the Suns with Wei Dong, Kobe had failed to create any miracles of his own. With 30 seconds left in the game and the score at 117-98, the Lakers trailed by 19 points. And the match had lost all suspense. After dribbling into the front court, Wei Dong stood still, gently tapping the ball and awaiting the final whistle. That moment, Barnes, who had been reinserted into the game, suddenly charged at Wei Dong and snatched the basketball from his hands. Boo! The crowd erupted in jeers as the fans collectively voiced their discontent. Barnes found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Nevertheless, having secured possession of the ball, he could only opt for a layup. Perhaps the jeers from the fans had affected his mentality, as he shockingly failed to capitalize on the open basket. Once Dudley retrieved the rebound, he executed a long pass, returning the ball to Wei Dong. Wei Dong placed the ball on the floor, firmly stepping on it with one foot. His gaze directed at Barnes was rife with provocation, as if to say, "Come and take it from me." Reluctantly, Barnes walked aside. Beep! With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the game. The final score read 117-98. The Suns had once again triumphed at home, bringing the series score to 3-1. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 47 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks. Kobe, 41 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Iverson, 23 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Gasol, 26 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks. Nash, 19 points, 6 rebounds, 17 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks. Not only had the Suns bested the Lakers, but in the scoring duel with Kobe, Wei Dong had also emerged victorious. Sitting courtside, Zhang Yang, upon witnessing Wei Dong's final display of dominance over the ball, tilted his head slightly and remarked to the girl beside him, "That move is quite ostentatious, isn't it? A bit reminiscent of your style." The girl stifled a giggle in response. Zhang Yang jested, "China does not permit such ostentatious individuals to exist, huh?" The girl chuckled at Zhang Yang's playful banter. This girl, whose beauty rivaled that of Li Jiajia, was named Wang Xingya. Following the loss, Kobe was in a dreadful mood. He exchanged polite handshakes with Wei Dong and Iverson before making his way to the locker room. However, before departing, Kobe approached the sidelines to greet Zhang Yang. After Wei Dong exited the court, he was taken aback when Zhang Yang approached him with an outstretched hand. "Hello, I am Zhang Yang. Wei Dong." Wei Dong reciprocated the handshake. The moment their hands clasped. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing, and Wei Dong felt an uncanny connection as though they were kindred spirits, releasing his grip. Zhang Yang continued, "You have a splendid name, Wei Dong. Does it mean to guard the East?" "Indeed." Wei Dong smiled. "To guard the East, to protect China. My childhood dream was to become a soldier, but that's commendable." Zhang Yang nodded. "I have a dear brother who is a soldier. Perhaps you two would find many common topics to discuss. Li Jia." Noticing Wei Dong and Zhang Yang in conversation, approached them and greeted Mr. Zhang. "Hello. You're a student at Yenjing University, correct?" Zhang Yang glanced at Li Jia, recalling her as someone who had posed a question to him during his lectures at Yenjing. "That Mr. Zhang has a remarkable memory." Li Jia remarked, "I am Wei Dong's girlfriend. We are both students at Yenjing. Both academic overachievers." Zhang Yang laughed. "You make me a student of the Yenjing Film Academy. Quite envious. Haha." Wei Dong also laughed. Encountering fellow Chinese individuals in Phoenix lifted his spirits immensely. Although Zhang Yang may not be as handsome, his aura was undeniably powerful. Even in his previous life, Wei Dong had encountered some of the most elite tycoons, yet none possessed a presence as commanding as Zhang Yang's. Had they not engaged in close conversation, he might have misinterpreted Zhang Yang's nonchalant demeanor. "I Jia said, Mr. Zhang, I am preparing for the graduate entrance exam under Professor Zheng Qing. Does one still need to take an exam for Professor Zheng's graduate program?" Zhang Yang chuckled. "I could simply put in a word for you." I Jia felt a tinge of exasperation but replied, "I wish to earn my place in Professor Zheng's program through my own efforts." This difference in mindset was evident. Wei Dong, having traversed time, possessed a mature perspective, while Li Jia, still a senior, regarded Zhang Yang with the respect of a student toward a mentor. "I've been in the United States recently. Once you enter the finals, I will come and watch you play," Zhang Yang said to Wei Dong before departing with Wang Xingya, engaged in lively conversation. That evening, Wei Dong chatted with Li Jia and expressed curiosity about Zhang Yang. Li Jia's perception of Zhang Yang mirrored that of a student toward the teacher. After returning to his room, she searched for information on Zhang Yang online, but found almost nothing related to him. Neither positive nor negative. It was astonishing that an international superstar had no presence in the media, suggesting that Zhang Yang's status in the entertainment industry was unparalleled. However, one could still find some of Zhang Yang's works online. Mostly poetry, films, and songs, all of which were unfamiliar to Wei Dong. After their encounter, he began to suspect that Zhang Yang might also be a time traveler, perhaps even equipped with his own system. Yet, as he perused the information, even if Zhang Yang had indeed crossed over, it was clear that he had not come from the same world as Wei Dong. The appearance of another Chinese individual was merely a minor twist in the tale. Wei Dong's focus remained on the upcoming game. Another victory over the Lakers would secure the Suns a place in the finals. The last time the Suns reached the finals was quite a while ago. Back in the last century. 2 days later, the Suns flew to Los Angeles. Before the game commenced, Wei Dong rallied his teammates. "Brothers, if we win this match, we can return home and await the finals." The Eastern Conference Finals were still fiercely contested, with the Heat trailing the Bulls 1-2. Both the Heat and the Bulls boasted formidable rosters. The Heat had their big three, while the Bulls had Rose and Boozer. Had Rose sustained an injury during the first round, the Eastern Conference would have lost all suspense. However, Rose was fit to play. The Suns players were all in high spirits, especially the veterans Nash, Hill, and Iverson. This would mark Iverson's second chance at the finals. Unlike the first time when he had to carry the team alone, this year he had the exceptional Wei Dong by his side, instilling him with great confidence in their pursuit of the championship. Neither Hill nor Nash had ever made it to the finals at the Lakers' home court. A few celebrities were in attendance, but their influence paled in comparison to Zhang Yang's. Wei Dong spotted a familiar face. Paul had come to watch the game with his child. "Hey, Paul," Wei Dong greeted him before moving on. Now was not the time to utter any brash remarks about the Western Conference floor. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced. From the outset, Bynum received an assist from Fisher and launched a three-point shot. 3 points. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena as the Lakers scored first. This basket bolstered Bynum's confidence. He was naturally adept at shooting three-pointers, though his style had not been fully embraced by the current era. Subsequently, Bynum ventured beyond the three-point line, attempting 2 more shots. both of which missed. Brown, anxiously standing on the sidelines, shouted, "Bynum, get back to the paint." Bynum's forays to the perimeter had left the Lakers' interior defense vulnerable, relying solely on Gasol, who struggled to secure rebounds as nearly 5 minutes passed. The Lakers had yet to secure a single offensive rebound. The score stood at 13-17, with the Lakers trailing the Suns by 4 points. Gentry, seated on the bench, muttered as he observed Bynum's long-range attempts. Does he really think he is Wei Dong, able to play every position? In contrast, Wei Dong held a certain appreciation for Bynum. He took a moment to encourage Bynum, saying, "Don't let the coach influence you. Just be yourself. Who says a center can't shoot threes? It's a trend. You should lead it at..." Bynum nodded vigorously. He yearned to join the Suns immediately, convinced that only Wei Dong understood him. Consequently, he attempted 2 more three-pointers, both of which clanged off the rim. Frustrated, Brown called a timeout and pulled Bynum from the game, berating him in the process. Wei Dong sighed, feeling that no one understood Bynum. In truth, Bynum possesses a commendable three-point shot. However, perhaps due to nerves, his accuracy from beyond the arc faltered today. If Bynum could consistently find his rhythm from long range, it would be the sole strategy to vanquish the Suns, relying solely on Kobe and Gasol. The Lakers would find it insurmountable to overcome the Suns. Despite the advantage of playing at home, the Suns relentlessly widened the scoring gap to the conclusion of the first half. The score stood at 46-59. With the Suns leading by 13 points as the second half commenced, official statistics revealed that since Wei Dong joined the Suns, the team had averaged an astounding 31.6 points in the third quarter, ranking first in the league. This impressive figure was achieved even with Wei Dong missing 2 third quarters, one during his inaugural game in the league where he played in the fourth quarter, and another during the playoffs against the Clippers in Game 1, where he was unable to participate due to a suspension by the end of the third quarter. The score had ballooned to a staggering 37 points. In the fourth quarter, the Suns substituted their starting lineup. However, Kobe remained on the court, embodying the spirit of a lone hero, tirelessly striving to close the gap. Yet, oftentimes, the outcome for a solitary hero is one of futility. And the Lakers succumbed to the Suns on their home turf. 4-1. The Suns triumphed over the Lakers, advancing to the finals. "You are incredible." After the game, Kobe felt a sense of relief. He embraced Wei Dong, expressing his joy at witnessing another great player emerge from China, alongside Yao Ming. Wei Dong, playfully patting Kobe, remarked, "In the future, more and more Chinese players will enter the NBA. I eagerly await that day." Kobe responded, "China is a magnificent nation, and I have a wonderful fan base there that I plan to visit China again this summer." Gasol approached, a grimace on his face, and said to Wei Dong, "Promise me you'll continue playing the shooting guard position next season. Playing against you at the 4 is excruciating." Wei Dong grinned mischievously, but then replied earnestly, "The position I play depends on the needs of the team, as long as the team requires it. I can play anywhere from the point guard to the center." Gasol remarked, "Had I not faced you as an opponent, I would have thought you were boasting," just as Kobe and Gasol departed. Bynum stealthily approached Wei Dong, whispering, "Donga, I have your number?" Wei Dong tilted his head, gazing at Bynum with a hint of confusion. Bynum scratched his head and lowered his voice. "My contract with the Lakers expires this summer. And I was hoping you wish to join the Suns?" Wei Dong interjected, completing Bynum's thought. "Yes," Bynum nodded. "I want to be teammates with you. Donga, I feel you understand me the most." Wei Dong chuckled. "You can have my number. But signing players is the management's responsibility. I can't make that decision. However, one thing." At this point, Wei Dong paused. Bynum, eager, pressed, "What is it?" "It's that you must diligently work on improving your skills this summer." Wei Dong patted Bynum on the shoulder, urging him to mature and not behave like a child. "Brother, I will certainly strive hard." Bynum nodded vigorously. Little did Brown know that after the Lakers' defeat, this wide-eyed young man had switched allegiances. It was quite puzzling how Bynum would choose to join the very team that had just bested him. Upon learning this later, Brown found it utterly incomprehensible. Back in the locker room, the Suns players began to revel. Since Nash's arrival, this team had come tantalizingly close to the finals for several seasons, yet luck had never smiled upon them. Players departed and new ones arrived, but with Nash as the steadfast leader, the team finally reached the finals this year. Hence, the players were in high spirits. When Dudley playfully dumped a bucket of champagne over Iverson's head, Iverson laughed and joined in the merriment. I in the past. If you would have dared to jest with Iverson in such a manner. Brown, Wei Dong, Nash, and Iverson allowed the bench players to revel, as reaching the finals was indeed a momentous occasion worth celebrating. Moreover, since the beginning of the playoffs, the players had been under immense pressure, and a bit of relaxation was essential to recalibrate their focus for the upcoming finals. The Western Conference champion had been determined. Meanwhile, in the East, the Heat and Bulls were locked in a 2-2 stalemate, with at least 2 more games to be played. Consequently, the finals would commence in a week. Gentry approached Wei Dong and said, "If we face the Heat in the finals, you can return to your familiar shooting guard position." The Heat's formidable trio, James, Wade, and Bosh, boasted a powerful outside game, making Wei Dong's matchup against Wade a strategic advantage. "I believe we are currently at our strongest," Wei Dong mused as he discreetly glanced at Iverson, confident that he would not shy away from Wade's challenge. "You are correct. I share that sentiment." Gentry nodded in agreement, unable to question Wei Dong's judgment, as he consistently made the right choices. Sigh. Wei Dong cast a glance at Gentry, internally lamenting the coach's burdensome concerns. Fortunately, with his abundant talent points, he had opted to acquire 2 skill packages, the Red Auerbach coaching skill package and the Popovich coaching skill package. Henceforth, he would also bear the responsibility of a coach on the court. That evening, the Suns players remained in Los Angeles. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was well past 10 o'clock on the bus. Gentry announced, "Tonight, let's unwind. Old Gene, will cover all expenses. What do you all wish to do?" "Nightclub, nightclub." Dudley was the first to shout. Wara chimed in eagerly, "Massage, massage." Wei Dong remained silent, prompting Gentry to look at him. "You are the team leader. Why not let you make the decision? I decide, but you may not like it." Wei Dong chuckled, shaking his head. "You all decide," he suggested. Nash interjected, "Not at all. Whatever you decide, we will love," Wei Dong replied. "Then how about we find a Chinese restaurant, enjoy some Chinese cuisine, and sip on Sabaijiu?" Hill, Nash, and Gentry immediately nodded in agreement. After their previous experience indulging in Sichuan cuisine and savoring some Luzhou Laojiao, they had been longing for a repeat. With the finals a week away, Nash felt it was an opportune moment to indulge a bit more. Both Nash and Gentry concurred, and the other players had no objections. Wei Dong added, "However, Chinese food isn't like fried chicken or hamburgers. You must learn to use chopsticks. No grabbing with your hands." "I don't believe it. What dish can't be eaten with hands?" Dudley retorted, "I can eat spaghetti with my hands." Wei Dong shot Dudley a disdainful look. "Are you serious? Eating everything with your hands, even without hands?" "We have knives and forks," Dudley shot back. Wei Dong ignored Dudley, and the team bus eventually arrived in the Chinese community after searching for over an hour to find a restaurant Wei Dong preferred. "Chuanya hot pot." Dudley stared at the words, momentarily dumbfounded. The steaming hot pot arrived. Wei Dong looked at Dudley and teased, "Want to try eating it with your hands?" "I think I'll pass," Dudley replied, grimacing. "The broth is bubbling. Using my hands would surely burn me. And I still need to play in the finals, ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the teammates. After a delightful hot pot meal, they were left feeling content and slightly inebriated as they returned to the hotel. Following the intensity of the playoffs, the tension that had gripped them finally began to ease, as they looked forward to recharging for the challenges of the finals the next day, a week later. The Eastern Conference playoffs concluded with the Heat triumphing over the Bulls with a score of 4-3, securing their place in the finals once again. Since the formation of the Big Three, the Heat had consistently been the favorites to win the championship. Particularly during the year the trio was assembled, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh were all among the top 10 superstars in the league. A decision that faced considerable criticism at the time. Nonetheless, the Big Three proved their worth, reaching the finals in their inaugural year together. Although they ultimately lost to the Mavericks, merely finishing as runners-up attested to their formidable prowess. After all, not just anyone could easily claim the second position. This year, the Big Three were determined to make another run for the championship. After the Heat's victory over the Bulls, LeBron remarked to Wade, "When Wei Dong first entered the league, I even called him to recruit him." Wade responded with curiosity, "I've never heard you mention this before, that if you wanted him to join, why didn't he come?" LeBron explained, "At the time, Wei Dong didn't answer my call, Perhaps it was due to the unfamiliar number. It could also be that his phone was out of data. Wade nodded thoughtfully. Bosch sighed. If only you had managed to recruit Wei Dong. The championship would be all but secured this year. Wade too felt a tinge of regret, acknowledging Wei Dong's immense talent. If he had joined the Heat, we could have formed a quartet of superstars, which would have been quite enticing. This is all on you, old man LeBron. Bosch stroked his chin, contemplating that had he made a few more calls. Perhaps if Wei Dong had picked up, he would have found it impossible to resist the allure of teaming up with us. But let us not dwell on that now. LeBron interrupted. We must give our all in the finals. Last year we fell to the Mavericks. If we lose again this year, the Big Three would become a laughingstock. Indeed, Wade and Bosch straightened, their expressions turning serious. They had faced immense public scrutiny when forming the Big Three, and they could not afford to lose in the finals again. Moreover, they aimed for a three-peat to validate the strength of their trio. After all, if it weren't for the pursuit of the championship, why would they have united? At the onset of the playoffs, the Suns were deemed serious contenders, but few gave them a chance. Wei Dong was a rookie newly introduced to the NBA. His explosive performances in the first 10 games did not reflect his true capabilities. Furthermore, Allen Iverson, who joined the team late in the season, had not played for a year, further diminishing expectations of his playoff resurgence. Yet, Wei Dong's playoff performances were even more impressive than his regular season outings. While Iverson seemed to have found a second wind in the twilight of his career, scoring over 40 points in 2 consecutive games and 37 in the third. Leading the Suns, Wei Dong had silenced the naysayers. And Iverson's playoff resurgence had left team executives astounded. Now, as the finals approached, the championship odds for the Suns were nearly on par with the Heat. The happiest fans were undoubtedly the Chinese supporters, as it marked the first time a Chinese player had entered the finals as a key player. Additionally, many fans had placed bets on the Suns' championship victory before the playoffs commenced at that time. Fans merely wished to support the Suns in such a manner, not anticipating the team's remarkable journey to the finals, where defeating the Suns would prove to be a formidable challenge for the Heat. Recalling the early playoff days, fans had eagerly wagered sums ranging from $50 to $500, even married fans pulling from their savings. One fan notably invested $2,192.35 on the Suns winning the championship. Should the Suns clinch the title this year, those who had placed bets of $300 to $500 would find their investments returned tenfold, even enough to indulge in celebratory drinks, though the author disapproves of wastefulness. Meanwhile, fans who had risked their savings on the Suns would find themselves financially rewarded, able to hold their heads high in front of their spouses. With anticipation mounting among the fans, the finals commenced. The Suns players had arrived in Miami, entering the finals as the 8th seed from the West. If they would win the championship, it would be a historic achievement. Throughout the playoffs, the Suns had not enjoyed the advantage of home court against any opponent. As the game began, players from both teams warmed up on the court, with no communication exchanged, each team fully focused and prepared. Beep! With the referee's whistle, Game 1 of the finals officially commenced. The Suns' starting lineup consisted of Wei Dong, Nash, Iverson, Hill, and Gortat, while the Heat's starters were LeBron, Wade, Bosch, Haslem, and Chalmers. The rosters of the Heat and Suns bore similarities, each featuring their own Big Three. However, the Heat's trio was in their prime: LeBron, Wade, and Bosch, while the Suns' Big Three comprised the rookie Wei Dong. Along with veterans Iverson and Nash, it was worth noting that both teams had somewhat vulnerable front lines. Although the Heat boasted Haslem and Gortat, both were aging as for Bosch, he faced Wei Dong. A daunting challenge indeed. Ultimately, the outcome of the series would likely hinge on the performances of LeBron, Wade, Iverson, and Nash. As the game commenced, Gortat passed the ball to Nash, who advanced it to Wei Dong. Receiving the ball while being guarded by Bosch, Wei Dong suddenly addressed him. "Hello, idol." Bosch was taken aback. Was Wei Dong paying him a compliment or simply flattering him? As competitors in the finals, the Heat had thoroughly analyzed the Suns players beforehand, with Wei Dong being a primary focus due to the scarcity of information surrounding him. He had burst onto the scene at the end of the season. Bosch understood that Wei Dong had been playing the power forward position during the playoffs, and after viewing his game footage, he conceded that Wei Dong's low-post offensive tactics were nearly unanswerable. Duncan, Griffin, and Gasol had all suffered against Wei Dong, and the thought of facing him kept Bosch awake at night. Yet, Hearing Wei Dong refer to him as an idol brought a smile to Bosch's face. It seemed Wei Dong regarded him as superior to Duncan, Griffin, and Gasol. It appears the young man has good taste. Bosch thought to himself, "Keep it up, young fellow. One day, you will surpass me." With a sense of delight, Bosch defended Wei Dong while simultaneously praising him. Huh? Wei Dong also found himself momentarily stunned. He then executed a dreamlike footwork maneuver, leaving Bosch in his wake as he effortlessly scored. What does he mean by saying he will surpass me one day? Can't he do it by noon? As LeBron received the inbound pass for Bosch, he comforted Bosch, "Don't take it to heart. Wei Dong is indeed hard to guard." When it was the Heat's turn to attack, the Suns deployed a zone defense that LeBron dribbled before executing a power step to the basket, forcing his way through Gortat and Wei Dong's defense. But his shot was disrupted by Gortat. Beep. The referee's whistle indicated Gortat had committed a foul. LeBron managed to draw a foul on the Suns early in the game, but unfortunately, he only converted one of 2 free throws. Following this, Iverson countered with a similar tactic, launching a high-arcing shot over Wade and Haslam's defense, which he successfully made, showing off his agility. 1-4. After the initial moments, the Suns matched the Heat's offensive momentum. On the Heat's side, LeBron took turns attacking with Wade, who then passed it to Bosch. The 3 superstars rotated through their offensive plays. However, Bosch struggled against Wei Dong's defense, finding it exceedingly challenging to execute low-post moves, managing only 2 successful mid-range shots. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 23-17. With the Suns leading by 6 points, the Sun starters had left the court, leaving only Wei Dong to lead the bench players. The Heat's defensive focus centered solely on Wei Dong whenever he received the ball. At least 2 defenders were quick to converge upon him. It's so much easier playing the shooting guard position. Wei Dong never shied away from challenge, even when faced with the defensive efforts of 2 NBA players. As Warlick brought the ball up the court and passed it to Wei Dong, Wade and Bosch positioned themselves on either side, ready to defend. Kyrie Irving, skill set activated. Wei Dong cast a glance at Wade and Bosch before exchanging for an Irving dribbling skill pack. While Irving's dribbling may not be the most formidable in the NBA, it is undoubtedly flashy. Given Wei Dong's fully maxed out talent, these skills could easily be mastered if he so desired. However, why exert the effort to learn when skills can be acquired with talent points? A couple of prayer gestures followed by another spin. The basketball seemed to adhere to Wei Dong's hand. Prior to the game, the Heat had meticulously studied Wei Dong's offensive maneuvers, although they were seemingly unsolvable. One notable characteristic emerged. Wei Dong's flashy moves were few during one-on-one situations. This sudden display of flamboyant dribbling left Wade and Bosch at a loss. With a spin and a behind-the-back dribble, Wei Dong maneuvered effortlessly between Wade and Bosch, while Haslam leaped to contest Wei Dong's shot. That moment, 3 Suns players found themselves open, yet Wei Dong chose not to pass. Instead, he leaned against Haslam midair and spun, gently tossing the ball into the basket. What a play! Upon witnessing this moment, Iverson leaped from the bench, exuberantly waving his towel. 1 against 3. It was as if Wei Dong was proclaiming to the Heat, "You cannot contain me, not even if your entire team joins forces." In the ensuing 4 minutes, every shot Wei Dong took was nothing short of spectacular, rendering the Heat's pre-game preparations futile. The Heat struggled to adapt to Wei Dong's sudden shift in playing style. The first quarter concluded with a score of 39-25, leaving the Heat trailing the Suns by 14 points. Wei Dong single-handedly amassed 16 points in the final 4 minutes, totaling 23 points for the quarter. While Iverson contributed 9 points and Hill added 7, the Suns managed to score through only 3 players, yet they still maintained a 14-point lead over the Heat. This was not the Wei Dong they were accustomed to. Bosch was so infuriated that he nearly threw his towel. His playing style seemed entirely transformed, as if he were a different person altogether. Spoelstra remarked, "We must adapt to Wei Dong's evolution." The Spurs and Lakers fell short against the Suns precisely because they could not adjust to Wei Dong's gameplay. How the hell are we supposed to adapt? Bosch was fuming. During the last 4 minutes of the first quarter, he remained the primary defender against Wei Dong, yet he found himself utterly bewildered by Wei Dong's moves. How could he aspire to be Wei Dong's idol with such a lackluster performance? The Suns had grown accustomed to Wei Dong's sudden change in style. Some players had already noted that Wei Dong's approach in those final minutes bore a resemblance to Irving's style during his Cavaliers days. However, The young Irving lacked the devastating impact that Wei Dong possessed. These moves seemed more like Irving imitating Wei Dong. T the start of the second quarter, Iverson continued to rest on the sidelines, while Wei Dong took a brief 2-minute respite. On the court, Nash led the Suns, representing the starting lineup prior to Wei Dong and Iverson's arrival. This lineup proved to be equally lethal, at least managing to keep the score competitive and preventing the Heat from closing the gap. When Wei Dong and Iverson returned to the game, Wei Dong resumed his position at power forward, his dreamlike footwork proving to be a nightmare for the Heat's interior defense. Spoelstra immediately called a timeout. He substituted defensive specialist Battier. Battier was tasked with shadowing Wei Dong. Wherever Wei Dong went, Battier would follow closely, a strategy Spoelstra had long envisioned, leveraging Battier's prowess as a defender against superstars. Once Battier entered the game, his sole mission was to stick to Wei Dong like glue. Even during Heat offensive plays, he remained fixated on Wei Dong. Battier had defended many of the league's top stars, while he may not completely stifle their performance. His defense made it exceedingly uncomfortable for them. When Wei Dong attempted a pull-up jumper, Battier's fingers nearly grazed Wei Dong's eyes. Swish. Ha! The sound of the basketball swishing through the net coincided almost perfectly with Wei Dong's cold chuckle. He possessed Battier's defensive skill pack, allowing him to comprehend Battier's defensive tactics even better than Battier himself. Spoelstra's decision to employ Battier for one-on-one defense against Wei Dong turned out to be his gravest mistake. The Heat's overall shooting percentage hovered around 50%, but with Battier on Wei Dong, he seemed to score effortlessly. The point differential continued to widen. Swish! Wei Dong sank yet another mid-range shot, shrugging his shoulders as he remarked, "Switch it up. Your defensive tactics may work against other stars, but they are utterly ineffective against me." Battier's defense illuminated a realization for Wei Dong. There are numerous proficient defenders in the league, many of whom are not particularly famous. Wei Dong had always considered their skill packs somewhat lackluster. It seemed he had been mistaken. Acquiring talent points was not particularly challenging. Once he amassed enough talent points, he could exchange for skill packs without limit, at which point he would truly understand all players. That would be the moment he became invincible. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 67-44, with the Suns leading the Heat by 23 points. This marked the first instance in this year's playoffs where the Heat found themselves trailing by more than 20 points at halftime. Coach Zhang and Yu Jia had arrived at the finals venue, accompanied by the renowned Chinese player Wang Daping. During halftime, the three engaged in conversation. Yu Jia remarked, "In the first half, Wei Dong missed only one shot, going 16 for 17 for 35 points. Wang Daping added, "Iverson and Nash have effectively drawn the Heat's defensive focus outward." Especially in the second quarter, Spoelstra kept Battier on Wei Dong, which clearly yielded poor results. Coach Zhang concurred. Indeed, Wei Dong went 6 for 6 in the second quarter, scoring 12 points. Yu Jia continued, "If Spoelstra doesn't alter his tactical approach in the second half, Wei Dong's scoring could very well reach 60 points. Wang Daping interjected, "I actually recognized Wei Dong long ago. I even coached him." Yu Jia, addressing Coach Zhang, asked, "Is that so?" Wang Daping responded, "At that time, he was still a Cuba player, winning the finals MVP for 4 consecutive years. I sensed he was no ordinary player." Coach Zhang inquired, "Will Wei Dong participate in the London Olympics this summer?" Wang Daping replied, "The Olympic roster has yet to be announced, but everyone hopes Wei Dong will be included. With him on the team, we are sure to reach the quarterfinals." In the Heat's locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Battier remained silent, having exerted considerable effort in defending Wei Dong. Yet, Wei Dong bestowed upon him a peculiar sensation, as if he had seen through his defense. This was a rather unscientific notion. Typically, when players face off, one might claim to have deciphered the other's offensive tactics, but it was unheard of for one to claim to have unraveled the other's defensive approach. Yet today, Wei Dong gave Battier precisely that impression, allowing him to score with ease despite Battier's guarding. Spoelstra reviewed the first half statistics. 8 Suns players had taken the court, contributing to the team's 67 points. With Wei Dong alone scoring 35 points, Iverson netting 17, and Hill adding 11, the remaining 5 players combined for a mere 4 points. Thus, in the second half, it was imperative to limit Wei Dong's performance to secure a victory. Coach James volunteered, "I'll take on the task of defending Wei Dong in the second half." "Good. Spoelstra responded, "You must not only defend Wei Dong, but also shoulder offensive responsibilities." In the first half, the Heat's big three had not been in top form, and Bosch found himself struggling against Wei Dong. However, both James and Wade also had low scoring outputs, and the fan-favorite Wade-James connection had yet to materialize in the first half. This was primarily due to the Suns players' defensive tenacity, as veteran players Iverson and Hill began to exert maximum effort defensively. The role players rallied to match their intensity. Moreover, with Wei Dong leading the offensive charge, they were compelled to focus entirely on defense. The atmosphere in the Suns' locker room remained lighthearted. Dudley joked, "Tonight, Brother Dong seems to be aiming for 70 points." Scoring 35 points in the first half had become a nonchalant occurrence for Wei Dong. After all, he had previously achieved a remarkable 37 points in a single quarter, making 35 points in a half seem rather modest. "Rather than 70 points, I prefer to clock out after 3 quarters." Wei Dong stated earnestly. "So, in the third quarter, let's not slack off. Let us seize the game with momentum. Let's go. Let's go." The Suns players encouraged one another as the third quarter commenced. The moment Wei Dong received the ball, James immediately closed in, slapping the floor in a taunting gesture towards Wei Dong. "Hello, idol." Wei Dong greeted back, faking 2 moves with his back to the basket before executing a fadeaway jumper. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. This was a harmonious fusion of Kobe's and Jordan's signature fadeaway jump shots, a skill set that Wei Dong had painstakingly honed after acquiring both Kobe's and Jordan's fadeaway shooting techniques. In comparison to the artistry of Kobe and Jordan's shots, Wei Dong's fadeaway was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also significantly more challenging to defend against. During a Heat offensive play, LeBron James drove to the basket, with Wei Dong closely shadowing him. The moment LeBron released the ball, Wei Dong managed to swat it away. Nash, receiving the ball, swiftly passed it to Iverson, who executed a fast break and scored with a layup. The score now stood at 71-44. The gap continued to widen. Wade took on the offensive responsibility, marking a showdown between the two number threes. However, Wade's attempt was thwarted by Iverson. Nash quickly initiated another offensive play, launching a trailing three-pointer against Chalmers' defense, marking his first shot of the game. The Heat launched yet another offensive. The Heat initiated yet another attack. The Heat continued to press forward. Even the commentator, Coach Zhang, began to express concern for the Heat, who had missed 6 consecutive shots, with the deficit now ballooning to 35 points. Spoelstra called for a timeout, but the impact remained minimal upon resumption. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, both the Heat and the Suns had substituted their starters. Yu Zhao lamented, "The game has entered garbage time too early. Wei Dong hasn't even surpassed 60 points yet." Beep. With the referee's whistle, Game 1 of the finals concluded. 117-79, the Suns triumphed over the Heat by staggering 38 points on their home turf. Game statistics: Wei Dong, 53 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks. LeBron, 21 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks. Iverson, 27 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, 0 blocks. Wade, 17 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Nash, 3 points, 4 rebounds, 19 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Bosch, 9 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 0 steals, 1 block. Wei Dong and Iverson both clocked out after 3 quarters. Yet their combined scoring surpassed the entire Heat teams by a single point. The Heat's defeat was partly attributed to the underperformance of their big three. More critically, it was Wei Dong's unexpected shift in gameplay during the first quarter that caught the Heat off guard, disrupting their rhythm entirely. Post-game, Wei Dong participated in an interview with Coach Zhang and Yu Jia. Wang Dapeng approached Wei Dong to shake hands, exclaiming, "Long time no see." In the blink of an eye, "You become a hot NBA star." Indeed, long time no see. Wei Dong did not recognize Wang Dapeng, yet he had grown accustomed to such encounters. Yu Jia remarked, "You shot an astonishing 23 out of 24 tonight, with an accuracy nearing 96. This is nothing short of a miracle. It truly is a miracle." Wei Dong chuckled, "I felt particularly good tonight, but such a fiery touch isn't something one can expect every evening." Coach Zhang, "You have millions of fans in China. Do you have any message for them?" Wei Dong smiled, Basketball is a magnificent sport, and I hope everyone grows to love it. Coach Zhang, will you be participating in the Olympics this year? Wei Dong replied, bringing glory to the nation is the duty of every Chinese citizen. However, my focus remains on the finals. Everything will be addressed after I secure victory in this series and claim the championship. Coach Zhang, let us go. Wei Dong responded, thank you. After the interview, Wei Dong returned to the locker room. The media had begun to sensationalize the match, marking the first time this year that the Heat lost at home by more than 30 points. Before the season commenced, the Heat were regarded as the top contenders for the championship, with experts predicting that only the Bulls and the Thunder could pose a threat. None anticipated that the Suns would meet the Heat in the finals, let alone defeat them decisively in Game 1. This loss felt like a humiliation for the Heat. A day later, at the Heat's home arena, the Suns and the Heat faced off again in Game 2 of the finals. The entire Heat team was prepared to rectify their previous defeat. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded. Right from the outset, LeBron and Wade showcased an intense desire to attack. They relentlessly pressed against the Suns' basket. Just 5 minutes into the first quarter, with the score at 11-19, the Suns trailed the Heat by 8 points. Gentry called a timeout. Following that, a rather peculiar scene unfolded as the Suns players huddled together. Although Gentry held a tactical board, it was Wei Dong who was orchestrating the strategy. Upon resuming play, Nash and Wei Dong executed a pick and roll. After receiving Nash's pass, Wei Dong charged toward the Heat's basket. Guard Wei Dong. Everyone anticipated that Wei Dong would opt for a dunk, and even Spoelstra was vocally urging defense. However, no one noticed that after Nash returned the ball to Wei Dong, he slipped to the corner. Wei Dong, driving to the basket, executed a behind-the-back pass to Nash stationed at the corner. That moment, Nash found himself wide open. Swish! The ball swished through the net. 14-19. Nash's three-pointer halted the Suns' offensive slump. The Heat then initiated their own offensive play, with LeBron dribbling at the top of the arc, delivering a bounce pass to Wade, showcasing their synergy. LeBron knew Wade would be exactly where he envisioned. Yet, someone was quicker than Wade. Iverson intercepted the ball along LeBron's passing lane. Iverson, momentarily stunned after securing the ball, recalled that this was precisely the defensive strategy Wei Dong had laid out. During the strategy session, Wei Dong had instructed Iverson to position himself at a 45-degree angle and to sprint back as soon as LeBron opted for a bounce pass. As expected, Iverson intercepted the pass with ease. Iverson was bewildered. How had Wei Dong predicted LeBron's passing route? Wade and LeBron shared a fleeting moment of disbelief. After the steal, Iverson dribbled rapidly toward the basket, leaping to dunk into an empty net. He hung momentarily on the rim before landing. This was the epitome of Iverson's prime style of play. Back to my youth. Iverson's fans erupted in excitement at this spectacle. Many assumed Iverson's successful steal stemmed from his predictive prowess. Yet only the Suns players understood that it was Wei Dong's foresighted play. What a conundrum, Gentry mused as he settled back on the bench. It dawned on him that Wei Dong was not only capable of playing positions 1 through 5, but also excelled in the role of a coach. Just moments ago, as Wei Dong was laying out tactics, Gentry had felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if being overshadowed, yet it was a strangely fulfilling sensation. No wonder, prior to the playoffs, Wei Dong had proposed the elevator door strategy. He had clearly harbored aspirations of coaching all along. 16-19. The Suns were now merely 3 points behind the Heat. This was merely a coincidence. There was no need for concern at LeBron, and Wade encouraged one another as the Heat executed another offensive play. This time, Wade was in control, weaving past Nash with 2 swift crossovers, when Wei Dong suddenly shouted at Gortat, "Get back to your defensive position." At this moment, Wade had already launched the basketball into the air. Wei Dong's command echoed across the court. What did "get back to your defensive position" even mean? Meanwhile, LeBron had slipped to the baseline, soaring high into the air, seemingly defying gravity, while Wade turned his back to the basket. Poised in a low-glide position, embodying the unspoken connection between the duo, he was confident that LeBron would complete the dunk. However, Gortat had inexplicably appeared in LeBron's path, as LeBron grasped the ball with both hands. Gortat leapt up to block it. Smack! Gortat, well-prepared, thwarted LeBron's dunk, crashing to the floor alongside him. The referee's whistle remained silent. It was a block, not a foul. Roar, Roar! Gortat sprang to his feet, exuberantly pounding his chest in celebration towards LeBron. This was his moment of glory. At that instant, he knew his mother was watching the live broadcast, and Gortat felt an overwhelming desire to tell her, "Look, Mom, I've made it. I blocked LeBron." Gortat was acutely aware of his role. He proudly dubbed himself the Hammer. His shot-blocking ability was exceptional, but being able to deny a superstar like LeBron was a feat he could boast about for the rest of his life. Even when he had grandchildren, he would proudly show them this video, proclaiming, "Your grandpa once blocked LeBron." The arena fell into an eerie silence, as this was indeed the home ground of the Miami Heat. And James had just suffered a brutal rejection, a sight that left the fans wincing. Wei Dong, along with Iverson and Nash, rushed over to pummel Gortat. This block had completely shattered the momentum of the Suns. Had it not been for Wei Dong's keen anticipation, this play would likely have culminated in a classic connection between James and Wade, with Gortat facing the ignominy of being dunked on by James. But there are no what-ifs. Wei Dong had foreseen this offensive maneuver by James and Wade, allowing Gortat to position himself perfectly, and as James soared for a dunk, he was met with a resounding block. Even though Gortat's wrist throbbed with pain now, every ounce of effort was entirely justified. The Heat prepared for an inbound play. After being denied by Gortat, James felt a twinge of embarrassment, so upon receiving the pass, he retaliated with a three-pointer point, 3 points. Echoed the enthusiastic voice of the DJ throughout the arena. The score stood at 16-22, with the Suns trailing by 6 points. Such a deficit was hardly insurmountable for the Suns, especially after Iverson's steal and Gortat's block had reinvigorated their spirits. To an untrained eye, it might seem as though Wei Dong had become invisible during those two plays. However, only the Suns players understood that the brilliance of those moments was entirely due to Wei Dong's meticulously crafted defensive strategy. Back on the Suns' side, Nash drew the defense in with his dribbling before delivering a bounce pass to Iverson, who executed a fadeaway jumper flawlessly. The Suns found it increasingly challenging to contain the Heat's formidable trio. Particularly James, who, if not directly confronted by Wei Dong, seemed unstoppable. Beep! As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, the cheerleaders took to the court to entertain the fans. The score read 47-51, with the Suns trailing the Heat by 4 points. Wei Dong had played the entire first half, accumulating 15 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, despite his 15 points placing him fourth on the scoreboard. James had racked up 21 points, Wade scored 19, and Iverson contributed 18. Yet, Wei Dong's 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks were the highest of the game, showcasing his all-around prowess that left Spoelstra deeply concerned. After all, Wei Dong's most potent scoring ability had yet to be unleashed in the Suns' locker room. Though Wei Dong currently outperformed Gentry in the coaching role, he refrained from usurping authority that a sense of decorum was essential. So Gentry laid out the strategies, and after his briefing, he inquired if Wei Dong had any additions. Wei Dong offered a few succinct remarks. As the second half approached, he asked, "Does everyone have confidence in clinching this game?" "Yes." The Suns players responded in unison. Wei Dong sensed the team's spirit was high and smiled. In the second half, the Heat will undoubtedly attempt to widen the gap. However, we must not only prevent that, but also close the score. For I desire nothing less than a victory on our home court. All right. The Suns players clenched their fists, envisioning the championship as the ultimate gift for Phoenix. How could they secure the title at home? Naturally, a 4-0 sweep of the Heat would suffice. After all, they had vanquished the Spurs, sunk the Clippers, and eliminated the Lakers. None of their opponents were weak. Ultimately, they had triumphed overall, including the Heat's Big Three. As the second half commenced, just as Wei Dong had predicted, the Heat accelerated their offensive tempo, aiming to extend their lead and deny the Suns any chance for a comeback. James and Wade quickly racked up points upon entering the court. However, the Suns' defense faltered somewhat due to age-related fatigue. Yet, in terms of offensive capability, the Suns were not to be underestimated, as James and Wade scored. Hill, Nash, Iverson, and Wei Dong also found the net frequently, with the Suns maintaining a blistering pace, executing nearly every offensive play within 7 seconds. With just 21 seconds left in the third quarter, Wei Dong received a pass from Iverson and executed a fast break layup. putting the Suns ahead 92-91. With only 21 seconds remaining, James dribbled down the clock, his natural defender being Wei Dong. As the shot clock dwindled to 5 seconds, James attempted a step-back jumper. Smack. This shot had been anticipated by Wei Dong, who leapt to swat James' attempt away. The crowd erupted in awe as James, frustrated, reflected on having been blocked twice in one game. Many overlooked Wei Dong's defensive prowess, focusing solely on his offensive capabilities. However, his defense was indeed top tier in the league. Indeed, said Coach Zhang, it is not an exaggeration to claim he is the best. Yes, echoed Yu Jia. This postseason, Wei Dong has held his own against superstars like Duncan, Griffin, Gasol, Kobe, Bosh, and James, never backing down. Wei Dong has truly become the strongest in the universe. He merely lacks the accolades to substantiate it. The Heat aspired to widen the score in the third quarter. But in the shootout with the Suns, they not only failed to do so, but found themselves trailing by a point. The Suns collectively scored 45 points in the third quarter, just 2 points shy of their total from the first half. Since Wei Dong joined the Suns, they had never lost a game in which they held the lead entering the fourth quarter. This postseason, the Suns had only succumbed to the Spurs and Lakers once each. Despite trailing by a point, the Heat remained confident in securing the victory. The Big Three were not to be trifled with. Spoelstra laid out the game plan, while the Heat players shouted, "Let's go. Let's go, let's go." As they took the court, beep. The fourth quarter officially began. MVP, MVP, MVP. As the Heat initiated their offense, the home crowd erupted in chants of MVP to rally their players. The Big Three organized their attack, with Haslem receiving the ball under the basket. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for a hook shot. Smack. That layup was emphatically denied by Wei Dong. The ball found its way to Bosh's hands, who quickly attempted a layup, but Wei Dong, having landed, jumped again, swatting the ball away with a resounding smack. As luck would have it, Haslem reclaimed the ball and attempted yet another layup. Smack. Wei Dong leaped once more. Sending the ball flying, Wei Dong delivered a sequence of formidable blocks onto the basket, the last of which sent the ball soaring into the stands. Wow. The Suns bench erupted in jubilation, with Fry vigorously waving his towel. Dongu is amazing. Dongu 666. The Suns players cupped their hands to their mouths, shouting loudly to end the first half. Wei Dong had recorded 3 blocks, and in the third quarter, he had blocked 2 from the Heat, including a pivotal rejection of James' shot at the buzzer. With these 3 additional blocks, Wei Dong had amassed a staggering total of 8 blocks for the game. His current stats stood at 27 points, 13 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 8 blocks. Dongu, you're just 1 assist and 2 blocks away from achieving a quadruple double, Dudley exclaimed, glancing at the stats. No player in history had ever recorded a quadruple double in the finals, and it seemed Wei Dong was on the verge of creating yet another miracle. Wei Dong chuckled upon hearing Dudley's remark, leaning over to Bosh and saying, "Idol, did you hear that? I'm just 2 blocks away from a quadruple double. Be a good sport and let me block you twice, would you?" You wish. Bosh, with his back to Wei Dong, held the basketball, catching a glimpse of Chalmers slipping beneath the basket. He executed a deft handoff, delivering the ball to Chalmers, who took a step forward for a layup. Yet, this had all been anticipated by Wei Dong. He turned and leaped high into the air. Chalmers, noticing Wei Dong leaping behind him, realized he had no passing route and had no choice but to attempt the layup. Smack! Wei Dong, leveraging his incredible vertical leap, emphatically pinned the ball against the backboard. "What a spectacular block," Wei Dong muttered, securing the rebound and passing it to Iverson. Iverson seized the ball and immediately initiated a fast break. With 9 assists and 9 blocks, Wei Dong was merely 1 assist and 1 block away from achieving the miraculous quadruple double. Iverson executed a fast break layup successfully. The Heat launched their counterattack, but Haslem's shot missed again, and Wei Dong followed up with a smooth jumper. The score now stood at 96-91. The point difference has now surged to 5. And both James and Wade, who have only rested on the sidelines for a minute, immediately return to the court. Nash also re-enters the game, with Wei Dong taking the 4 position. However, James and Wade consistently find scoring opportunities, making it exceedingly difficult for the Suns to contain them. Similarly, Iverson and Wei Dong's offensive prowess proves too much for the Heat to handle. With 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Heat equalized the score, prompting Gentry to call a timeout. As Iverson steps off the court, he takes a seat on the bench, visibly fatigued. Gentry, noticing Iverson's exhaustion, expresses concern. "Aye, are you all right?" "I'm fine, coach," Iverson replies, shaking his head with effort. Gentry suggests the score is simply tied. "Would you like to rest for 2 minutes on the bench and then come back in for the final minute?" "I don't want to rest." Iverson pleads, his tone tinged with desperation, that "I only have a few games left in my career, and I'm not afraid of dying on the court. So please don't make me sit out." Iverson's determination inspires his teammates. Wei Dong is also moved. He mentally queries the system. Can the stamina pills be used on others? No, the system responds firmly, adding, "Only the unlucky potion can be used on others." Sigh. Wei Dong exhales softly. Having already notched 11 assists, he is merely one block away from achieving a quadruple double. Gentry's timeout serves not only to strategize, but also to afford the players a moment of respite. As both Wei Dong and Iverson have nearly played the entire game and are utterly drained as the timeout concludes, Iverson stands on the court, biting the hem of his jersey and desperately sucking in the sweat, as if this act could help him remain upright. Wade advances with the ball, and Iverson closely guards him. Yet the youthful Wade is quicker, faking Iverson and charging toward the basket, only for Iverson to pursue him. Bam! Wade collides with Iverson, sending him sprawling. Beep! The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling a blocking foul against Iverson. What the hell is a blocking foul? Wade Dong shouts at the referee. Iverson had positioned himself well after chasing Wade, demonstrating commendable defense that should have warranted an offensive foul call. However, upon rising, Iverson shakes his head at Wei Dong, signaling him not to dispute the referee's decision. Wade makes both free throws, leaving the Suns trailing by 2 points. Gortat inbounds the ball, and after Nash advances it to the front court, Iverson calls for the ball. Nash promptly passes it to him, and Iverson, facing Wade's challenge, launches a three-pointer. Swish! The ball swooshes through the net, and Iverson's glare at Wade is one of lethal intent. This is Iverson's response. The Suns regain the lead. The Heat, however, refuse to capitulate. Wade pushes the ball up court and executes another Euro step for a layup. But this time Wei Dong is ready. Smack! At the moment Wade shoots, Wei Dong leaps, swatting his attempt away. 10 blocks. The entire Suns bench erupts in celebration. Dong-gu has achieved a quadruple double. Wei Dong's block sends the ball flying to the front court. Iverson races after it, seizing the ball just beyond the three-point line and scores on a layup. 117. 114. The Suns lead the Heat by 3. Fans in China watching the live broadcast are in a frenzy. This defensive stand and subsequent offensive play encapsulates the Suns' momentum, tilting victory once more in their favor. Yu Jia shouts in exhilaration, "Quadruple double! Quadruple double!" Wei Dong has achieved a quadruple double. Equally thrilled are the Chinese fans, all aware that with that block, Wei Dong has secured a quadruple double. It has been years since a player has accomplished such a feat, yet Wei Dong has done it in the finals. The game continues, and although Wei Dong realizes he has just achieved a quadruple double, he does not indulge in joy. The match is far from over. The onslaught from James and Wade remains fierce. Only 46 seconds remain. 127. 126. The Suns lead the Heat by a mere point, and the Heat possess the ball. Spoelstra calls a timeout to strategize on the Suns' side. Gentry holds a tactical board. Wei Dong. With 46 seconds left, the Heat may attempt a 3-pointer. Our defensive focus must be on James and Wade. Understood. Wei Dong replies that I'll guard Wade while Hill covers James. AI. When defending, stay out of the paint. If the Heat miss their three, we need to secure the rebound and transition to a fast break. Agreed. Gentry nods at, Is there anything else you wish to add? Gentry queries. Nothing. Wei Dong responds. Gentry then affirms. Let's execute the strategy as Wei Dong suggested. That's precisely my thought. Everyone, let's give it our all. The timeout concludes. The Heat indeed bring the ball up court with James leading. Wei Dong yells defense at this moment. With the ball in his hands, James is likely to make a play for himself. As anticipated, James stands beyond the three-point line and launches a shot over Hill, despite Hill's best efforts to defend. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air. Iverson prepares for a fast break, but unfortunately, three-pointer. The DJ's excited voice echoes through the arena as James sinks the three-pointer point 127-129. The Heat take a 2-point lead with only 41 seconds remaining. From the inbounds pass to James's successful shot, only 5 seconds have elapsed. Gentry calls another timeout, leaving the Suns with only one timeout remaining. This time, Wei Dong refrains from directing. Instead, Gentry outlines a strategy for Wei Dong to attempt another three-pointer. Following the timeout, Wei Dong drives the ball forward, but the Heat have begun full-court pressure, with James closely guarding him to prevent an easy shot. As they approach the three-point line, Wei Dong executes 2 consecutive between-the-legs dribbles and steps back for a three-point attempt. Swish! The ball swishes through the net. Wei Dong responds to James with the same move, though his shooting form is even more graceful. 130-129. The Heat have no timeouts left. After the inbounds, James brings the ball up court, and Wei Dong actively guards him. However, upon noticing James's dribbling, he suddenly turns to Hill and shouts, "Watch the corner for Battier. James is going to pass." Just as Wei Dong's words leave his lips, James passes to Battier in the corner. Battier receives the ball and attempts a three-pointer. This is Battier's most successful position. When he was teammates with Yao Ming, fans most vividly remembered him for his defense and corner three-pointers. Just as expected, swish! Battier nails the three-pointer. With only 9 seconds left in the game, the Suns call their final timeout. The Suns now face 2 options. One is to attack the basket for 2 points and force overtime, while the other is to shoot a three-pointer to seal the game. A.S. Gentry ponders who should take the final shot. He realizes Iverson's stamina has reached its limit, and Wei Dong will likely be double-teamed by the Heat. The most fitting player to execute the final shot is Nash. Just as Gentry is about to suggest that Nash take the final shot, Wei Dong abruptly states, "Coach, let me take the last shot." All right, Gentry swallows his words, agreeing with Wei Dong's strategy. With 9 seconds remaining, Iverson takes a seat on the bench, utterly fatigued. The Suns lineup on the court consists of Nash, Wei Dong, Fry, and Hill, with Gortat set to inbound the ball. Wade and Chalmers tightly guard Wei Dong, while James is tasked with one-on-one coverage of Nash. Everyone knows that the most likely candidates for the final shot are Wei Dong and Nash, making it a calculated risk that, if Fry ends up taking the last shot, the Heat will simply accept it. Gortat holds the ball, struggling to find an opportunity to pass. Wei Dong, in a state of urgency, yells, "Throw it high." The meaning of this passage is quite clear. Wei Dong enjoys a height advantage over both Wade and Chalmers. Upon hearing Wei Dong's call, Gortat tossed the basketball over his head, and Wade leapt almost simultaneously with Wei Dong. However, Wei Dong not only had the height advantage, but also superior spring and leaping ability, allowing him to effortlessly catch the ball. Wade and Chalmers closely guarded him, one on each side. As Wei Dong received the ball, he activated his lucky potion. The countdown commenced. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Time ticked away, and Wei Dong dribbled incessantly. Yet he refrained from taking a shot as both Wade and Chalmers were cautious not to commit a foul at this critical moment. Having learned from the previous experience of being bested by Duncan, he meticulously managed the clock. The fans were on the edge of their seats, barely able to breathe. With less than a second remaining, Wei Dong leapt against the defenses of Wade and Chalmers, executing an audacious fadeaway jumper. The shot seemed exceedingly forced, its arc alarmingly high. Would it go in? Even the commentator Yu Jia could hardly believe that such a posture could successfully make the basket. Nonetheless, he kept his eyes open, tracking the ball until it swished through the net, at which point Yu Jia erupted with joy, exclaiming, "It's in! It's in! Wei Dong has clinched the game." The score stood at 2 o'clock, and the Suns had triumphed over the Heat once more in their away game, drawing tantalizingly close to the championship title. It's in. It's in. How magnificent! Wei Dong YYDS. The fans erupted in elation, witnessing a monumental victory as Wei Dong recorded a quadruple double against the Heat. As Yu Jia remarked, the Suns were now on the brink of the championship. The precise moment the basketball found its way through the hoop. The referee blew the final whistle. The score was 133-132. The Suns narrowly defeated the Heat by a single point. The series now stood at 2-0. It seemed as though the Suns could almost taste the championship trophy. In this match, there were 4 players who scored over 40 points, a rarity indeed. James achieved a near triple-double with 40 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists. Yet, all these statistics paled in comparison to Wei Dong's exceptional performance. Boasting a staggering quadruple-double of 46 points, 17 rebounds, 11 assists, and 10 blocks, an occurrence seldom seen in history, let alone in the finals. Following this game, some fans were even more exhilarated than the Suns players themselves. For instance, Zhang Xiaoxi had invested all his savings on the Suns winning before the playoffs commenced. If the Suns were to clinch the championship, he would truly be singing songs of triumph, indulging in fine wine and food, and reveling in the glory before his wife, eager to see if she would continue to oppose his passion for basketball. During the post-game press conference, reporters lavished praise on the Suns' performance that night. The following day, Sports Illustrated featured nearly half of its content in adulation of Wei Dong and the Suns. The magazine, a property of the Dicey family, tended to exaggerate and elevate every piece of news regarding Wei Dong. Let alone such a stellar display, it seemed that Sports Illustrated was transforming into a Suns weekly. Nevertheless, for Wei Dong and the Suns fans, such a transformation was wholeheartedly embraced. After the game, the Suns flew back to Phoenix. The following day, the team swiftly moved on from the victory, focusing intently on preparing for Game 3 of the finals. Coach Gentry appeared somewhat despondent during lunch. Wei Dong approached him with a tray. Expressing concern, "Coach, you seem a bit down. I didn't sleep well last night." Gentry replied, ruffling his hair, "I spent the entire night pondering one thing." "What is it?" "I feel as though my role as a coach has diminished." "I want to allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Wei Dong frowned, asserting, "How could you say you're ineffective?" Gentry, feeling somewhat exasperated, corrected him. "I meant to say, I feel I'm of little consequence. Not that I'm useless. Is there really a difference?" Wei Dong tilted his head, having deduced the reason behind Gentry's melancholy. That it was somewhat amusing. Ever since Wei Dong acquired the skills of two elite coaches, he found himself unable to resist assisting Gentry with tactical arrangements, particularly since his strategies proved more effective than Gentry's own. With a pained expression, Gentry remarked, "Now during games, you're the one calling the shots. Sometimes I feel like a mere spectator." "Old coach, that's my fault," Wei Dong began, offering an apology that I merely have a few creative suggestions that occasionally come to me. "However, during the games, you remain the soul of the team. You always know when to call for a timeout, motivating us when we're trailing, and your strategies." Wei Dong rambled on, gradually lifting Gentry's spirits. Finally, Gentry smiled and said, "Thank you, Wei Dong, that I see now that I truly am important. And you've helped me regain my confidence. You have always been important." Wei Dong recalled something, setting down his chopsticks. "By the way, I have a gift for you. A gift?" Gentry looked at Wei Dong with curiosity as he walked away. Moments later, Wei Dong returned holding a book, presenting it to Gentry. "This is a collection of inspirational quotes. Once you finish reading it, you will undoubtedly become an even more exceptional coach." Gentry curiously flipped through the pages and inquired, "What does this book discuss?" "It contains motivational phrases for success." Wei Dong casually turned to a page, pointing to one quote. "Look at this. It articulates so beautifully. Truly intelligent individuals know when to act and when to refrain. Everyone has their own way of living. There is no need to replicate another's life. Some may appear successful, yet they may have shed countless tears in private. Others may seem to struggle, yet they live freely and joyfully. Happiness has no standard answer, and joy does not follow a single path. Instead of envying others, reflect upon your own heart." Gentry nodded, acknowledging the wisdom. "This resonates deeply with me." "Thank you, Wei Dong. I truly appreciate this gift." "You're welcome," Wei Dong replied. "Once you memorize this book, you will become one of the greatest coaches in NBA history." Observing Gentry cradling the book as if it were a treasured possession, Wei Dong murmured to himself, "From now on, I'll handle the tactics. You could be a motivational coach, of course." This was a thought he couldn't allow Gentry to hear. 2 days later, the Suns hosted the Heat. That evening, many celebrities were present, including several players who came to watch. Stoudemire arrived and chatted briefly with Nash before the game. Accompanying Stoudemire was Rose, who had come specifically to see the Suns play. He also sought out Wei Dong for a brief conversation, the two sharing a sense of newfound camaraderie. Rose felt an inexplicable sense that Wei Dong had saved him once. However, this was his first encounter with Wei Dong, making the sensation both genuine and peculiar. As the game was about to commence, the Suns players encouraged one another in the tunnel, while the Heat players prepared, determined not to suffer another defeat. If they lost, trailing 0-3, the Heat would find themselves with no hope of a comeback. Number 3, Iverson. Number 13, Nash. Number 7, Wei Dong. The arena DJ introduced each player, and the cheers from the crowd swelled in waves. Wei Dong was the last to enter, bending low in a diving posture, exchanging high fives with his teammates before taking his position on the court. Beep! With the referee's whistle, the third game of the Suns versus Heat finals officially commenced. Gortat and Bosh jumped for the ball. Gortat tapped it to Nash, who dribbled to the three-point line and immediately took a shot. Swish! Nash exhibited a strong offensive desire from the get-go, sinking a three-pointer right at the start. The score was 3-0. The Suns seized the initiative, securing 3 points right off the bat. However, the Heat were not to be outdone, as LeBron James promptly retaliated with a three-pointer. The intensity of this match was palpable, with both teams frequently engaging in physical contact. Within just 5 minutes of the first quarter, the Suns accumulated 4 fouls, 2 of which were attributed to Gortat, compelling him to take a seat on the bench. The Heat, too, recorded 3 fouls. Chinese fans expressed their displeasure, observing the significant physicality displayed by both sides. Yet the referees seemed to exhibit a clear bias in favor of the Heat, consistently calling fouls against the Suns whenever their players made contact with Heat players. Aside from Gortat, both Wei Dong and Iverson each incurred a foul. This predicament was somewhat disadvantageous for the Suns, particularly concerning Wei Dong and Iverson. Should either of them receive another foul, they would be forced to exit the game. With Gortat already sidelined, Lopez entered the fray, whose defensive skills paled in comparison to Gortat's, thereby further weakening the Suns' interior defense. Fortunately, the Suns' trio of stars, Wei Dong, Nash, and Iverson, boasted formidable offensive prowess, and with just 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 27-23, with the Suns still leading by 4 points. During a Heat offensive play, Wade executed a Euro step layup, and with the perimeter defense compromised, Wei Dong provided support inside, successfully blocking Wade's attempt. Beep! At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive violation against Wei Dong. A foul on that play, Wei Dong spread his arms and exclaimed towards the referee, "Are you out of your mind?" The referee, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "What did you just say?" Wei Dong, after a brief pause, reiterated, "Are you out of your mind?" The referee, maintaining a stern demeanor, insisted, "Please speak in English. If you don't understand, that's your problem." With a sarcastic smirk, Wei Dong thought to himself, "You are nothing but an illiterate." Gentry leapt up in protest, arguing that Wei Dong had not even made contact with Wade, that it was a legitimate block. Yet, Gentry's protests fell on deaf ears, as the referee remained steadfast in his decision that a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd at the West Coast Arena. As this was a glaring misjudgment, verging on the realm of corrupt officiating, Wade sank 2 consecutive free throws, narrowing the gap to just 2 points. With 6 fouls resulting in expulsion, Wei Dong, having accumulated 2 fouls in the first quarter, had no choice but to rest. His absence impacted the Suns more on the defensive end than offensively. Although Gortat returned to the court, his pairing with Lopez offered little resistance against James. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score read 27-31, with the Suns trailing the Heat by 4 points. As the second quarter commenced, Wei Dong remained unable to rejoin the game, relegated to the bench to cheer for his teammates. However, with Gortat already burdened by 2 fouls, both James and Wade exploited this weakness, repeatedly attacking the rim point 2 minutes into the second quarter. Beep! The referee blew the whistle once more, indicating a defensive foul on Gortat. While this call was justifiable, it resulted in Gortat's 3rd personal foul. Wei Dong could no longer remain seated. He rose from the bench, realizing the necessity of substituting Gortat. At this juncture, the Suns found themselves trailing the Heat by 11 points. Throughout the playoffs, Wei Dong had hardly rested in the first 3 quarters, but today, his absence revealed a troubling reality. Without Wei Dong, the Suns appear to be a second-tier team, relying solely on Nash and a cadre of role players, alongside the aging Iverson. This Suns squad lacked the requisite edge. Iverson's explosive performances were largely attributable to Wei Dong's ability to draw the opposing team's defensive focus, thus alleviating the intensity of the guarding he faced, a stark contrast to his younger years. Upon Wei Dong's return, the Suns adjusted their strategy, allowing Iverson to rest while Wei Dong and Nash operated from the perimeter, with Fry and Lopez forming a twin tower setup inside. This arrangement not only unleashed Wei Dong's offensive capabilities, but also mitigated the risk of him accruing fouls, should he receive a third foul in the first half. The Suns' chances would be severely compromised. With the Suns trailing the Heat by 11 points, Wei Dong immediately took on the mantle of offensive responsibility upon his return. First, he received a pass from Nash and confidently sank a three-pointer. Next, facing Wade's defense, he executed 2 consecutive post-ups, culminating in a turnaround jump shot that found its mark. For his third act, Wei Dong dribbled past half-court, stepping just outside the three-point line to launch another shot over Wade, which also went through the hoop. Following his entry, Wei Dong scored 8 straight points, bringing the Suns to within 5 points. 11-8-5? Let us not dwell on the author's mathematical skills. Ponder why the deficit is now 5. Wei Dong's prowess at the shooting guard position far surpassed his effectiveness at power forward, as his offensive potential was fully realized. Although the Suns struggled to contain the Heat's trio of stars, with 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, they managed to reclaim the lead to MVP. 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 The resounding chants of MVP reverberated throughout the West Coast arena, all directed at Wei Dong, who, in his 7 minutes on the court during the second quarter, had amassed 19 points, nearly all while facing double teams from the Heat. Everyone stay calm. We need one more basket to extend our lead, Nash instructed, dribbling while gesturing strategic commands. Wei Dong executed an off-ball cut, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle. Nash promptly delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Wei Dong faked out Wade and charged toward the basket. At that moment, Bosh rushed in to impede his path. Boom! Wei Dong was unable to evade the collision with Bosh. In the instant of impact, he awkwardly flung the ball towards the hoop. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard and dropped into the net. And one. Fans watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement. While there was an element of luck involved, it was precisely such serendipity that transformed it into a remarkable play, often referred to as a miraculous shot. Beep! At this juncture, the referee's whistle sounded once more. This call was not unexpected. Bosh had committed a defensive foul, as he had failed to establish proper positioning when Wei Dong collided with him. However, the referee raised one fist while extending the other palm, indicating that the direction of the punch was towards the Heat's offensive path. Charging, the referee assessed it as an offensive foul. Corrupt officiating. Corrupt officiating. The home crowd erupted into a frenzy, vociferously denouncing the referee's integrity. The Chinese fans watching the live stream were equally incensed, asserting that if officiating continued in this manner, it would undermine the fairness of the game. At least 3 glaring misjudgments had occurred, 2 of which directly impacted Wei Dong, resulting in him being unjustly penalized with 2 extra fouls. This was dire news for the Suns. Are you blind? Wei Dong's fury boiled over as he confronted the referee, pointing at Bosh and shouting, "He couldn't even maintain his footing, and I'm the one called for an offensive foul. My call is perfectly valid." The referee stared at Wei Dong with a cold demeanor, utterly convinced of his own correctness. In a fit of rage, Wei Dong cursed, "You're nothing but a fool. You deserve to have your officiating license revoked. I warn you." The referee suddenly pointed at Wei Dong, declaring, "If you utter another word in Chinese, I will assess a technical foul against you." As Wei Dong had been speaking English during their exchange, his emotional outburst had slipped into Chinese, leaving the referee to assume he was being insulted. "Oh," Wei Dong nodded, muttering under his breath, "Your mother is dead, hmm?" The referee's brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the statement. Zhang Yang, present at the scene, was seated in the front row. He clearly heard Wei Dong's remark and couldn't help but chuckle. Now that's quintessential Chinese vernacular. What a tone! This comment was particularly scathing. Wang Xingya, sitting nearby, frowned but remarked, "However, it does seem like the referee is targeting Wei Dong's calls tonight. Every profession has its share of oddities, and Zhang Yang took this incident in stride, especially with Wei Dong's meteoric rise. It was unrealistic to expect that no one would harbor jealousy. Although the Suns valiantly contested the calls, the referees remained unyielding in their decisions. Wei Dong found himself burdened with 3 fouls. The Heat had possession, and Wade swiftly dribbled the ball into the front court. The referee who had called Wei Dong's fouls twice was named Vincent. He was the lead official for this game and was also seen running alongside the action on the sideline. Out of the corner of his eye, Wei Dong caught a glimpse of Vincent and casually tossed a bottle of bad luck potion in his direction. Smack! At that moment, Vincent unexpectedly stumbled, falling to the ground. Yet the fall did not end there. A crisp crack echoed, and Vincent lay on the floor, his face contorted in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. The assistant referee quickly signaled for a timeout. Medical personnel rushed over to assess Vincent's injuries. Such a fall by a lead referee while running with the players was a rarity in NBA games. Vincent's expression was painfully exaggerated. After a thorough examination, the medical staff indicated that he might have fractured both his right and left arms. In no way. Wei Dong mused inwardly. He had merely tossed a bottle of bad luck potion, and Vincent had somehow ended up with fractures. Furthermore, both arms were affected. The potency of this bad luck potion was astonishing. The last time he had used it on Hayward, it merely knocked out a fan without such devastating consequences. Meanwhile, sitting in the stands, Zhang Yang appeared contemplative, pondering when falling potion could lead to fractures. The game was paused due to the referee's injury, an unprecedented occurrence akin to a maiden sitting in a flower palanquin, causing nearly a 10-minute delay. Yujia, Vincent's fall was indeed catastrophic. Zhang stated that in the finals, the referees are understandably tense, but his calls were rather questionable. From our perspective, it was a clear defensive foul, Yujia replied. Zhang, it seems Vincent may have indeed fractured something, which complicates matters as for the Chinese fans. They were quite exhilarated. Indeed, divine retribution was at play. After a brief intermission, a replacement referee was appointed, and the game resumed. However, Wei Dong could not return to the court, having already accrued 3 fouls, forcing him to wait until the third quarter to re-enter. Iverson returned to the game, yet the Suns struggled to withstand the offensive onslaught of the 3 stars. Beep! With the sound of the new referee's whistle, the first half concluded. The score stood at 49-62, with the Suns trailing by 13 points in the Suns' locker room. Several players were pounding their lockers in frustration, recognizing that the pivotal moment in the game was Wei Dong's 2 fouls. Donga is clearly being targeted. In contrast, Wei Dong remained composed, even feeling a twinge of guilt for the referee's blindness. Yet the price paid was severe. Gentry offered a motivational talk to stabilize the team's spirits. Wei Dong then remarked, "We are only down by 13 points. 5 3-pointers can bring us back into the game, that we must focus on our defense in the second half. If we can prevent LeBron and Wade from scoring easily, we still have a chance to win. Indeed, let's go for it." The Suns players nodded in agreement. Wei Dong continued, "Nash, let's initiate the elevator door play in the second half to alleviate the pressure on both me and AI, making it easier to close the gap." "All right," Nash replied affirmatively. Following this, Gentry outlined the strategy for the third quarter and glanced at Wei Dong, silently inquiring if he had anything to add. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Dong suggested, "Since both Nash and I are feeling good today, let's start with the elevator door play." As the second half commenced, Wei Dong faced LeBron's defense, maneuvering into the paint and executing a back cut. Hill and Gortat quickly collapsed, resulting in LeBron crashing into both players, sending them flying. However, Wei Dong had found himself wide open, receiving the pass and launching a 3-pointer. Swish! The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. 52-62. The Suns had narrowed the deficit to just 10 points. Gortat and Hill simultaneously rubbed their shoulders, feeling as though they had been run over by a tank during LeBron's charge. As the Heat took their turn on offense, Bosh missed a mid-range shot, and Nash secured the rebound. The elevator door play was back in action. LeBron once again barreled through Hill and Gortat. But Wei Dong struck again with a second 3-pointer point. 55-62. The Suns trailed by merely 7 points. The Heat attempted another layup, only to be thwarted. The Suns executed the elevator door play for the third time, this time with Nash, who also sank a 3-pointer. With that, the Suns had hit 3 consecutive 3-pointers to start the second half, closing the gap to just 4 points, prompting Spoelstra to call a timeout. In the past, the Spurs had suffered greatly due to the elevator door play, and every team the Suns faced afterward had meticulously studied strategies to counter it, ultimately discovering that it was nearly indefensible. This was largely due to the sharpshooting of Nash and Weidong, combined with the fearless spirit of the two players setting the door, like Gortat and Hill, who had taken LeBron's charges without flinching. Ordinary players would have crumbled long ago. Upon resuming play, the Heat adjusted their defensive strategy. While the elevator door play was a cunning tactic, it could not be employed regularly. The third quarter devolved into a seesaw battle, with the Heat taking a 2-point lead. The Suns surging ahead, only for the Heat to reclaim the lead, and so forth until the third quarter concluded 76-75. The Suns held a slender 1-point advantage over the Heat. The intensity of this game was palpable. With both teams struggling to score, as the fourth quarter began, LeBron had accrued 3 fouls, Weidong had 4, Iverson 3, and Gortat for Weidong was the highest scorer on the court with 29 points, despite being troubled by fouls. While LeBron and Wade followed closely with 26 and 28 points, respectively, as the fourth quarter commenced, Weidong remained on the bench. 4 fouls posed a substantial risk. If he were to foul out before the game's conclusion, it would inflict significant damage upon the Suns. The current lineup was as follows: Suns, Lopez, Fry, Dudley, Hill, Nash. Heat, LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Haslam, Chalmers. The Heat fielded a full-strength lineup, indicative of their determination to win this game. Should they fall behind 3-0, their championship aspirations would be extinguished. Dudley took on the challenge of defending LeBron, but for LeBron, this posed little challenge. As the Heat initiated their offense, LeBron barreled through Dudley for a layup, appearing poised to dominate the paint, only for Dudley to deftly intercept the ball. LeBron, ready to score, suddenly found himself empty-handed, unable to locate the basketball. Dudley, grinning, swiftly dribbled down the court. This was the consequence of LeBron underestimating him. Dudley had successfully stolen from Kobe in the past. Upon reaching the basket, Dudley executed an easy layup. 78-75. The Suns had widened their lead. This theft thoroughly incensed LeBron, who began relentlessly attacking the rim. With 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Suns called for a substitution. Weidong, Iverson, and Gortat re-entered the game. "Well done, brothers. We'll take it from here." Weidong exchanged high-fives with Dudley and Fry. Nash had piloted the bench players for 5 minutes, maintaining a 1-point lead for the Suns, a remarkable feat, showcasing the tenacity of the bench in defense. Upon re-entering, Weidong immediately backed down LeBron. The crowd was momentarily entranced, as if witnessing the long-awaited 23 versus 24 matchup. However, Weidong's jump shot was more graceful and higher than Kobe's. LeBron exerted every effort to contest the shot, yet currently, no one in the league could effectively defend Weidong. Indeed, there wasn't a single player capable of doing so, especially in the crucial moments of the fourth quarter. Swish! Undoubtedly, Weidong had made the shot. Following this basket, Weidong entered a scoring frenzy, actively demanding the ball until only a minute and a half remained in the game, with the Suns leading the Heat by 11 points. Ujia, it truly seems insurmountable. Zhang, Weidong is simply phenomenal. Ujia, should we begin celebrating the Suns' championship victory in advance? Under the guidance of Coach Zhang, I find myself eagerly anticipating the surprises that Weidong will unveil in the upcoming season. With merely a minute remaining in the match, the Heat resorted to a strategy of fouling. However, trailing by over 10 points, there was an unmistakable sense of futility in their comeback efforts. With a sharp whistle from a head referee, the game came to a close. The final score stood at 109-101, marking the Suns' third victory over the Heat, bringing the series lead to 3-0. It appears that the Suns are on the verge of grasping the championship trophy. In this match, Weidong delivered an impressive performance, amassing 50 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. That LeBron James contributed 37 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, while Allen Iverson added 19 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Dwayne Wade scored 43 points, along with 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Steve Nash recorded 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 11 assists, with 2 steals and no blocks. Chris Bosh rounded out the scoring with 11 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Wei Dong single-handedly accounted for half of the Suns' total points, with an impressive 21 points coming in the fourth quarter. Nevertheless, James and Wade combined for a staggering 80 points, supplemented by Bosh's 11 points. Beyond the trio of superstars, the remaining Heat players collectively managed only 10 points. Particularly in the final 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, it seemed as though only Wei Dong, James, and Wade were contributing to the scoreboard. The Heat's defeat can, in part, be attributed to the lack of support from their role players. Fans have seemingly forgotten the two controversial calls against Wei Dong in the first half, as the Suns emerged victorious. However, had the Suns lost, the outcry over biased officiating would have been deafening. In fact, in a country like the United States, known for its high degree of freedom, there exists the potential for dire consequences for referees after the game, including threats to their safety. Before the post-game press conference commenced, Gentry delivered an inspiring pep talk to the players. After all, the competition is far from over, and he needed his team to remain humble and focused in their pursuit of victory in this series. In the first 3 games of the finals, Wei Dong scored 53, 46, and 50 points, numbers that surpass any historical superstar. If Iverson's performance was the foundation for the team reaching the finals, then Wei Dong's efforts in these initial games have been the driving force propelling the team forward. Notably, in the second game, Wei Dong achieved an unprecedented quadruple double. Victories over the Spurs and Lakers have significantly bolstered the Suns' confidence. However, facing the Heat's trio of superstars, without Wei Dong's extraordinary contributions, the Suns would find it exceedingly difficult to claim the championship. In Wei Dong's perspective, only one game remains, and he is determined to conclude this final series in Phoenix. 2 days later, the Suns and Heat faced off in the fourth game of the finals. Although the Heat boasted superstars like James and Wade, who ranked 1st and 6th respectively in the player rankings prior to the season, Wei Dong observed a familiar spirit among the other players on the Heat. This mirrored the intensity displayed by the Clippers in their fourth game, where players recognized the inevitable outcome, yet grappled with the decision to give their all. Wei Dong was acutely aware of the stakes in this match. A surge of momentum could easily evaporate. Should the Heat claim victory, their spirit would be revitalized if they were to win again, bringing the series to 3-2. The psychological shift would be profound, placing the Suns in a precarious position. The excitement surrounding this game could not be overstated. Outside the venue in the West, large screens broadcasted the match for fans unable to secure tickets, creating a festive atmosphere. Sal also arrived at the arena, and just before the game commenced, he half-jokingly, half-seriously told Wei Dong, "If we win today, I will offer you a contract, leaving the salary section blank for you to fill in." With the referee's whistle signaling the start of the match, it was noted that a new referee had replaced Vincent, who was sidelined due to multiple fractures and would require an extensive recovery period. As the game commenced, Wei Dong, Iverson, and Nash each scored a basket, while the Heat struggled to find their rhythm. Falling behind 8 o'clock within the first 2 minutes, Spoelstra called for a timeout, and Wei Dong observed him vociferously reprimanding his players. A moment that highlighted the significance of having an assertive coach. Had it been Gentry, he would likely have opted for a more motivational approach rather than a stern rebuke. Upon returning from the timeout, the Heat's offense showed signs of improvement, suggesting that Spoelstra's admonishments had made a positive impact. Nevertheless, despite James and Wade beginning to score, the situation remained dire.